The streets were buzzing like a beehive. At a meat stall, the butcher's face was a thundercloud. Some dude wearing dog paw gloves strolled up and asked, all cheeky like, "Hey Pops, you sell melons at your pork shop now." "Heh? Chop those 2 melons up real small for the filling. Don't leave any pulp." The butcher's eyes flared. "You little punk, you here to cause trouble, huh?" The guy shot back, all fearless. "Yep, you caught on, Pops. What's it to ya? Gonna chop me up?" Without a second thought, the butcher swung his cleaver. "I'll dice you into human filling." But the guy just dodged it, smooth as butter. "Ooh, seems like you got some moves." Then the dude smirked, all smug. "Ah, so you are Zheng Tu, you brute. You slaughtered my whole Qiao family. Today, I'm taking your dog life." He ripped off those pesky gloves and unleashed a flurry of moves. Take my 8th set of broadcast gymnastics. The area turned all bloody red, with the sound of fists flying. Damn, does he have to go so hard? This guy's a goner for sure. Oops, scratch that. He's the one getting his blood splattered everywhere, and he's still throwing hearts and waving. Hello, dude. Seriously, so much for all the nice things I said about you, bro. What a disgrace. Now that I'm looking at the scene, it's obvious this fight is not evenly matched. How embarrassing that he got beaten to a pulp on the ground. Only after death did he reveal his identity. What an embarrassment, bro. But gotta give it to him. His name is Qiao Mu. Judging by Qiao Mu's expression, he probably died content. The crowd was screaming, "Murder! Stop him from getting away!" The butcher hopped on his warhorse, cleaver clenched in his teeth, and roared, "Damn it, I've had enough." Everyone swiveled their attention to him, not noticing the guy on the ground glowing green. Miracle. He sat up, clutching his shoulder, teeth gritted. Ouch. That hurt. Then he grinned, sly as a fox. Being chopped to death hurts like a bitch. "Why am I standing next to my corpse?" he pondered out loud. "Does this make me a ghost? Dying this horribly. System, oh system, can you hook me up with some better perks?" Just then, a money bag floated over. He grabbed it, looking confused. The system popped up with a bunch of stats. Mortality rating, C, skill points earned, 10, skill points balance, 20, respawns remaining, 4/5, and a bunch of other jargon. His eyes went wide. A C rating, first time farming a C, and I just instantly maxed out the introductory level of the Eternal Life Palm. He pointed at the system interface. "Wait a sec, so this is the right way to unlock the system? Use skill points to increase proficiency? 5 points for the introductory Eternal Life manual. What can I get with the remaining 20? System, max out my mana and dump the rest into Eternal Life Palm." The system replied, "Host's mortality rating is currently insufficient to unlock that function. System will randomly allocate points." He slumped, defeated. "Ugh, so this is just a fancy way to tell me to go die more often." He swiped his nose, all cocky. "Fine by me. Perfect timing that Zheng Tu is around to test this out. Yingshu said he's a spy for the Martial Extreme Society. Gotta make him kill me a few more times." After a while, the streets were quiet again. Meanwhile, Zheng Tu's warhorse was lying pathetic on the ground. You could hear his voice from a mile away. "My lord, I couldn't hold back today and killed that little punk. He claimed he was avenging the Qiao family." He frantically wrote a letter, muttering, "But the Qiao family was wiped out by our Martial Extreme Society 6 months ago. No survivors. Something's fishy." He gnashed his teeth, thinking, could it be a Qiao family fish slipped through the net and came looking for me? Whatever. Good thing. I acted fast and wiped out the entire Qiao bloodline. Close call. His eyes narrowed, sensing someone approaching. Just then, our hero swaggered in, full of confidence. Zheng Tu yelped, startled, and the carrier pigeon in his hand fluttered away. "H, haven't you already died?" He struck a menacing pose, eyes like daggers. "I am Qiao Jing. You killed my younger brother Qiao Mu. I want blood for blood." He lunged forward, all or nothing. "Taste my family's secret technique. Hand-to-hand blade catching, 100%. He's scared. He's scared. Zheng Tu panicked, letting out a string of curses. "Damn it, you gotta admit, bro, you're improving fast." His strong hand had quite a long scratch, but he scoffed, saying it was just a minor injury. "Your knife is in my hand now. Aren't you scared? Dude's so cool. Even breathing sounds awesome." The old guy was, of course, scared shitless, mouth gaping and trembling. "I'm scared, bro, but maybe you should look at your hand first before talking." Ouch, his knife blocking style is definitely unique. You could say it's his personal brand. Bro didn't care about the pain, but a certain someone was already tearing up. Bro said, "You think you can block it? Then try to kill me if you have the guts." I gotta say, that's a cool line, but that's only until you see what he's really thinking. Damn, it really hurts, gotta keep up the act. The old guy stopped messing around and his face turned angry. "You two brothers are freaking nuts." But he couldn't deny that Bro was really clamping down hard on the knife. Gritting his teeth, he said. The knife stuck. Taking advantage of his immobility, Bro quickly punched him in the face, making him spit out blood and snot. The old guy staggered backward. "You're Li Jing, right? You really are different from your little brother. You've actually put in the effort to train your strength." The old guy glared at him with a dark face, full of resentment. It was just my carelessness, but next time, it won't be. 5 minutes later, as expected, Bro kept losing and getting punched over and over again. If there was a sect dedicated to tanking hits, he'd definitely be the sect leader. The old guy panted heavily. It's not that fighting you is tiring, it's that it's just exhausting. Bro's face was disfigured, even more pathetic than when he originally died. He earned the honor of being named again. Cao Jing is dead. The old guy didn't have time to care and whistled. A pigeon flew over. The situation has changed. Sending out the secret letter from earlier would make the higher-ups misunderstand, but he didn't notice that Bro was gradually coming back to life. Suddenly, a chair flew towards the old guy. Bro's power had increased again by a bit. He shouted loudly, "You dared to kill my little brother Li Jing. Pay with your life." Startled once more, the carrier pigeon painfully flew away. The old guy gnashed his teeth in anger. "Fine, if you're looking for death, then I'll wipe you all out." Inside the house, the sounds of fighting continued non-stop. Pity the carrier pigeon, working without pay and getting scared out of its feathers. A few more scares and it'll probably become a bald pigeon. Looking at that big hand, it must be Zheng Tuhu. Seeing the blood dripping like that, he must be seriously injured. It should be like that, not a waste of dying painfully so many times before. He gasped for air, feeling uncomfortable, and said, "Killing the small one attracts the big one. Will this ever end? Seems like our male lead hit you hard, right? Serves you right for making him so miserable so many times before. OMG, OMG, male lead. Are you really that useless? You're getting trashed too much. Failure, failure, look at your posture. You even have to stick your tongue out when you die. Are you a model? Each death is a different pose." Bro wasn't playing the beat to death gang with him anymore. He was looking at his system panel, calculating. Died 4 times. The first time deducted 5 points for the beginning longevity fist. The second time deducted 2 points. Proficiency increased by 20%. The next 2 times only deducted 1 point, increasing to 40%. Moreover, the rating is dropping. Looks like the higher the proficiency, the more points are deducted, and the lower the rating, the fewer points are distributed randomly. One person can't be farmed too many times. Resurrection attempts remaining is only 1. It's too difficult to get revenge. Revival attempts within 7 days. 1/5, it's better to wait until 7 days later. Then he hesitated and looked at the old guy sitting tiredly on the ground. No, I have to take advantage of the opportunity. He's currently weakened both mentally and physically by the second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. It's the perfect time to strike. Bro focused his mind in a fourth confrontation, relying only on 20% proficiency of the beginning longevity fist. I was almost evenly matched with him. After increasing it, I might be able to put up a fight, worth trying one more time. Bro confidently flipped his hair. Finish the mission early so I can find Ying Su in exchange for a cultivation technique later. I don't really trust what you're saying. The old guy looked at Bro's corpse, lying on the ground, and said, "These little bastards look extremely similar. Each one is stronger than the last, and their tricks are getting more and more sophisticated. This one who just died's strength wasn't much weaker than mine anymore. If I fight one more time, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." He wearily hugged his arm and stood up powerlessly. After that, his hands and feet trembled so hard that it could be said he worked strenuously until he bled from his nose. He worriedly said, "Is it? Maybe it's over, right?" Bro stood like a ghost on the statue behind him and said loudly, "Of course not." Hearing that, the old guy's face twisted and he stared in shock. A black shadow quickly flew towards the old guy. Looking at him now, he really is too pitiful. Bro unleashed a fatal blow, flashed past him, and arrogantly shouted, "Justice descends from the heavens." He struck a cool pose, landing on the ground with arrogance. The result was clear. Zheng Tuhu was dead. Wasn't it a bit too pitiful? He died before the readers even remembered his face. It really is the male lead's aura. Even if he's beaten to death, he'll still come back to life. Spirit stones, ting ting ting, rained down incessantly. He picked up Zheng Tuhu's letter. This was the secret letter Zheng Tuhu wanted to write to the Martial Extreme Society. The intelligence Qiao Tanshu investigated was correct. This Zheng Tuhu really did participate in the Qiao family's Haiyang extermination case. I died under his knife the first time. A C-rank evaluation. Could it be that the death evaluation is related to the identity of the killer? If the deceased dies at the hands of a villain, the evaluation will be higher? I need to check this out when I get a chance. He smirked. He didn't understand what the other letter said. He'd take it to Sister Shu. Maybe he could exchange it for some benefits. In a small alley outside Yan City, a person wearing a hat and covering their face was walking down the street. It was him. He stood in front of the house and shouted, "Sister Shu, I'm back." Someone opened the door from inside. Then a slender hand lifted the veil covering his face. It was a beautiful older sister. She retracted her hand and said, "Where did you go?" But she had bandages wrapped around her eyes. Perhaps she couldn't see. People are right when they say those who can't see are usually very perceptive. She heard some sound. Then she pulled back her hand, startled. That's not right. Your voice is wrong. You're not Qiao Mu. Hearing this, he thought to himself, as expected of a blind woman who's lived for more than half a year, her senses are really sharp. Qi and blood have increased, and my strength has grown. Other than the muscles, even my voice is like a grown man's. He coquettishly swayed her. Sister, puberty is something every man goes through. She resolutely didn't believe him. Then why should I believe you? Do you have anything to prove you're Qiao Mu? Hearing this, he raised his hand and pondered. Then, sister, are you really not surnamed Ning? And for the next month, she was suppressed every day by the question, Sister, are you really not surnamed Ning? She also ran out of patience and went directly towards him, feeling him up and sniffing him a bit. Needless to say, he was overjoyed, his cheeks flushed red, hugging and hugging. I won't say how happy he was, but he couldn't avoid a bit of tension. He was pinned against the table by her. As if she'd gotten her answer, she stood away and said, it really is you. It's the original scent. But his face was already completely red at this point. She sat down on a chair, crossing her legs, revealing legs smoother than lotus silk. No one knew what his expression was like at this moment. He just calmly said, after the Qiao family was exterminated, my eyes have been restless. It's a sign that the heavenly eye is about to open. All traces can't escape it. Don't even think about lying to me. Hearing this, he thought to himself, Sister, don't talk nonsense. I know about the renegade too. Then he happily showed off the letter he got from Zheng Tuhu. Right. The Qiao family only has you left. A saintly martial artist wouldn't kill you. It must be because you have a naturally gifted spiritual sense. Speaking of which, when are you going to impart the Eternal Life Fist's Energy Refining Chapter 2 to me? She immediately replied, Don't daydream. If you want to cultivate inner energy, you must first temper your qi and blood and increase your strength. This process will take at least 5 or 6 years. He raised both hands, showing off his muscles, but who knows who he was showing them to? Probably to us. Enjoy it, ladies. Then he said, Isn't it because I want to quickly avenge you? We agreed before that you'd teach me the Eternal Life Fist, and I'd avenge the Qiao family's extermination. Besides, I already feel like I'm getting the hang of this strength refining stage. Then he became speechless, when she grabbed his hand and said, Come on. Let big sister feel your bones and see how much you're still lacking. Is the camera angle a little too suggestive? I didn't think anything bad. Okay. Ying Shu's slender fingers touched the part of his body that Qiao Mu offered. Then she suddenly froze. Seeing his puzzled expression, she blushed, embarrassed, and shouted, What are you making me touch? I'm kinda curious what she touched, you know? But I know, or rather, we know what she's thinking about. He, in his pure innocence, flexed his muscular arm and said, It's just my arm, what did you think it was? Girl, this boy is still so naive. At this moment, she shyly said, We've only known each other for a month, but you've already cultivated to this extent. Could you be some kind of martial arts prodigy? She once again reached out to touch his arm, to verify. Unbelievable. Strength training is supposed to be a slow grind with no shortcuts, but you... He smugly withdrew his arm, a smile playing on his lips. Since you think my training isn't bad, how about teaching me the next lesson now? He might be naive in some ways, but not entirely, he thought to himself. The Everlasting Fist is the Qiao family's unique martial art from Heyang. If one cultivates the Everlasting Fist to perfection, they can reach the realm of eternal youth. This is the most suitable cultivation method for me. I must hurry and complete it. This is my path to cultivation. She held her teacup and said, Although your training isn't bad, you've only been practicing for a month. You haven't even developed internal energy, but your arms already have several hundred pounds of strength. When you finish your strength training and kill Zheng Tuhu, I'll teach you the next part. Hearing this, he chuckled. No need for later, I've already done it. Zheng Tuhu is already dead. She exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? He winked, offering her a letter. Not only did I kill him, but I also found this secret letter on his body. Unfortunately, I can't understand the tadpole writing on it. An image flashes of him being beaten and killed by Zheng Tuhu, his corpse lying in pieces. If she saw this, she'd laugh her ass off for 4 or 5 days, guaranteed. But she, unaware of this, only said, Tadpole writing? Tadpole writing is a type of code used internally by the Martial Extreme Society. It seems you really did kill Zheng Tuhu. Her heart was in turmoil. I can't believe he actually beat Zheng Tuhu. He held the letter, happily listening to her. Since you've killed Zheng Tuhu, I'll teach you the next part of the Everlasting Fist. As promised, come, sit in meditation before me and listen to me impart the incantation. Only her voice echoed in the room. The visible cultivates the invisible. One place gains substance. Many places become empty. He closed his eyes, then opened them, wearily looking at his system panel. Everlasting fist skill proficiency 40%. Then he thought, the proficiency didn't change at all. Sure enough, relying on the system's rewards is much faster than cultivating on my own. I need to find a stronger villain than Zheng Tuhu to challenge. She handed him a small book and said, this is how to decipher the tadpole code. Take a look and translate the contents of the letter for me. He flipped through the book, then waved it back and forth in front of her, suspiciously thinking, her eyes are blind, but she could find this secret manual. Could she be faking it? But he still obediently tried to figure out how to read it. Then he touched his chin, thoughtfully considering, the letter seems to say that the Emperor of the Great Yan is planning to leave the capital for a private journey, and the Martial Extreme Society is preparing to mobilize its members. He exclaimed, surprised, assassinate the Emperor of the Great Yan. She lost her composure and stood up abruptly. The Martial Extreme Society is planning to assassinate the Emperor. Where? What are the details of the Emperor's travel plans? Does it say? He repeatedly shook his head. The code in this book is incomplete. I can only piece it together to see. The specific time and location are unreadable. Hearing him say that, she sat back down in her chair, defeated. Gritting her teeth, she resentfully said, the Martial Extreme Society is truly audacious, but if they make a move, they might actually succeed. He rested his chin on his hand, curiously looking at her. Is the Martial Extreme Society really that strong? She lowered her head in silence. Before, I only told you that the Martial Extreme Society and the Martial Saint Ren destroyed my Qiao family, but I didn't tell you the reason why. She darkly recounted. The Martial Saint Ren is hailed as the second martial Dao paragon of our time. He founded the Martial Extreme Society, and based on his own strength, he exterminated many martial arts families and sects. He also took the martial arts manuals of those sects, regarding them as treasures for himself, and providing them to inner members to freely learn and improve their strength. The Qiao family's eternal life fist is a supernal martial art passed down by an immortal to our founding ancestor in a famous mountain. Yet it couldn't escape the clutches of that demon. Saying this, her fist clenched, trembling uncontrollably. I'm imparting the eternal life fist to you not because I expect you to annihilate that martial saint, but I hope that after you master it, you can at least clip his wings. Seething with rage, her whole body shook as she gritted out each word, so I can personally kill that martial saint. He gazed at her thoughtfully. Who knows what new scheme he's hatching now? He looked at her slyly. I have an idea. Maybe I can find a way to infiltrate the Extreme Martial Society. She was startled, turning to him and snapping, have you cultivated yourself, stupid? You want to join the Extreme Martial Society. He nonchalantly waved his index finger back and forth, unfazed. Then, he slammed his hand on the table. With a confident demeanor, I'll join the Extreme Martial Society, then become an assassin for them, assassinating the Emperor. That way, the Great Yan Dynasty and the Extreme Martial Society will fight to the death. Then, stroking his chin, a dangerous glint in his eyes, if I can't infiltrate the Extreme Martial Society, then I'll continue to deal with their members, trying to get my hands on the complete Extreme Martial Society's assassination plan. Then, I can be the assassin and stir up the waters, making the Extreme Martial Society bear the wrath of the dynasty, so your great revenge can be achieved soon. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, That's a nice thought, but it's practically a certain death sentence. He indifferently put on a happy face, welcoming death, and thought to himself, this is the perfect opportunity to become an assassin, and assassinate the Emperor. If I die as an assassin, maybe I can be recorded in history. Such a death would definitely be highly regarded. His mind excitedly rejoiced. Moreover, an organization founded by the second strongest martial artist of the time possesses a large collection of martial arts texts. Members can even access their lightness skills, and even a complete version of the eternal life. Fist? Isn't this the grinding spot I've been dreaming of? Thinking of this, he gave himself a thumbs up. Perfect. Then, speaking with a tone concerned for the greater good, if the martial sang is as strong as you say, wanting revenge is almost impossible. At best, you can only cause the Extreme Martial Society a little trouble. So this is the best way. She worriedly said, But you'll die. She's really a good person, but, let me tell you, she doesn't know what a psycho he is. He then replied, What's there to fear about death? I'm telling you, man, who are you doing this awful performance to? We are about to throw up. She lowered her head, focusing on sensing. Then, she thought to herself, there's no smell of lies, more excitement and agitation than seriousness, but what are his intentions? The eternal life fist compared to his life and death really doesn't count for anything. What else can I give him? Then, she blushed and imagined him and her doing this and that, then covered her face in embarrassment. Could it be he craves my body? Girl, I am telling you, you are pretty, but don't get your hopes up too much. He saw her squirming and then covering her face with her hands, and wondered in his head, what is she thinking about again? She turned her face away, embarrassed and shy, her hands slightly trembling as she said, I only feel that such a great kindness cannot go unrewarded. What else can I do for you? Facing his blank expression, she thought to herself, Qiao Mu is such a righteous person. How could I think of him like that? I really shouldn't. Girl, I am telling you, your mind is too pure for this world. He leaned against the doorframe, looking serious. Speaking of which, there's still something more, and only you can do it. She became even more nervous after hearing that. She pursed her lips, her expression indicating she would agree to anything, and said, What is it? He pointed at her with a sly smile. Secret. She was suddenly stunned and confused, momentarily speechless. Huh. Then she sighed in relief, thinking, if he's not afraid of death, I'll let him try it out for now. She softly said, Okay. He looked at her. Enough talk. Do you know if there are any other members of the Extreme Martial Society around here? She stood up and walked towards him, saying, I know. She continued, The city lord of Yan City, Guoyan. A man screamed in pain. A blow landed on the man. Screams of fear echoed around. The evil young Master Guo is here. Run. Young Master Guo, spare us. The thugs on the road mercilessly beat everyone. A subordinate said, smugly, Young Master Guo is traveling. Don't block the way. His eyes suddenly noticed something. Huh. Then, with a sinister smile, he pointed to a young woman. Someone, bring that beauty over here. It's true what they say, ugly people have sharp eyes. The man standing next to her pointed his sword at him, annoyed. Don't even think about it. She was no pushover either, already drawing her sword. You shameless scoundrel, I'd rather die than submit to you. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed his wrist. Two burly subordinates had somehow appeared right next to them, threateningly. Sir, our young master invites you over there for a chat. The woman froze, trembling, and pointed at him. The beauty he's talking about is him. He flushed red with anger and shouted, Shameless! She chimed in, Jianglang, let me help you. Today, we're going to teach this good-for-nothing young master a lesson. Speaking of which, the speed you draw your sword is a little slow. It's still in the scabbard, after all this time. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. He pointed at them. Teach these ignorant fools a lesson for me. Hearing the order, 5 or 6 burly men charged towards them, only to see the 2 of them didn't react. Are they looking down on our cat-scratch kung fu? Are you kidding me? They're holding swords. Why not poke them a few times? How tragic she was getting her face swollen by the 2 guys, and he was even more miserable, pinned by one of the guys' arm that pressing his angel wings. He yelled helplessly, What kind of move is this? Hey, no need for moves, big brother. Just one arm of his is enough to make you suffocate. He smirked smugly, not noticing a dark shadow on the roof looking at him. In the chaotic scene, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, and smoke filled the air. They all looked in one direction. The thugs cried out, Young master! It was Qiao Mu. He was holding the young master up in the air by the neck with one hand and tossing a brick up and down with the other. The subordinates panicked. Young master has been kidnapped. He trembled, grinding his teeth, his face contorted in pain, but still trying to threaten. Let go of me, kid. My father is the city lord of Yan City. Qiao Mu put on a disdainful expression and pretended not to hear, deliberately bringing his ear closer. So what? He glared, extremely annoyed. My father will be here immediately. You won't escape. When he comes, he'll make you wish you were dead. Bro, even in this situation, you gotta be clean, man. The spit spraying from your mouth is offensive to look at. On the outside, Qiao Mu maintained a cold attitude, but inside, he was already dancing with excitement. There's such a good thing, he thought happily. Originally, I was just planning to do a heroic deed, and after killing the city lord's son, I would be killed by these family thugs. But if I can get the city lord to kill me, then my death rating will definitely go up another level, right? At this moment, the system displayed, Heroic Deed Death Rating Project, C+, increasing. Qiao Mu's eyes widened in surprise. This is the first time a death rating reminder has appeared, so the system also approves of my idea. Qiao Mu's smile gradually became twisted. Over there, the 2 of them said loudly, Young master, thank you for saving us, but this man has great power. We can't implicate you, hero. Run quickly. Qiao Mu ignored them as if he didn't hear anything. Then, he unceremoniously slapped the young master once, then twice, then 3 times. Feels so good. The subordinates were so scared that their hair stood on end, shouting, Young master. On the other side, the woman also said in unison, Hero. Qiao Mu pointed at the subordinates smugly and warned, Everyone stand still, otherwise I'll kill him. Having been slapped a few times, the young master finally knew fear and cried, begging, Good man, spare me. This entire city is my family's. You want anything? Just say it. I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me. He looked at the guy with a look of disdain. Serves you right, he probably thought. Without hesitation, he gave him another smack. Don't you dare give in. Go on, call your dad, he said with fury. Just then, in the distance, they could hear the pounding of hooves, drawing closer. They stopped behind him, and there stood a man in purple robes with a dark expression. The swollen-faced, hurting guy called out, "Dad." He gave the man a scrutinizing look. "Guo Yan, huh? Looks like he's pretty strong." The man angrily yelled, "Shut up!" He was so mad he probably thought he was going to die horribly this time. He looked at him expectantly. Guo Yan really has some achievements in martial arts. Just a shout can create such pressure. The man gave him a look. This kid hasn't even cultivated inner strength, just a chaotic power stage, but to lift someone so high so easily, he's got extraordinary arm strength. He was surrounded by a purple aura. He was a little startled to see him approaching. The aura he emanated was unbearable, even for a strong man. He looked at him with anticipation. The aura was growing stronger, gradually moving towards him. He thought to himself, "It's like 1,000 pounds are pressing down on my head." Even though he came here to die, he couldn't help but feel fear. His grip on the guy's neck tightened. His face was now severely distorted. He looked at him and said, "Stop." He didn't move any closer upon hearing this. He looked at him thoughtfully. He can still talk. A normal martial artist would be unable to even open their mouth under the pressure of inner strength. Not bad guts. As expected of someone who does great things, he didn't get angry, but happily said, "Little friend, don't get excited. Let's talk things over. It's true that Guo here hasn't disciplined his son properly. Please release my son first, and in the future, Guo will definitely discipline him more strictly." He was disappointed and tightened his hand. "I went to the trouble of putting on a beat-me expression, and you just apologize right away. Shouldn't you threaten me and tempt me with benefits or something? What am I supposed to do? You gonna beat me to death or what?" He glanced at the death rating. The death rating hasn't changed, so there's still a chance. Then he yelled, pointing at him, "Your son robbed people on the street, and an apology is enough to settle things?" He saw him still bowing his head and looking at the two people. "You two are disciples of the Bright Moon sect. Guo has a good relationship with sect leader Mo of your esteemed sect. I'll definitely offer 100 taels of silver to apologize another day. Can you forgive my son's rudeness this time?" The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. He actually saw through our background. "So, does this count as a threat?" "That's right. This Swallow City is originally Guo Yan's territory. There's nothing we can do to him." The two of them bowed in unison. "City Lord is too polite. Actually, the two of us just arrived in Swallow City and were a little reckless." Two people hid behind the door and whispered, "Is that it? What about the people that young Master Guo injured?" The other sighed. "Azis, it's not a 1-day or 2-day thing. It's better to have one less problem than one more." He hadn't given up and loudly called out, "Guo Yan." He still wore a smile, but he was starting to lose patience. "Do you think that just compensating a little money and saying sorry will make everything okay? Looking at how skilled you are at this, you must have wiped the ass of this unlucky son of yours quite a few times, huh?" Looking at the people he hit who were still on the ground, he said, "But the fact that your son lets his guards beat people to clear the way and rob people on the street isn't something he's doing for the first time. The people he crippled and killed, what do you think you should compensate?" Then he coldly said, "I feel that he must pay with his life." He looked uncomfortable. This guy doesn't respond to either soft or hard tactics. He's really difficult to deal with. He raised his hand to show his authority, and behind him was a group of guards. "Little friend, why don't you just say what you want in order to release my son?" He bowed his head and replied, "It's very simple to get me to release him." With a provocative look, he pointed to himself and said, "Unless I die." Qiao Mu was still gripping Guo Yan's wrist like there's no tomorrow. His face is seriously messed up, looks like a pig's head. Kinda offensive to look at, TBH. That guy he roughed up earlier said, "A random dude just stood up for us, not even caring if he lived or died." The old man sighed. "Looks like we've got nothing more to say." Suddenly, a super-skilled old geezer flashed into view from behind. He quickly turned around, only to see 2 pieces of cloth flying towards him. He was released and dropped to the ground with a thud. The old man swiftly tied Qiao Mu's hands behind his back, a really decisive move. On the surface, he acted pissed, but inside he was screaming in celebration. The system popped up, showing the acting righteously and facing death evaluation for Project C+ was going up. This is it. First time I've seen the death prediction so high in my life. Is this what it feels like to truly die? The old man forced Qiao Mu to kneel, while Guo Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down like he was the king of the world. "Kid, what's your name?" Qiao Mu glared fiercely. "I'm Qiao Mu, a nobody with no backing or mountain to rely on. City Lord Guo, feel free to kill me, no problem." Inside, he was already so impatient. "Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, the city lord frowned. "Got some guts, I'll give you that." He boomed, "Release him." Qiao Mu stared blankly, and even the old man was surprised. The city lord continued, "Qiao Mu, You've got more guts than most. Very impressive. If you're interested in joining the army and serving the country, you can report to the city lord's mansion any time. Qiao Mu just stood there, dumbfounded, with a completely lost expression. He covered his mouth and cried dramatically, "This script is totally off." Then the city lord turned and walked away, his precious son being helped along by his subordinates. The son called out from behind, "Father!" Another slap came crashing down on his pig face. His father hit even harder than Qiao Mu, sending him sprawling. "Shut your mouth! I've indulged you too much lately. Take him home." The city lord decisively mounted his horse. Then he turned back to look at Qiao Mu. "Qiao Mu, if you make up your mind, you can report to the city lord's mansion anytime." Qiao Mu, on the other hand, was in a void, his spirit crushed. A single falling leaf could probably knock him over. Qiao Mu considered this a success of sorts. Though he wasn't killed, he was dead inside. The people behind them were chattering. Even though the city lord's son is a useless good-for-nothing, the city lord is still reasonable. That righteous young man is lucky this time. Seems like he's caught the city lord's eye. If he joins the city guard, he might even get a military rank and become an officer. Qiao Mu, from what I can see, is actually crying. Oh well, if he can't die this time, there's always next time. Don't cry. Qiao Mu exploded. I've been suffering for so long. The atmosphere was perfect. I even thought of my last words. Why am I still alive? This city lord and his son are definitely up to no good, refusing to let me die. He knelt on the ground helplessly. Qiao Mu's eyes darted to the system panel, and the longevity evaluation was still lit up. Does that mean the death evaluation is still climbing? The fact that my death evaluation didn't disappear just because the city lord left, that means. If I went and died right now, I could still get an even higher death evaluation. But why? What's different now compared to before? Everyone around him looked at him with admiration and gratitude. That couple even came up to him, bowing their heads in thanks. Qiao Mu suddenly realized something. I get it now. If I die now, it'll be like that young righteous hero who stood by the road, angrily cursing Yancheng's city lord before he died, not just some nobody Qiao Mu. Aren't you getting a little carried away? Qiao Mu thought to himself, imagining yourself as some kind of living Buddha. He chuckled. So this is the correct way to unlock the immortal longevity system. A look of sheer glee spread across his face as he continued. As long as I keep doing good deeds and stepping up whenever justice calls, my reputation and fame will keep rising. Let's go. Qiao Mu mentally tossed a coin, betting on himself. If I die successfully, I can become even stronger, and if I don't die, I can just keep stacking those buffs to raise my death evaluation. So whether I live or die, I win either way. He gleefully stretched out his arms, ready to embrace it all. Just wait for that final moment. I'll achieve the highest death evaluation. It has to be a high-quality, epic death. It's fun to imagine, sure, but bro, you gotta chill a little. Qiao Mu, internally face-palmed, look at the state of you. Meanwhile, in another location, Guo Yan was screaming and trembling as he received medical treatment. Once the doctor finished tending to his wounds and left, Guo Yan turned to his father. Father, why didn't you discipline that villain Qiao Mu? Instead, you wanted to recruit him. His father closed his eyes. There's no need to be impatient. His affairs are none of your concern. He recalled Qiao Mu's appearance earlier. Looking at the expressions of the people when Qiao Mu was arrested, I knew that foolish son of mine had accumulated a lot of resentment from the people of Yancheng. If I killed Qiao Mu in front of them, wouldn't the image of the city lord that I've painstakingly maintained be instantly destroyed? Then, he said, great men think big, do big things. He really thinks things through. The city lord smiled meaningfully. It's better to try and recruit that kid, like now, to appease the people and get some praise for being benevolent. He glared at his son and scolded, You unfilial son, you should have been beaten to death long ago, or sooner or later you'll bring disaster on yourself. You're confined to the mansion for the next month. You're not allowed to leave. Guo Yan protested. Why? His father said sternly. The emperor might visit the Yancheng region during this time. Your confinement is to prevent you from causing a deadly incident. Oblivious and excited, Guo Yan said, The great Yan emperor. Is that news reliable? His father stroked his chin and smiled mysteriously. How could I possibly reveal the emperor's travel plans to you? Who knows, it might attract assassins. Guo Yan dropped that line of questioning and followed up with, But will that Qiao Mu accept the invitation to join the Yancheng Defense Force? The father answered. Whether he accepts my invitation to join Yancheng or not, I have ways to deal with him. The city lord clapped his thigh and laughed. If he joins, it'll be even easier. His smile slowly turned sinister. Isn't there a rampant and unruly group of mountain bandits in East Mountain outside the city recently? We can just send him to die there. Qiao Mu was on Ying's roof when she said you beat up their son, and they still want you to join the Yan City Defense Force. Ying Su worried. Could this be a trap? He chuckled. That's exactly why I need to visit the city lord's mansion. She sighed dramatically, totally defeated. Then she reached into, well, you guys can see what she reached into, I don't know anything, and pulled out a book. If you're so set on doing something that's basically a death wish, I have a cultivation technique I can pass on to you. Seeing it, he exclaimed, oh, and grabbed it. Is he sniffing it? He's totally geeking out. Ying Shui, still clueless, says, this is a secret martial art that my Qiao family collected. You can sacrifice your meridians to unleash your body's potential for a moment, causing your inner strength to suddenly increase more than tenfold. He looked at the book, Heavenly Devil Disintegration Grand Art. His eyes lit up. He caressed the book against his cheek. There's actually something this good. Ying Sui brushed her hair back. Of course, you need to cultivate inner strength first before you can use such a desperate technique to find a way out of a dead end. Qiao Mu, you act chivalrously, a remnant of the old days. That kind of mindset suits martial arts, so your progress might be faster than most people. Meanwhile, he's busy having the system integrate the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Grand Art. She suddenly paused, pursing her lips thoughtfully. Then she turned to him and said, I'm giving you the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Grand Art, not because I want you to throw your life away, but because I hope you have a chance to survive. He looked at her gently, I understand. Seeing her confused look, he grinned widely, eyes crinkling as he looked at the book. At the Yan City Defense Force barracks, he flew forward with his sword like the wind. With a cold, steely gaze, he pointed the tip of his sword forward. Crippled veteran's luck, easy to use, hope to achieve good results for myself. Afterwards he sheathed the sword and admired it with satisfaction. Over there, some soldiers gossiped, is that Qiao Mu? His aptitude looks so-so, he's just a saber practitioner. Another added, you need 9th grade inner strength to be a captain. What's he relying on? Probably connections. He must have become famous for being brave enough to arrest the city lord's son. The city lord praised his courage and exceptionally promoted him. The two soldiers chuckled, pointing, just wait until the battlefield. You need real skill to survive. He won't last long. He was still focused on thinking when the system displayed his training progress percentage. He was happy and sighed, I've learned another skill. I wonder when I can try dying once to level up. Suddenly someone called, Big Bro. He didn't care much, glancing over with one eye open. A man looked at him happily. I heard you want to buy some martial arts techniques, manuals and stuff. He looked at the man eagerly. Hey, old Huang, you got any? The man responded shyly. Big Bro, my name is Bai. Some soldiers snickered earlier. With teeth as yellow as yours, what Bai? Another laughed. Just call him Old Huang. The man angrily retorted. Buzz off, buzz off. Too lazy to argue with you guys. Back to him and old Bai, Big Bro. I have a tough as nails technique. Do you need it? He asked curiously. Tough as nails technique. Then he thought to himself, I haven't cultivated inner strength yet. If I had a body-hardening technique for self-defense, that wouldn't be bad. Suddenly, a bald guy with a huge string of beads around his neck approached and said happily, Big Bro, why don't you take a look at what tough as nails technique old Huang is talking about before deciding? He turned to him. What is it? He grinned mischievously. Iron Crotch Kung Fu. The name says it all. Iron Crotch Kung Fu means your crotch is as tough as iron. Looking at the picture, you can see the sword chopping into the elephant, whose trunk and ears are broken in half. He then impaled his opponent, killing him instantly. Hearing that, he made a disgusted face. Then he stood up straight and cupped his hands in. Thanks, Qiao Mu has always enjoyed exploring martial arts. I need this Iron Crotch Kung Fu. What's your price? Bro, I thought you'd refuse, but you look so excited like you found a treasure. The groin is also one of the weaknesses of the human body. This weakness needs to be well protected. He quickly pulled out a book from his bag. What are you saying, Big Bro? Money? What money? This Iron Crotch Kung Fu is a gift I want to give you. They must have seen something, because they both looked in the same direction. He anxiously handed the book to Qiao Mu. 4 months ago, my pregnant wife was hit by Guo Yan's whip on the street, and she couldn't keep the baby. Although my wife is okay, her health is still weak. Then he knelt down in front of Qiao Mu. Big Bro, avenge me, and you'll be my benefactor. Qiao Mu bent down to help him up. You don't need to be like this. I can't accept the cultivation technique for free. I'll definitely repay you later. He stood up, with a few tears in his eyes. Repay what? This is me returning the favor. Someone rushed over excitedly. Big Bro, Commander Chu invites you to come over. Qiao Mu didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at him. There wasn't a single soul in the camp. It was extremely quiet. Qiao Mu quickly arrived, and Commander Chu looked at the terrain map on the table and said, in the outskirts of Dongshan, there's a mountain bandit who calls himself Wang Song Ha, who is extremely arrogant. Then he pulled a flag out of the terrain. Then, looking at it, he shouted, just a small mountain bandit dares to call himself king? It's ridiculous. Qiao Mu thoughtfully looked at him. He seemed to want to become the Incredible Hulk, and shouted, "Moreover, this Song Ha, from robbing official silver to stealing cats, horses, chickens, and dogs, there's no evil he doesn't do. Occupying Dongshan for just half a year, he's committed several hundred crimes." He angrily pointed around. "This bandit is also very fond of women, kidnapping no small number of innocent girls. Those girls he kidnapped are lucky if they're released." Imagining that bandit with one arm around a girl and another arm around another, and one under the bed. Oh, he knows how to enjoy himself so much. Even I'm envious, let alone him. He cried and trembled. Unlucky ones die right in his camp. Hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes darkened. Does it seem like he's overacting a bit? I thought only he was over the top, Qiao Mu angrily shouted towards him, his eyes flashing with fire. He's worse than a beast. This mountain bandit must be eliminated. It absolutely must be done. Commander Chu gave him a sly look, leaned closer to Qiao Mu's arm, adding fuel to the fire. That's right, so I'm preparing to send a 1,000-man army, and we'll set off in 5 days to eliminate the bandits. He patted Qiao Mu's shoulder with a look of experience. I heard you're braver than most, so how about your unit being the vanguard in this bandit extermination? All that was seen was Qiao Mu cupping his fist in his palm. He must be terrified now. My bro here is all about chivalry. Life and death don't matter. More accurately, living doesn't matter. Dying is what matters. Qiao Mu loudly proclaimed, with a look of fervor, understood. Then he swaggered outside. Qiao Mu walked and pondered. 1,000-man army with 10 captains excluding me. All are 9th-ranked Qi refiners, yet they chose me as the vanguard. Saying I have more courage, so the city lord finally made his move, using such a terrible excuse, huh? Qiao Mu didn't care, and even felt excited. It's time to die a little, so that the capital in my hands can be transformed. Commander Chu stood outside the door, peering at Qiao Mu, puzzled. He frowned and thought, is this kid really stupid? Or is he so confident? Why did he accept so readily? 5 days after leaving the camp, Qiao Mu stood on a cliff on the east side of the mountain range, observing. Lao Huang, looking embarrassed, scratched his head and followed behind him. Lord Zhao, should I go ahead and lead the way? I'm quite familiar with this area. This mountain range is mostly treacherous, so the path ahead will be difficult. If I'm not mistaken, the bandits' lair is definitely deep inside the western valley. Hearing this, Qiao Mu turned his head and said casually, All right, but I have to follow you. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. Lao Huang shuddered in surprise, feeling grateful. I'm so touched. I didn't expect you to be such a righteous person. Qiao Mu proudly turned his face to look at the mountains, thinking, that's the military order. But in his head, he thought, finally escaped from that bunch, my death rate will increase. Then, all that could be seen were sword strikes cutting through the grass. It was him and Lao Huang. Lao Huang smiled happily as he cleared the path for him, saying, My lord, did you know that in my family, I'm considered incredibly strong? At 15, I could lift a 300 jin weight. When you were 15, my lord, how strong were you? Qiao Mu pouted, thinking. Qiao Mu answered, Honestly, at that time, I was killed by Zhang the Butcher, like, 4 times. Lao Huang laughed heartily, but his expression said, No way. Qiao Mu didn't bother explaining. All right, focus on leading the way. As if seeing something, Lao Huang stood motionless, his face blank. Qiao Mu looked at him, puzzled. Huh. Lao Huang stood frozen, watching long sticks fall like rain towards them. Qiao Mu kicked him, catching him off guard, and he screamed in pain. Ah! Ah, it was arrows. They were being attacked. Qiao Mu was delighted and rushed straight towards them. Then, he skillfully spun his sword, blocking the arrows, and said gleefully, Zhao, spin the wheel. As expected, Qiao Mu was hit without fail. This is too much of a movie cliché. Should NT have been hit? Lao Huang was surprised and confused, my lord. The bandits hidden in the corner, wielding knives and bows, swarmed towards them. Qiao Mu and Lao Huang were surprised and gaped as they saw them charging. Qiao Mu smiled slyly. Good, now that the bandits have come. I can die gloriously. The prediction and evaluation are still changing. If I bravely perform, it might even increase. No one else is allowed to steal this performance. To Lao Huang's surprise, Qiao Mu charged forward without hesitation. Everyone follow me and kill. The scene was chaotic, with the two sides fighting fiercely. The bandits had the upper hand. One was raising his sword to slash at Qiao Mu's subordinate. Not good. Only a scream was heard, and the surroundings were dyed red. But it wasn't Qiao Mu's team. It was 2 bandits who were skewered by Qiao Mu's spear. Then, Qiao Mu stretched out his leg and kicked the bandit in the chest to help him pull the spear out. Before that guy could land, Qiao Mu turned and stabbed another one. 2 soldiers in the distance gossiped. That's a fierce fighting style, I want to say. Why aren't you brothers helping our male lead instead of standing there chatting? Then, The bandits abandoned their weapons and ran away. Qiao Mu pointed the spear at them blankly. Huh? Why are they running away? With a casual expression, Qiao Mu pulled the arrow out of his arm. All right, bring some hemostatic medicine to me. Lao Huang, who had blocked several arrows for him earlier, knelt down and kowtowed gratefully. My lord, you actually blocked 3 arrows for this lowly one. I, Lao Huang, really don't know how to repay you. Qiao Mu was turning purple. Not from anger or emotion, but from blood loss, he said weakly. Just stop the bleeding quickly. Qiao Mu had one person on his left and one on his right, tending to his wounds. Wouldn't it be better if it was beautiful women? These bandits are too cunning. In his head, he thought. I showed off a little, hoping they'd kill me, but they're all cowards and ran away. I'm speechless. The bald guy who was bandaging him said, Lao Huang, the Lord is so good to you, yet you wanted to screw him over before. Are you worthy? Lao Huang shuddered in fright. Then he kowtowed repeatedly. Qiao Mu looked at the bald guy, his eyes shining, and said, That's right. Do you have any cultivation techniques like, Lao Huang, pass one on to me? The bald guy said seriously, Reporting to my lord, I do have one, but I don't have it with me right now. When I get back, I'll offer it to you with both hands. This cultivation technique is extremely useful, unlike Lao Huang, who wanted to play you. Hey Lao Huang, you're kowtowing a little too enthusiastically, aren't you? He pointed at him, with a face full of authority. Remember to keep your word. Even if I die, my ghost will come back to collect. Standing high above, he looked into the distance. The road into this valley is really narrow, huh? The terrain is easy to defend, but hard to attack. Looks like those bandits know how to pick a hideout. Normally, a straight advance would be 101% suicidal. He looked at Old Wang and asked, Old Wang, do you know the name of this valley? He replied. It doesn't seem to have a name. Then, he used the tip of his spear to carve words on the tree trunk. After finishing, he put his hands on his hips, looked at the words, and laughed heartily. All right, from now on, I'll call this valley Shu Has Arrived. An idea popped into his head. Continuing the tradition of leaving a mark on a nameless place, hey, Old Huang's mouth hung open, stunned. Are we here to fight or to play? Just then, the sound of approaching horses came with a voice. Zhao Shu, why are you stopping in front of the bandits' den? Why aren't you attacking? Hearing this, he looked back in surprise. He nonchalantly replied, We were just ambushed, so I'm letting the troops rest for a bit. Lieutenant Chu was furious when he heard this. The vanguard is supposed to clear the way for the army, not scout the situation. Attack immediately. They dared to ambush us. We'll wipe them out. He threatened with a dark face. What? You want to disobey orders? He didn't hesitate to draw his sword. If he resists, I'll have an excuse to kill him and complete my assigned task. But, contrary to his expectations, he immediately replied, Understood. He looked at him in disappointment. Ignoring the strawberry syrup spraying from his wound, he confidently walked forward. Thanks, Lieutenant Chu. You've helped create a noble sacrifice. Between dying for disobeying orders and dying to pave the way for the army, the latter seems much more glorious. He grinned, his eyes full of mystery. Old dog Chu, wait until I'm dead. I'll give you a one-way ticket to somewhere far away when I come back. Suddenly, he stopped, his face tense, his lips pursed. It turned out he sensed that more than a dozen bandits with incredible skills were flying straight towards the vanguard from the cliff above. Old Huang shouted in panic. Not good. The bandits are ambushing us again. He yelled loudly, Ambush my ass! Retreat immediately! Hearing this, they immediately ran away as fast as their legs could carry them. The bandits rushed towards him in droves. Old Huang was flustered. Not good. Sir Zhao wants to stay and hold them back. Baldy continued. Should we go back and help? He turned his head, his eyes cold as iron. Don't come back. That's an order. The two of them were moved to tears. How noble. In contrast to him, Lieutenant Chu on the cliff ordered, No one is allowed to retreat. He said coldly, Anyone who retreats will be killed. Hearing this, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, old dog Chu, taking my life isn't enough. You want to take the lives of my subordinates too? But they became determined and excitedly shouted, Charge, kill, counterattack with the sir. All that was seen was a stick hitting the stomach of a soldier. While fighting the bandits, he said, What are you doing? Don't be reckless. Are you not afraid that if you die, your wife will be used by someone else, and your children will be ordered around by someone else? At this moment, Old Huang had run close to him. But we don't want to stand by and watch Sir Zhao be killed by them. He fought fiercely. Want to kill me? That person hasn't been born yet. Ignoring his subordinates' calls, he continued to charge forward, killing one after another. The surrounding area was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone come here. Don't be cowards and run away this time. Come at me, all of you. Suddenly, an arrow came from nowhere and pierced straight into his chest. He gradually lost his balance and staggered. taking advantage of the opportunity. The bandits pounced on him. His eyes full of bloodshot veins, he said coldly, "If you don't want to die, you have to kill me." Those mountain bandits was sent flying backward from the attack. Their companions were surprised to see that. They were already a bit scared. This guy, even injured, his aura is still raging. What's up with that? Then he put on a look of disdain, raised 2 fingers and mocked, "What's wrong, you battery chickens? Don't you want to come at me anymore?" He desperately charged forward, a look of anticipation on his face. "Come on, kill me." The more he fought, the more excited he got, rushing forward and stabbing continuously. It's just that he currently felt an indescribably strong aura. The mountain bandits used everything they had, swords, sticks, and arrows, aiming precisely at him alone. He felt like the more he fought, the more pumped he became, sending them flying hundreds of meters away. His aura was radiant, his expression elated, and his eyes gradually became sharper. Lieutenant Joe was surprised to see this. Inner strength. This kid has actually entered the inner chi realm. Then, his expression became even more twisted and ugly. Damn it, how could a kid not even 20 years old have such extraordinary talent for development? He must have just activated his inner chi. It seems he can hold on for a few more breaths. Only to see the spear flying towards the front? His eyes widened in astonishment. With just one strike, he sent 2 mountain bandits flying, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "But something is not right. He's like a firework that just exploded. How can he not only maintain it, but also have such powerful strength?" Looking at his imposing aura, it must be the martial skill he's cultivating. He covered his mouth and smirked sinisterly. Interesting. A martial skill that uses one's own life as a guide. Haha, how ruthless. This kind of martial skill is no different from cutting off one's own path to survival. He looked at Qiao Mu amidst the mountain bandits. With certainty, this guy's death is a certainty. Lao Huang cried miserably, "My lord." His subordinates charged forward together, but Qiao Mu suddenly slammed his spear into the ground. Qiao Mu shouted loudly, "All of you retreat, don't come any closer," only to see a source of chi moving into many circles, blasting away everything around it. Lao Huang and Baldi, even though they were quite far away, were still made uncomfortable by that source of chi. Qiao Mu, standing right in the center, sneered contemptuously. Qiao Mu wiped away the blood and looked at them with murderous intent. "Today, Qiao Mu is here. Anyone who wants to pass will die without a whole corpse." They still didn't give up, raising their swords and shouting loudly, "Kill him! His crossbow is at the end of its rope." More than a dozen of them rushed towards Qiao Mu fiercely. You could see Qiao Mu's face was full of wounds, but a mysterious smile bloomed on his lips. Without waiting for them to arrive, Qiao Mu quickly flew towards them, each blade piercing through them. Qiao Mu's eyes became bloodthirsty, eagerly taking each person's life. Seeing that scene, Lao Huang was filled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Arrows were sticking all over Qiao Mu's back. "From now on, we will call you Hedgehog Hero." A piece of Qiao Mu's clothing flew down in front of the tearful Lao Huang, who was covered in tears and snot. Then she tightly clutched a piece of his clothing, looking towards him. Even the subordinates who came with him were crying and mourning for him. He stood atop the pile of corpses of the bandits, looking up at the sky. That old man saw this from above. With a mocking gaze, he chuckled gleefully. Hee hee, the wicked really do live carefree lives. Is he here to watch a performance, waiting for the singer to finish so he can ask for an autograph? How ridiculous, shamelessly saying, the situation is settled, killing the bandits to rid the people of a scourge. He slowly approached on horseback. Then he stopped, looking up at him standing on the pile of corpses. His attitude was indifferent. It seemed there were no bandits left here. At this moment he was starting to show off behind the scenes. His subordinates looked up at him, pleading, "Lord Chu, we have successfully wiped out the outer ring of bandits. Please, send men to destroy their stronghold and avenge Lord Zhao." He coldly retorted, "The bandits' abilities have exceeded expectations. We cannot act rashly. Everyone, clean up and return to Yan City." Lao Huang spat at his back. "So you know how to be afraid of death too. You're only good at shouting from behind, letting Lord Zhao sacrifice himself." "Screw you," Baldi added. "Let's quickly take Lord Zhao's body back. Hopefully, the city lord will honor him. I heard Lord Zhao has a blind sister. Alas, her life will be difficult from now on." The group heartbreakingly picked up his body, wailing miserably. "Whoa, Lord Zhao!" He stood on the cliff face, looking awkwardly at them below. Then he looked at the system's evaluation and sniffled, praising himself inwardly. He was quickly taught the cultivation technique. All that could be seen was that he was drooling. His eyes glazed over in enjoyment. He leaped with joy in his heart. This feeling, no wonder it's a grade B evaluation. My strength has instantly skyrocketed. If grade C is considered cultivating while riding a horse with only about 10 years of experience, then grade B is a freaking rocket 50, one flight with 150% effectiveness, equivalent to 20 years of experience. He enthusiastically twirled his spear. I wonder how powerful a grade A evaluation would be? As if discovering something, his eyes darted towards that direction. Then he thrust his spear towards the tree trunk. Perhaps the assassin is hiding in this tree. Seriously, second bro. You're doing something so unseemly. You killed a poor little ant. He looked at the ant on the spearhead and chuckled smugly. This level of hacking is truly the best I've ever had. His eyes gradually darkened. Next up is old dog Chew. What goes around comes around, right? On his side, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his eyes filled with fear as he glanced around. Is this chilling feeling because the mountain air is getting colder? He was wrapped in cloth like a mummy by Lao Huang and Baldy, and carried on their shoulders. The troop was heading towards Yan City. He suddenly stopped, looking at the tree. Why is there writing on this tree? Lao Huang looked at it. Shu has arrived. Lord Zhao carved it. Baldy leaned against the tree trunk, crying miserably. Whoa! It seems that Lord Zhao had already foreseen the situation and made preparations for himself, choosing this place as his final resting place. Lao Huang cried even louder. Lord Zhao sacrificed himself for us. The subordinates behind him also cried loudly. Only now did he notice the cloth-wrapped corpse they were carrying. His face darkened as he asked, "What are you carrying?" The scene suddenly fell silent. Even though they were in immense pain, they wouldn't leave his body there. The man slowly approached. Then, with a cold expression, he reported to old Huang, reporting, "Lord Huang, this is the corpse of Lord Zhao." His eyes were full of calculation, so it's the corpse of Zhao Shu. If it weren't for his subordinate status, old Huang, with his current rage, would have pounced on him. Damn it! Are you even trying to stop us from burying our benefactor? He feigned grief. That's right. Little Zhao did contribute to eliminating the bandits, so his body must be brought back for burial. Then he patted old Huang's shoulder. All right, you continue to carry his body back. When we return to Yan City, I will take responsibility for the funeral arrangements. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, weren't you the one who caused Zhao Ren's death? Then he turned away, his mind full of calculations. This time, Zhao Shu killed so many bandits, all the credit will go to me, ha ha ha. Ah, how wonderful it would be if I had more idiots like Zhao Shu under my command. First, bring his body back to report to the city lord, and then deliver his body to his relatives. That's quite a favor. Will I be rewarded with money or a promotion this time? His thoughts became even more depraved. He touched his chin. Ah, right. Doesn't Zhao Shu have an older sister at home? He licked his lips greedily. To thank you, I will take good care of your sister. Before he could enjoy the pleasure of his fantasy, he suddenly spurted blood from his mouth. A blurry figure stood on the cliff not far away, using a long spear to pierce straight through his throat. He fell to the ground, dying miserably. One could see that he died unwillingly, tears streaming down his face, making you sounds. He raised his hand towards the figure on the mountain, wanting to say something but unable to utter a sound. Looking at that figure, it was none other than Qiao Mu. His eyes were bloodshot, wide with disbelief, his hands trembling. It's him. The surrounding soldiers looked around, while Lieutenant Chu died in the most unsightly manner. Then, they screamed in panic, enemy attack. Where is he? Be alert in all directions amidst the chaos. Old Huang looked at the bald head in disbelief. Did you see the figure on the mountain just now? They carefully lifted the cloth to check. Their faces turned green, the bald head said. It's a bandit attack. Old Huang panicked. It must be bandits. The scene was chaotic. It's bandits, they're about to attack. Someone shouted, retreat! The group of soldiers quickly galloped away on their horses towards Yan City, leaving behind the corpse of Lieutenant Chu. Qiao Mu, hiding behind a rock, laughed gleefully. Then, looking at his hand, judging by his level, that old dog Chu was also an 8th-stage martial artist, but he couldn't dodge that attack just now. So, does that mean my level B is on par with, or even stronger than, an 8th-stage martial artist? Then he looked at his arm, which was bleeding and unable to move. I forgot, and used the demonic path body technique again, resulting in my right arm being crippled. Ah, at least I didn't die on the spot. This style of fighting, harming the enemy 1,000, self-inflicting 800, is really made for me. If things continue like this, thinking about it, he happily imagined his experience points would keep increasing every time he died. Ignoring the blood spurting out, he covered his mouth, knowing that assassinating Lieutenant Zhou would get him pinned down and killed by those soldiers, resulting in another death. He suddenly froze upon hearing them scream in terror, "Bandits are here!" He was utterly shocked, watching them flee like the wind. Damn it, old ladies. Why are you all running away? I didn't even get to deliver my lines. Why are you leaving me hanging? Below, old Huang was yelling at the top of his lungs, "Bandit attack! Bandit attack!" He frowned. Wait, wasn't that voice? It definitely sounded like old Huang. He gritted his teeth, shaking with rage, as he watched the plump chicken, no, the plump duck, fly away. Huang Gugu, I saved your life, and you're sabotaging my courtship. You should have seen the spear vaguely, even if you're blind. What bandit dares to use that? Why yell about a bandit attack? Then, he grinned slyly, thinking, oh, almost forgot. He hugged his injured arm, turning to look behind him. There really are bandits around here, aren't there? He suddenly spun around, shouting loudly, sneaking around like cowards. Where's your manhood, Zhao? Your grandpa is here. Come out if you dare. In his heart he was gloating, come on, with one arm crippled if you still can't kill me. They stared at him, trembling, remembering the scene of him taking his last breath while standing over corpses. They actually abandoned the attack and ran away. A ghost. Quadruple A, I clearly saw this guy die. Could it be? He died unjustly, and his spirit is back for revenge. He was dumbfounded. Then, he happily chased after them. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Well, I'm about to be. One of the bandits compared his two faces and panicked even more. It really is him. He's really a ghost seeking revenge. Run. He tried to convince them. Really, we're twins, same father, different great-grandfathers. I'm here to avenge my little brother. He tried to explain. I'm not a ghost. Look, I have a beard. Take a good look. The bandits clearly didn't believe him. If you're seeking revenge, you should be looking for us. Why did you attack your superior? The more you talk, the less we believe you. Turns out, bandits are superstitious too. They ran while praying. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Debts have debtors. We didn't participate in killing you. As if they had an epiphany, they suddenly stopped. They looked at each other and said, That's Mountain Lord. One of them, as if seeing his mother, rushed toward the Mountain Lord crying, Mountain Lord, save me! A ghost is seeking revenge. Hearing the bandits' words, he became even more excited. Mountain Lord, heaven's really helping me. Killing the bandits was a B rank, but if the boss kills me, it might even be a rank. Then he laughed heartily and flew towards him. Mountain Lord, pay for my little brother's life. Only to see the Mountain Lord step forward. He stopped in front of him. Then he asked suspiciously, You're really Song He, the Mountain Lord of East Mountain. The scholar-like man smiled broadly. It is indeed Song. What surprised him even more was that the man clasped his hands in greeting. He politely introduced himself. Surname is Wang. Name is Song He. Pleased to meet you. Qiao Mu couldn't help but frown as he listened to Song. His polite introduction, lost in thought, looking at his scholarly appearance and refined demeanor, he smiled at him. Then he staggered, leaning against a tree and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Qiao Mu was dumbfounded. You're really the bandit leader. Shouldn't you be a burly dude, like 6 meters tall? Why are you only 1.6 meters and sickly? Is this a joke? His subordinate standing next to him reporting, Great King, this man claims to be brothers with Zhao Shu. He must be from Yan City. He was the one who killed the garrison captain just now. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing that, Qiao Mu immediately braced himself. But he suddenly changed his attitude, laughing heartily as he looked at Qiao Mu, Zhao Shu. This name, I've heard of him. Much admiration. Much admiration. Young Master Zhao must be like his younger brother, a true hero. His strength is extraordinary, being able to eliminate Captain Zhou so easily. Young Master Zhao, are you interested in joining us? He approached Qiao Mu and continued. With young Master Zhao's help, we can eliminate evil and help the people even more. Qiao Mu remained in a defensive stance, watching him. He smiled sincerely at Qiao Mu was confused by the constantly changing attitude. You're recruiting me? I'm here to avenge my brother. He, with a handsome face and a radiant halo, tried his best to persuade. Endless grievances. When will they end? Everything in the world is predestined. Why bother competing? Qiao Mu was gently attacked by his blinding light of justice. Hey, you're clearly a bandit, so why? Why are you so radiant? Then, he used his hand to forcefully crush it. Then he roared heroically. If you're going to eliminate evil and bring justice, you should be standing tall, feet on the ground, head in the sky, acting outside. Why are you hiding in the mountains, doing petty things like stealing chickens and dogs? Zhao Shu looked at Song He, the angel-faced, with burning righteous indignation and a sly smile, trying to brainwash me and lead me by the nose. You're still too young, Zhao Shu. I'm Internet 40, the king of public opinion. He tilted his head to look at the people behind him. His underlings looked at him with resentful eyes. What did he just say? How dare he look down on us? So what if he's strong? Who gave him that right? He refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The great king has lowered himself. How dare he have this attitude? Qiao Mu immediately grasped the situation. That's right. Martial artists will resort to violence when they run out of arguments. Come on, kill me. They all stepped forward, wanting to make a move, but were stopped by him raising his hand. His expression remained gentle. Young Master Zhao is right. But have you ever wondered why we have so many people but still choose to be bandits? Qiao Mu replied calmly, partly because of the widespread famine, partly because the county magistrate embezzles the relief money, so you chose the path of banditry, right? But in his heart, he sighed in distress. I used to be like that too, becoming a beggar to the point of being crushed to death by a cat. He stroked his chin. That's right, the officials are greedy, but it's said that if the superiors are not upright, the inferiors will be in chaos. Qiao Mu smiled gleefully at his praise. Young Master Zhao seems to have an eye for the current situation, and is also very insightful. Human settlements should be for the people to live and work in peace, but now it's still much better to be in the mountains and forests. As he spoke, he drew his sword. That's why this song he chose to go to the wild mountains and become a bandit, destroying the green forest to create a better world. Then he turned around and pointed his sword at Qiao Mu. Young Master Zhao, you are also a righteous person. Would you like to take an oath with me for the people? Qiao Mu smirked as he looked at him, pointing the sword at himself. Then he put on an annoying face. I said no. They stared at each other intensely. He stroked his chin and said, reform should come from the top down. If it starts from the bottom, it's akin to a rebellion. Neither logic nor reason can convince future generations. He wasn't backing down either. I wonder if young Master Zhao would mind accompanying me to this small village to witness it firsthand. He of course didn't refuse. All right, I'm free anyway. But in his heart he schemed. Refusing the invitation meant he wouldn't kill me, but if I follow him to his home turf, he'll definitely try to silence me for good. Then, filled with excitement, I'm about to die again, he told himself to hold back his laughter. 15 minutes later, at Songhe's village. He looked around, marveling. A small village? This is practically a town. Then, he stood next to an old man, doing something. He looked in that direction. There are elderly and children too. He looked towards those two old geezers. They are all wanderers that we found and provided with a place to live. He said seriously, Yan City indeed speaks of prosperity for all, but it's just a facade created by Guoyan. Inside, people like refugees, the elderly, and children have long been expelled from the city by him. In the end, the people's hardship isn't caused by just one small individual. After repeated defeats, the Dayan dynasty has completely declined. The current emperor only wants to please those immortals, so how can he have the energy to care about the lives and deaths of the people? That's why the corrupt officials run rampant. He asked, confused, immortals, do they really exist in this world? I've heard about them before, but I always thought it was just mythology. Can old bro elaborate a bit more? He replied, judging from your aura, you're cultivating the everlasting fist. If you're a successor, how could you not have heard of the origins of the Qiao family ancestors? Hearing this, he startled and recoiled. One look, and I can tell you're a lackey of Wu Ji. He approached him, smiling. No need to be so tense. The everlasting fist is a renowned fist technique with extraordinary origins. Not just Wu Jie, but almost everyone who practices martial arts can recognize the unique characteristics of this fist technique. He smiled cheerfully at him. Young Master Zhao, we invited you here to talk. The two walked to a Taoist temple in the village. He pointed to the statue of a greenwood immortal enshrined on the altar and said, This is an immortal. He bent over and pointed at the statue, saying with an attitude, Carved a statue to worship a dead guy, huh? He quickly waved his hand. No, it's just a form of reverence. Not that meaning. His eyes widened in realization. Wow, this world really has immortals. I've wasted my efforts just to become a martial artist. I've been too short-sighted. Crap, if my enemies in the future are immortals, can techniques like Stone Pillar Sky Support withstand them? Thinking of this, he was despondent. Meanwhile, he was still explaining. Basically, immortals share a common origin. They are different from us in that they can live a little longer, but they have always looked down on us, mortals. In their eyes, we mortals are just servants to tend spirit herbs and cultivate spirit fields. If there are any with potential, they will take them under their wing. We worship and provide resources in exchange for their protection. If we dare to offend them, we will be punished and killed on the spot. The sad thing is, we are slaves, but we have to be happy and revere them when we meet these holy figures. He then remembered when he hadn't transmigrated, he was constantly being lectured by his boss that he should work overtime frequently while young to gain experience and not demand extra money, even though it was his own benefit. Then he cursed inwardly, damn it, this is no different from capitalist exploitation at my previous black company. It's like avoiding one trap, just to fall into another. Then he seriously thought, if I'm killed by an immortal, maybe I'll get a higher rating, like standing up for mortals and demanding justice. But is this system really invincible against immortals? Like in the novels I read before, where those cultivators destroy the body, and even the soul, only to see him quickly rush forward. To his astonishment, young Master Qiao, what do you want to do? He just kept testing it, getting closer and closer to the statue. He said excitedly, all beings are equal. Who dares to act superior in front of Zhao's family? He threw his fist towards the statue. Instead of going to find an immortal to be killed, I can try offending it to assess the level. He excitedly flew straight towards the statue. We're all born equal. Who dares to act superior? Seeing this, Song he was shocked. What are you planning to do? He grinned gleefully, raising his fist forward. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth and circulated his cultivation technique. Damn it. He was stunned. He was just about to touch it, but a sword flew from who knows where and blocked him. It turned out to be his sword. Seeing that he was able to obstruct him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the sword actually spun in the air, lost its aim, and stabbed straight into the statue's head. Before he could even react, the statue exploded. He, behind him, had used too much strength and was now endlessly producing syrup. He was trembling with anger, giving him a silent glare. This mountain king, he actually dared to block my path to riches. With airplane speed, he instantly stood in front of him, looking at him with friendly eyes. I remember your good intentions were for the people, but it turns out you're just another one of those double-standard immortals. Enough is enough, he trembled, wiping the blood off. Zhao Gongzi, you misunderstand. It's just a small trick, not the orthodox method of those immortals. He weakly put on a pale face. Indeed, those immortals are detestable. If they didn't exist, our people would suffer less. It's just that Zhao Gongzi's actions are a bit too reckless. Mortals who offend immortal statues are easily punished by the heavenly law. Lightly, their minds will become confused. Heavily, a heavenly tribulation will descend. He spat in disdain. This daddy wants to try the heavenly tribulation of those immortals. He surged with blood and conveniently vomited several mouthfuls of syrup. This crazy guy, is he even listening to me? I get it now. He's a walking blood bank. There's always blood available. Just needs the opportunity to spurt it out. Then, he weakly looked at him. Zhao Gongzi, are you really not afraid of those immortals to that extent? He dismissively waved his hand. Yeah, who isn't afraid? But who doesn't feel injustice? All right, I understand what you mean. I'll be more careful, okay? After that, he moved closer to him and whispered, but I'm saying, we're martial artists. Why are we learning immortal techniques? Isn't that really foolish? But in his heart, he wore a sour and jealous face. Thinking about it, I'm so envious. I want to learn immortal techniques. Who wants to learn this cat-scratching martial arts? He explained, martial artists focus on physical fitness, immortals focus on spiritual roots. He pursed his lips, listening silently and looking at him. If we must make a comparison, then currently, only the martial sang among martial artists can be compared to an immortal, and even that martial sang has not yet reached the peak of martial arts. The advantage immortals have is not their immortal techniques, but their lifespan. Even if they do nothing, time is enough to determine victory between the two sides. However, not everyone can cultivate immortality. You also need high aptitude, and the cultivation speed is extremely slow. Sometimes, it takes decades or even centuries to break through. Suddenly, his face tensed up, trembling. So, the cultivation speed of martial artists is still more advantageous than immortals. If there was a way to make martial artists not limited by lifespan, then it's very likely that we would be able to overthrow that group of hypocritical immortals. As soon as he finished speaking, he spurted out blood again. He narrowed his eyes and patted his shoulder. That's right, no need to make such a tense face. Then, he drooled with longing as he imagined, speaking like that, then martial artists definitely need this. Longevity art. I currently have the rebirth system assisting me, so my cultivation speed will be extremely strong, and my lifespan will be greatly increased. Then, I will soon reach the peak of martial arts and become a god. After that, he raised his nose and looked at him confidently. It seems becoming an immortal isn't that difficult. Who can't live past 100 years? Hearing this, he was full of question marks and thought, is this guy sick? If you live past 100 years, you're still considered immortal. He leaned close to him and raised his nose, saying, Wang Xiansheng, what do you say? Do I currently have the qualifications to study immortal techniques? But in his head, he was calculating, if I can cultivate immortality, who would choose the path of martial artists? Even children know how to choose. He reached out and pushed his face away. Cultivating immortality is about spiritual roots. After that, he walked to the door and looked around, much to his confusion. Then, he leaned close to his ear and said, May I ask Wang Xiangsheng if the quote, iron ding reaches its maximum, would that be considered a spiritual root? He froze, mouth agape in confusion. After that, who knows what he took out from below? And he also looked down, only to see a dazzling light emitting. He was blinded by the dazzling, maximized iron ding and closed his eyes in embarrassment, stuttering, iron spiritual root, this one is ignorant and can't help Gongzi, please put it away quickly. He turned his face away. Zhao Gongzi, if there are no further questions, please leave. Hearing this, he asked naively, didn't you want to recruit me? He turned his face towards him. Before, I didn't know Gongzi's ambition, so to be honest, this small temple can hardly contain a great Buddha like you. Hearing this, he scratched his face awkwardly. Ah, is that so? His eyes shone as he looked at him lovingly. Wang Xinsheng, no matter what you say, I now know your home address. Is it really okay to let me go like this? But in his head he was thinking, really, no consideration for eliminating the threat? While he uncomfortably glanced at him, this guy is too reckless. Keeping him around will lead to more failures than successes. He impatiently turned to look at him. A righteous person like Zhao Gongzi will certainly not do such a thing. Besides, we plan to move soon. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Well, looks like it's useless. In that case, we'll meet again, if fate allows. He dejectedly left that place. I thought you guys would kill me to silence me. Let's go back to Yan City and assess the situation. Well, I have to hurry. Maybe I'll be able to make it in time to eat my own funeral kanji. In another place, at Shui Jie's house, she opened the door and said, May I ask who it is? Guo Gongzi, that's his name, gave a smug, sinister grin. Just call me Guo Gongzi, this young master of Yan City. Zhao Shu fought bravely against the bandits, and I'm here on behalf of the city lord to offer my condolences to his family. Outside, a few servants were carrying his coffin inside. He sized her up to think she's a beauty. A pity she's blind. Confused, she asked, Condolences. What happened to Zhao Shu? He frowned hearing this. Then he burst out laughing mockingly. He's dead, what else? She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. Zhao Shu can't be dead. Click! He snapped his fan shut. Then, tapping it against the coffin, he said loudly, Dead is dead. What ifs and buts? Open your eyes and look closely. She recoiled, no way. And slammed the door shut. Zhao Shu wouldn't die so easily. But he was quick, grabbing the door before she could. Then he leaned his face close to the door. It's my fault. How could a blind person like you see his corpse? And he forcefully grabbed her hand, kicking the coffin lid aside. But as his family, you must be familiar with his appearance, right? She cried out in panic. What do you want? Then he brutally forced her head into the coffin, face to face with him. Ignoring her trembling, he said with a look of enjoyment, Ms. Zhao, hurry and feel. Is this really Zhao Shu? Looking at his bloody, battered body, he cruelly said, Feel every wound left on his body, at least 50 wounds from swords and arrows. Feel the dried blood on his face. She disgustedly shook his hand off, then shouted loudly, Impossible! He propped his hand on his forehead, looking at her wearily. Aya, still so stubborn. Fine. The corpse is fake, the coffin is fake, I'm fake, everything is fake. He grinned sinisterly at her. How's that? Is that what Miss Zhao wants to hear? Sigh, a dog's mouth can't sprout ivory after all. He watched her tremble and laughed gleefully. He. On the side, Aldi was grinding his teeth in anger. This is too much. He clenched his fists, wanting to rush over and fight him. Damn it, I'm going to kill this shameless bastard. But old Huang held him back. Baldy, don't be rash. He's young Master Guo. We can't do anything. Looking at the young Master Guo, old Huang reassured him. Endure it. We'll wait for them to leave. Then we'll comfort them and help with Zhao's funeral expenses. Over here he brought his face close to hers. What? About to cry. But can you even cry when you're blind? Then he clapped his hands a few times. That's right. I want to share, young master. At his words, a subordinate slowly brought over a steaming bowl of chicken soup from outside. He took it, looking at her maliciously. In Yan City, everyone knows Zhao Shu was an extraordinarily brave man, so how can we not have something to send him off? Try this chicken soup. See if there's anything special about it. She finally exploded, gritting her teeth. What? He smirked. You guys, help Ms. Zhao have a taste. 3 or 4 vicious gazes landed on her as he brought the steaming chicken soup closer. All that was seen was Suiji's staff being tossed aside. 2 subordinates held her arms, while a fierce one approached her with a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Then he forced her mouth open, trying to pour the soup in. Drink up now! She remained unyielding, clenching her teeth. Suddenly he froze, staring at his empty hand. Like a whirlwind, Lao Huang snatched the bowl and slurped the soup down with gusto. Then, flashing his signature gold teeth, he grinned smugly and gave them a thumbs up. The master's cooking is top-notch. Unsurprisingly, he got a kick that sent him sprawling. Damn it, what kind of mutt dares to come here and steal food? Looking at the soup splattered on the ground. Luo, too, with a look of disdain, knelt down and looked at him. Reporting in, "We are subordinates of Lieutenant Zhou. Lao Huang here isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, just greedy. Hope young Master Guo won't hold it against him." His face darkened, frowning and sneering. Huh. Then he quickly turned around and began lapping up the soup from the ground. Seeing this, the guy looked disgusted. Seriously, that's how far his gluttony goes. On this side, Qiao Mu just got to the door and said, "Ugh, why does it stink so bad here?" Seeing someone arriving, he said unhappily, "Who the heck is this guy now?" He touched his hat calmly and said, "Was originally planning to attend my own funeral." Then his eyes turned cold and he looked at him with steel, didn't expect to find some death seekers delivering themselves. Lao Huang, usually a coward, but seeing him, whether he was a person or a ghost, didn't care and flew towards him. "Lord Zhao." She was stunned and whispered, "Lord Zhao." The old man standing next to him stammered, "WH what? Zhao?" He gripped his hand tightly, trembling. "No, it can't be." Then he turned to look at the person in the coffin. He panicked. "Zhao Shu, it's him." "What kind of a freak show is this?" He walked over to him, took off his hat, and grinned. He. When he saw half of his face turned purple. He frowned, panic filling his eyes with images of him. He tossed the head up high, then pierced it with the spear. Splitting it in two, the spear tips pressed close to his face. Lao Huang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Tu was equally shocked. The subordinates who were controlling her couldn't help but break out in a sweat. But luckily for him, the old man reacted quickly, using his sleeve to block it, saving his life. He frowned unhappily, looking at the trembling hand spurting blood. He glared at him with resentment, while young Master Guo was completely terrified, trembling as he looked at him. On the other side, Lao Huang and Tu peeped curiously from behind the door. Oh heavens, this really is Lord Zhao. But his suffocating aura, could it really be him? The old geezer over there stared at him. "Zhao Shu, aren't you dead?" But in his head, he was thinking, this guy's vitality is declining, but that burst just now was definitely from an 8th rank martial artist. How is that possible? He spoke in a deep voice. "I am Zhao Lin." He pretended to be in pain, trying his best to squeeze out a tear. "I am Zhao Shu's elder brother." He slammed his spear into the ground with an oppressive aura. "Which bastard dares to make a mockery in front of my little brother's corpse? Zhao Lin will fight him to the death." The old geezer pondered, then turned to whisper to him, "Young master, the opponent's abilities are extraordinary. It's possible that..." Before he could finish, the guy was already running for his life, yelling, "The hell with that, Uncle Fu, run." He led the pack, and his subordinates scrambled to follow, leaving the old, feeble geezer behind. Only the old geezer was left standing on his side of the field. He snorted coldly, looking at him. Blood kept flowing from his hand, but he put on a cool facade. "Oh my, just a small fry is this powerful? If I fight the city lord, will I need a few more lives to even stand a chance? Huh?" He suppressed the pain and pointed the spear at the old geezer, saying, "Tomorrow, Zhao Lin will bury my little brother on the mountain outside the city." The old man turned and glanced at him. This implied that he would attack the moment he left the city tomorrow. Where does he get the confidence to say such words? Then he walked towards the coffin. "I was hungry, and I ran into these dogs, huh? Well, as an elder brother, I should arrange a proper send-off, right?" The old man Huang and that bald donkey were secretly observing him. He looked into the pot of suspiciously delicious soup on the ground. Without hesitation, he picked up a bowl and took a gulp. Seeing this, the two rushed over in a panic. "Young Master Zhao, you can't drink that. That's for your little brother." Hearing this, he turned his head, a piece of meat visible in his mouth. Seeing this, old Huang couldn't help but vomit. Then he picked up something from the bowl and held it out to them. "What's wrong with you guys? It's just pig liver and pork heart. Did you really believe what that guy said?" After filling his stomach, he regained his strength and continued to act mournful. "Hey, I heard that when my little brother died, his internal organs were all shattered. How could there be enough to make soup?" The two of them hugged each other and cried on the other side. He was crying just as hard as they were, but in his head, he was thinking, "I wonder if anyone took my money." He didn't notice her approaching. She crept closer and sniffed him. He was surprised and put up his guard. "Whoa, there's a pervert." She raised her hand to her chin, thinking, "Heys, what are these two doing now?" Back at the Zhou Manor, he could already hear voices outside. What? Zhou Shu is dead, but came back to life. Guo Yan calmly looked at him. Weren't you supposed to be confined? How would you know? He turned pale and stammered, looking at the old geezer. It was Uncle Fu who reported it. The old man bowed his head and saluted. City Lord, please forgive me for taking Zhao Shu's body to his house without permission. At that time, I met a man who looked exactly like Zhao Shu. That man claimed to be Zhao Shu's elder brother, Zhao Lin. He was still unsettled, recalling his appearance just now. It was clearly him, the old man continued. In my opinion, these two look quite similar, but their aura and age are completely different. He walked and asked, So what is this Zhao Lin's strength? The old geezer walking behind him replied, My guess is at most 8th rank, but his vitality is insufficient, so he could be considered a peak 9th rank. Nothing to worry about. He suddenly stopped, damn it, just when Zhao Shu was dealt with. Another Zhao Lin popped up. The time for the emperor to leave the palace is approaching. Are these coincidences? Really just coincidences? He pointed and ordered, Old Fu, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, the cleaner the better. Qiao Mu covered her mouth, trying to squeeze out a single tear, while Zhueji approached from behind. He seemed to notice something. Turning his gaze backward, he saw her reaching out towards him. Startled and scared, he backed away, thinking, Not again. Why does she keep sniffing me? She groped towards him, but he dodged her. Miss, I'm a married man. I already have enough concubines at home. I know Zhao Shu just died, and you're lonely, but please respect me. I'm his older brother, not Zhao Shu. She ignored him, placing her hand on his shoulder and pondering. Then he turned his head when Lao Huang called out, Young Master Zhao, Zhao Lin. Afterward, the lackey handed him a pouch of money. This is the reward the city lord bestowed upon Lord Zhao. He replied. That stingy old geezer actually gave a reward. Lao Huang and the bald donkey scratched their heads awkwardly. The lackey said, Yes, of course. He gave them a judging look, then sighed. This attitude is clearly your own money. He shoved the pouch back at Lao Huang. All right, I appreciate the sentiment. You guys can split this reward amongst yourselves. They were surprised. This. The bald donkey then unleashed his ultimate move, holding up some kind of book and looking at him. If the young master isn't interested in the money, then how about this martial arts manual? This was also a promise to Lord Zhao. Since Lord Zhao is gone, could the young master accept it on his behalf? He held the book in his hand, his body trembling slightly as he tried to suppress the joy in his heart. This is more like it. Over here, the bald donkey worried. I wonder if young Master Law is satisfied. Lao Huang raised his hand, squinting, and observed. He clutched the book tightly, watching them leave. He carefully stashed it away. Miss, you must be Qiao Kansha. Zhao Shu mentioned you to me many times. This Dian city isn't safe anymore. I'll have a battle with them tomorrow. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire, you should leave this place quickly. She ignored him, continuing her, sniffing like a professional. She moved even closer to him, sniffing. He stood frozen, his face contorted in awkwardness as she sniffed him from head to toe. Then, he held up his hand, blocking her from sniffing further and putting on a cold, aloof facade, said, Miss, please have some self-respect. Then he placed his hand lightly on his forehead and did a hip-swaying dance, trying to appear seductive. I know that since I, Zhao Lin, cultivated this kung fu stone pillar kicking the heavens, countless maidens have, fallen for its irresistible charm. It's very likely that you're the same. Just remember, what you can eat, and what you need to worship, you need to worship. She said coolly, Stop acting. She pointed at his chest, scolding loudly. You bastard! Are you trying to talk nonsense to mess with my judgment? I may be blind, but I have senses that ordinary people can't compare to. I saw through your tricks long ago. Even if your voice has changed, your appearance is somewhat different, and your scent is different. If you cultivate Eternal Life Fist, there will be something different, right, Zhao Shu? Hearing this, he scratched his head. There's really no hiding anything from you. I thought you wouldn't recognize me this time. I thought I'd have to recite the incantation, so you really are from the Ning family, aren't you? Hearing him say that, she sighed in relief. So it really is you. She asked him, Then how did you fool them with this corpse? Some kind of disguise. He said nonchalantly, Actually, during the suppression of those bandits, I was indeed seriously injured, and you could say I was on the verge of death. I can only say that my luck hadn't run out yet. I met a celestial being named Wang Songge. It was he who helped me heal my injuries and also fabricated this death. She stroked her chin, thinking, a celestial encounter with Wang Songge. Is that all there is to it? He propped his hand on his chin, looking at her. That's right. I heard you say before that you've been different since you were little. Very likely because of the so-called spiritual root. If that's really the case, those celestial beings will definitely take you in as their disciple. Although the Qiao family has been martial artists for generations, but now that's gone. Why not just switch to the immortal path? She raised her stick and said, "Because there's something wrong with my eyes. They're getting weaker and weaker, leading to my current condition. You could say I've lost my chance with martial arts. As for the immortal path." She stood up. "It's indeed worth a try." He turned his eyes away, muttering, all right, with this aura, don't tell me that after 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline, when you have completed cultivation, you're going to come back and beat up the martial saint for sure." Then she walked over to him, calling, "Zhao Shu." Seeing this, he opened one eye and looked at her. She said, "That's enough." He looked at her, puzzled. She continued, "Because of a moment of impulsiveness back then, I entrusted something to you, putting you in such a dangerous situation. Not to mention that Wuji martial saint, that Guo Yan is also a 6th-rank martial artist, and he has many subordinates who are not weak at all. Your current aura is at best at the 8th rank. Not to mention that this state must be a side effect of that heavenly devil body art." She said eloquently, "Therefore, please give up distrust. Leave the revenge to me." He silently pointed and cursed her in his mind. "Old hag, even you want to block my path to riches?" She gritted her teeth, secretly resolving, "Everything is really my own selfishness. Back then, I simply used the cultivation method and pushed him into a dangerous situation. Now, if he really loses his life because of that, Qiao Kanshu will regret it for the rest of her life. I'm so cowardly. As a member of the Qiao family, I should bear the responsibility of revenge myself. How can I push an outsider like him into such a dangerous situation?" Hearing her say that, his head spun, and his whole body froze. Afterwards, she took a book from the mountain crevice. "Tomorrow I'm leaving to seek the path of immortality. If you can slip past them, don't clash for my sake. I have nothing to repay the kindness of these years, Yin Shu. Except this." He stared intently at the thing in her hand. She took out the 3 clouds overlapping waves force, an inner cultivation technique that could help him form internal energy and breakthrough to higher levels on the path of martial arts. Soon, he excitedly clenched his fist in celebration. An internal energy technique. Could it be? She handed the book towards him. "That's right. This is also a family heirloom of my Qiao family, Zhao Shu. Please accept it as repayment for your kindness over the years." He cried like a waterfall, choking out, "Ying Zhuiji." Quick as the wind, he snatched the book. Sobbing, she said, confused, "Zhao Shu, there's no need to get so worked up." Then he suddenly went silent. He turned his head to look at her. "Ying Zhuiji, have you really forgotten our promise?" He hugged the book to his chest, walking towards her with a smile. "It's just to help me read the rest of the dialogue in this." The two stood face to face. Then he stretched out his hand directly towards her. "You have your own path to pursue, and I have my own path to seek." With determined eyes, he continued, "Simply put, a word is a word. I'll never take it back." She stood there, biting her lip in silence. Gripping her staff tightly, "I wait for you at the deserted temple outside the city for the next 7 days." She lowered her head, her voice heavy. "After 7 days, if you still haven't come." Saying that, she paused, then decisively continued, "No, you definitely will come. When that time comes, we will set off together." In another scene, he hugged his own ashes and sang a song. His hand gripped the urn tightly, walking and singing a song to send off a hero to his final resting place. Seeming to realize he was getting a bit too excited, he adjusted his attitude. "Ayo, being too happy isn't good either." While digging a hole, he cried tragically, "Little brother, why did you leave so early, leaving your big brother here all alone?" Afterwards, the girls will really miss little brother a lot. Above the cliff wall, a dark shadow secretly watched. That person looked at him and exclaimed, Huh? Paco line?" It was Uncle Fu. He put on his gloves, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at him. Then he flew straight down from the cliff wall, positioning his hand, preparing to slap him silly the moment he got close. But unexpectedly, just as his palm got close, some white stuff flew towards the old man. Then he screamed in pain, "Ah, my eyes!" He was still adding a few more kicks to him from behind. His eyes were already red and blurry, but his mind was still clear. These ashes, why are they mixed with lime powder, damn it? These aren't your little brother's ashes." He was still diligently sprinkling ashes on him. "Well, this is what you call brothers avenging each other together." Then he decisively grabbed his spear and stabbed it straight into the old man's belly. "You old thief, die." He looked at the system and then smiled happily. "Ayo, the system actually recognizes my tenacious personality in resisting strong enemies. Since that's the case, I have to perform even better." The old man over here had already vomited blood, but still struggled to curse, "Damn you." He actually grabbed his spear with his hand and kicked him in the hip. "Don't think that just because my vision is impaired, you can escape my grasp." He was actually able to kick him hard enough to shatter 3 ribs, vomiting fresh blood on the spot. With one kick, he sent him flying off the cliff. He fell freely into the abyss, blood spurting everywhere. But before dying, he didn't forget to give the old man a grateful "Xie, thank you, you old dog." His ribs under his armpit cracked. Then, that old geezer gave him a super strong kick, sending Qiao Mu flying off the cliff. His body plummeted, blood gushing out everywhere. But he looked totally satisfied, even giving a thumbs up. "Thanks, bro." After that kick, old Fu looked down for a bit. Even after getting stabbed clean through, he still looked pretty healthy. Opening a bloodshot eye to observe below, two no-name punks dare to offend the city lord of Yan City. Isn't wiping them out child's play? I should head back and report. He was about to turn around when someone appeared right in front of him. Old Fu's expression was one of utter shock. Qiao Mu appeared again, slicking back his hair, and said with a sinister grin, "Oh, so you think you can bully the Qiao family just because we're short on people?" The old man was now cautious. "So there's a twin brother who ran over here. Lucky I acted fast, or I'd have to face both of them at once." At that moment, Qiao Mu advanced, simultaneously releasing a dangerous aura, demonic dissolution. He leaped forward, his whole body ablaze with momentum, unleashing a kick. Old Fu leaned to dodge, exclaiming, "It's demonic dissolution again." Then he entangled Qiao Mu's leg, swung his palm, and said with confident smugness, "You, Qiao family folks, are all so eager to die. You're just early stage of 8th rank. I can wear you down to death." Immediately after, bursts of blood splattered. Once again, Qiao Mu was blasted off the cliff's edge. Old Fu watched him fall and snorted, "Yeah, that's all there is to it." But before he could get any more smug, Qiao Mu reappeared behind him again. "Hello." Old Fu was startled in terror. He turned around with an expression like he'd seen a ghost. Qiao Mu, hands on his hips, grinned wickedly. "We meet again. Spring has arrived, and a fresh Qiao Mu is born." Old Fu, at that moment, had a questioning life expression. Twin brothers, a freak, a devil, or a cultivator. How are there so many? Am I under some kind of illusion? My body might be trapped in an illusion, but is my divine sense still clear? Qiao Mu's terrifying, devilish face appeared in his eyes. The wound from the piercing attack earlier throbbed with pain. He raised a hand to cover it and shouted, "You're just pretending to be ghosts, thinking you can mess with my mind by disguising yourselves as the same person." Then he continued to swing another palm, ready to meet Qiao Mu's attack. He used the demonic dissolution again, his eyes blazing as he pressed in close. The old man was once again horrified. "Why is it that the Qiao family members all reach for demonic dissolution as soon as you move? Aren't you afraid of death? Are you even human?" Then he forcefully flung Qiao Mu away, who once again bled from all 7 orifices. Old Fu, with a palm strike, pushed Qiao Mu down. His expression was super excited. "See you later." Old Fu, already sweating profusely and exhausted, muttered to reassure himself, "It must all be fake. It's all an illusion. All of it." But at this moment, a heavy pressure reappeared. Demonic dissolution, Qiao Mu once again appeared from behind and charged forward. Terrified and enraged, he turned around. Then he roared, "You won't mess with my mind. Die, die." The old man unleashed another palm strike, relentlessly hitting Qiao Mu. Meanwhile, inside, Qiao Mu was thinking delightfully, "Ah, Fu, you're a real pro, getting killed by you a few times. Gotten me 2 C rank evaluations, plus some sweet rewards. Too bad the last one dropped to D rank. The point farming is getting too obvious. If you're not useful to me anymore, and you're still trying to wipe me out completely." His sharp spear tip rose. He thrust it into the old man's hip while snarling, "Then I won't hold back anymore." But Uncle Fu gritted his teeth and held his spear tightly. He swung the spear to one side. Qiao Mu was pulled by the force. He threw Qiao Mu off the cliff again. Uncle Fu's expression was now one of panic. "I don't care if you're the same person or not. Whether you're human or a ghost, I'll make sure you can never come back to life." But at this moment, Qiao Mu reappeared and leaped forward. He hugged the old man's neck tightly, saying, "Let me tell you a story." I'm refreshed just then. A system notification popped up. Reset resurrection count for 7 days. 4 resurrections remaining in 7 days. 5F5. Then the two fell off the cliff together. Uncle Fu screamed, "Let go of me, you lunatic." "Let go of me," Qiao Mu, despite bleeding profusely, grinned excitedly. "Let go of me." The old man grabbed his wrist. Then, while repeatedly punching him, he shouted, "Bastard!" Qiao Mu gritted his teeth and endured, his legs still clamped tightly around the old man. His hand clamped tightly around the old man's neck as he retorted, "I don't have hands, but I still have legs. How can I let you run away?" At this moment, Uncle Fu gritted his teeth and realized, 1, 2, 3, Below are Qiao Mu's corpses from earlier. Not as many as I thought. Both of their expressions were terrifying. Then the two fell, creating a cloud of dust. Two wolf pups were waiting there. They were utterly confused. Food falling from the sky. This is a gift from heaven. Qiao Mu was lying on Uncle Fu, his eyes rolled back, but unable to hide his satisfied expression. Soon after, Qiao Mu reappeared on the cliff, looking healthy. Mission completed. The system panel appeared. Death evaluation grade D. Skill points deducted. This death's reward, 2 points. Skill point reserve, 41. Skill upgrade deduction rate, 2 points. Resurrections remaining in 7 days, 4/5. Skills, Eternal Life Scripture. Refining Power Heaven Mastery ends 20. Military Spear Techniques Mastery. Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Grand Art Proficient. Iron Body Technique Proficient. Other rewards, increased chi and blood. Qiao Mu was confused after reading. Why is it only D grade deduction? Skill growth is almost non-existent too. Done! He closed his eyes and seriously focused on feeling. I'm only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank right now, and the Chi vortex hasn't appeared yet. As expected, the higher the rank, the harder it is to break through. The system then announced, congratulations to the host for activating a bonus reward, setting a respawn point. By default, the host can choose to respawn in a deserted place after death, or reserve the respawn for the next death. Qiao Mu quickly hugged the system and caressed it. I can actually set a respawn point. With this feature, I can respawn in places the enemy wouldn't expect, and the operation becomes more flexible. A cunning smile bloomed in his heart. Hee, with such a great feature, of course I have to try it out quickly. I'll go straight to the city lord's mansion and cause trouble. Then he walked into the city, with his hands behind his head. Gotta change clothes first, and of course the city lord will pay for it. Sometime later, in the Guo Manor kitchen, someone was tasting food when a shadowy figure with a sinister expression appeared silently outside the window. Qiao Mu suddenly smashed through the window and attacked a group of people. In his hand was a slingshot. But he easily took care of the group of people. But he turned around calmly and said, after being reborn so many times I've never celebrated, today I'll have a good meal to thank you benefactors. Later, Qiao Mu was already sitting there, happily slurping up noodles. While eating, he leaned closer to the door to eavesdrop, and a voice drifted in. Tisk, tisk, a dog's nose is so sharp, he knows to run to the kitchen when it's time to eat meat. It was that Guo Gongzi, leading his dog over, all smiles. Qiao Mu calculated in his head, if I act now, I'll be discovered immediately. There might be a servant I can't see in the blind spot of the door crack, ha. Suddenly he raised his hand to wipe the water from his lips and grinned menacingly. So what if I'm discovered? Am I afraid of death? Outside, that Guo Gongzi kicked the door open with a bang. As he kicked, he angrily shouted, Are you all deaf inside? Open the door. At this moment, the dog barked. Woof, woof, he sneered. This beast only knows how to eat. Just then, a hand reached out from inside. Then everything was pulled in, and the door slammed shut again quickly. Several servants stared in astonishment as Guo Gongzi flinched back for a moment. Then the terrifying image of Qiao Mu appeared. Both the man and the dog trembled in fear. Then he quickly regained his composure and pointed. Dahe, bite him. But immediately after, he was horrified to see Qiao Mu petting the dog, praising, good dog. And the next second, the sharp tip of a spear was pressed against Guo Gongzi's neck. Qiao Mu coldly warned, be quiet. You just need to answer my questions. In this city lord's mansion, how many martial artists have entered the ranks? He looked at the spear tip in horror and hurriedly replied, My father is at the 6th rank, and there are also 2 at the 7th rank, one of whom is Uncle Fu. He just left the city to kill you. And there's a Chu Wen, the 8th rank, and maybe 5 or 6 people at the 9th rank, I don't know. Qiao Mu continued to ask, Do you know about the Martial Extreme Society, or the secret journey of the great Yan Emperor? Guo Gongzi hurriedly nudged the spear away slightly, forcing a smile. How do you know about that, too? Qiao Mu's expression became even more terrifying. Don't waste my breath, get to the point. He quickly waved his hand. What I mean is, my father said the Emperor might come to the Yan City area within a month, so he told me not to cause trouble recently. Qiao Mu sat down opposite him and asked, What about the specific time? And the itinerary. Guo Gongzi chewed on his fingernails, calculating in his mind, If I answer him now, he'll definitely kill me immediately. I have to think of a way to lead him out of the kitchen, preferably to my father. Then he smiled again. How would I know such detailed, important information? But I can take you to my father's study to look for it. There are original secret letters there. Outside, Qiao Mu's expression was calm, but inside he understood clearly. So he wants to lure me to Guoyan's place, HMPH. I was just worried he wouldn't make a move. but I won't let you have it so easy. Then he jabbed the spear closer, threatening, "Setting a trap for me, huh? I'll just kill you now and find the secret letters myself." He replied in fear, "Hero Qiao. Not only can I help you find the secret letters, but I also know where my father's peerless martial arts secret manual is hidden. I'll give it to you when we get there. Please don't kill me." Sweat poured down his body, and the weapon pressing against him stopped. Qiao Mu's eyes flashed, and he leaned in to question him. "What secret manual?" He gesticulated wildly, rattling off in one breath, "That secret manual is called the Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Manual, which my father often secretly practices. It's definitely a top-tier martial arts secret manual." At this moment, excitement lit up in Qiao Mu's heart. Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Manual, just the name sounds amazing. Then, he grabbed Guo Gongzi by the collar. Then he lifted him up like he was carrying a chick. Warning, lead the way. Don't even think about playing any tricks. Later, Guo Gongzi led Qiao Mu to Guo Yan's study. He searched earnestly on the bookshelf, and after a while, Qiao Mu took the item with suspicion. Such an important thing. Guo Yan didn't lock it up. Guo Gongzi then said, "Apart from me, no one dares to enter the study without my father's permission." He forced a smile. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu skimmed through the book, thinking, "What's up with this cultivation art? It doesn't teach breathing techniques, nor martial arts or weapons, but some kind of mystical divine sense training, vague precognition to anticipate enemies." After reading it, he pointed his spear at the guy's neck again. "This cultivation art is so rudimentary there wouldn't be half a scroll more, would there?" The guy panicked. He hurriedly replied, "This seems to be in my father's secret chamber. Otherwise, I'll take you there to have a look." Qiao Mu warned with a cold expression. "Don't try anything funny," he quickly replied. Of course. Afterward, the two of them left the study one after the other. Then they both walked down the corridor. As he walked, young master Guo Yan was racking his brain. "Qiao Mu is behind me. If I make any unusual moves, he'll strike, but he can't see my face. There must be a way. There must be a way to escape him. If there's anyone in this city lord's mansion who can save me, it's got to be my father and Zhou Wen. Father isn't in the study. He must be in the secret room. As long as I can get to the secret room, I can definitely live." Suddenly, someone passed by, and young master Guo Yan cheered inwardly, "Zhao. This person is Zhou Wen." He cupped his hands in salute, "Young master." Young master Guo Yan winked like crazy, making incredibly funny expressions. "Zhou Wen, save me." Zhou Wen had already noticed something was off. He noticed Qiao Mu standing behind young master Guo Yan like a ghost, and Zhou Wen's eyes widened. Zhou Wen gripped his sword hilt tightly. Seeing this, young master Guo Yan's face relaxed. He understands my meaning. But who knew? Zhou Wen misunderstood in a completely different way. His cheeks flushed red, and he turned away, rejecting him. "Young master, please have some self-respect. I, Zhou Wen, am over 40 years old and already have a wife. I don't like men, and I certainly have no intention of having a threesome." Young master Guo Yan turned pale and confused. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Just then, Qiao Mu's spear pierced through his chest, and blood spurted everywhere. Zhou Wen was startled and panicked. Qiao Mu flashed a sinister smile, while young master Guo Yan reached out desperately for help. Cough, save, cough, arg. Then he collapsed powerlessly. Zhou Wen shouted in horror, "There's an assassin! The young master has been murdered!" An assassin! As he shouted, Zhou Wen drew his sword and charged forward. Qiao Mu's expression was terrifying at this moment. "Ah, you want it like that? Fine by me." He tossed young master Guo Yan toward Zhou Wen, making it difficult for him to catch. Suddenly, from a nearby room, the window opened, and a surge of dark energy poured out. Qiao Mu sensed it and turned to look. Guo Yan appeared with a thick cloud of murderous intent. Qiao Mu quickly became vigilant, gripping his spear tightly. Guo Yan's expression was extremely angry, veins bulging all over his face. Qiao Mu exclaimed with joy in his heart, "Finally forced you to make a move." At this moment, his pupils contracted. Guo Yan charged at him without a word and slammed a palm strike. Qiao Mu was sent flying by that burst of power. He tried to steady himself on the ground. Even though blood welled up in his throat, Qiao Mu still provoked loudly, "Guo Yan, if you have the guts, kill me right now." Faced with his insolence, Guo Yan charged again. He decisively unleashed a kick to Qiao Mu's head. He was kicked far away, creating a large cloud of dust. At this point, Qiao Mu's spear shaft slammed hard against the ground. Qiao Mu just kept on acting all cocky. "Don't hold back, all right. This old man cultivates iron shirt technique. Ain't no way that little bit of strength can kill me." Guo Yan, absolutely livid, charged forward and landed a punch right in Qiao Mu's face. His eyes bloodshot as he hissed, "Why did you have to kill my son?" Even though he was badly hurt, Qiao Mu just laughed and replied, "Good and evil, if not repaid, heaven and earth are sure to remember. When the might of heaven and earth doesn't strike, I will." His eyes blazing, he spun the spear, sending Guo Yan sprawling. The dude was flat on his ass, on the ground. Qiao Mu seized the chance and brought the spear down, but Guo Yan managed to jump back and dodge. Qiao Mu was on him again in a flash. Qiao Mu thrust with the spear, but Guo Yan leaned aside to evade. Qiao Mu spun the spear around, his hand rising to bat Guo Yan's fist away. Just then, Guo Yan's other hand shot out a claw, as he confidently declared, "Qiao Mu, after you die, I'm going to hang your corpse at the city gates to bake in the sun for 10 days to appease my son's spirit." Then, Qiao Mu got blasted away by a palm strike, crashing into the door behind him. Immediately, a bunch of soldiers swarmed over, shouting, "City Lord!" Qiao Mu's body trembled from the heavy injuries, as he gasped, "Niece." Satisfied, he still managed to grin. At that moment, Guo Yan drew a sword, and relentlessly slashed at Qiao Mu's body. Right then and there, all Qiao Mu's tendons were severed. Zhu Wen, still supporting the young Master Guo, remarked, "The city lord hates nothing more than reckless fools provoking him. I'm afraid he'll cripple every tendon and meridian in Qiao Mu's body to vent his anger. Who knows? He might even use thousands of torturous methods on him, making him suffer for his crimes while he lives." His face was cold as ice. Next up, the tendons in his legs. Having said that, he unleashed a few more slashes. Qiao Mu desperately tried to leap away, dodging, and tumbled to the ground, cursing internally, "This old bastard never intended to kill me outright. He wants to torment me. I absolutely cannot let him have his way." Then he suddenly sneered. "Ha! A breath of heroic spirit. 1,000 miles of joyful breeze." Guo Yan turned around, veins popping with fury. "Little punk, you're actually feeling pretty good." Still spouting poetry at a time like this, annoyed, he stepped forward, sword raised high. But just then, Qiao Mu flashed an excited grin. He unexpectedly used the demonic art of dismemberment, charging forward. Guo Yan was stunned, thinking, this kid actually held back a finishing move. Qiao Mu charged straight ahead, but clearly, his target wasn't Guo Yan. Seeing the direction he was headed, Guo Yan yelled in alarm, "That's the well." "Crap, this kid's trying to escape," he gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, Qiao Mu tilted his head back, gathering momentum, and then slammed his head with all his might against the edge of that well. His skull instantly cracked, then his body rocketed into the air before plummeting into the well. Everyone watched that scene with dumbfounded expressions. Zhao Wen's face turned green as he exclaimed, "This guy is unexpectedly so unyielding and full of integrity." The sword fell, plunging into the ground. Guo Yan stood beside the bloodstain, fuming with rage. "So many of us, and we still let a cripple escape." Then he turned around, his expression icy. "Where are my men? Go to the Qiao family, execute them all, leave not a single one alive." The soldiers all broke out in cold sweat, answering in unison, "Yes, sir." After that, he ordered Zhao Wen again, "Zhao Wen, go fish out the corpse. If he's alive, bring me the man. If he's dead, bring me the body." Zhao Wen immediately clasped his fist. "Yes, sir." Cut to the riverside outside the city. At this moment, Song, his group had hauled him over there. Suddenly, he noticed something in the river and saw Qiao Mu's bloody corpse floating by. Seeing that face, "Song," he exclaimed in shock, "it's Qiao Lin. Quickly, get him up here." It had only been 3 days since Qiao Lin's incident, but the heroic tale of Qiao Lin storming the city lord's mansion and single-handedly killing young Master Guo had spread throughout Yan City. Qiao Mu's portrait was now posted on the city wall, and passers-by expressed their condolences. Sigh, what a pity. Hopefully, that brave warrior is safe. Almost everyone prayed for this hero who had mysteriously disappeared, hoping he would survive. Kensu, dressed in simple clothes and leaning on a cane, appeared there. She heard people's discussions and thought, "Qiao Mu, last time you had the help of an immortal master, you'll definitely be okay this time too, right?" Other than himself, Qiao Mu, bandaged and treated, woke up in confusion. What's going on? How am I still not dead? He raised his heavily bandaged arm. This wound, this pain, and these large group of strangers, is this real? Everyone surrounded him. He's awake, boss, look, the valiant Song. He raised a handkerchief to dab his tears and spoke, "Qiao Lin, I've heard everything you've done in the city. It is everyone's duty to help a knight. You don't need to thank me." Qiao Mu wanted to lose his mind after listening. He struggled and shouted, "ABC, translation, Wang Song. I have no grudge against you. Why did you save me? But Song he looked like, no need to say more. I understand everything. His hand even covered Qiao Mu's mouth, causing Qiao Mu to choke. What does he understand? He even wants to cure my vicious dragon's tooth poison. Because of too much repression, he vomited blood again. Song, he was panicked. Qiao Lin? Are you okay? Qiao Mu begged. Gi, give up. Don't treat anymore, I'm begging you. But Song, he thought with tears in his eyes. Could it be that Qiao Lin feels powerless to turn the tide, and doesn't want to burden our mountain stronghold? Even in this critical moment of life and death, he doesn't forget to think of those around him. Truly a chivalrous man. Then he grabbed Qiao Mu's injured arm tightly, causing him to roll his eyes in pain. 2 streams of smoke came out of his nostrils, moaning in pain. Song He just kept relentlessly encouraging him. Wang Song He, I will definitely not sit by and watch a righteous warrior die in front of me. Qiao Lin, I know you are in so much pain right now that life is worse than death, but you must not give up. There is hope as long as you are alive. Keep going. Qiao Lin was driven even more despair by the words, don't give up, keep going, you can't die, and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then the arm fell down. His expression was emaciated at this moment, wanting to live but unable to, and unable to die. Oh heavens, please save me from Wang Song. His clutches, Song. He was panicked when he saw this. What's wrong with your injury? It seems to be getting more serious. Qiao Lin, hang in there a little longer. Qiao Lin. 2 days later, Qiao Mu completely breathed his last breath. His old body withered as if petrified, while Song He's group stood beside him, mourning. Brother Qiao, may you live forever. The cries of Brother Qiao echoed from inside the house to the outside. While Qiao Mu was reborn nearby, his information panel appeared. Death rating, level B+. Death reward skill points this time. 20 skill points, remaining 14 points. Skill growth deduction points, 50. Number of respawn attempts in 7 days, 3/5. Skills, Eternal Life Fist Refining Strength, Heaven Proficiency 60%. Unholy Spirit Rend Beginner 100%. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art Proficiency 100%. Iron Crotch Skill Proficiency 100%. Display other rewards. Qiao Mu sighed as he watched. Phew, although it took a bit long. But luckily, I finally died. Then he smiled contentedly. However, this ineffective rescue has instead added a sense of destiny to this death, and even the rating has increased. Not at a loss, Qiao Mu immediately concentrated and mobilized the power of his Dantian. A vortex of Qi appeared in the Dantian. I jumped from middle 8th rank to peak 7th rank. This rebirth feels like 10 years have passed. The introductory stage of the martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros art, along with some hard cultivation techniques, has seen some growth. This efficiency is truly extraordinary. While he was gleefully grinning, movement stirred behind the bushes, revealing a group of bandits who weren't trying very hard to hide. Then, Qiao Mu suddenly appeared, startling them. One of them, though visibly frightened, hastily questioned, why do you look exactly the same? Who are you, and why are you snooping around our bandit stronghold? Qiao Mu squatted down, calculating, brothers, I've used everything. Each time I revive, along with the increase in Qi and blood, I seem to mature a bit more. This time when he used it, Song then stood up. With a serious expression, he cupped his hands. My surname is Qiao. My name is Qiao Sen, and I've come seeking my son, Qiao Lin. Could he be here? The bandits were bewildered. Wait, Qiao Lin. His father is so young, you don't look over 30. That's when Qiao Mu started calling him. In his heart, he cheered excitedly. Wow, so this is the effect of the Eternal Life Fist. Zueji said that after the Eternal Life Fist reaches its peak, one can achieve eternal youth and longevity. I didn't really believe it before, but now that I've only cultivated the powerful celestial star passage, I feel my essence and blood are abundant and undiminished. I must finish cultivating the next volume soon. However, he put on a radiant face, explaining, I just go to bed early, wake up early, diligently cultivate protective divine arts. That's all. Gentlemen, could you lead me to my son? The 2 bandits looked at each other blankly. This. A moment later, in the bandit stronghold's clinic, Qiao Mu's old body was neatly placed in a coffin. Song Ha sat beside it, weeping and lamenting, while Qiao Mu solemnly spoke words of righteousness. Mr. Wang, my son's death has meaning. Making sacrifices for the greater good is nothing to be concerned about. It's just that the affairs of the dead are settled, and the matters of the living must be pursued. That Yan city lord, Guo Yan, killed my 2 sons. I'll go kill him in a few days. Song Hang's lips twitched as he sighed inwardly. No wonder the Qiao brothers are so stubborn. It turns out they were taught by a father like you. Qiao Mu looked down seriously, saying, Mr. Wang, I can see that although you're a bandit, you actually have the world in your heart. Are you willing to come out of the mountains and fight against Guo Yan, to find a path to survival for the common people? Song Hang looked puzzled. This sounds really familiar. Qiao Mu calculated in his heart, I'm currently at the peak of the 7th rank, more than capable of fighting Guo Yan alone, but Guo's mansion isn't just Guo Yan. It's still better to find a gang leader who is relatively suitable. Song Ha, while still crying, secretly analyzed, this Qiao Sen has a fairly high cultivation level. If we can use him to eliminate Guo Yan, it would indeed be a good thing. But he's like Qiao Lin, reckless and prone to messing things up. We still need to stabilize him first. Then he stood up and cupped his hands. You saw right through me that I have the world in my heart and am no ordinary bandit. I admire you. But dealing with Guo Yan needs careful consideration. We can't just rush into the city lord's mansion. Qiao Mu silently looked down at the coffin. Then you think about it. Come find me when you've decided, Song Ha asked in confusion. Wait, what are you doing? Qiao Mu picked up his old corpse and coldly replied, Didn't you say Guo Yan's underlings are searching everywhere for my son's body? Need to see the person alive, need to see the corpse. When dead right, I'll find someone to take him over there first, to prevent those dogs from barking and disturbing your grand plan. The bandits were thunderstruck, completely baffled. Song Ha blankly asked, What? You want to deliver Qiao Lin's body to Guo Yan? Then he followed, trying to dissuade him. Guo Yan acts strangely. He needs Qiao Lin's body to personally hang him up on the city gate for public display. He wants the Qiao brothers to not have peace even in death. Qiao Mu suddenly stopped and exclaimed, Oh, really? Then his expression became frighteningly excited. Then my son's body is a very good bait. If Guo Yan can leave the heavily guarded city lord's mansion because of this, it will be even more convenient for us to strike. Song Ha panicked, quickly grabbing his shoulders and reminding him, This big brother, Qiao Lin, is your own son. Qiao Mu only turned back with an indifferent expression. No need to say more. If I can kill Guo Yan, I am willing to let my son be the bait. Song Ha was utterly stunned by this. Then he seemed to make a decision, and exclaimed, Qiao Xiong. Song Ha quickly cupped his hands. Ah, no, Uncle Qiao is righteous. Wang is ashamed to be inferior. I will immediately arrange for a doctor from a clean, reputable family. Qiao Lin will be reported. Please wait in the stronghold for good news in the next few days. But Qiao Mu only patted his shoulder. Don't dare. But in his heart he was happy that everything was going according to plan. He has a gang leader, and the assassination plan is beginning to take shape. Next, I should think about how I should pretend in the next 2 days, and how to improve my evaluation. Cut to Guo Mansion study, where Guo Yan is reading a book when carrier pigeon lands. He quickly turns around with a cold expression. Then, the letter is opened and read. While reading, he thinks, even the spy network of the Martial Extreme Society couldn't find any traces of the Qiao family. Could it be that Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin are just raising a fake flag, pretending to have a so-called Qiao family behind them? Then Guo Yan puts the letter down, scoffing, I almost got tricked by 2 little punks who haven't even grown all their feathers yet. Suddenly, a guard enters to report, City Lord, Guo Lin's body has been found. A doctor in Banshan town, by the river, discovered Guo Lin's corpse floating in the river. This person had seen the portrait on the wanted poster and quickly reported it to the authorities. Guo Yan, upon hearing this, jumps up anxiously. Where's the body? Quickly, take me to see it. The guard replies, Yes, sir. Soon after, he arrives at the coffin. After observing, he concludes, Not a fake. This is indeed Qiao Lin's corpse. The guard behind him reports, This subordinate heard that Qiao Lin struggled in that doctor's house for several days before dying in agony. Guo Yan grits his teeth and orders, Investigate if that doctor is suspicious. If not, this city lord will personally hang Qiao Lin's corpse on the city walls tomorrow. Very quickly the next day arrives, and the announcement rings out. By order of the city lord, the city is closed today. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Qiao Mu observes from a tree branch, lamenting, Tisk, that old geezer Guo Yan is quite vigilant. Hanging the corpse and even sealing the city gates, worried that another member of the Qiao family will slip through. Lucky I had a plan. He recalls when he said to Song, He Mr. Wang, although you and I have formed an alliance, we still need to divide our actions, Song. He politely asks, Uncle Qiao, do you have a plan? Qiao Mu then reveals his plan. I need you to sneak into the city. Once Guo Yan leaves the city lord's mansion, create a diversion to tie up the reinforcements, while I will directly go after Guo Yan. His expression turns sinister, and then personally kill him. Song, he, upon hearing this, excitedly slams the table. You're planning to deal with that Guo Yan alone. Qiao Mu is startled and panics. Yes, my mind is made up. Don't you dare try to snatch this from me. In his heart he's determined, giving away a head, no one can steal this good deed from me. No way, Song. His eyes shine brightly as he grabs Qiao Mu's hand. Assassinating Guo Yan is the most dangerous part of this plan. I didn't expect you to take the initiative. My admiration for you. risking everything for us juniors, is like a surging river, endless and boundless. Qiao Mu knocks him on the head, saying, "Stop, stop, stop, little Wang, it's just that I don't want you guys to steal my spotlight, it's not that great." Then he puts on a righteous tone. "Honestly, Qiao Sen here likes to be a good person. Don't you steal my chance to show off. Besides, when you guys loot Guo Mansion, conveniently grabbing a few secret manuals for me will be a great help. Song he wants to spit blood. For such a small thing, you're willing to risk your life? You're even more reckless than Qiao Mu and Xiao Lin." At this time, Qiao Mu points to a location on the map. "Ahem, let's continue with serious matters. Little Wang, you said you met my son by the river, right? But he fell into the water from the well in the City Lord's mansion. Based on this assumption, there should be an underground river under the City Lord's mansion, a passage leading directly to the mountains outside the city. Tomorrow, you guys will follow this secret passage, ensuring that no one knows a thing." After taking the map and going to the location, he exclaims, "There really is a secret passage." Song he raises his hand and shouts, "Brothers, today we will sneak into the City Lord's mansion and cooperate with Senior Qiao to eliminate the Guo tyrant. Let's go," everyone responds in unison. At this moment, there is a figure on a celestial mountain range. Qiao Mu starts warming up his body, trying to calculate the time. Wang Song. He and them should have found the secret passage by now, so I should start acting too. This height is good. Falling down will definitely kill me. He stands on the edge of the cliff, then jumps. Qiao Mu plunges down, saying to the system, "This time revive me." At the previously set revival point, the screen appears. At this time, a secluded courtyard appears in the outer city. Qiao Mu is in a room, searching for weapons. This function is too useful, directly reviving in the city. How about sealing the city now? "Muda, Guoyan, I'm here." The weapons he found are 2 spears. A few hours later, Guoyan rides out on horseback with a group of people. His horse walks through a street full of beggars. He is pulling a coffin, and whispers are heard. "Didn't they say the city lord was taking young Master Guo for burial today? But why is no one wearing mourning clothes? When will the Wenhao Yan city end these days?" That's when he yelled, "Open the coffin, give it some color." A guard immediately kicked the coffin lid away, revealing Qiao Mu's old corpse. He reached down and grabbed his head, then lifted Qiao Mu's body and held it up for the public to see. The people were stunned. "Whoa, who's that? Why did he die so tragically? Doesn't look like young Master Guo. Ah, he looks a bit familiar. Kinda looks like that righteous warrior who beat up young Master Guo before. Who is he, really?" Zheng Chen, who was nearby, thought angrily, "This isn't a burial, it's a mockery. Guoyan is so vicious. Using this to warn everyone, I'm afraid even if there are more heroes, they won't dare to easily mess with him anymore." At this time, a rich man waved his hand dismissively. "A righteous warrior? This Qiao guy is hardly a righteous warrior. He dared to break into the city lord's mansion and kill people in broad daylight. According to the laws of the Great Yan, that's a capital offense. He deserves to be executed." The people immediately retorted, "Breaking into people's homes and causing trouble. Has young Master Guo done that any less?" "That's right, why don't you say he violated the laws of the Great Yan? Now there are starving people all over Yan City, but the city lord doesn't listen or care. If you want to go by the law, he should be the first to die." The rich man was furious and ordered, "A bunch of stinky beggars dare to bring up the law. Insulting the great city lord, beat them." Immediately, a group of people rushed forward with sticks. The clash happened along with accusations of driving out the starving people, sealing off the entire city for revenge, causing food prices to soar, and officials colluding and treating human lives like grass. You will all get your retribution sooner or later. But those rich men beat the people to death without even blinking. It's your fault for starving to death. Won't you make more money if food prices rise? Isn't the Chengxiang Pavilion in the city still short of slaves? How about going to try it out? Don't. The stench of poverty will taint my Miss Ying Ying. People like you should die early and be reborn as dogs. That's better than you are now. That's right. Just like that Qiao guy you mentioned. Ha ha ha. Their expressions were extremely vicious and despicable. Just then, a force slashed across the head of that guy, cutting off a chunk of hair. He clutched his head and screamed in panic, "My hair, my hair!" That attack was from Qiao Mu. He fought off several of those vicious guys and rushed over. The rich man was trampled by the people, cursing, "Rotten merchant, you've got it coming, brothers, go get him!" he cried out in panic. "Help, help, city lord!" At this time, a guard of Guoyan reported, "Great city lord, there seems to be someone causing trouble on the road." He turned back dismissively. "Don't bother, just a bunch of commoners. Arrest a few tomorrow to set an example." Just then, a spear with dark power shot over. Guoyan had sensed that power and hurriedly turned to look, but he couldn't dodge in time. He took a hit in the shoulder and, painfully, fell off his horse. The guards panicked. Some went to check the wound, while others surrounded him for protection. Great city lord, there's an assassin. Protect the lord. Guo Yan put his hand over the wound, trembling in fear. Just a little bit. If I had dodged a little slower, this spear would have gone through my head. At this time, Qiao Mu appeared and shouted, Guo Yan! He appeared surrounded by a bloody red aura, stepping forward like a Sura, to denounce him. You killed my family, and displayed his corpse. This kind of blood feud. The Qiao family will repay it 1,000-fold. He pointed his spear at him. Guo Yan was terrified when he saw him. Qiao Lin, you're not dead. No, that's impossible. Qiao Mu suddenly rushed forward and replied, Wrong, I'm his father. Qiao Sen! Guo Yan gritted his teeth, extremely worried. The Qiao family has accomplices. Damn it, how many people are there in the Qiao family? What do you mean the Qiao family doesn't exist? The Martial Extreme Society tricked me. Seeing Qiao Mu charging at him, he yelled and ordered the guards, What are you standing there for? Kill him. Qiao Mu unleashed a blazing red power like a world-destroying demon, smiling as he fought. Come on, don't hold back. At this time, Qiao Mu's spear clashed with a sword, and it released a shockwave. He decisively stabbed that guard. Another guard rushed to attack him from behind. Qiao Mu immediately turned around and stabbed him. Another team of soldiers knocked their arrows, and the leader shouted, Release! Qiao Mu spun his spear continuously, creating a shield against the arrows. Then another team came out with shields and spears to form a battle formation. Immediately, Qiao Mu released his power. His dark power pierced through the soldiers, shattering the formation they had just created. The soldiers exclaimed in terror, What kind of monster is this? Alone, he can break our battle formation. Another yelled, What are you panicking about? Our heavy hitters haven't even shown up yet. No retreating, charge. Zhao Wen supported the injured Guo Yan while giving the order. Despite their fear, the soldiers still had to charge forward. Yes, sir. Guo Yan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, aren't the Qiao family afraid of death? Why are we getting held up by these mad dogs? Moreover, this Qiao Mu is too similar to that Qiao Lin. Although they are father and son, their actions and expressions are almost identical. Qiao Mu then called out, Guo Yan, you old thief, you can't escape. Zhao Wen then charged forward with his sword, shouting, Lord City Master, go first, I'll hold him back. Zhao Wen rushed forward and slashed. Qiao Mu raised his hand to block the slash. While fighting, he questioned sternly, I'm avenging my son, why are you interfering? But he shouted back, Shut up, your son killed the city lord's son, he deserved to die. Qiao Mu then accused, That little beast usually bullies the common people and acts lawlessly. My son eliminated a pest for the people. Zhao Wen retorted, You evil creature has no right to speak ill of my young master. He then cursed, HMPH, no wonder you're a dog raised by the Guo family. The dog food must be 100 times better than what the common people eat. Zhao Wen angrily slashed, Shut your mouth. Qiao Mu quickly ducked to dodge, then launched a counterattack. Haha, you revealed an opening, because you got agitated. At this moment, Qiao Mu's spear had pierced Zhao Wen's chest. He held onto the sharp spear with both hands, blood gushing out everywhere. While holding on, he declared through gritted teeth, Even if I die, I will never let you advance another step. Qiao Mu sneered, You are a good dog, but you followed the wrong person. The soldiers were horrified by the scene. Zhao Wen was a 7th-rank martial artist, yet he couldn't last 10 moves. Another reminded, You want to run, the city lord hasn't made a move yet. At this moment, Guo Yan appeared with a burst of power. Zhao Wen, you've done well, Zhao Wen exclaimed happily, City lord. Guo Yan, with a dark face, stabbed with his sword. He decided to sacrifice Zhao Wen, piercing through him and into Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu looked down in shock at his wound, streams of blood-red energy gushing out. Then he frowned and looked forward, muttering uncomfortably in his heart, Damn it, I was tricked. You win this time? Next time, I will definitely kill you. Then he and Zhao Wen lay dead on the ground. Then Guo Yan spread his arms, laughing heartily, Ha ha ha, this is the consequence of opposing this city lord. What if the Qiao family has many people? I'll kill one for everyone that comes. No one can shake my position. No one. Ha ha ha. His expression was as crazed as someone undergoing chi deviation. Right now, Qiao Mu, a chi refining stage 6 martial artist, was staring at his system screen, muttering, Let's see how high this death rating is going to be. The system panel popped up. Death rating, A death reward skill points, 56. Remaining skill points, 11. Skill growth deduction, 59 points. Resurrection attempts in 7 days, 2/5. Skills, Eternal Evergreen Chi Cultivation Technique, small success 40%. Military Spear Technique, small success 100%. Heavenly Horse Dissection Great Art, proficient 100%. Iron Yang Stance, small success 100%. 3 Ripple Waves Force, First Layer, 100%. Unholy Spirit Separation Art, Mastery 100%. Activating additional reward, Qi and Blood Growth. Congratulations to the host for achieving an A rank rating for the first time. Unlocking the function of freely allocating skill points. Commencing total synthesis and calculation of resurrection attempts. 30 resurrections have deducted a total of 35 years from the host's lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 58 years. First time A rank rating bonus, 200 extra skill points. The system has been upgraded. Host, continue to strive for excellence and show your style. Qiao Mu finished reading and furiously squeezed the system screen, yelling in disbelief, "What the heck? You didn't even tell me resurrection deducts lifespan. I kinda suspected it, so this is the end of the new protection period, huh? In one go, you deducted all my previous deaths. If I knew, I would have only cultivated the eternal evergreen Qi cultivation technique." Sister Shuwei once said, "Once the eternal evergreen Qi cultivation technique reaches great success, you can lock your Qi and blood at the peak of human potential, extending your lifespan, peak face value, perfect spirit, 8-pack abs, and become invincible ASAP. If I had fully focused on the eternal evergreen Qi cultivation technique, I might be complete by now. I'm practically a half immortal now." At that moment he stood atop a mountain called Tadingyi, the sunlight within reach. Gripping his spear tightly, he thought, "Good thing the A rank rating gave a generous reward, or else I'd be screwed. Forget it, now's not the time to dwell on this, Wang Song. He is still waiting for me, the lifespan deduction thing. I'll investigate it after taking care of Guoyan." Then he turned and walked away. Oh no, on Guoyan's side, a guard rushed in to report. "Lord, City Lord? Something happened at the City Lord's mansion." A bunch of people we don't know where they came from stormed out of every corner of the mansion. They took advantage of the weak military force in the mansion, killed all the guards, and occupied the City Lord's mansion. Guoyan's expression showed obvious bewilderment and anger. Then he ordered, "Quickly summon everyone back to the city immediately." The guard replied, "Yes." As Guoyan was just finishing setting up his formation, a group of civilians appeared. As soon as they saw him, they shouted, "Don't let him get away. We must avenge the righteous Qiao. Kill Guoyan." Guoyan, feeling humiliated, gritted his teeth and spat, a bunch of trembling ants. Then he pointed his sword forward and ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Slaughter them all." Immediately, a group of archers drew their bows. The arrows shot towards the civilians, who only had spears and no shields. But at that moment, a familiar power surged forth, weaving through everyone. Qiao Mu suddenly appeared, his power deflecting the arrows. Cheers of joy erupted. "Righteous Qiao, you're not dead." Guoyan, on the other hand, exclaimed in panic, "Qiao Sen? No, I clearly killed you with my own hands." Then he charged towards the arranged army formation, yelling, "Guoyan, pay with your life." The civilians also rushed forward with crude tools, shouting, "Everyone, charge with righteous Qiao and kill Guoyan, overthrow Yan City." One of the soldiers panicked. "Brothers, the situation is not in our favor. What should we do?" Then the soldier suddenly disappeared, as if he had become invisible. The soldier next to him exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, where did he go? That guy with the surname Qiao is either human or ghost? How are we supposed to fight?" What followed was a cascade of spears, shields, and helmets being thrown to the ground. "We only get a little bit of military pay each month. Why should I risk my life? The people of Yan City already live such miserable lives, and the city lord wants to kill them. He is no better than livestock. I joined the Guo family's army to protect the peace of this area. If I really slaughter the civilians today, I won't have the face to see my parents again." That's right, even Chu Wen, who followed him for many years, he can discard, without hesitation. "We will only be worse off. The city lord is an idiot. I'm done." They were already dissatisfied, and at this point, they had reached their limit and gave up easily. Guoyan, at this point, was still pointing his sword threateningly. "Don't run, all of you come back here. Whoever disobeys will be killed." The soldiers still ran away from each other. "Bye-bye, sir. Let's go, let's go." At this moment, a surge of power attacked him. Guoyan quickly raised his sword to block Qiao Mu's spear. Qiao Mu exclaimed excitedly, "Guoyan, today's situation is of your own making. Meet your end." He disdainfully replied, "Just based on you." And then, Guoyan unleashed a powerful strike that landed squarely on Qiao Mu. He couldn't dodge in time, so his face got slashed with a wound. Qiao Mu gritted his teeth, worried. "Damn, that sword chi is too strong. This guy is still so powerful even when injured." Guoyan frantically swung his sword, yelling, "It's all your fault. All my years of painstaking planning have been ruined by you. I want you dead. Your entire Qiao family must die." The sword slashes cut through Qiao Mu's hand tendons, and then through his leg tendons. He was covered in wounds and collapsed. Guo Yan unleashed a swirling sword strike, forcefully shouting, "It's over!" The move he used was the pure Yang limitless sword. He stabbed down triumphantly. But at that moment, Qiao Mu grabbed the blade with his bare hands. Guo Yan's expression turned serious. Qiao Mu held the sword, slowly standing up, his body emitting a dark power. Guo Yan trembled in shock, catching the sword with bare hands. "Could it be you've grasped my swordplay?" "Impossible. It's only been less than 10 moves. You can't have." Qiao Mu flashed a sinister smile. "If it was the first time, I definitely couldn't have figured it out. But this is the second time we've fought." He confidently stared back. Guo Yan was momentarily stunned. The second time, that image reflected in his pupils made him realize something. "You're..." Just then, Qiao Mu's spear pierced through Guo Yan's chest again. Then he decisively pulled it out. Guo Yan finally fell before Qiao Mu. He said unwillingly, "Damn it, I, the city lord, was actually played like a monkey. What, Qiao Sen? It's actually you." Qiao Lin Qiao Mu just smiled confidently, looking down without answering. Then he raised his spear and shouted, "Guo Yan is dead, the one who killed Qiao Sen, the Qiao family." The crowd shouted in unison, "Hero Qiao, Hero Qiao, Hero Qiao, Hero Qiao, Hero Qiao, Hero Qiao." Qiao Mu closed his eyes, enjoying the cheers. "Hero Qiao, Hero Qiao." A look of extreme pleasure appeared on his face. Suddenly, collapsed to the ground from his previous wounds, he closed his eyes. With a satisfied look, "Great, finished the job and can die. This time I can get an A rating again." But then a familiar face appeared. Song. He called out worriedly, "Uncle Qiao, are you okay?" Qiao Mu was horrified when he saw him. He quickly picked Qiao Mu up and ran quickly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I can definitely save you this time." Qiao Mu struggled and screamed in his heart, "Let me go, I don't need you to save me, Wang Song." "You're so evil." After a while, the wounds on Qiao Mu's body had been bandaged, but his expression was extremely uncomfortable. He, like an enthusiastic nurse, kept circling around him and cheered happily, "Uncle Qiao, you're finally alive. Look how tough your body is. It seems the recovery isn't bad, but your complexion isn't very good. It's like accumulated melancholy." Then, he sighed, clutching his chest, "Alas, the meridians inside your body are almost completely destroyed, and your inner power is less than 1/10,000th. I'm afraid you'll have to rest for a long time to recover. In Yancheng, whether it is medicine or martial arts, are extremely backward. I have to spend some time to find a way." Then, Song He held Qiao Mu's hand firmly. "But don't worry, Uncle Qiao, I will definitely do my best to treat you." Qiao Mu could only think helplessly, "Don't worry, as long as you don't save me, I can act immediately. I can't provoke you, but I can avoid you. I'm leaving." Then he put on his coat and said, "I'm going out for some fresh air." Song He asked, "Is Uncle Qiao going to find that protective armor?" Qiao Mu was stunned. Body protection? What body protection? Only then did he remember, "Crap, I forgot my body double is still out there on the street." Song. He explained, "It's the body double replacement." Uncle Qiao was so prepared, even arranged a fake to deceive Guo Yan. Qiao Mu scratched his head, forcing a laugh. "Haha, right, where is that body double now?" Song. He recalled the gravestone with the epitaph forever remembered and solemnly said, "Uncle Qiao, rest assured, that person sacrificed heroically, so we organized a grand funeral. His grave is covered in chrysanthemums, and from now on, during Qingming Festival, he'll have plenty of joss paper." Qiao Mu felt unlucky but still had to say, "That's really too much trouble for you guys." While putting on his shoes, he continued, "By the way, are there any bases of the martial extremes near Yan City?" Song, he replied, "As far as I know, there aren't any. But the Heyang Prefecture over there has their forces." Hearing this, Qiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, "Heyang Prefecture, isn't that in the north, Song?" He confirmed, "That's right." Qiao Mu then seriously considered the Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Manual. "No wonder, ever since I started practicing the Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Manual, I felt something in the north attracting me. Thinking about it now, it must be Heyang. The Qiao family must be there." Then he stood up, and then he reminded, "All right, I'll head to Heyang Prefecture. Right now, I'll leave Yan City to you to handle." "Well, Song," he worried, "going now, but your wounds haven't healed yet. Why not wait a bit longer?" Qiao Mu patted his shoulder to reassure him. "I'm just wasting my time here anyway. Maybe if I go to Heiyang, I can find a way to heal." Song. He was gullibly persuaded. "That's true," little did Song. He know what Qiao Mu was thinking. "The main thing is to escape from you, you plague god." Suddenly, "Song," he said, "wait, if Uncle Qiao wants to go, I can write you a letter of introduction." Then he put pen to paper. As he wrote, he said, "I have an old friend named Shen Qing. He's an official in Heyang Prefecture. Helping you find a position shouldn't be a problem." Qiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, aren't you a mountain bandit?" How do you have an old friend who's an official? Do you do business in both the black and white markets? Song. He calmly replied, we were just colleagues before, no need to mention it. Qiao Mu sighed. Indeed, if you can't be an official, you can't be a good mountain bandit. Then he reminded, in the letter, just call me Qiao Mu. I, Qiao Sen, have already killed Guo Yan. I don't want too much commotion, Song. He agreed with a smile. Yeah, got it. After finishing, Song he handed it to Qiao Mu, wishing him well. Then I wish Uncle Qiao smooth sailing. Qiao Mu happily replied, little brat, you're not bad either, all right? I can't treat you unfairly. Let's go, I'll take you to divide the loot. As he spoke, he put the letter into his inner pocket, later revealing a room full of gold coins and wealth. Looking at the pile of treasure, Song he couldn't help but frown and curse. That bastard Guo Yan actually plundered so much sweat and tears from the people, he's truly worse than an animal. But immediately, his expression turned speechless when he saw Qiao Mu rolling around on the gold, with a greedy expression. Ooh ha ha ha, I'm rich, I've made a big score. Then he got up, wiping his drool, and said, Little Wang, you take all this money. Hearing this, Song he exclaimed in surprise, What? Give it all to me, he earnestly explained. There are still many starving commoners outside. We have to help them. You take this money to buy food and distribute it to the people, they'll definitely be grateful. Yan City doesn't have a city lord right now. Soon the higher-ups will send someone, rather than another person like Guo Yan. It's better to let you take over Yan City and use Yan City as a base to carry out great plans. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Song He's shoulder with great trust. Song, he exclaimed, touched Uncle Qiao, then tears streamed down his face. He rushed to hug Qiao Mu. Uncle Qiao, you're truly understanding and considerate. Treating money like dirt, I admire you like a river flowing endlessly. Qiao Mu couldn't help but feel speechless. Stop it, I'm not here to go to the Western Paradise. Then, Qiao Mu held up a cultivation manual, Pure Yang Limitless Art. Winking, he said, This divine manual will belong to me. Song he watched, praising with clear eyes. Pure Yang Limitless Art is one of the top cultivation techniques in ancient martial arts. Qiao Mu happily said, Really? Let me see. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over. Song. He smiled wryly. Ah, Uncle Qiao, you're already married, so it seems this one has no fate with you. The book contained the lines, focusing on Yi Tong, Yang is wasted, hardening Yang leads to success, must maintain virginity to cultivate the divine art. Qiao Mu exclaimed in his heart in horror, How can I have no fate with it? Before I died, my body was still the appearance of a 15-year-old. It's just that this cultivation can't let any of my pure Yang essence escape. But I'm a hot-blooded man. How can I endure it? Qiao Mu helplessly covered his face, while Song He's expression was a little disappointed. Then he handed out a scroll and offered it to Qiao Mu. If not, Uncle Qiao can try this. Blood Flesh 100 Transformations? Qiao Mu asked in surprise. What's this thing? Song He explained. This is a martial art created by Martial San Ren. This book is divided into multiple stages, from easy to difficult. The beginning of this book includes some disguise techniques, transformation arts, and bone manipulation. Inside the secret techniques, if one can successfully cultivate it, one can precisely control blood and flesh, transforming into any shape one desires. Isn't that like the 72 transformations? Oh my God, what day is it today? The luck rate seems too high, huh? Qiao Mu exclaimed happily. Song he said a little shyly, cough, but the content inside is too profound. Learning it will take a lot of time and effort. After you recover, we can study and discuss it together. Then, going to Hiyang Prefecture won't be too late. Qiao Mu was swayed by this thing, screaming in his heart, You want to drag me into it again? If you keep me here, I really won't survive. Then he decisively snatched the scroll and bolted away with rockets on his feet. This kindness from Mr. Wang Qiao Sen will repay in the future. Farewell, Song. He reached out in confusion. Then he cracked a calculating smile. Whatever. We'll always have a next time, and when we do, I'll drag him into our plans. After a while, Qiao Mu arrived at a deserted house, pushed open the door, and cheerfully called out, Ying Zhui, Big Sis. But looking around, he didn't see anyone. Did Big Sis Ying Su leave already? Suddenly a hand reached out from behind him. Ying Su covered his eyes from behind and said, It hasn't even been 7 days. Where would I go? Qiao Mu removed her hands and laughed. Haha, today's exactly the 7th day. That annoying Guo Yan guy has been dealt with by yours truly. Suddenly, they both spoke at the same time. HMPH, Ying Xue, what's with that outfit? Qiao Mu, why are you carrying luggage? Both then fell into silence. Qiao Mu scratched his head and spoke first. Ying Su, Big Sis, Well, I have to go to Heyang Prefecture to look for Wu Shangren and the whereabouts of half the Book of Eternal Life Fist, so we'll probably have to be apart for a while again, Yingsu exclaimed in surprise. Heyang Prefecture, what a coincidence. I was planning on going there too. Qiao Mu winked teasingly. Is it really a coincidence? Or are you just reluctant to leave me and want to stick to me? You're such a love-struck girl, Yingzu blushed but retorted. Who's sticking to you? Heyang Prefecture is full of immortals. It's a good place to join a sect and cultivate. Why are you still being so annoying? Yingshu simply ignored him and walked away with her cane, HMPH. Believe it or not, I'm leaving first. Qiao Mu hurriedly chased after her, explaining, Hey, I was just kidding. Don't be mad, Yingshu, big sis. Later, at Heyang Prefecture, inside Shen Qinghe's residence, Qiao Mu had arrived. He presented Songhe's letter, clasped his hands, and bowed. This one is Qiao Mu, introduced by Mr. Wang, here to visit Shentuik 1. Shen Qinghe cautiously asked, You're really the person he recommended. He said your body was severely injured, but you look quite healthy. This is Shen Qing. Hey, Tuik Guan of Heiyang Prefecture City. Qiao Mu felt a little guilty, but calmly replied, Well, there's another reason for that. In his heart, he thought, Before coming here, I died again, and learned a little bit of pure Yang limitless skill and flesh and blood 100 transformations. Shen Qing. He then asked about something else. By the way, where is Mr. Wang working now, the one who recommended you? He scratched his head and replied, Mr. Wang lives in seclusion in the mountains. He's very mysterious. I only met him once by chance. Shen Qing's expression became a little somber. Ah, you met him once by chance, and he already recommended you. Never mind. If he doesn't want to reveal himself, I shouldn't force it. It's such a pity, looking at the words he wrote. It brings back so many memories. Back then, if it weren't for the prescriptions he personally wrote, I probably wouldn't be alive today. Never mind that. I naturally trust the person he recommended. Even so, there are only 2 vacant positions here. One is a clerk, and one is a constable. Choose one. Qiao Mu calculated in his mind. Investigating cases is relatively free, and I can also take this opportunity to move around the city and look for clues about the Wuji society. So he clasped his hands and made a decision. Then I'll choose constable. Under the sunlight filtering through the leaves, Qiao Mu, with his handsome face, respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. This one is Qiao Mu, the newly joined constable. The 2 officers saw that Qiao Mu was a little unconventional, and whispered to each other with suspicion. Lord Shen is usually stern and impartial. How did this person get in through the back door? The other officer also showed his doubts, stroking his chin. What's this person's background? While the 2 officers were still discussing with each other, a strong female voice reminded. Silence. That powerful voice made all 3 men turn around to see who it was. The girl with long purple hair neatly tied up, with delicate features and a curvaceous figure, the Constable Chen named Yingxue. Seeing that the 2 officers were still a little dazed, Yingxu immediately reminded them about the welcoming of the new disciple. The new recruit has already come to register, and will be our colleague from now on. We must treat each other well. Now that everyone's here, let's talk about the case. Then Yingzui looked at us with a serious look and slowly said, You must have heard about it. There is a case in Qingheyang Prefecture, a shape-shifting monster. As soon as she finished saying shape-shifting monster, the officers there were startled, revealing their worry and fear. Qiao Mu, who was new to the job, was still confused, not understanding what that name meant that made people so scared. Yingzui quickly recounted the case to those who didn't know, and those who already knew listened. Recently, many monsters have appeared in Heyang Prefecture City, causing chaos and harming people's lives. It is said that this monster's name is Wu Chang, and it is a different type of beast that specializes in eating death aura. Every time it appears, it takes a life, just like the black and white impermanence, so it's called Wu Chang. Qiao Mu secretly looked at Yingxue, who was attentively telling the story. The monster's strength is very powerful, and many martial artists want to catch it. Among them, there are many 5th and 6th rank martial artists, but they all lost their lives. Hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes and smile revealed a perverted desire. In his mind, he was excited. So powerful, this proves that this monster is worth killing. Yingxue spoke as she walked past Qiao Mu, and the fragrance from her body drifted past, causing Qiao Mu to abandon his thoughts. Then Yingxue continued, But with this case, we will investigate together with the Xuan Tian sect. Yingxue continued to introduce, long after the Qiao family was destroyed. A building called the Xuan Tian Taoist Temple was built on the land of the Qiao family, and now it has been renamed the Xuan Tian sect. Qiao Mu heard this, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he thought, What a coincidence! The Xuan Tian sect, acquiring the Qiao family's land, must be closely related to the Martial Extreme Society. He rested his chin on his hand. The incomplete pages of the Longevity Fist offered no clues. Maybe he could start with the immortal sect. If he got lucky, who knows, he might even have a chance to find other immortal cultivation methods, huh? Qiao Mu was still deep in his thoughts when the mournful cry of one of the two constables who greeted him earlier rang out. Again, why do these difficult things always fall on our heads? The other constable also lamented in despair. We endure so much hardship and don't even get a bit of bonus money. Qiao Mu looked at the sorrowful expressions of these two and couldn't help but have a huge question mark appear above his head. He quickly approached one of them, poked him, and asked, "Brother, why is the great fire reacting like this?" The constable dejectedly replied, "Hey, we're just ordinary constables. How can we handle catching monsters like that?" Looking at Ying Shui, who was still standing calmly in front, the constable sighed. "Moreover, the strongest among us has only just entered the 7th rank." Qiao Mu continued to ask, "So this is a mandatory mission? Isn't this a bit careless with people's lives?" The constable helplessly said, "What can we do? The Imperial Court is willing to listen to the orders of the Immortal Sect. We're always the unlucky ones." Another girl's voice rang out. "You don't need to worry." From the sky, a girl in a jade-green dress riding on a large paper crane was slowly flying towards Qiao Mu's group. The sound of the wind blowing from the paper crane couldn't drown out her sweet voice. Hearing everyone talking about the unpredictable monster case, it seems we've arrived just in time. This familiar figure's appearance made the constable who was talking to Qiao Mu both curious and surprised. The crane was gently descending, and that beautiful face became clearer. The constable shouted, "That's the Mingyu Supreme Immortal of the Xuantian sect." Mingyu's feet landed gracefully on the ground. As soon as she touched the ground, she said, "Monsters are not something you can deal with. All you need to do is track down the monster and notify me immediately. If you find it." Mingyue retracted the small crane and winked, speaking with concern. "Therefore, this action will have to trouble you constables a lot." Seeing her lovely face and ample bosom, the two constables were full of lust, their eyes lighting up as they replied in unison, "Thank you, Supreme Immortal, for caring about our safety. Supreme Immortal truly has a benevolent heart. Rest assured, Supreme Immortal, we will definitely find the monster's trail." Whether it was because these two shouted too loudly, or because their attitude changed faster than flipping pancakes, Qiao Mu was startled. Yingzhu saw these men losing their minds at the sight of a woman and rushed over, standing next to them to remind them, "Are you guys still working so hard, even when you're being treated like dogs?" Seeing his superior unhappy, the constable justified himself with a wry smile. "What all-encompassing Vajra? What compassionate chi? We can only do some trivial tasks." While the two of them were arguing, Qiao Mu was still standing blankly, probably because of the shock he just experienced. But then he quickly returned to his original state, looking at them uncomfortably and thinking, "So why don't they do such small things themselves? Do they want to use this to suppress the Imperial Court?" Mingyue, seeing that she had lost their attention, spoke up. "This monster eats death chi, so it usually appears near people who are about to die, that is, in places like clinics and prisons. If you don't find its traces in these places, then you can gather people who are about to die and use them as bait to lure it out." The two small constables heard this and hesitated, one scratching his head and forcing a smile. This, using people as bait. The other immediately continued, "Isn't that a bit too much?" Mingyue appeared indifferent in a cute way. "Oh, anyway, they are about to die. Why not let them exert a little value before they die?" Ying Yue then spoke her first words to Ming Yue. "So if we catch the monster, how will the Supreme Immortal deal with it?" Ming Yue put her hands on her hips and waved her hand, appearing merciful. "Heaven has the virtue of loving life. I will take it back to the sect and punish it, and then let it atone for its sins by working hard for my sect, paying for the crimes it committed." When she finished speaking, I still had some doubts. It was the first time I heard of atoning for sins with one's body. I thought it was only about repaying kindness with one's body. Back to Yingzhu. She heard Mingyu's words and shouted angrily, "What a heaven has the virtue of loving life? It killed the people of Great Yan, and it can still live in the immortal sect? Where is the heavenly Tao? According to the laws of Great Yan, a life for a life." Even though someone opposed her idea, Mingyu wasn't annoyed at all, but instead, she explained very gently, "But the laws of Great Yan only govern the mortal realm and cannot interfere with the immortal sect. Therefore monsters will naturally be dealt with by our immortal sect." Mingyue's words were all based on logic, so Yingzue couldn't refute them and only held her anger in, grinding her teeth. Oh, Qiao Mu saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense, so he raised his hand to speak. "Excuse me, Supreme Immortal." This call drew all eyes to him, and the constable behind him also seemed surprised by his courage to interrupt the conversation between the two women. But it's okay, because he has the protagonist's halo. Qiao Mu smiled and asked, "What happens if we are lucky enough to kill the monster in this hunt?" Yingsu heard this and didn't understand what he was thinking. Mingyue also replied awkwardly as if she hadn't considered this possibility. I said, "It's very dangerous. If you encounter it, you must report it immediately." As quick as lightning, Qiao Mu was right in front of Mingyue. Was he going to put her in a difficult situation again? But if we're being chased and don't have time to report, can't we resist? Then if we accidentally kill it while resisting, it can also be considered a great achievement. Would the sect give any rewards then? He grinned and emphasized the last sentence. For example, getting to visit the sect. Hearing this wish, Mingyu lowered her head and smiled. The sect is a sacred place. Mortals are not allowed to set foot in it, she said, putting on a cute face. Qiao Mu saw that this move wouldn't work, and Mingyue felt uncomfortable in her heart. What? The people of the Xuantian sect are really arrogant. It seems I can only find another way to investigate. As if sensing that the longer she stayed here, the more she would be criticized, Mingyu turned around and summoned the paper crane, she said as she flew up on the crane. All right, that's it for today. I hope you can find clues about the demonic cultivator within 3 days. I will be waiting for your good news. It can be seen that the people of the Xuantian sect are holy credit snatchers, as they have laid out foolproof schemes that make it impossible for others to intervene. Then Mingyue soared into the sky with her beautiful paper crane, leaving the people below to continue discussing with each other. The constable with the stubbly chin asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Really listening to her is a death wish. Yingshu's eyes coldly followed Mingyue's direction. She crossed her arms and said, "As the governor's yamen of the great Yan dynasty, we don't need to listen to the instructions of immortals." Yingsui seemed to have already calculated the steps to take, and she ordered, "You continue to investigate in the city, don't miss any locations, and report to me immediately when you have news. As for the others, I will have my own way of dealing with them." The two of them clasped their hands and obeyed. Understood. She turned to Qiao Mu and said, "Qiao Mu, you stay behind." Qiao Mu, who was following the other two, turned his head in confusion upon hearing this. At this moment, Ying Sui gradually approached him, questioning, "Lord Shen has always been impartial and honest. The fact that he could recruit you here proves that you do have the ability. So, were you deliberately provoking her just now, or do you really have a way to kill the demon?" Qiao Mu scratched his head. "Acting shy and silly, sis, you overestimate me. I was just asking a question objectively." A look of doubt flashed in Yingsu's eyes. "Oh, really?" Qiao Mu then flashed a strange smile. Reaffirming, of course, knowing you can't pry anything out, Yingshui also waved her hand. "All right, then you should quickly go look for clues, too." Qiao Mu obediently said loudly, "Understood." Then he quickly left, as he passed Yingshu, who was still standing as if she had something difficult to say. Qiao Mu's eyes turned red as he calculated, if the demon likes to eat death energy, then why don't I try thinking about death? Night fell softly, but in the quiet scene of the crescent moon and bright stars, Zilu, in the western drunken city, was still brightly lit and lively. Inside a room in this place, a man stood near the window, looking at the few people still on the street below, deep in thought. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence in the room. The man in the room said in a low voice, "Enter." Upon receiving the order, a young man with a handsome face entered and knelt down. "Your Majesty, there is news of Wang Zonghe." The mysterious man in the room twirled the green ring on his thumb, replying, "Go, tell Fei Yue, Suoxing, to quickly report." The scout stationed beside Shen Qing. He reported that Shen Qing he had arranged for a man named Qiao Mu to be a constable in his manor, and the person who recommended him was Wang Zonghe. Wang Zonghe's recommendation letter didn't mention his specific situation, and even Shen Qing he probably doesn't know. Suo Xing observed the powerful man and continued, "Your Majesty, there are rumors in the court that Wang Zonghe has taken the path of immortality." The slender, flawless hand of the one called Your Majesty slowly lifted the teacup on the table. "Baseless rumors, ignore it," the Emperor judged decisively. "He hates immortals. How could he cultivate?" He swayed the teacup in his hand and continued, "But people's hearts are fickle. After disappearing for decades, he's acting like this today. I guess the person he recommended must be more than meets the eye. Make arrangements. I want to see what kind of person Qiao Mu really is." A new day begins with the rays of morning sun at Qingluan Peak's Taoist temple. In a spacious room, sunlight streamed directly onto two women sitting in the middle of the room, Kuao Kanshu and some other woman. She asked with concern, "Kanshu, the last time I saw you, you were just a little baby. More than 10 years is just a blink of an eye. You finally arrived here. It truly is fate. Judging by her gentle demeanor and attire, she must be a Taoist." Kanshu hesitated. "Immortal," the woman continued in a comforting tone. "I already know about the Qiao family's affairs. In reality, there's nothing wrong with either the immortal path or the martial path. You were born with extraordinary spiritual senses. If there's a better cultivation method, why waste it?" She still wore a kind smile. If you don't want to join the immortal sect, staying here with me is the same. Kanzu lowered her head politely. Yes. Although her eyes were severely injured, she still looked towards the light outside, worrying about the man in her heart. I wonder what Qiao Mu is doing right now. Elsewhere, Qiao Mu somehow stood within cold iron bars, but his face still held a provocative expression as he picked his nose in boredom. The prison warden held a bunch of keys in his hand, standing in front of Qiao Mu's cell, yelling, "Behave yourself! If you keep messing around, 10 lives won't be enough to pay for it." On the other side of the bars, Qiao Mu sat down obediently on the cold ground and said calmly, "Rest assured, even if I die today, I won't leave this prison a single step." He pretended to fiddle with his hands, raising them to his face to hide his sinister smile. After all, this is the suicide opportunity that I worked so hard to get. To know why Qiao Mu was still with Ying Shuo at first but is now locked up in this dark place, let's go back in time a bit to Xiao Shuige tea house. A handy piece of wood was slammed hard on the table. Everyone in the tea house was eager to listen to the storyteller on the stage. Only hearing the hero Qiao Shan roar, "We martial artists must move forward and never retreat." After speaking, he pierced through the chest with one blow, killing Yan City's city lord, then left decisively, leaving behind only the majestic figure of a hero. All the listeners stood up with delight, cheering and shouting nonstop. Great! Qiao Shan is indeed a hero. Only Qiao Mu sat in place, playing with a bean in his hand, propping his head up, and complaining to himself. It sounds good when you say it. There are demons causing trouble in the city. The storyteller knows how to keep up with the trends, huh? Looking at the simple small bean in his hand, Qiao Mu's thoughts were tangled. Damn, I initially planned to rely on the rumors in the city to speculate about the demons' movements. Then I could die reasonably, but instead, I listened to nearly half an hour about my family's glorious achievements. Such a waste of time. A tall male figure gradually approached Qiao Mu, along with a judgmental statement. A constable of the Haiyang City Prefecture, not handling official duties during the day, but sitting here listening to stories. Qiao Mu reflexively looked over, and what caught his eye was a man with a detached demeanor, accompanied by a young man with a slightly gloomy expression. Since he had never met the emperor, and because of his simple attire, Qiao Mu didn't recognize him. The emperor extended his hand as a greeting, then continued, "May I ask if this is dereliction of duty?" Suddenly being addressed like this, Qiao Mu made a slightly comical, wrinkled face and retorted, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Seeing his unsightly expression, the emperor laughed. "How dare I? Just standing by for a bit." Although he didn't know the other party's background, Qiao Mu could sense that this person was not simple. With his majestic stature, outstanding aura, just by looking you could tell he was a big shot. Moreover, the person standing behind him didn't move. But he's putting on a strong front, definitely a master, to deal with the guy in front of him. Qiao Mu yawned dramatically, then said, "How do you know I'm not solving a case? You're all the same, wanting to be everyone's teacher. Why don't you go and tell the current emperor how to fight a war with the immortals?" Heh. Little does Qiao Mu know he's talking to the actual emperor. Chu Xing, standing behind the emperor, roared, insolent, but the emperor maintained his composure. Stopping Chu Xing from acting rashly, he said to Qiao Mu, "This brother's words are sharp and his spirit is extraordinary." Then he opened his fan and asked, "I'm curious, in your opinion, what kind of person is the emperor?" The emperor's opening of his fan, combined with his facial expression, exuded a terrifying aura as he looked at him. Qiao Mu hurriedly stuffed a peanut into his mouth, glanced at this strange man, and thought to himself, what else could he be but someone who deserves to die? My plot to assassinate the Dayan emperor hasn't had a chance to be put into action yet. Rumor has it that the emperor would pass through Yan City, but I haven't seen a trace of him. I even killed Guo Yan, but still haven't seen the court issue an arrest warrant. I was originally hoping to be executed by the authorities. He thought back to the past and saw that they only put up wanted posters for dogs instead of him. Qiao Mu looked at the two and thought, that's right, this must be my chance. These two could be local officials. If I stand in front of him and scold the emperor, then get convicted and die. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. I'll definitely become famous. The world's assessment of my death won't be bad, for sure. No sooner said than done. Qiao Mu stood up abruptly and laughed loudly. The current emperor is a rare, wise ruler in 1,000 years. His laughter and words made everyone in the tavern turn to look out of curiosity. The emperor heard this sentence, thinking he was being praised, so he covered his mouth with his fan and smiled. Isn't 1,000 years a bit of an overstatement? Qiao Mu put one foot on the table, struck a pose with his hands, and looked at the emperor, saying, not high at all. Just look at how beautifully his reign name is. Yonghe, the Yonghe emperor, surrendered to the immortals without a fight, paid reparations, and licked their boots, so isn't it eternal peace? After Qiao Mu finished speaking, He gritted his teeth in frustration in his mind. How dare anyone say the emperor is a coward? After hearing Qiao Mu's remarks, Chu Xing's body trembled with anger at the insulting words. The emperor was a little displeased, but still calmly tried to explain himself. But the immortal's power is too great. Even martial saints failed and had to retreat. 10,000 elite soldiers were annihilated. Could it be that His Majesty is focusing on the big picture? Some things can naturally only be conceded. Qiao Mu retorted. You mean to say His Majesty is playing a big game of chess, right, buddy? Then Qiao Mu continued, Police, the emperor has to take the beating when he loses. If there is no other choice, of course one can only concede, but is conceding keeping oneself in the shadows, or completely bowing one's head as a subordinate? Those are two different things. Every word of Qiao Mu's was like an arrow piercing straight into the emperor, making him also start to tremble with anger and embarrassment. Qiao Mu started complaining about the plight of the people in Yan City, where 5 out of 10 houses were empty, and the people were displaced and had to become robbers. The people in the tavern, after hearing this, all showed a gloomy expression as if they saw themselves in that situation. Then they became impassioned by Qiao Mu's words. However, the Yan City Lord is unaware of the people's hunger, and the court is even more deaf and uncaring. He slammed his fist on the table and continued. The emperor is said to receive his mandate from heaven, to rule the people on behalf of heaven. The meaning behind that is to treat the people like livestock, and arbitrarily cut resources to please the immortals. The people are suffering, the dynasty is weakening. Who knows how many grievances have been created? A fine son of heaven, above 10,000 people. Every word of his made the emperor's face darken, and he said nothing more. Chu Xing could not bear to hear another word. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Rebellious and outrageous, spouting nonsense. Seeing that Chu Xing was objecting, Qiao Mu pointed at his face and shouted back, Why are you so agitated? Everyone knows the emperor nurtures immortal sects. He even set up branches of the immortal sect in every major city, always welcoming the big guys to come and play. His way of sucking up is so obvious it couldn't be more blatant. The two of them were noisily arguing with each other. Chu Xing shouted, Shut up! You are not allowed to insult His Majesty! Qiao Mu shouted even louder, mocking, I will insult him. The emperor is just a dog of the immortals. The onlookers were most excited. They couldn't help but praise Qiao Mu's courage. Whose fierce warrior is this? Daring to openly scold the current emperor like that. The storyteller at the beginning couldn't help but marvel, it's 100 times better than my storytelling. So exciting. Regardless of Chu Xing's shouts, Qiao Mu continued to give the emperor a provocative look, and the emperor already had a few beads of sweat on his forehead, thinking, You are practically riding on my head and scolding me. You must have recognized my identity and are deliberately trying to harm me, right? Or rather, these words could also be the intention of the former Minister of Justice, Wang Song, huh? The emperor narrowed his eyes, starting to think about a person Wang Song used to die for advising the emperor, before being he, to absolutely not succumb to the immortals. Now, the situation in the world is just as he said, and he recommended this person. Unable to endure Qiao Mu's disrespect and provocation, Chu Xing drew his sword and pointed it directly at Qiao Mu. Dayan's law, those who slander the emperor in the marketplace, will be questioned and then executed. Meanwhile, the emperor was still pondering over Qiao Mu's scolding. Leaving aside everything else, this person is really good at manipulating people's minds. Even Chu Xing, who is always calm, was provoked. Qiao Mu saw that the opportunity for him to be arrested had arrived, and smiled decisively. I am willing to take responsibility for my words. The disaster will not involve others. I alone did it. I alone will bear it. The emperor was still wondering. And what exactly is this crazy self-destructive action a trick for? Immediately afterwards, the emperor hurriedly used his fan to block Chu Xing, reminding him, Forget it. Then he turned around and left. In the end, he doesn't understand matters of state. He's just good at empty words. Let's end it here today. Farewell. Leaving Chu Xing dumbfounded and Qiao Mu surprised that this person didn't arrest him. A surprised and painful expression on his face because his painstakingly planned scolding had yielded nothing. Along with the suspicious thought, What the heck? My neck has been cleaned and you're just letting me go. Up ahead, the emperor coughed. Cough, cough. Chu Xing worriedly supported him, asking, Are you all right? The emperor replied, I just can't breathe. Looking at the backs of the two of them gradually moving away, Qiao Mu's hand reached out in their direction, wanting to hold them back, full of regret. Don't go, I can scold even more fiercely. A loud and clear voice rang out. Who is Qiao Mu? Hearing this courageous call, Qiao Mu was startled and turned around, then excitedly called out, Me, I am who I am, that soldier scolded. Someone reported you for talking nonsense about the court at the tea house, slandering the emperor, guards, throw this brat in jail. Qiao Mu was super excited, coming to arrest me, right? Hurry up, I absolutely won't resist. That's why Qiao Mu is in jail, and he's still constantly nagging the guards. Hey bro, when are you finally gonna kill me? You're not really waiting until after autumn, are you? Waiting for autumn is too long, just counting down the days. Can't waste the people's tax money, just do it now. Any time is fine. When executing me, I hope it's a bit lively. I like noise. The two guards turned to each other, helplessly discussing. Who likes to die this much? Doesn't he know he can't die? Someone upstairs is protecting him, right, who has that much power? To dare protect someone who insulted the emperor. To make Qiao Mu shut up, they whipped the iron bars with a leather whip. Be good, this place is for death row inmates. Don't even think about getting out. Qiao Mu felt a bit of pain from being hit on the hand, so he obediently sat down, leaning against the corner and assessing. Death row, so I came to the right jail. I remember that fickle monster likes to eat the souls of people about to die, right? A hoarse cough, 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 suddenly attracted his attention. A skinny, sickly-looking woman in the opposite cell was constantly coughing. The woman's body kept stopping and starting with each cough. Cough, cough, cough. Then, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of her. Then it turned green and clearly showed the form of a large cat. The woman leaned back, propping herself up with her hands. A cat with sleek yellow fur speckled with black and white spots approached the old man. The cat had clear blue eyes that stared intently at him. It cried out, meow. The old man saw that it was just a harmless little cat and breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out to stroke the cat's fur, muttering, So it's a cat, gave me a fright. Why did you run here, kitty? Then he shakily dragged his body to pick up the cat near the bars. This jail is a place of the underworld. Even the rats are local landlords. It's not clean. You won't get anything good here. Here, let me send you out. As soon as he finished speaking, he slipped and fell, hitting his head hard on the cold floor, and the cat was thrown into the air. This fall made Qiao Mu in the next cell jump. He approached the bars, worried. Old man, are you okay? The old man heard this and got up. Although his eyes, nose, and mouth were covered in blood, he still tried to smile, signaling that he was fine. I'm okay, totally fine. Then he tensed his bony arm, trying to look strong. Lao Tzu used to be a saint of thieves, specializing in robbing the rich to give to the poor, a well-known figure in the pugilistic world. Qiao Mu heard this and frowned in doubt. But I see you're not lightly injured. Seeing Qiao Mu's disbelief, the old man raised his voice. Nonsense. How could a saint of thieves like me be injured by just one fall? Remembering the old days, I single-handedly fought a freak from a rich family for hundreds of rounds with my sword. If it hadn't been for a slight mistake that led to my capture, I would still be a hero famous in the pugilistic world, the old man said, smiling smugly. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, listened to the old man's words and thought helplessly, Old man, don't brag anymore. It's just a fleeting moment of glory. Suddenly, the old man's voice weakened, and his eyes became dull. Also, there was a time when I robbed a merchant's goods. When I was young, I lived in a dilapidated straw house. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man fell to the ground with a thud, dying instantly. Qiao Mu saw this and exclaimed in panic, Someone fainted. At the same time, the cat from before approached the old man's body, its eyes suddenly flashing with a blue light, looking very strange. Qiao Mu seemed to understand something. The cat was now standing in front of the old man's body, gradually absorbing the death energy from him. Qiao Mu saw this and angrily kicked the bars, shouting loudly, What are you doing? The cat was startled by Qiao Mu and jumped to the side. He moved closer, put his hand under the old man's nose, and his face darkened. You're dead. Qiao Mu glanced at the cat, thought to himself, and said in a deep voice, The death energy of humans can enhance the power of demons. If I'm not mistaken, that fickle demon is this cat. The harmless, adorable cat from before had now transformed into a giant cat, with eyes that emitted a strange blue light, surrounded by dark energy. It was slowly approaching Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu saw this, and wasn't afraid at all, reaching out to provoke it. Great, come on, kill me. The cat saw Qiao Mu, arrogantly provoking it like this, and angrily cried out, Meow! Qiao Mu saw the cat's expression and laughed gleefully. Come on, don't you like eating death energy? The cat roared in anger, baring its sharp fangs, and pounced toward Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu clenched his fist. This is more like it. We won't rest until one of us is dead. But what surprised Qiao Mu the most was that the cat didn't attack him at all. Instead, it jumped into his arms, rubbing its head against his arm affectionately, like it was trying to act cute. Qiao Mu was stunned by the sudden change in the cat, completely bewildered. Then he struggled, grabbing the cat's tail and pulling it away. Get lost, you're a heartless, people-killing monster. Why are you acting all cutesy? Do you cats have no shame? Despite Qiao Mu's yelling, the cat still clung to his arm. Looking at the cat's blissful expression, he shouted, What's with that face? Are cats into guys too? Suddenly, An idea popped into Qiao Mu's head. Wait, this monster eats death energy. It's clinging to me. Does that mean I'm about to die? Suddenly, a voice came from the end of the hallway. Criminal Qiao is locked up here. This way. Please follow me, sir. Qiao Mu jumped when he heard his name mentioned. The warden followed behind the governor. Respectfully, please rest assured, Governor, no criminal can escape this prison. Then he pointed towards Qiao Mu's cell. Governor, this is the notorious criminal who insulted the emperor. Qiao Mu's voice echoed from inside the cell. When will the trial and execution be? Can we speed it up? I can't wait any longer. The governor suddenly clasped his hands, bowing respectfully. Little Master Qiao, you're just joking. It's a misunderstanding. I'm here to ask for your release. Hearing the governor's words, instead of being happy about getting out of prison, he angrily kicked the cell door open. Get out of prison, are you kidding me? I almost died on the edge of life and death, and nothing happened. The warden and the governor were stunned by Qiao Mu's reaction. The governor forced a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. We handled things incorrectly. Qiao Butu, it's only natural that you break out of prison, haha. Then he spun around, yelling at the warden. Aren't you going to remove Master Qiao's shackles? The warden jumped in fright, replying immediately and rushing to unlock the shackles. Qiao Mu sighed resentfully. Forget it, I'll find another chance to come back later. The warden stuttered at that. Still want to come back? The governor, looking at Qiao Mu before him, couldn't hide his shudder, thinking, he clearly could have escaped, but he didn't, and even though he cursed the emperor, someone came with an imperial decree to rescue him. This Master Qiao must have a terrifying background, absolutely untouchable. Qiao Mu spoke up. One more thing. The old governor lowered his body respectfully. Please speak. Qiao Mu looked up at the corpse of the old jailer next door. Let this old man rest in peace. He just fell and didn't make it. Hearing this, the governor smiled and replied, Little Butu is truly a kind-hearted person. I will definitely arrange for him to be buried properly. Qiao Mu thought to himself. Speaking of which, where did that demon cat go? Master Qiao, this way please. Qiao Mu returned to the yamen. From inside, Qing He's angry voice rang out. Heathen! 2 days. Just 2 days, and you've already abused your position, and been arrested again. Where is the prestige of Kui Guangfu Yamen then? Qiao Mu placed one hand on his chest, the other pointing out, putting on a sincere face. My lord, you understand me. I deliberately caused trouble to solve the case, going into the prison to secretly investigate and gather evidence. I hope you will believe me. I absolutely have no selfish motives. Qing He tried to suppress his anger upon hearing this, so that's how it is. But immediately he roared. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you need to insult the emperor in front of everyone to get into jail? Just then, Yingshu coughed softly, interrupting the conversation. Qiao Mu, to rescue you, I used that privilege for the first time, and even went to the governor's mansion myself to apologize to Liu Laodong, and even gave Liu governor compensation gifts. Qing. He resentfully continued. If it weren't for Wang Zhangsheng's face, who would care about him? Hearing this, Qiao Mu clasped his hands and lowered his body. Thank you, my lord Qing. He waved his hand. Forget it. Remember to be careful with your words and actions in the future. Then he glanced at Qiao Mu, thinking, you and Wang Song, you are just stepping stones on my path to self-destruction. Although I rescued you, I heard from the Liu family that even before I arrived, someone had used the flying fish token to demand his release. The flying fish token is an imperial decree issued by the emperor to his guards, conveying the emperor's orders. Could it be that the person above him is the emperor? Did the emperor order him to curse himself? Could it be that the current emperor has such a strange hobby? Isn't he already being cursed all the time? Anyway, in Qing He's mind, he pictured Qiao Mu standing on the emperor's body, cursing him, you idiot, while the emperor below is enjoying it. Don't stop. Curse me even more fiercely. Qing, he said, all right, let's talk about the real issue. Did you see that monster in the prison? Qiao Mu replied, yes, the monster is a cat demon with mixed colors of white, black, and yellow, about this big, and it appeared next to a death row inmate. After the cat demon ate the death energy of the death row inmate, it became huge, even taller than a person, but I didn't see it harm anyone. Hearing this, Yingshu rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Every appearance of a heartless monster is definitely accompanied by death. This point matches. Previously, some victims had claw wounds on their bodies, indeed, resembling wounds caused by a cat-tiger monster. Qiao Mu frowned, interrupting Yingshu. The murderer is not necessarily the heartless monster. Yingshu asked. Why do you say that? Qiao Mu replied. The culprit is so unlikely just by thinking about it. Is it possible that the cat demon is simply attracted to death energy? So every time it appears at the scene of a murder, it is misunderstood as the monster that killed people. Hearing this, Yingshu was a little skeptical. You mean, scene change. At this time in Xuantianxin, a loud roar resounded, and a Biqing flying tiger rushed to attack the Tianxin disciples. 2 girls retreated in fear. Senior sister Ming Yue, That Saintess's azure-winged flying tiger is seriously too fierce. We can't train it. Plus, every time senior sister goes out, it goes crazy. We really don't know what to do. Ming Yue, who was standing at a distance, heard this and spoke up. What nonsense are you talking about? Taming spirit beasts is our responsibility. When the Saintess returns and blames us, none of us can take the responsibility. Then she walked over and gently patted Azure Winged's head, saying, "Good boy." Sitting down, she thought to herself, "These idiots. If I don't let the fierce tiger go crazy, how can I show my talent in controlling beasts to the Saintess? How can I earn merit? Besides, the Saintess has to meditate for at least a month. This isn't too serious. Next, I'll just use those mortals to catch the impermanence cat. My position in the sect will definitely rise to a new level." At night, in the yamen, Yingshu gathered the soldiers solemnly. This operation aims to capture the impermanence demon cat. Qiao Mu too saw it in the western city prison last night, so the focus is on searching the western area of the city without missing a single corner. Everyone, according to the plan, go to the streets to hunt it down. All the soldiers present heard this and replied in unison, "Understood." Qiao Mu was walking alone into a small alley when a cat's shadow naturally followed him from behind. Qiao Mu was startled and turned around. Seeing that the orange cat from yesterday was hugging his leg tightly, Qiao Mu sat down and stroked the cat. "As expected, since I left the prison last night, I felt you following me. You're so clingy. Do you see me as a long-term financial backer or something?" Looking at the cat rubbing against his hand, Qiao Mu was a little dazed. "The way you're sniffing reminds me of Shui Ji, but she's much cuter than you." Suddenly, Ying Shui's voice rang out from behind, startling the cat. "Qiao Mu, what's wrong? That cat is—" Ying Shui didn't finish her sentence before the impermanence cat fearfully broke free from Qiao Mu's grasp and ran away. Seeing it running away like that, Qiao Mu shouted, "Jump up and chase it." Ying Shu saw this and chased after it too. "That's the demon cat I was talking about." "It's heading towards the western suburbs," Ying Shui replied. "Keep chasing it. I'll go to the right to cut it off." As if understanding what Qiao Mu and Ying Shui were saying, the cat immediately turned to the left. Seeing this, Qiao Mu shouted, "No, it's turning left." It jumped down. "Keep up." The cat led them to an old, dilapidated mansion. They landed and ran in, but lost track of it. Qiao Mu frowned. "Lost track of it? That's not right. This demon cat is very agile. It should have escaped us long ago. Why is it keeping a distance that's neither too close nor too far, as if it's deliberately luring us?" Ying Shui looked up at the mansion in front of her. "This place." Qiao Mu turned to look at her. "Laudi knows this place?" Ying Shui replied. "The yamen has investigated. This is a newly established gang, the territory of the Scarlet Water Gang. The gang leader, Zhang Long, is a 6th-rank martial artist. His strength shouldn't be underestimated." Suddenly, a strange smell rushed straight into Qiao Mu's nose. He frowned. The smell of blood is too strong. At this time, in the main courtyard of the Scarlet Dragon Hall, gang leader Zhang Long clasped his hands together when he saw Ming Yu and bowed respectfully. "Scarlet Water Gang leader Zhang Long greets the immortal. To be able to work for one of the 9 great immortal sects, the Xuantian sect, is truly my honor. If the immortal can let me join the sect and cultivate to learn the method of eternal life as soon as possible, I will definitely obey." Gang leader Zhang Long was a little scared and gradually retreated backward. Ming Yu saw his expression at this moment and lightly curled her lips into a smile. "Scared now? It's okay if you want to quit, but this method of eternal life—" She tilted her head slightly, her voice suddenly becoming cold. Zhang Long heard this and prepared himself. He was now surrounded by a murderous aura. "Immortal, please rest assured, I will definitely give you pointers to the right extent." A moment later, azure-winged flying tiger was lying on Zhang Long, his body torn apart and covered in blood. He used his last bit of strength to reach out to Ming Yue for help. "Immortal, save me." Hearing Zhang Long's plea for help, Ming Yue stood still, coldly watching him being tortured by the flying tiger with her arms crossed. The impermanence demon cat can smell the scent of death, and the scent of death only appears on people who are about to die. The scent of death on you, a 6th-rank martial artist, is really strong. It smelled it and definitely came here. All right, I'll temporarily save his life. If he dies, the scent of death will quickly dissipate. Ming Yu approached Flying Tiger and Zhang Long and laughed. Before, feeding it blood and flesh would make it obedient and listen to me. But today, azure-winged Flying Tiger gradually turned its head and looked up at Ming Yue with a sharp, glaring gaze, its mouth covered in fresh blood. Seeing Flying Tiger looking at her like that, Ming Yue was a little scared. Could it be that this 6th-rank martial artist is a great tonic for it, causing it to stimulate its fierce nature? Suddenly, a cat meow echoed behind Ming Yue. Ming Yue turned around quickly, seeing that it was impermanence, and her eyes lit up. "Ha! You've finally come." Surrender consciously, but unexpectedly, azure-winged Flying Tiger suddenly rushed angrily towards the demon cat, impermanence, causing impermanence to fearfully run away. Fei Hu's unexpected action made Ming Yue's face pale with worry. Crap, little Hugh has lost control if others find out. Fei Hu and Wu Chang are now putting on a fierce wrestling match in the air. The loud noise alerted Ying Shui and Qiao Mu. Ying Shui shouted, "Look up there!" Qiao Mu was also utterly shocked by the appearance of the two demon beasts, a fox demon, so there really was another demon beast. Ying Su spun around and charged towards the mansion entrance. "Follow me." She kicked the door open with a bang. Ying Shui and Qiao Mu entered, and the scene before them astonished them. What the? They've already come this far. Ying Shui turned to look at Qiao Mu. That fox demon is definitely a spirit beast, raised by the Xuantian sect. Spirit beasts are usually controlled by cultivators. The beast tamer must be here. Qiao Mu frowned at Ying Shui. Are you saying this Wuchang demon beast case was caused by the Xuantian sect? Suddenly, a loud crash came from the roof. Fei Hu landed a fierce kick on the Wuchang cat, sending it plummeting. Seeing this, Qiao Mu rushed forward to catch Wuchang in his arms, then landed on the ground with a cool pose. He grinned smugly, rescuing a kitty. So heroic. Before Qiao Mu and Wuchang could recover, Fei Hu attacked from behind. The Wuchang cat cried out in fear, clinging tightly to him. Luckily, in this critical moment, Ying Zhu dashed forward, pulling Qiao Mu and Wuchang out of Fei Hu's attack range. Ying Zhu turned to Qiao Mu. The fox demon is too strong, we're no match for it. I'm fast, I can stall for a bit, go get help. Before Qiao Mu could answer, she tossed him away and yelled, "Hurry!" Fei Hu was already close behind her, and she reacted quickly, turning her head, but what Ming Yue saw made her freeze. Oh crap! The heavenly demon disintegration. Qiao Mu rushed forward, throwing a punch at the beaching Fei Hu, azure green flying tiger. He smirked slightly. Sorry boss, can't let you steal my thunder. Qiao Mu and Chen Yingsui were facing the fox demon below, and someone was silently observing their argument from the rooftop. Qiao Mu, didn't I tell you to go get reinforcements? No boss, you go get reinforcements. Just leave the rear to me. That mysterious person was Chu Xing, and he cursed in shock when he heard their argument. Idiots, you could have run to the door, now you're both gonna die here. His Majesty wants to keep this guy. It's not good if he dies here. He recalled the instructions. First, observe Qiao Mu closely. Investigate his situation thoroughly, and report anything unusual to the association immediately. Chu Xing rolled his eyes, but the real killer controlling the fox demon is still here. Ming Yue stood on top of the tower looking down. Those annoying constables, I told them not to engage with demons directly, but to report to me immediately. I can't believe someone doesn't know better than to rush in. She chuckled triumphantly. Oh, well, just a 6th-level mortal martial artist. He'll just be a tasty meal for little Hugh. Once little Hugh is full, I'll just take him back. Chu Xing was hiding behind a tree below, glaring at Ming Yue above, gnashing his teeth. His Majesty doesn't want to cause conflict with petty people right now. If I act rashly, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to His Majesty. Fine, I can only improvise, based on the situation. At this moment, only Qiao Mu was facing the fox demon alone. The fox demon started attacking, slashing its claws at Qiao Mu, forcing him to jump away to dodge. Qiao Mu's face was contorted in a very uncomfortable expression. That jump let him temporarily avoid the fox demon. He thought to himself, this fox demon is really strong. Just using its claws to release wind blades is enough to break my protective chi. Dying under its claws must have great benefits. Thinking this, Qiao Mu grinned. Come on, use your strongest move to kill me. The fox demon started inhaling a large amount of air, bracing its legs to unleash a devastating attack. Qiao Mu, seeing the incoming attack, was ecstatic. Great, let me die a satisfying death. Just when the attack seemed about to hit, Ying Shu suddenly wrapped her hand around his neck, making him stiff. Hey, she pulled him away from the attack and scolded. What are you worrying about, Dodge? Qiao Mu, still in shock from what just happened, fought. Don't interrupt me, let me die. Ying Shu continued to instruct. The fox demon is strong. You can't fight it head on. You can only rely on footwork to restrain it, find an opening, and then launch a fatal blow. I will now transmit the shadow step technique to you. Carefully observe my movements, and memorize them. After speaking, she hugged Qiao Mu and began to perform the technique, jumping wildly, circulating chi to the feet, spiritual intent connecting, stepping on emptiness as if it were solid, and illusion as if it were real. The universe spun, cycling back and forth. Qiao Mu, being held tightly and pulled around, had blood running from his nose, and screamed in his heart, I'm suffocating, please. If you want to teach me, put me down first and then teach. Even a god wouldn't be able to learn in this situation. Suddenly the system panel appeared, making his eyes widen. Shadow Step is being loaded. On the system screen was a loading bar showing an image of Yingsu's chest, making him panic. Is that even allowed? Qiao Mu jumped out, breaking free from Yingsu's embrace. Surprising both her and the fox demon, Yingsu shouted, "Qiao Mu!" While the fox demon was focused on Qiao Mu, she drew her sword. She slashed directly at the fox demon's neck. But not only did it have no effect, her sword shattered into pieces. Yingsu was stunned. This fox demon has deep internal strength. Ordinary swords and blades can't hurt it. Her attack angered the fox demon, which switched its target from Qiao Mu to her, forcing her to constantly dodge. Although the Shadow Step could evade its attacks, it couldn't inflict any damage. If this continues, even if Qiao Mu masters the Shadow Step, we are still sure to lose. Fang Tian, watching from above, sneered, "Overestimating yourself. That's the Holy Maiden's spirit, pet. Immune to water and fire, impenetrable to swords and blades. Just obediently wait to be eaten. For you mortals, this is a great honor." Yingsu was still struggling to face the fox demon. Qiao Mu's system panel announced, "Shadow Step has been loaded 100%. Using the demonic dissolution style, Qiao Mu suddenly charged forward with considerable speed. He charged straight towards the fox demon. Seeing this, Yingsu shouted to stop him. "Go, you can't beat it." The fox demon switched its attack to Qiao Mu. His face showed no fear as he charged straight through its attacks. The system panel appeared again. Available skill points: 204. Shadow Step Mastery requires 126 skill points. Qiao Mu, while flying forward, thought, "Shen Lan, give me more time." He swooped down from the air, attacking the fox demon's back, slamming it to the ground. Ying Shui gaped in astonishment, and Chu Xing, observing from a hidden corner, was also shocked. The internal force of that attack far surpasses a late-stage martial artist. Could it be the Great Devil Armor technique? Furthermore, he combined it with extremely fast footwork, doubling its power, and added a reckless, offense-only fighting style. This Qiao Mu is truly a ruthless guy. Qiao Mu, stepping on the fox demon, gloated, "Damn fox, weren't you so arrogant just now?" Ying Shu, observing from behind, thought, "Is that how my family's Shadow Step is used?" Qiao Mu was still roaring, but challenging in his heart. "Get up and keep fighting me." Ying Shui stood beside him, watching Qiao Mu jump up and down, and exclaimed, "Light and nimble, agile movements. How is he using it so violently? Could it be that I've been practicing it wrong all these years?" After countless punches and kicks, Qiao Mu finally drew his sword, yelling, "Die!" Just as he was about to swing the sword down, Ming Yue's voice suddenly rang out. "Stop this azure star flying fox is the spirit beast of the Holy Maiden of the Profound Heaven sect. Hand it over to me immediately." Qiao Mu turned his head and sneered. "What do the rules of the immortal sect have to do with a mortal like me? This evil beast has harmed so many people. According to the laws of the court, I must execute it." With that, he forcefully beheaded the demon fox. Chu Xing, observing from afar, was shocked. He killed it. He actually killed the fox demon so decisively. How dare he? How could a mere martial artist accomplish what even the current emperor couldn't? Shang Tian, witnessing the beheading, stammered in fear, You, actually?" Qiao Mu raised his sword stained with the demon fox's blood dripping down, and said confidently, "The evil beast that killed people has been eliminated, but those who wantonly kill people and disregard the lives of the common folk must also pay with their lives." He pointed the tip of his sword straight at Ming Yue, causing her to panic, a hint of fear flashing across her face. But then she regained her composure, pointed at Qiao Mu, and shouted, "If the spirit beast of the immortal sect causes trouble, it will naturally be dealt with by the immortal sect. It's not for a mortal like you to interfere. Moreover, you're slandering me, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths." Ying Shui spoke up from behind, making her freeze, slandering. "Then, may I ask Supreme Immortal Ming Yue to explain why you are here?" She cast a sharp gaze at her, to capture the demon or to release it. Ming Yue, as if her sore spot had been hit, turned around and pushed Yingzu back, scolding, "Impudence, do I need to explain my whereabouts to you? You acted without reporting to me, obstructed the work of the immortal sect, and even harmed the Holy Maiden's immortal pet. Everyone in your household just wait to die." After shouting, she flew away. Yingzu thoughtfully repeated her words. "You acted without reporting to me, obstructed the work of the immortal sect, and even harmed the Holy Maiden's spirit pet." While she was deep in thought, Qiao Mu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, causing her to jump in fright. She rushed over to support him, worried. "Qiao Mu, are you all right? Cheer up a little." Qiao Mu trembled. "Save me." She hurriedly reassured him. "Don't worry, the adults and I will definitely find a way to heal you. We definitely will." Upon hearing that, Qiao Mu fainted, his soul floating out, his voice trembling. "Don't save me." Ying Shu panicked at the sight. Qiao Mu's scene changed. The fickle little demon was lazily lying on a branch, looking into the distance, humming leisurely, his face relaxed. Unlike those about to die, who only eat a few mouthfuls of death energy to fill their stomachs, this time Miao really ate his fill. The death energy on that constable was of impeccable purity. He recalled the scene of Qiao Mu caressing him, feeling delighted. Moreover, he had saved him last night. Miao was especially touched. Miao likes it so much. But then he regretted remembering the scene of witnessing his death. It's a pity that the constable was severely injured by that fox demon. In the end, I even followed him all the way to his home, but it was still one step too late. The death energy ran out on the way. Saying this, he collapsed in frustration. Who says that Miao is heartless, using death energy as food? Being noticed by me also means that the day of death has arrived. Miao will probably live a lonely life forever. Suddenly, the branch he was lying on snapped, falling down and startling him, coupled with a person's exclamation, "Ah!" It turned out that Qiao Mu's rebirth caused it to break. He sat on the ground, rubbing his head and complaining, "That hurts. Why is the rebirth location on a tree this time?" The fickle little demon was very surprised to see him, thinking, "Meow, meow, meow, he's not dead yet." He didn't hesitate to lunge straight at Qiao Mu, making him spit out blood. He bent down and stroked his happy face. "Why is it you again? Are you really going to cling to me and never let go?" "Forget it. If you like me so much, then I'll just consider you my good luck from now on." He rubbed his head against him happily. "Meow." Qiao Mu opened the system panel. "Let me see how this death is rated." Scraped and bruised like that, but only rated B, C+, the system panel displayed. Death rating B+ is because of harm reduction to the populace. A great and upright constable. The reward for this death is 26 points. The skill balance is 104. The usable life balance is 57. Number of resurrections within 7 days is 4/5. Skill 40%. Eternal life, scroll 100%. Refining strength heaven 40%. Shadow finding step completed. Martial city spirit power art. Introductory reward increases chi and blood. Qiao Mu observed the system panel and pondered, "Is it because the impact of my death wasn't big enough? That's impossible." Cheng Ying Shu must have reported this case. The immortal maiden of Profound Heaven sect released a demon beast to kill people, and the constable Qiao Mu risked his life to slay the demon beast. This can be considered a heroic act, right? Then, as if struck by inspiration, he narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, unless this case was suppressed halfway, so no one basically knows about it, no wonder these cultivators are so arrogant. They're sure that the court doesn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Fine. If the yamen won't stir things up, I will. Anyway, I'm not a constable anymore. System notification. Conversion cost 104 points, exchanged for Qiao Mu's Chengsheng manual. Muscle training reaching 100% grand accomplishment. A surge of power began to emanate from him, startling the demon monster Wu Chang, who was lying down, into a sitting position. Qiao Mu remained silent, lost in the moment. After achieving minor accomplishment in the Changsheng Manual's muscle training, each resurrection grants me an enhanced reward of increased chi and blood. But my basic appearance hasn't changed at all. Is it because my chi and blood have stabilized at the peak of my physical condition? Each resurrection consumes my lifespan. But at the same time, the progress of the Changsheng Manual extends my lifespan. Qiao Mu opened his eyes, a confident smile spreading across his face. Now that I've achieved grand accomplishment in the Changsheng Manual's muscle training, I wonder how many years I have left to live. He stood up straight, resolute. Let's go, Wu Chang. We'll change our outfits and head to the Xuantian sect to arrest some people. Scene changed to the Xuantian Taoist temple. Qiao Mu had blended into the crowd, his face stunned as he took in the sight before him. Isn't this the former He Yingshao family's mansion? Today is the 15th. There are indeed many pilgrims coming to the Xuantian temple to offer incense. Before him, a gaunt old woman was straining her voice, pleading, "Please, immortal, bless me, help me. My son and daughter-in-law were killed by demons a few days ago." Then she knelt down again, clasping her hands. "That day, my granddaughter hid in the closet, and she was so scared that she became a simpleton. Please, immortal, save my granddaughter. This old woman will definitely come to the temple every day to offer incense." The brown-haired man, whom the old woman had been begging to, not only showed no sympathy, but sternly said, "No noise is allowed in the immortal abode. Don't you see that your adults, the 5th-rank assistant prefect, are still offering incense up there? Wait in the back. Immortals are busy too, at this time, inside the temple." That adult was still kneeling and offering incense, praying for the immortal to bless his 9th concubine, to give birth to a healthy son. Outside, the old woman continued to prostrate herself and plead, "I can't wait any longer. This is my only relative. I beg you, please save her." She kept repeating, I can't wait any longer. This is my only relative. I beg you, please save her. Suddenly a voice cut through the conversation. Hold on, Mingyu stepped forward, glancing at the old woman. You said your son was killed by a demon, and this girl saw everything. The brown-haired man saw her and bowed respectfully. Senior sister, the old woman, when asked, turned to look at her granddaughter and replied, Yes, the child was so frightened that she was unconscious until today. But after waking up, she's been like this. She doesn't hear people calling her, and her face is gloomy and expressionless, the old woman anxiously asked. Immortal, did the demon eat my granddaughter's soul? She observed and concluded, Yes, she indeed shows symptoms of soul loss. After speaking, she turned around. Please follow me into the hall. I will personally heal her. The old woman was overjoyed upon hearing this and stood up. Really? Thank you, Immortal. But suddenly a voice interrupted. Granny, you can't follow her. Qiao Mu stepped forward, pointing directly at Mingyue. The one who released the beast, causing many murders in the city, is this very immortal Mingyue. She glanced back in shock, thinking, Qiao Mu, wasn't he beaten half to death by Xiaohu? How can he appear here unscathed? What is he planning? The surrounding people began to whisper after hearing Qiao Mu's words. Is he talking about the Wuchang demon case? I heard many people died. The immortals of the Xuantian sect released the demon beast to kill people? That's impossible, right? That's the immortal of the Xuantian sect, always protecting the peace of the Heiyang region. Mingyue showed no outward signs of worry, walking closer to Qiao Mu. Isn't this the constable Qiao of the Yamen? As a Yamen servant, you must be fair and impartial in everything you do. If you say, I released a demon to kill people, then may I ask, do you have any evidence? The people around began to chime in. That's right, you have no evidence and are just slandering people. Besides, you're just a lowly constable. Are you planning to arrest an immortal? That's right, even our current emperor wouldn't dare. Someone gestured to stop when the emperor was mentioned. Shh, don't talk nonsense. Mingyue, encouraged by the people, crossed her arms, appearing very confident. Everyone, I had a little misunderstanding with this constable before. So, he came here to slander me? Public officials, without permission, are not allowed to arbitrarily intrude into the territory of the immortal sects. Qiao Mu, you've not only trespassed, but also damaged the reputation of our immortal sect. She smirked. So what's the punishment? Qiao Mu didn't speak, but just glared back at her. Suddenly, the old woman's granddaughter pointed at Mingyue, shouting, It's her. Tiger hit tiger parents. The girl's face was filled with panic. The girl collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and screaming, Grandma. The old woman anxiously comforted her granddaughter. Good girl, have you come to? It's okay, Grandma's here. The surrounding people were buzzing. Didn't that little girl just point at immortal Mingyu? I think I heard that the Profound Heaven sect keeps spirit beasts. Could it really be her who released a demon beast to kill people? If the Holy Maiden of the Profound Heaven sect finds out about this, wouldn't she? Mingyue trembled violently. She angrily waved her hand, creating a gust of wind to push away the gossiping people. Shut your mouths. Mingyue's eyes were filled with rage. A bunch of mortals dared to look down on me. Do you want to die? She pointed directly at Qiao Mu. And you, Qiao Mu, a constable in the government, yet you dare to lead the disruption in the immortal sect? This is a capital crime. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. All the people in the Yamen will be beheaded. Qiao Mu peeled off the cloth covering the staff, acting calmly. Is that so? But I'm not a constable in the government. I'm Qiao Mu's older brother, Qiao Chifu. The sharp iron tip of the green staff was revealed. If the law of the mortal realm can't control immortals. He swung the staff, stabbing directly at Mingyue. Then I, Qiao Chifu, will. But the brown-haired man quickly rushed forward, using his sword to block the attack for her. The brown-haired man's eyes were sharp. You ignorant fool, daring to attack my senior sister Mingyue. He frantically swung his sword straight at Qiao Mu. Watch me chop you into 8 pieces. You came at the right time. Let me see the real strength of you. Immortal sect people. But he remained calm and realized, that's not right. This swordsmanship. You're a martial artist. Why are you working as a lackey for the immortal sect? He shouted, martial artists are just ordinary mortals, but I want to obtain the orthodox methods of the Xuan sect and achieve the Tao of eternal life. In the next second, the brown-haired man revealed his true form, his upper clothes torn apart by his bulging muscles. He looked extremely ferocious. Perfect. Killing you today will be a great merit. The Holy Maiden will definitely take me into the sect. Qiao Mu wasn't about to let him have his way. Watch my ultimate move, Scorpio Disintegration. He punched him straight in the face, a mess of teeth and lips. Qiao Mu sent him flying with a palm strike, sending him straight into the wall, leaving only rubble. Half of his body was on this side of the wall, and half was on the other, suffering a miserable defeat. Still in the pose of throwing a punch, he smiled. Scorpio disintegration, I know that. Suddenly, a talisman flew from behind Qiao Mu. It was Ming Yue who had plotted this. She smirked. Go die, Qiao Chifu. The talisman was enchanted. A red flame appeared, and the fire radiating from the talisman was extremely powerful. Qiao Mu raised his hand to shield himself, dodging. He was shocked beyond belief, and hurriedly ran away. The flames behind him grew bigger and more violent. Even the spear in the fire was burned to ashes. Qiao Mu turned his head in surprise. The iron spear melted instantly. Is this the power of immortal techniques? There were spots of fire on his hand. He looked at his hand in horror. I'm infected. He screamed violently, as the flames almost engulfed him. Seeing Qiao Mu seemingly burning to death in the raging flames, Ming Yue laughed gleefully. How does it feel? This is the soul-devouring, fiery talisman that the Holy Maiden bestowed upon me. I usually don't even dare to use it. The flames it releases can destroy the soul and erode the bones. Just a touch, and you'll be forever beyond salvation. Her expression was more arrogant than an autonomous region. Before it burns you to ashes, this fire will absolutely not go out. This is the punishment you deserve for daring to provoke the immortal sect. A foot stepped out of the flames, without extinguishing. Qiao Mu, with a charred body, walked out with fierce eyes. Then let it burn. Either way, you are going to die today. Ming Yu panicked. Are you crazy? You're just a mortal. Why are you deliberately going against me? He smirked. Why? Because you, an immortal, have committed so many evil deeds, siding with demons and following the demonic path. He clenched his black and red hand. Even if I die today, I just hope that there's still justice in this world. Qiao Clan's Qiao Mu invites you, esteemed immortal, to die. Qiao Mu lunged forward, both hands fiercely aiming at her. The flames followed him, incinerating Ming Yu as well. She could only gape as the flames consumed her. She reached out, as if trying to cling to life. Impossible. I'm an immortal. How could I die at the hands of a mortal? Ming Yue reached towards the distant towering mountain. Save me, senior brothers and sisters. Why aren't you coming down? Why aren't you saving me? Qiao Mu coldly watched her fade away. He looked at his own hands. Luckily, I invested all my points in the everlasting fist, so I could barely withstand the bone-melting fire. Even so, this body is already falling apart. He glanced at the flames on the ground. But it's still a good thing. Then he looked towards the people who were cheering for his victory. At least Ming Yue won't have a chance to harm those two again. Moreover, publicly defeating an immortal is a way to show off my skills and regain my reputation in front of everyone. Qiao Mu, like a valiant hero in a life-or-death battle, plus the dramatic death of being burned to ashes by this bone-melting fire, will definitely garner a lot of praise. He suddenly opened his eyes in alarm, a flying blade piercing deeply into the stone wall. Qiao Mu hugged himself tightly, screaming amidst the flames. The people outside were extremely worried. Hero Qiao, this is bad. The Profound Gate sect is here for revenge. Wait, look at Hero Qiao. They saw Qiao Mu's body covered in black soot from the fire, but more importantly, one arm was gone. The flames on his body are gone. The people panicked, looking at Qiao Mu's body. The flames are gone. Really? It's thanks to the immortals protecting us. It's the heavens protecting us. That's right. Hero Qiao killed the evil immortal. Immeasurable merit. The evil immortal's flames couldn't burn him to death. Qiao Mu looked at the flying blade that had pierced the stone wall. That's right, the thing that made the bone-melting fire disappear was that flying blade. He looked at his severed arm and the embers on the ground. The flying blade severed my arm that was covered in the bone-melting fire, cutting off the source of the fire. Of course, it won't continue to burn. It seems the person who acted didn't want to harm me, but wanted to save me. But only now did Qiao Mu clearly see his own body. Why didn't you act sooner? I'm burned like this. I might as well be dead. My face is ruined, my hair is scorched, my clothes are all burned off, but at least my iron crotch kung fu isn't affected. Qiao Mu, in his charred state, looked towards the embarrassed men. Everyone, could someone lend me a pair of pants? Those men eagerly offered their own pants, willing to give everything to him. No problem. Take mine, Officer Qiao. Hero Qiao, you bravely killed the evil immortal, truly heroic. If you don't mind, I'm willing to offer the family's heirloom underwear to you. Qiao Mu was speechless. Really, you should keep that thing for yourself. He reminded everyone, the Profound Heaven sect definitely won't let this go. You should all leave quickly, to avoid being implicated. The people were also very worried. But Hero Qiao, you're seriously injured. Why don't you come with us? Qiao Mu looked strong and unafraid. Don't worry, I have my own way to escape. After all, immortals are no match for me. Although everyone was worried, they had to agree, all right, Hero Qiao must take care of himself. With the people gone, he looked towards the deep forest. Alright, everyone gone. Can the expert in the forest show themselves now? Qiao Mu waved his hand and smiled. A life-saving grace must be repaid like an endless spring. Chu Xing hesitated, looking at the person next to him. Your Majesty, you told me to save his life, but why does it feel like he's not happy at all, Yong? He looked uncertain. Indeed, he's as unpredictable as his Qiao Mu brothers. He looked at Qiao Mu, who was enthusiastically calling out in the distance. I didn't expect him to actually take action against an immortal because of the case of the unpredictable demon beast, even willing to risk his life. Even a martial artist knows to uphold justice in the world, but I, as the emperor, dare not go against the laws of heaven. How can I bear the responsibility of an immortal? Qiao Mu, on the other side, kept waving his hand, calling out, Come out, I will definitely thank you handsomely. Chu Xing knelt down. I deserve to die. Your Majesty has deep plans, and your position is different from mine. Naturally, you won't act recklessly like him. His expression was extremely serious. In fact, I know your Majesty always cares about the world. It's just that the immortal forces are strong, and your Majesty always has to endure humiliation and hardship. But Yong, he thought differently. What's wrong with enduring humiliation and hardship? On the contrary, I want to decisively repay kindness and revenge like him. All right, you go and lead him away. Don't let the people of the Profound Heaven sect find him. I don't want to stand by and watch a righteous person suffer. Shen Qing obeyed. Under a clear sky, trails of smoke appeared on the mountains. Both Shen Jing and Yong He were shocked and couldn't believe it. Shen Xing felt shaken. It's too late. At this time, in another place. On the go board, Ming Yue was dead. The bone-melting fire talisman had been used, and she still died at the hands of that mortal martial artist. The people of the Profound Heaven sect were evaluating her, lacking talent, but always liking to compete for favor. Deserving of this misfortune, is just a pity that she lowered the reputation of our Profound Heaven sect, the other person chimed in. Isn't senior brother Qi Yang in charge of guarding the Profound Heaven Pass this year? But he's gone traveling, it seems. This matter must be handled by me and you. He picked up the white piece. Well, yeah, Xuantian sect is a temple that relies on incense offerings. If they don't deal with that martial brute, the incense will decline later, and you and I will definitely be reprimanded. Suddenly, a light shot straight from the mountain. Those two are still chillin', playing chess. Looks like we don't need to do anything extra. Let's keep playing. Right, now that they've used the real bone-leaving fire talisman, she'll definitely sense it. Meanwhile, on Qiao Mu's side, a woman was standing on a sword in the sky. She looked at him coldly. Who are you? The newcomer was Xuantian sect's holy maiden, Yu Qingxin. Qiao Mu was a little surprised. Who is this woman? One martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros decree sensed should be someone from the Martial Extreme Society. Why is there a reaction with the Cultivator? But he calmly questioned. Someone who seeks the truth and distinguishes right from wrong. May I ask who you are, young lady? Qingxin's tone was cold and uninteresting. She was about to unleash her power. When the immortal sect acts, even if they're wrong, they become right. A flame flew straight from her hand towards Qiao Mu. He was trapped in that fire, like he was in prison, unable to escape, only able to shout. But Qiao Mu looked pretty stoked. This leaving fire is 10 times stronger than Ming Yue's. Looks like you're the holy maiden. Ming Yue mentioned. Nice. Today is the 15th. Perfect for offering incense to the gods. He looked at Qingxin, who was standing outside the flames. I hope the immortal can accept the incense from a mortal like me. She coldly assessed him. This guy has the Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros decree's aura on him. Haha. Has the Martial Extreme Society fallen so low that they have to send a level 6 martial artist to cause trouble? Ming Yu's death isn't a pity, but she's still one of mine. I can't lose even a little bit of prestige at this time. Then she sensed something on the side of the forest over there. 2 auras hiding in the trees disappeared. But she didn't chase after them, just flew back to the mountain where she started. Let them go. It's not a good time to cause extra trouble. Elsewhere, an unconstant yokai was lying on someone's lap, enjoying the head pats. Meow. This time I picked up a treasure. This human can actually be resurrected many times. This heavy death aura has already killed Meow. Meow meow. Qiao Mu didn't look too happy, and his hand was swiping on a smart screen. Hey man, don't just eat death aura all day. Help out when fighting. It laughed on Qiao Mu's lap. Meow's true skill isn't fighting, it's being cute. I'm good at being adorable. He became more enthusiastic. But the rewards this time are good. Worth dying for. The screen showed the death evaluation. A is a mortal who doesn't worship gods or revere heaven and earth. Skill points awarded for this death. 56 points. Remaining skill points. 56 points. Number of resurrections in 7 days is 3/5 skills. Eternal longevity force. Refining to great perfection is 100%. Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros decree. Proficiency is 100%. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art Mastery is 100%. 3 Pattern Leafling Mirror Level 1 is 100%. Blood Flesh, 100 transformations. Beginner 100%, Iron Cloth Shirt. Great achievement is 100%. View other rewards, increase Qi and blood. Qiao Mu looked at the strength circle being cultivated on his hand. The Qi C in his dantian swelled up again. Level 4 already, one more step, and I can refine the spirit. I currently have 2 cultivation methods in my hand that are beneficial for refining the spirit, but they are the Eternal Longevity Refining Force Heaven and Pure Yang Without Fear Art, and both are incomplete. Then he looked at the screen. Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Decree proficiency is 100%. Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Decree is a secret spirit refining method for low-level martial artists, which is different from true spirit refining martial arts. Qiao Mu closed his eyes, preparing to track that Xuan Tian sect holy maiden. I can sense her with the Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Decree, which proves that she has something to do with the Martial Extreme Society. I must investigate her to see if I can obtain information about the second half of the Eternal Longevity Fist, the spirit refining half. He suddenly opened his eyes, found it, a night scene on a lake with mysterious smoke rising. Peach petals fall on the water. It is the residence of Xuantian Sect's holy maiden, Spirit Spring, where Qingjin is soaking. She also sensed that someone from the Martial Extreme Society was sneaking in. At the Holy Maiden Temple in some village, people were sincerely praying. They looked at the Holy Maiden's portrait, enshrined with incense burning. Great Holy Maiden, holy fire is blazing. Bless our holy village. Drive away diseases and eliminate demons. All the incense was absorbed by Qingxin. She looked at her body. The effect of absorbing from so far is too low. To break through the foundation building stage, I need more incense, elemental force. She suddenly noticed someone from the Martial Extreme Society sneaking in at a stone crack somewhere. Qiao Mu put his hand over a maid's mouth. I didn't expect the Xuantian Sect's holy maiden to be in such an ordinary place. Seeing the martial slaves outside the gate, I now have great doubts about the true value of this holy maiden. She tried to remove Qiao Mu's hand from her mouth. Lord Devil, spare me. I'm just a servant forced into the sect. Grievances have a head, debts have an owner. The one who burned you to death is the holy maiden. I'm innocent. But the guy wasn't letting her off the hook, his face turning even more demonic. I'm asking you, and you better answer honestly, or I'm dragging you down with me. She was scared, stiff, her voice trembling. All right, I'll tell you everything. Qiao Mu finally let her go, hands on his hips. Fine, I'll believe you. But if you dare to try any funny business, she cut him off. Definitely not. My dad's the magistrate of Hiyang. Just as long as you don't hurt me, I'll have him commission the best memorial service for you. But he was on to her. Spare me the nonsense. What's the deal with your holy maiden? She wiped away her tears, huddling closer to the rock wall. The holy maiden. She used to be a disciple of Wu Shengren, the martial saint. Her name is Wu Qingxin, and she's Wu Shengren's adopted daughter. Hearing this, Qiao Mu was puzzled. Isn't Wu Shengren like public enemy number 1 for the anti-heaven sect? How could his adopted daughter get into the sect? She began to recount. You probably don't know this, Mr. Devil. 40 years ago, Wu Shengren was defeated by an immortal. Then he resigned and founded the Extreme Martial Arts Society before disappearing. To this day, even the elders in our sect can't find him. Martial arts has been in decline ever since. After the major martial arts families were wiped out by Wu Shengren, the scattered martial artists couldn't find a way out either. Later, about a dozen years later, our holy maiden joined the immortal sect. Even though the holy maiden practiced martial arts, her talent for immortal cultivation was off the charts. In less than 5 years after joining, she surpassed all the disciples of her generation. Afterwards, the elders elected her as the holy maiden, making her a role model for martial artists all over the world. In her mind, Qingxin wielded her sword skillfully, a beauty unmatched in the world. Since then, more and more martial artists have switched to joining immortal sects. Although I was forced by my dad, I actually got rid of my prejudices and joined the immortal sect because of the holy maiden. She told her story with sparkling eyes and full of admiration, leaving Qiao Mu speechless. He felt a headache coming on, rubbing his forehead. What a golden opportunity to recruit talent. No wonder some martial artists are willing to be servants for immortal sects. But cultivating immortality isn't that easy. Martial artists who enter immortal sects are just low-level slaves, with absolutely no chance to access the core of immortal cultivation. He thought, but Wu Qingxin joined the Profound Heaven sect more than 10 years ago, so the Qiao family's massacre probably has nothing to do with her. Then there probably won't be any clues about the Eternal Life Sutra here either. He suddenly asked, startling the girl, what do you know about the Extreme Martial Arts Society? Have you ever seen the Holy Maiden practice any martial arts techniques, or has she taught you anything? She shyly expressed, my abilities are not enough. I'm not worthy of receiving the Holy Maiden's teachings. I have to work twice as hard. Take good care of the spirit beast. Worry about the Holy Maiden's meals and daily life. No eating, drinking, or sleeping, and then I'll definitely receive her favor. Qiao Mu couldn't believe it. Is this entire immortal sect some kind of cult? Are they brainwashing people? He crossed his arms, looking at the girl. So what's Wu Qingxian's cultivation level now? She smiled brightly. Our holy maiden is exceptionally talented. This time during her closed-door cultivation, she's about to break through to foundation establishment. Suddenly, a talisman appeared behind her. Qiao Mu quickly grabbed the girl's hand. He threw the girl away to avoid the flames that had just erupted. Qingxian walked out of the rubble. She's the one controlling that talisman, so talkative. The girl was terrified while he remained calm. If I hadn't acted quickly, you would have turned to ashes, little girl. What does the holy maiden think of human lives? Ants. Qingxian recognized the person in front of her. You. He cleared his throat. Ahem, he pretended again. I'm Qiao Zhong. The one you killed during the day was my younger brother, Qiao Yefu. Our Qiao family has always been loyal to the country. Taking the prosperity of the world is our responsibility, not afraid of death. You killed my younger brother. I'm here to avenge him. Before he finished speaking, a huge explosion appeared. Qiao Mu flew out, completely shocked. Again, he had an extremely bizarre expression. Just kidding. We're all people from the Extreme Martial Arts Society. Senior sister, why do you need to be so hot-tempered? But in his heart, he was unwilling. I can't die too quickly. I have to get more information. Qingxian had a flame in her hand, her eyes very cold. Unparalleled fool. Sooner or later you will die by my hand. Wu Shengren, I might as well help you get rid of yourself now. Looking at her unhappy expression, he raised his hand as if to intentionally remind her. Calm down. What does senior sister mean? I haven't even met Wu Shengren. Why would he want to kill me? Could it be that I have something on me that I shouldn't? Then he answered himself, I know. It's the Wusheng spiritual resonance art. You and I both practice the Wusheng spiritual resonance art. She just remained silent and did not move. He was satisfied with his guess. Looks like I guessed right, because the Wusheng spiritual resonance art has a connection. You thought I was sent by Wusheng Ren to kill you, but you betrayed Wusheng Ren and joined the immortal sect because you wanted to break this technique. Am I right? Qingxian's eyes seemed to droop, as if he had said something right. Oh, I'm getting off topic. I just happened to show a saber. The flying fish guard saved your younger brother's life during the day. Are you people? The Emperor's people? Has Wu Sheng touched the great Yan Emperor? Qiao Mu looked at the Qing saber, also surprised. That Qing flying saber is actually from the flying fish guard. The expert who saved me this morning was actually from the flying fish guard. But I don't have any connection with the Emperor. I even cursed him before. Why did he save me? I'll show the fire talisman on my hand and ask where the great Yan Emperor is. When asked, Qiao Mu was dumbfounded. Would you believe me if I said I don't know anything about any emperor? Her eyes were fierce, attacking the talisman towards him. Then you're of no use anymore. Qiao Mu flew away while cursing. What's wrong with this holy maiden? She starts attacking when she doesn't like something. Looks like I can't get any information out of her. Let's retreat. But he didn't expect that the maid would repay kindness with hatred. She gave him a palm strike in the back. He couldn't believe it. You? She mouthed. Sorry. So the talisman sticks right onto Qiao Mu's body. And he gets burned up, screaming like crazy. The flames engulf Qiao Mu, turning him into a crispy critter. The maid kneels down, begging for mercy. Holy maiden, spare me. I swear I won't breathe a word. I'll write to my father right now and tell him to build even more temples for you so you get tons of incense. Qingxian says coldly, remember your place. If you mess this up, this holy maiden will turn the entire Liu mansion into dust. The maid obeys. Yes, ma'am. Qingxian walks inside to a glowing green circle and says, Elder son, the Haoyang prefecture suspects that the flying fish guard is tailing the Bulayan emperor. The circle replies, I see, holy maiden. Just focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage soon. Qingxian closes her eyes and transmits her thoughts. Shuangtian sect has been searching for the emperor for ages. This intel should earn me some merit with the sect. Her eyes gleam with determination. Maybe I can exchange it for some pills to help me cultivate faster. Gotta level up ASAP. Images of shining gold steles under the city gates appear in her mind. Night falls over a tall tower. Zhang Chen is excitedly telling everyone a story. That guy, Qiao Qifu, gets burned to a crisp by this weird fire and becomes a loyal incense stick. While burning, he shouts, even immortals can't withstand my loyal incense stick. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu is chilling on a chair, legs crossed, sipping tea. This is the life. Drinking tea and listening to people praise me. This feeling is just chef's kiss. Then he looks at his aching arm, but damn, being burned alive really hurts, and to die twice like that, leaving nothing behind. The second time, it was even a lover's spat. What a pathetic way to go. The system pops up. Death rating. C. Low. Too much incense? Ashamed to die. Skill points gained. 10. Remaining skill points. 46. Usable life points. 55. Revive count in 7 days. 2/5. Longevity fist skill. Refined strength perfected to 100%. Martial Saint Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree proficiency. 100%. Illusionary Shadow Swordplay. Beginner. 100%. Additional reward. Increased chi and blood. Qiao Mu is disgruntled. Even though I want to die, I can't die meaninglessly like this. Wu Qingxin, next time we meet, I'm taking you down with me. He holds his teacup, contemplating. But thinking about it, Wu Qingxin fears Martial Sanren, yet she openly joins the Immortal Sect. It's likely that Martial Sanren planted Wu Qingxin in the Immortal Sect as part of a plot, and she's using this opportunity to escape his control. Qiao Mu closes his eyes to deduce. So what's strange about this Martial Saint Spiritual Rhinoceros Decree, after all? A map with highlighted spots appears in his mind. If he didn't sense it, he wouldn't have known. But there are so many members of the Martial Extreme Society hidden in Haoyang Prefecture. At the South Continent, within the Clear Light Mountain Range, Xuantian Sect, inside a tower on a high peak under the full moon, a meeting of Immortal Masters is in session. The one who starts is the Sun Elder of Xuantian Sect. Wu Qingxin has sent word that the current Dayan Emperor is in Haoyang Prefecture. Xuantian Sect's Tianxing Elder is also excited. Finally, our plan is coming together. We're halfway there. Next to speak is Xuantian Sect's Deacon, Red Yang Taoist. According to the agreement, in half a month, Emperor Yong, he will disguise himself as a pilgrim and come to Clear Light Mountain to kneel before the celestial god statue of Xuantian Sect. But for the past month, he's been hiding all over the place. Even I can't contact him. Is he planning to back out at the last minute? Sun Elder strokes his beard. To conceal his whereabouts, he's using the celestial Wu Mir, stationed at Changzhou, deceiving the 8 great immortal sects. Today, he even dared to have the Flying Fish Guard rescue a mortal martial artist who trespassed on Xuanxian Temple. Tianxing gets angry and stands up. Does he really think that it's his careful balancing act that's allowed Dayan to exist under the thumb of the immortal sects to this day? The 9 great immortal sects wiped out Dayan's elite 40 years ago. If we wanted to change dynasties, we could do it with a flick of the wrist. Xuantian Sect's Deacon, Green Yang Taoist, gently agrees. Elder Tianxing is right, but ancient books say the Emperor's fate is ordained by heaven. If someone has no affinity with immortality, they cannot achieve longevity. We cultivators are extremely wary of the Emperor's luck. If we can avoid it, we must. Sun Elder, sitting in the center, decides, avoiding the truth is one thing, but not necessarily ascending to the throne is also the truth. What we cultivators need are all the resources of the mortal world, including the power of incense. What good is being an emperor of the mortal world? He's just the king of a bunch of monkeys. His gaze hardens. We should be the ones controlling the Monkey King. Tianxing is nonchalant. Whatever, one way or another. In half a month, he'll be a ghost or a puppet. At that time, our Xuantian sect will be the first immortal sect to be worshipped by Dayan, ushering in an era of prosperity and standing at the top of the 9 great immortal sects. Sun Elder reaches for his tea. It's not convenient to make trouble right now. We should let the Emperor relax a little sometimes to show our immortal sect's magnanimity. Since it was Wu Qingxin who burned the man to death with the live fire, we should naturally let her help the Emperor save face. Red Yang looks surprised. Shishu means. The old man opens his teacup, leisurely assesses. Originally, making Wu Qingxin a holy maiden was just to use her as bait to eliminate Martial Saint Ren and make him disappear from this world. It's a pity that after so many years, Martial Saint Ren still hasn't taken the bait. If that's the case, what good is keeping her? Sun Elder's gaze is ruthless and emotionless. Elsewhere, Shenzhen cupped his fist in a salute. Your Majesty, this humble servant has investigated. This Qiao Chifu has no connection to the Qiao family of Hiang, the one Wu Shengren annihilated. You've given a very detailed report. Besides, there are rumors in Yan City that the Krao family, father and son, were chivalrous heroes, taking death for justice as their family motto. Their family martial arts include a special technique, the Heavenly Devil Disintegration Grand Art. The space was peaceful, with koi swimming beneath the clear lotus pond. The Emperor was surprised. A family technique is the Heavenly Devil Disintegration. Aren't they afraid of dying without descendants? Shenxing felt uncertain. This, your servant is also unclear about. Suddenly, Shenxing detected something. He saw a streak of red light in the sky. Your Majesty, someone's coming. A person dressed in red landed in front of the two of them. It was Qi Yang, he greeted with a smile. Qi Yang of the Xuantian sect greets Emperor Dayan. The Emperor approached, welcoming him cheerfully and getting straight to the point. What brings the immortal master of the Xuantian sect here, Yang? He thought secretly. I lengthened my travel time to Qingming, disguising myself along the way. How was I suddenly exposed? He replied affably, I've naturally come to urge the Emperor to set off. It's been about half a month from Heyang to the Qingming mountain range. Isn't it about time to leave? Qi Yang grinned, exposing the situation. That's right, yesterday, a mortal martial artist dared to infiltrate Shuangtianguang. I heard the Emperor and the flying fish guard beside you seem to have done something. Yang. He was slightly surprised at this moment. Shenxing also didn't expect it. Yesterday when I saved someone, I only used a normal throwing knife with no flying fish guard characteristics. How did they find out? His gaze flickered. That's not right. Wu Qingxin is a disciple of Wu Shengren and knows all the martial arts in the world. She recognized my throwing knife technique. It was the flying star throwing dagger, a characteristic of the flying fish guard. The Emperor glanced at Shenzing, a slip-up. Even though Shenzing and I were so cautious, we still left an opening. So the Shuangtian sect intends to use this to reproach us, to warn me. He grinded his teeth and blamed himself. It's all my fault. He smiled, but secretly cursed inwardly. This is truly bullying people too much, but now I can't find a second way to escape this kneeling situation. The Emperor had no choice but to defend himself. Immortal Master, please don't blame us. Yesterday. But Qiyang interrupted. Yesterday's incident was the Holy Maiden acting with bias. The Shuangtian sect is a righteous Xuan sect, and always acts justly and will naturally handle things fairly. He smiled and said, Therefore, the Shuangtian sect has decided to strip Wu Qingxin of her Holy Maiden status and expel her from Heiyang City. Yong He's expression was full of surprise. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. How could this be? Are the cultivators of the Shuangtian sect easier to talk to than other immortal sects? And they even value right and wrong. What exactly are they hiding? Qiang flew into the sky. If this matter is settled, then you should set off immediately. He flew away, but didn't forget to remind, we'll meet in Qingming Mountain in half a month. Then he flew away swiftly, leaving only a bright red starlight in the sky. Elsewhere, a figure flashed by very quickly, his feet stopping. Jiang Chen reached out to prepare to draw his sword. Since you followed me for so long, why hide? Come out and meet me. That person appeared behind him. Rest assured, I have no hostile intentions. Qiao Mu cupped his fists in introduction. This one is Cao Zong. I heard that you're the fastest at grasping information about Heyang, so I came here to inquire about some news. Hearing the name, Jiang Chen excitedly grabbed his hands, his eyes shining brightly. Chao Zhang, you're also from the Chao family. It can't be wrong. You're just like those heroes of the Chao family. He was so enthusiastically welcomed that he was stunned. Indeed, I am from the Chao family. Who are you? He hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Jiang Chen. I was humiliated in the street by Guoyan's son in Yan City before. Luckily, the heroes of the Chao family came to my aid. I am extremely grateful. He also vaguely remembered in his heart. It's you? If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have recognized you. Jiang Chen, with a proud heart, said, Since then, I have been going around praising the righteous people like the Chao family, encouraging more people to stand up against the decadent court and the false immortals. Qiao Mu stood next to him, scratching his face. Aren't you afraid of offending the officials and the immortal sects? Jiang Chen with a majestic demeanor. It doesn't matter. It's not easy to catch me. When you were following me just now, you must have realized that my identity is not ordinary. Hearing this, he assessed. Not only carrying a sword, but your movement technique is also extraordinary. You are definitely not an ordinary rhetorician. He admitted it himself. That's right. Actually from Tingchao Pavilion. Then, an awkward silence stretched on. The two just stared at each other, totally clueless. Qiao Mu scratched his nose. What's this, Tingchao Lu? You keep mentioning Jiang Chen. Got it. Oh, so you really don't know, huh? He started explaining. Back when the martial sang purged the old martial arts world, Tingchao Lu managed to survive that cleansing. Our tower master is the famous Bai Shaoshang of the martial world. He has eyes and ears everywhere, gathering intel from all corners. The famous weapon and hero ranking lists circulating in the martial world, all created by our tower master. It finally clicked for him. Oh, so you guys are in the intelligence business? Spot on. Jiang Chen had to agree. Something like that. Yeah. Then Jiang Chen's expression soured HMPH. It's all because of some idle good-for-nothings in the tower lately. They came up with stuff like the Jianghu Beauty Ranking, the worst underwear of the year summary, and even a guide to Jiangnan's brothels. It's tarnished Tingchao Lu's reputation, which is probably why you've never heard of us. Qiao Mu suddenly got dead serious, a pen and notebook appearing in his hands, ready to take notes. Those things you just mentioned, could you elaborate a bit? Jiang Chen's jaw dropped at his earnest and enthusiastic expression. So that's the kind of stuff you're interested in. He chuckled. My main job is spreading titles in the martial world. I don't really know much about those weird rankings. However, the Xingjuan emissary of the Wuji Association has recently been recruiting people who have practiced the martial saints, spirit rhino art. In response to the Wuji Association's kill order, anyone who makes a great contribution will be taught a top-tier cultivation method from the martial saint. Qiao Mu listened with intense focus, and their target this time is the saintess who joined the Xuan Men sect, the one who betrayed the martial saint all those years ago. Wu Xingjin, in Jiang Chen's memory. An image surfaced of Qingjin fighting an opponent in the pouring rain. Hearing this, Qiao Mu packed up his notebook and dashed off. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to tea sometime. It all made sense to him. Now, no wonder Wu Qingyang suddenly had so many people from the Wuji Association around. They were all targeting Wu Qingxin. If I can sneak into this manhunt, I might get a chance to obtain the second half of the longevity fist, and maybe even infiltrate the inner ranks of the Wuji Association. He smiled with determination. The one to draw Wu Qingxin's blood must be me. Outside the inn, it was pretty quiet. Inside, each person sat at their own separate table. Qiao Mu scanned the strange atmosphere. Weird. There are so few people here. He took a sip of his tea. With just this many people, trying to deal with Wu Qingxin is a total suicide mission. A stranger approached him. Little brother, you don't look like you're from the Wuji Association. Are you also here for the soul refining technique? Like me, Qiao Mu replied politely. Big brother, how should I address you? Is there something you need? The man introduced himself. Just call me Lao Hu, little brother. The honorable emissary isn't here yet, so I was just looking for someone to chat with. Lao Hu sat down at his table. You're so young, yet already a fourth-grade martial artist. You must practice a superior internal energy technique, right? To be honest with you, the technique I practice is a superior one I got from the Wuji Association. It's only half a manual, but it's seriously good. I also have a secret poison manual. We could discuss an exchange. Qiao Mu smiled and agreed. Sure thing, but with only half a manual, it looks like I'll have to deal more with the Wuji Association in the future. But inwardly, he thought, another half manual. It seems the Wuji Association keeps the second half of many secret manuals. If a martial artist wants to advance, they have no choice but to work for them. The man chuckled. Half a manual is already amazing. In the past, all the superior techniques were in the hands of the major martial sects. People with lesser aptitude couldn't even get close to the core techniques. It's much better now. You just have to complete missions to get them. Besides, half of a superior martial art technique is enough for many people to train for a lifetime. Qiao Mu put his teacup down. Let's be real, we've been sitting here for an hour. Why hasn't the all-important Xingjuan emissary shown up yet? When are we setting out to hunt Wu Qingxin? Or is he scared? A man at the next table laughed loudly. You ignorant brat, how dare you be so disrespectful to the honorable emissary? He crossed his arms, glaring at him. The honorable emissary has a perfect plan to deal with Wu Qingxin. Is it your place, you little punk, to spout such nonsense? Someone from another table chimed in. Wu Qingxin isn't just the saintess of the immortal sect. She's also a disciple of the martial saint, proficient in the Zhao Li fire talisman. Just yesterday, she burned a high-level martial artist to death. He was from the Qiao family, which has been making a name for itself lately. How powerful is the Qiao family, you ask? They're powerful enough to curse the emperor and get away with it. Hearing this, his face went completely blank. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat and a black cloak that covered them from head to toe approached. If you're all scared, you can just leave. After all, the martial saint will only pass on his technique to the one with the greatest merit. Fewer rivals means a better chance to earn that merit, the person added. The other four all glanced at the newcomer as Qiao Mu set his teacup down again. Suddenly, a brawl broke out. The young master swung his sword towards Lao Hu. While the senior master targeted Qiao Mu, he slammed his fist straight into his chest. As his fist made contact, the senior master recognized the iron cloth shirt technique. He retracted his hand, veins bulging on both his fists. Very good. In that case, I'll let you taste the power of my iron-armed divine palm. He viciously punched right at Qiao Mu's body. Let's see if your body-strengthening art can withstand my iron palm. He remained calm, blocking each attack, the force of his blows incessant. This senior elder's strength isn't ordinary, but at most it's only 5 or 6/10 of my own. Defeating him wouldn't be difficult. Even while fighting, Qiao Mu kept an eye on his surroundings. On the other hand, that guy over there was radiating the aura of a powerful expert. No doubt the others have noticed it too, which is why no one dares to attack him. He's carrying a weapon. If that's the case, I'll just play dead first. Qiao Mu dashed straight past the senior elder, letting the elder crash straight into the wall, sending bricks and rubble flying. Qiao Mu's target was that hat-wearing guy. He thrust his spear straight at him. That guy also drew his weapon. and with one strike, shattered Qiao Mu's weapon. Dust and smoke filled the air. A red scratch appeared on Qiao Mu's face, and he smiled. Clearly, he could have killed him instantly, but he deliberately held back. He glanced at the person behind him. So you deliberately lured us into attacking to test our strength, am I right, envoy of the Star Mystery? The person flinched slightly, and the others who were fighting also stopped. The senior elder, clutching his swollen head, gritted his teeth at the two of them. The envoy of the Star Mystery retorted, "How did you see through it?" He calmly said, "There's more than one person here cultivating the Saint Spirit tier art. It's not easy to spot someone who's blended in among these people, but if you pay close attention, you can sense that the aura you exude is far greater than ours. Most importantly." Qiao Mu stared directly at the envoy of the Star Mystery's side. "You're carrying the Star Mystery Envoy token of the Martial Limit Association." The envoy of the Star Mystery finally understood. That previous attack was to try and open my outer robe, and I didn't even notice. He looked at Qiao Mu before him. "Little brother, your skills are excellent. May I ask your name and surname?" Qiao Mu cupped his hands in greeting. "This humble one is Qiao Zhong. For now, I'll use that name." Lao Hu suddenly gaped. "Qiao, could it be that you're the Qiao hero who's recently become famous throughout the land?" He clutched his chest and sighed in relief. "Yes, the one you burned to death was my real older brother." The envoy of the Star Mystery cupped his hands. "So that's how it is. Little brother has come to avenge his senior brother. This operation won't be easy. Martial artists without enough strength can only throw their lives away in vain. I hope everyone can forgive me for presumptuously testing them. Fortunately, you've all reached the 4th rank. You can definitely eliminate the traitor Wu Qingjin and receive a generous reward." Qiao Mu politely said, "Your Excellency is too kind. We will definitely give it our all." Seeing that the situation was stable, the envoy of the Star Mystery said, "Very good. I've prepared horses at the guest house. There's no time to delay. Let's set off quickly." Outside, horses were already waiting for them. As they rode together, Qiao Mu kept asking, "Where is Wu Qingxin currently? It seems she's no longer in the city. I can't sense her anymore." The envoy of the Star Mystery reassured him, "Don't worry. Soul-hooking hand Shu Cheng, along with several other 4th-rank martial artists, has taken a step ahead and already found Wu Qingxin's location." Lao Hu was also very excited. "I know him. He's a famous expert who has been around for many years. His specialty is hard kung fu, moves that risk everything. It can be said that he is one of the top experts in the 4th rank." The group rode quickly together. The envoy of the Star Mystery said that there was a saying that inner strength has a limit in the 4th rank, but Shu Cheng had cultivated the Saint Spirit tier art. The Saint Spirit man had once said that this secret art is a measure of whether a martial artist can step onto the path of spirit refinement. Qiao Mu suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Truly a powerful expert. The sky had gradually changed color, and the setting sun was appearing. In a certain place, the figure of a person, impaled by wooden stakes through the body in a blazing fire. The 5 people finally arrived. The envoy of the Star Mystery said, "It's Shu Cheng." Lao Hu frowned as he looked at the person in the flames, using wooden stakes to impale him and then burn him alive. That demon woman is truly cruel to the extreme. Qiao Mu said, "Wu Qingxin is deliberately slowing down the burning speed. The purpose is to let us see the scene of him being burned alive, thereby creating a threat." Lao Hu was dumbfounded. How does Brother Qiao have so much experience with this? Being asked so directly, he had to make up a reasonable reason. "Well, the Qiao family told me to study this very carefully," but in his heart he was lamenting. "How could I not have experience after being burned to death twice?" The envoy of the Star Mystery reined in his horse and rode quickly. "There's a new sensation. There's a village in the deep forest. Wu Qingxin is there." Then he chased after her, so everyone and their horses galloped straight into the desolate deep forest. Night fell, and a bright crescent moon shone over Saintis village. Qingxin was standing in front of a statue of herself. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly evolution is 49, and man escapes as 1. In her hand, she held a piece of blue jade. "Wu Qingxin, although you made a mistake and were expelled from the sect, losing your identity as a saintess, all trials are tests. As long as you can return to the Xuantian sect headquarters on Qingming Mountain, you can still become a disciple of our Xuantian sect." Ugh! She angrily threw the piece of jade in her hand hard to the ground. Qingxin was annoyed in her heart. "Clearly, if I leave Xuantian Temple, I will be hunted down by the Martial Limit Association, and you even took my qi, and even told me to go to Qingming Mountain. I think you guys basically don't want me to survive in return." Suddenly, a little boy appeared at the door. "Saintess, my lady." The boy was dressed in brown clothes, his face smudged with dirt, and his eyes had dark circles but were very bright. "Are you the saintess? My mom said you saved all of us, that you're a really good immortal." Qingxin, her expression not very friendly, turned her head to look at the child. Is this kid one of the refugees Prefect Liu sent to the Saintess village to provide me with incense and faith power? Auntie Lin suddenly appeared behind the boy. Why did you run over here? The Saintess has manifested. Please forgive this child for offending you. The innocent boy pointed at the person standing inside. Auntie Lin, look! The Saintess stepped out of the painting. She quickly told the boy to leave. Hurry up and go find your mom. Don't run around so late at night. The boy obediently waved goodbye to her. Bye-bye, Auntie Lin. Qingjin finally spoke up. Was that child brought into the village? Auntie Lin answered without turning around. They were all refugees who came from other places due to natural disasters. Seeing how pitifully they were starving, I brought them all here. Later, the prefect from the city sent silver and people, so the village gradually stabilized. She tilted her head, her eyes full of gentle affection. It's been so many years. Has the Saintess been well? Her gaze was a bit cold. Yes, thank you for your concern, Mother. Auntie Lin looked confused. The Saintess must be joking. How could a common woman like me be so blessed as to be the mother of an immortal? I had 2 daughters, but many years ago, Shengxian cut her off. They died. Auntie Lin was shocked, unable to believe her ears. She lowered her eyes and recounted. That year, the martial sign destroyed the sects of the world to seize their secret manuals, and eventually came to our village. To protect the adults and children of our home, you offered me, the one with outstanding martial talent, in exchange to the martial saint. But in the end, you still couldn't protect our village. The martial saint only adopted me to use me as cultivation fodder for his martial path. Haunting memories from her childhood flooded back. The woman's face darkened in alarm. What? How could that be? He clearly promised me back then. Shengxian stepped outside, violating the rules of the martial path. The martial saint doesn't even care about the laws of the mortal world, let alone the life of one person. I entered the immortal sect to cultivate only to escape his control, and now the sect has abandoned me too. I just walked away, she continued. But I never blamed you, Mother. Not once. 10 years ago, you established the Saintess village to help me cultivate, but I've tried everything and still can't break through. Now I'm being hunted by the Wuji Association and can barely protect myself. I only came here to see you one last time. Qingjin looked up at the vast night sky and lamented. HMPH, a Saintess. Nothing more than a weed with a cursed fate. Auntie Lin's face grew dark. As she walked off into the cold night, from now on, please take care of yourself, Mother. Auntie Lin cried out, Saintess above. Her eyes were filled with sincerity. This common woman brazenly requests the Saintess's blessing. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu's group was standing outside. The senior master furrowed his brow. This creepy village has a gloomy, terrifying vibe. Should we just charge right in? The Xing Xuan emissary, standing beside him, cautioned, No rush. Let's discuss a strategy first. Qiao Mu sensed something. Wait, someone's coming. It must be the backup Wu Qingxin called for. A group of people appeared before them. They're just villagers, don't panic. The little boy from before ran out cheerfully. Uncles, are you here to find the Saintess? Lao Hu leaned down and reached out a hand to the boy. That's right, little friend. Can you lead us to her? But unexpectedly, the boy burst into flames. No way, you're bad guys. The boy thrust his hands towards Lao Hu. Qiao Mu quickly pulled Lao Hu out of the way. Move. Now. Unfortunately, he got caught in the fire too. Lao Hu, standing behind him, drew his weapon. Stay still, don't move. With a single slash, Lao Hu cut away the flames, engulfing his arm. Qiao Mu looked at the slight wound on his arm and smiled. Not bad, Lao Hu. One slash from your blade, and even the bone-eating departed fire is gone. You gotta teach me that. Lao Hu chuckled. Ha, I just peeled off the outer layer of skin that caught fire. It's just a little trick. What do you think? My guess is, that demoness definitely sensed our arrival and set up an ambush in advance. He hadn't expected it either, to actually use a child. How utterly shameless. Seeing the people looking like they were hypnotized, he judged that the villagers were deeply ingrained with the teachings, beyond saving. They repeated one sentence over and over again. Protect the Holy Maiden, we die without regret. Protect the Holy Maiden, we die without regret. Aunt Lin held a talisman in her hand. Holy grace and sacredness. Burn away my decrepit body. Protect the Holy Maiden, I die without regret. Her eyes were lifeless. Protect the Holy Maiden. The crowd rushed forward mindlessly to attack. Die without regret. Envoy Ying Xuan stood in front, shielding the group. They are corpse-separated flames. Fall back first. Don't let the fire touch you. Damn it, this witch is playing tricks. A person rushed forward. It was old Hugh, slicing the corpse-separated flames in one strike. Seeing his top-notch swordsmanship, Qiao Mu praised. Awesome. He can even dodge the corpse-separated flames. How can old Hugh do that? The young master said. The law of empowerment dictates each province. Old Hugh is a descendant of the Razorhead. He didn't know who the Razorhead was. Looking at Old Hu's attack, the young master explained, before and after the war between immortals, Marshal San Ren was ranked 11th on Bai Xiaosheng's hero ranking. And at that time, the first place on the hero ranking was a saber master named Hu. Qiao Mu excitedly said, "Oh, even stronger than Marshal St. Ren back then. Then I must learn from Old Hu from now on." Old Hu fought with the corpse-separated flames and said to the others, "Everyone, leave this to me. The witch must be hiding nearby. The rest is up to you." The corpse-separated flames repeated endlessly, "Holy grace and sacredness, burn away my decrepit body." Aunt Lin had tears in her eyes. "Protect the holy maiden, I die without regret." She reached out her hands, looking towards where Old Hugh was attacking. The image became blurred. Before her eyes was the image of a very bright girl, her eyes filled with tears. Her eyes seemed to see something happy. She closed her eyes. Zinner, and on Qingxin's side, she was absorbing abundant energy. Suddenly she was startled. She hugged her body tightly. Mother is dead. Qingxin gritted her teeth. How could this be? Then she laughed like crazy. Why is there so much wish power? Why didn't you die a little sooner? So much wish power will definitely help me break through Foundation establishment. An explosion appeared under her feet, and Qiao Mu's group had arrived. Envoy Ying Xuan saw Qingxin. Old Hu was right, she really is here. Elder Zhang was excited, your death day has come. Elder Zhang rushed straight towards Qingxin. This achievement is definitely mine. Ah, I waved my hand courting death. A straight line flew across Elder Ji Yuzong, and red blood splattered out. Envoy Ying Xuan flew up. The witch is powerful, split into 3 lines of attack. She raised her finger to her face as if chanting a spell. She split herself into many people. Qiao Mu was surprised. Clone technique. Have I arrived in Konoha village? She held her sword and slashed straight at him, but he quickly dodged. Qiao Mu also swung his weapon. To attack back, a red flame appeared. Qiao Mu's eyes were surprised. This is not good. This incarnation is transformed from a Fuji-separated flame. Then the group was covered in her fire again. Qingxin laughed triumphantly. Those sinners who have been burned and exiled to hell, burned for eternity. She flew higher and higher. The mortal world is full of suffering. The great Yan dynasty is weak and unbearable. The taxes and the prefectures and cities are heavy. Only my holy maiden's village gives those who suffer a chance to be reborn. It is the true paradise on earth. The people below, seeing Qingxin's image in the high sky like a waning moon, were screaming incessantly, "Look, the holy maiden! The holy maiden has manifested. Thank you, holy maiden, for leading us to the land of ultimate bliss soon. Thank you, holy maiden." The bone-devouring flames were also chanting, "Immortal fire, burn away worldly sins. Holy flames blaze, incinerate our decaying bodies. Lead us to the land of ultimate bliss soon." The people gradually turned into raging flames. Holy flames blaze, incinerate our decaying bodies. Lead us to the land of ultimate bliss soon. Lead us to the land of ultimate bliss soon. Qingxin was very satisfied. Very good. More. Soon, I'll break through to Foundation establishment. Heh, you ants think you can kill me. Where did you get the guts to come and seek death before me? But she was suddenly taken by surprise. Qiao Mu had charged over to attack. You evil woman, die. Heavenly demon disassembly. The bone-devouring flames were slashed through by a beam of light. Lao Hu felt a headache. TCH, can you stop it? But those people kept repeating like machines. Lead us to the land of ultimate bliss soon. Lead us to the land of ultimate bliss soon. A ray of light flashed past Lao Hu's face as Qiao Mu charged to attack Qingxin. Lao Hu praised, even with his body being burned by the fire, he still has the strength to fight, to desperately fight with Wu Qingxin. He really is a tough guy. Ah, I recognize you who I clearly burned to death already. Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you immortal? He jumped up, dodging her attack. Fine if I die. Qiao Mu fiercely threw a punch. Many people won't live either. He unleashed a flurry of punches towards her, happily singing aloud. But she wasn't afraid at all. The fury of the ignorant. A foolish battle, daring to dream of using your body against magic. When you're burned to ashes, I'll be the ultimate victor. Qiao Mu got closer to Qingxin. You won't live till then. The remaining people also charged forward. Brother Qiao, we're here to help you. We martial fools must be like you. Kill her, extinguish the flames, and set off together. They all attacked Qingxin together. Evil woman, die. A ray of light appeared. In the end, only the waning moon remained. Everywhere was thick black smoke and sparks of fire. That young master's body was severely injured. So was Lao Hu. At this moment, Qiao Mu was standing opposite Chengxin. Ah, I seem to be injured too. It seems I'm not destined for the immortal path after all. Is he stabbing his sword into her stomach? Huh? I'll take a step back. You think you can live after killing me? Santa coolly said, Bone-devouring flame, immortal and indestructible. Everyone here knows we're killing you because you've done too many evil deeds. Ha ha, I laughed loudly. I'm unrighteous. A bunch of fools practicing the martial saint's spiritual ape art. Sooner or later, you'll all only have one path. Death. Don't you ever wonder why those who practice the martial saint's spiritual ape art have a connection to each other? Why all martial artists can practice it, but secretly carry talismans to heal themselves? Her eyes lit up, because it was originally a special secret technique created by the martial saint to facilitate the pursuit of high-level martial artists. Qiao Mu's eyes slightly shook. Let me tell you, 40 years after the War of Immortals, the martial saint roamed the 9 provinces, collecting 3,000 outstanding martial arts geniuses. They became disciples of the martial saint. Some even became adopted sons and daughters. The martial saint taught them the best techniques, the most profound martial arts, of course including the martial saint spiritual ape art. Under the book of martial saint spiritual ape art were the martial arts trainees. But, in the end, everyone who cultivates the martial saint spiritual ape art will become rations for the martial saint. The martial saint kills them and just yoinks their cultivation. In Xingxin's imagination, the martial saint is like a massive hand that just snatches everything up. She lowered her head. Out of the 3,000 disciples of the martial saint, how many do you reckon are still alive? Even if they run to the ends of the earth, the martial saint will rely on his intuition to kill them all. The remaining 3 were also stunned when they heard her story. I gave a sinister smirk. The world is so vast, from the martial world to the imperial court, from the mortal realm to the immortal sects. There's no place left for both him and me to coexist. But with a thwack, Qiao Mu plunged his sword deep, and Qingxin spurted blood. He was so indifferent. I'm listening. Keep talking. Huh? I shouted. Don't you get it yet? We're all just paving stones on the martial saint's path to martial arts. I today am you tomorrow. The others were struggling to get up. Spare me. I have a chance to resolve this calamity, so that we're no longer shrouded in the darkness of death. Qiao Mu's gaze remained as emotionless as ever. He coldly withdrew his sword, the sound of blood gurgling, and she fell. A look of disbelief on her face. You, he spat out bitterly, just die already. Qiao Mu cracked a sinister smile. Anyone who kills me will only make me stronger. Finally, Xingxin lay unconscious on the ground. The people panicked. The Holy Maiden is dead. No way. This can't be happening. They suddenly laughed and ran away. It's not that the Holy Maiden died. She ascended. The Holy Maiden ascended. From today onwards, our village is no longer the Holy Maiden's village, but the Fairy Maiden's village. Qiao Mu wasn't surprised at all. What's this about raging fire, being hard to extinguish? I reckon it's people's hearts that are the hardest to fathom. He walked over. Are you guys all right? The young master saw him walking from afar and almost couldn't hold on. Luckily, we killed Wu Qingxin, so the blazing fire is also much weaker, the stellar mystery envoy said. But old Hu is injured and has lost all his strength. He can't help us anymore. The stellar mystery envoy offered a solution. Why don't you guys try to circulate your chi and see if you can hold on for a while longer, then continue to think of a way to extinguish this fire. Okay, let's listen to Envoy Su. The 4 of them were silent. As they focused on cultivating, Qiao Mu looked at them and smiled secretly, encouraging them. Hang in there, I've already got one foot in the coffin, just waiting for the summary. This time, taking down the Holy Maiden. The evaluation should be pretty good. Old Hu suddenly spoke up. Brother Qiao, this time you killed the Holy Maiden. You've done a great deed. He praised. Not many can impress old Hu, you're one of them, especially how you weren't seduced by Wu Qingxin in the end. Your attitude of disregarding life and death, full of heroic spirit, is even more admirable. He grinned smugly. Old Hu is too kind. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to get past the villagers' stage. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right, you once promised to teach me saber techniques. Old Hu agreed happily with a laugh. You remember? Don't worry, once we get into the city, I'll immediately. Suddenly, a sword thrust straight into Old Hu's chest, and everyone was in disbelief. Old Hu, the fire talismans were launched again. Xing Xuanxi recognized it was the marrow-eating blazing fire. Wu Qingxin wasn't dead yet. I struck again. HMPH, you think you can kill me with just a bunch of martial bumpkins? Qingxin was now normal, unharmed, using only the most basic immortal techniques to conceal her life force, which no martial artist could detect. Even with a fatal wound, she could fully recover with just a talisman. This is the immortal technique. Martial arts will never be able to surpass it. Her face was super menacing. You martial artists are only fit to kneel at the feet of us immortals. Even a martial saint is the same. Suddenly, a sigh echoed, startling Qing Xin. Qing Xin felt like she was standing in the palm of a giant hand. Qing Xin, I brought you into the Xuantian sect to cultivate for over 20 years. How much more time do you need to get your act together? Ugh, I'm trembling. Wu. Wu, the old fox behind Qiao Mu, suddenly stood up. He thought you could show some skill, but as a result, he gradually changed his appearance. That's all you've got. Qing Xin looked at the person before her in horror. No way, absolutely no way. A giant foot appeared. The person emerged from the old fox's body. You didn't recognize me after I took off this disguise. Whatever, Qiao Mu was struggling to stand firm because of the wind from that person, his eyes full of surprise. This live fire was easily extinguished in the blink of an eye. That lord also raised his hand to block. His aura was 100 times stronger than Wu Qingxin's. The Xuanjing envoy also recognized him. It can't be wrong. He's the martial saint. The martial saint appeared, and Qing Xin was trembling. You, why you? The saint turned into a devil? How could I break the two-way induction rule of the martial saint's Lingxi decision? Why couldn't you sense me before? How could I unilaterally hide my tracks? Ugh, I was speechless. The saint seemed to have become fierce. You're not worthy to ask me. Ugh, I hurriedly lowered my head. Son, I'm sorry, foster father. I'm just too surprised at your cultivation. I didn't expect. I'm so stupid. He couldn't do it 20 years ago. Doesn't mean he can't do it now, so now he's even stronger than before. The saint said slowly, I named you Qingxin, just hoping you would have a clear state of mind. But in your state of mind you lack a little fuel for the fire. Neither martial arts refining the mind, nor immortal foundation establishment will do. Did the fact that you still died at my hands after breaking through completely collapse your Deo heart? He reached out his hand. Okay, if you want to live like this, then I'll give you a chance. Qingxin looked up in joy. Thank you, foster father. Defeat me. She heard the request like a bolt from the blue. He, with serious eyes, proves that you are qualified to continue living. Qingxin's body became smaller after all these years. I have tried my best to avoid him, living in fear, but this day has finally come. The saint doesn't let a moment pass wastefully. Come on, you disobedient and useless child. Qingxin stood up. He was so serious. If I don't, she was in a ready position. Qiao Mu speculated that Wu Qingxin would die in a battle. You can just see the strength of this martial saint. Qingxin and the saint looked at each other very fiercely, and she rushed straight over. Qiao Mu was surprised, so she directly rushed straight over. Could it be that he wants to use martial arts to risk his life with the martial saint? The saint still stood, still waiting to attack, but no, she flew past the saint and flew to the high roof. Qiao Mu didn't think of this move. Is the enemy running away? She gritted her teeth and flew quickly. It was impossible to win. I will die. I will definitely die. Qingxin looked into the distance, returned to the immortal gate, and bowed her head to admit her mistake. No matter how humiliating it is, as long as I can save my life, anything is fine. The saint appeared as quick as lightning, grabbing her head with one hand. Oh, Qiao Mu was taken aback. So fast, is this what a martial artist can do? The cold-blooded old man held her head up. Back then, I saw you had decent talent, and I even had some expectations for you. Now, even your escape speed is so mediocre, it was a mistake to spare you back then. He was as if sucking Qingxin's life force. Tears streamed down her face. Luckily, mistakes can still be corrected. At the very end, she pleaded, No, don't, Godfather. Give me another chance. I want to live. But the saint wasn't so merciful. He kept squeezing, her eyes turning blank. Based on what do I have to die? I just want to live. She shouted. The immortal sect sees me as a discarded chess piece. You see me as nourishment. Do you know what it's like to live in fear your whole life? One day, you'll be just like me, unable to rest even in death. He coldly drained her vitality, then ruthlessly tossed her corpse away. The young master watched in a daze. Now there was only a skeleton left on the ground. The young master's eyes were filled with worry. I'm afraid we'll end up like Wu Qingjin. Star Profound Envoy stood beside him. Are you scared? Star Profound Envoy believed that martial artists in this world wanted to use martial arts to fight the immortals. People in this world knew that only martial sant could do this. The Martial Extreme Society's tenet is to use extreme martial force to slaughter all immortals, ushering in eternal peace. Qiao Mu continued. But after Martial Saint was defeated, the first thing he did was slaughter all the martial arts families of the time. He looked up at the saint standing on the roof. The strong swing their blades at the stronger. Only the weak swing their blades at the weaker. If you can't kill immortals, you turn around and kill your own people. Can someone like you really bring about peace for all eternity? The saint's expression wasn't pleased. Are you teaching me how to do things? He raised his arm. A person with ambition doesn't seek life to harm others. They can sacrifice themselves to achieve their ambition, facing off against immortals, until now, sacrificing hundreds, thousands of martial arts families, your 3,000 disciples, hundreds of thousands of good men, if all could sacrifice themselves. He widened his eyes, pointing 2 fingers at the saint. Then Marshal Sant, why don't you just die? Under the crimson moonlight, Qiao Mu exposed the saint's crimes. He laughed loudly. Interesting, truly interesting. You, kid, are more interesting than Wu Qingjin. He glanced down. Come up here and accept your death. But Qiao Mu wasn't one to back down. Come down here and let me accept your death. He sat on the roof. Go, find yourself a weapon you can wield. The saint crossed his arms before his chest. I'll wait for you. Qiao Mu stepped forward. He sent the weapons, flying in circles with one kick. He easily grabbed his staff. He swung the staff straight out, then flew straight up. He charged straight towards the saint, pointing the tip of the staff directly at him. But the saint touched the tip of the staff with one finger. The air suddenly went silent, and he didn't budge an inch. Qiao Mu didn't expect the old guy to have such bad luck, actually blocking it with just his body. He grinned. If that's the case, guess I'll have to go all out. He unleashed the Heavenly Devil disintegration technique, following up with a flurry of attacks, but the martial saint blocked each one with skillful ease. The old man commented, military spear techniques, specializing in breaking tendons and bones. And this Heavenly Devil disintegration, using force against force, a truly effective method for those strong enough. But Qiao Mu unleashed a powerful, far-reaching move. He thrust his spear straight at the martial saint's back, a zang away. The spear slammed right into his back, but the old man just sat there, unmoving and smooth as ever. To have learned so many techniques at such a young age. But the Heavenly Devil disintegration is the type of technique that hurts the enemy 1,000, but yourself 10,000. The spearhead stuck, Qiao Mu yelled. Unable to pull it out, the martial saint kept rambling, besides ruining your martial path. Then the old man flicked his body, sending both the green staff and Qiao Mu flying away. Completely worthless. Not only did Qiao Mu go flying, but the ground shattered on impact. Qiao Mu jumped up, clasping his fists together. Impressive, truly worthy of being the leader of the martial path. A perfect opponent to farm points from. Longevity fist, starting stance. Old man, don't get cocky. Heavenly Devil, disintegration isn't the only thing I know. The gigantic martial saint appeared before him. The entire Qiao family uses the longevity fist, yet none of them are a match for me. His eyes flashed with disdain, let alone just you alone. Then, one punch shattered the ground beneath his feet, creating a massive hole in the roof. The young master was surprised Cao Shidi was still alive, and Stellar Envoy just sighed. Sadly, the roof had a big hole, and the moonlight shone through. Below was a massive hole in the ground, with smoke billowing out. The martial saint stepped forward. Didn't you want to know why it's always others who sacrifice themselves? Why the one who dies isn't this martial saint he closed in? Because you're weak. His eyes were cold. The world only knows the reputation of the martial saint, but they don't know that the martial saint wasn't born a martial saint. For the first half of my life, my martial path advanced unceasingly, and my official career was incredibly smooth. Until the immortals were defeated. He recalled from the Golden Age to the time he was stabbed with blood. He recounted, I abandoned my official post and wholeheartedly pursued the martial path, creating the martial saint's spiritual rhinoceros decree, and sought out the 10 strongest martial artists in the world. I taught them the complete martial saint's spiritual rhinoceros decree, and made a pact to fight 10 years later. The ultimate victor would absorb the martial arts of the others, achieving sainthood through martial prowess. Under the hole on the roof, illuminated by the bright moonlight, the martial saint explained. Back then, any of those 10 top experts could have become the martial saint. It's just that I was the one who survived to the end. He boasted, the strong devour the weak, that's the greatest truth in this world, and it's also my martial path. His gaze shifted downwards, and you are weak. Qiao Mu's frail body was lying in that big hole. The saint looked at his battered body, ribs all broken, plus the backlash from the demonic dissolution. You're as good as dead, bro. He bailed. Too weak. Not even worth absorbing. Qiao Mu's hand twitched. Then, he sucker punched the saint from behind. But the saint was quick, blocking with one hand, and sneered, HMPH, last-ditch effort. The saint was shocked his arm got detached. Then bam, Qiao Mu clocked him in the face. Qiao Mu unleashed his move, 3 ripple force, the first ripple, using 60% of his power. The martial saint glared at Qiao Mu, murderous intent blazing. This little brat, Qiao Mu clenched his fist, gathered all his strength, and charged, yelling as he unleashed the second ripple force, 70% of his power. The martial saint was a bit surprised, thinking he sacrificed an arm for a chance to retaliate. Even though he's weak and dazed, his body still fights without backing down. He stood firm and cast a spell, creating a shield as Qiao Mu attacked relentlessly. Second ripple force, 60%. Second ripple force, 70%. The martial saint mused, such willpower, rare indeed. Qiao Mu's palm struck his gut, throwing him off balance and sending him stumbling back. The young master yelled anxiously, "Ciao, bro." The Star Mystery Envoy standing beside him exclaimed in disbelief, "The martial saint is being suppressed." The young master explained, "I've heard the Qiao family's secret technique is the 3 ripple force. Each punch only uses 60 or 70% power, but in that split second, the power explodes and releases a second force. The 2 forces stack on top of each other, like waves building up, creating destructive power beyond 10 parts." He cheered excitedly, "Ciao, bro, you got this. Beat that martial saint." In the tense atmosphere, the martial saint suddenly burst into thunderous laughter, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. His laughter echoed through the space. "Interesting. More interesting than I thought." The martial saint reached out and squeezed Qiao Mu's face, making him stagger. The young master cried out in panic. "That's the move that devoured martial saint heart. Qiao bro's in danger." Even though Qiao Mu was lifted up by the martial saint, his body trembling, he still challenged defiantly, "Who do you think you are? You want to eat me now? I'm the weakest of the Qiao family. We got senior elders and hidden patriarchs back home." He taunted the martial saint, "We're the generation that sacrifices ourselves for righteousness, while you're a man-eating martial saint. You're not worthy." Qiao Mu's lip curled in disdain. "Martial saint, I ask you, even if you devoured all the flesh and blood of the Qiao family, could you slaughter immortals?" The whole space seemed to freeze. A terrifying silence fell, everything stopping, as if even time held its breath in that moment. The young master was stunned. What is Qiao Mu saying? Selling out his family? No, he must have another plan, like using the Qiao family's name to issue a challenge to the martial saint. Isn't that courting death? The martial saint smiled faintly. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you that wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out. Qiao Mu's neck snapped to the side, and he spat out a stream of dark red blood. The martial saint coldly released his hand, causing Qiao Mu to fall to the ground with a thud. The young master screamed in horror, "Ciao, bro." The martial saint spoke, "You too continue to fear and hate me." He continued with a sharp look, "Become strong. One day stand before me. Kill me, that is your only way out." The young master clutched his chest, knelt down, and thought, "Not killing us. No, it's not that he won't kill us, it's that it's not time yet. He's waiting for fruits like us to ripen. Then he will come to harvest." Thinking this, he pointed at the martial saint and threatened, "I won't let you be complacent. I will spread your deeds today throughout the world." The Star Mystery Envoy turned around, grabbed the young master's shoulder, while healing Mu Chao. The martial saint replied indifferently, "Then spread it throughout the world. I am waiting for all the challenges." The auras emanating were so strong that his hair flew up. After a while, not too short, not too long, Qiao Mu outwardly feigned confusion and asked, "Why don't you kill me? You want to use me as bait to lure out the Qiao family?" But inwardly he was blaming Wu Shengren. "Why don't you kill me? This dilapidated body of mine is falling apart. Don't make me work for nothing." When he didn't receive any response, he angrily yelled, "Speak, you old bastard. Don't tell me you don't dare to kill me," he taunted. "That's right. You're definitely afraid of my Qiao family's revenge. You're Wu Shengren, yet you're as timid as a mouse." Wu Shengren said while gulping down alcohol, "Whether you want to die or not is your business. Whether I let you die or not is my business." Then he glanced at Qiao Mu and smiled meaningfully. Qiao Mu cried out in despair, feeling powerless, "I understand now. You want to see me live out the rest of my life in this dilapidated body, living worse than death? You're so cruel." Wu Shengren laughed gleefully. "What's wrong? Are you giving up already?" He snapped back, cursing, "Get lost, or just give me a quick death." Wu Shengren offered the wine cup towards him and bargained, "Didn't you want to cultivate divine kung fu? As long as you help me finish one task, I'll give you the best stuff." Qiao Mu took the wine cup and questioned his life, asking back, "You were just beating me half to death, and now you want me to do work for you." Wu Shengren pointed into the distance and introduced, "Don't rush to refuse. Look over there. That's a famous scenic spot of Nanzhou, the Qingming mountain range. On it is a Taoist temple called Qingyong Temple. Right now, the sect leader of Xuan Tian sect is there. The lights and incense along the path up the mountain for worship are endless." He snorted heavily. "It's fine if the common people are ignorant, but recently even the Emperor of Dayan has to go there to worship together. Qiao Mu found it strange. That dog emperor is actually worshipping immortals. Has he lost all his spirit to this extent? Wu Shengren laughed loudly and judged. Immortals. They're just different people. What does this worship of the emperor mean? You probably know, right? He continued disappointedly. The actions of the Son of Heaven are followed by the people. The whole country also worships immortals. The trend of superstition is rampant. In the long run, the people will no longer be able to stand upright. Qiao Mu recalled in his heart that Zheng Tuzi's secret letter mentioned assassination, so it was because of this matter. After Wu Shengren's guidance, he finally got to the main point. Since you want to die, then why not do something big before you die? Assassinate the Emperor of Daiyan. Currently facing the Zhuantian sect's different person, Qiao Mu froze for 5 seconds. Wu Shengren continued to mention the conditions. If this succeeds, I will give you the ultimate Kung Fu. When you successfully cultivate the Kung Fu, you can come find me again to challenge me. If you die, your Qiao family can come to me for revenge. I'll take on however many come, and I can even give them the ultimate Kung Fu. Qiao Mu clenched his fist, showing his determination, and replied, All right, kill the emperor and then take your Kung Fu, then kill you. What's not to like? He thought to himself, my grand plan to assassinate the emperor of Daiyan is being implemented again, one arrow hitting 2 hawks. What reason do I have to refuse? The young master smiled greatly. Good. As expected, I didn't misjudge you. Qiao Mu curiously mentioned this matter. How did you turn into Old Hu? Does Old Hu really exist, or is he you? Wu Shengren explained. He was the 10th ranked person in the world. At that time, I defeated him that year, and borrowed his identity. Qiao Mu listened and exclaimed, No wonder you could hide for so many years. In the dark night like ink, a dark shadow sped like lightning. The body technique was so light it was invisible. When the person landed in front of Wu Shengren, he exclaimed, Finally here, looks like we managed to cut them off. The person was Wu Qizheng, one of the 7 sages of Wu Ji. He was covered in injuries at this time, Wu Shengren continued. But the process doesn't seem easy at all. Qizheng gritted his teeth. Until the war with the immortals failed, the image of someone with a luminous body lying under the cold ground appeared. Even though Qizheng's body was covered in blood, his voice was still as firm as steel. If there is a day I die, then I absolutely will not die because of you, Wu Shengren. Wu Shengren laughed gleefully. Is it pity for your own kind? You can also try to kill me, but never mind, your ambition isn't here, he wondered. How many people came? Qizheng cast a spell to heal himself while answering. 4 people at the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, Zhuantian sect used Wu Qingxin as bait to lure you out. Wu Shengren sighed. The thing that's used is no longer useful. Just for the final show before the emperor worships the immortals. Many questions appeared in Qiao Mu's mind at this time. This person just fought with immortals? Distraction? How to distract? Moreover, this person is clearly seriously injured, yet he recovered in an instant. Wu Shengren suddenly remembered, patted him on the shoulder and said, Almost forgot, heal him, he still has to go assassinate the emperor. Qizheng asked back with some disbelief, Him? As soon as the words were spoken, he quickly arrived in front of Qiao Mu like the wind, and stared into his eyes. Then diagnosed, so that's it, lost an eye, almost all the bones are damaged. And also lost an arm. Qiao Mu immediately interjected, No need to look anymore, since it's like this, then it definitely can't be saved anymore. But Qizheng calmly reached straight into his chest and said in a flat voice, It's fine. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out a heart that was still beating strongly, fresh red blood continuously dripping down. Qiao Mu exclaimed, No way, brother, what are you doing? Qizheng didn't bother to explain, and just coldly replied, All right, and kneaded and squeezed Qiao Mu's missing arm at the connected position, bubbles popping up glug glug. Qiao Mu's face froze. No way, do you think I'm Lego? That arm suddenly emitted a green light, causing his eyes to widen. Qiao Mu's jaw dropped as he clutched his arm. That arm was healing back together at breakneck speed. A strange ball suddenly popped out from under Qiao Mu's neck. He crashed onto the roof in agony, wailing miserably. Once everything settled down, Qiao Mu stared, dumbfounded at his arm. Seriously, it's healed. This medical skill might even be better than Wang Song. Another nemesis has appeared. It's understandable why he'd say that. Now he can't even kick the bucket if he wanted to. Wu Shengren got up to leave, entrusting, Qizheng, he's in your hands. Heal him up and get on the road soon. Dawn broke, and a carriage was making its way up the mountain. Someone said, Our target is on the move. Inside the carriage, a man silently stroked his sword. The sword was intricately engraved and placed in a luxurious box. At the tea house in Hu City, the owner gleefully announced, Today's story comes from a dashing swordsman who wishes to remain anonymous. Holding a fan with the words Luo Xing written on it, he enthusiastically recounted, Rumor has it that a few days ago, Wu Shengren had a rendezvous with the holy maiden of the immortal sect, Wu Qingxin, in a desolate area on the outskirts of town. The two traded blows, fighting fiercely like fire under the moonlight. The tea-house owner put on a sorrowful expression and continued. Then, Wu Shengren forcefully pushed the holy maiden down, ultimately turning her into a human-shaped pancake. The men present felt sorry for the beauty and reacted violently. Damn it! He doesn't even spare his own adopted daughter, raising her for so many years just to gobble her up completely, leaving nothing behind. What a beast! A man spoke up in defense of Wu Shengren. Your holy dynasty is becoming increasingly untrustworthy. Daring to speak ill of Wu Shengren like that, Wu Qingxin is a traitor to our martial arts. Wu Shengren clearly absorbed her inner strength to deal with the traitor. This is for the greater good, a contribution to martial arts. Another retorted, I spit on that. You're just a bunch of swindlers. How many people have been tricked by the Wuji Society into practicing those demonic arts? If Wu Shengren eats you tomorrow, you'll think it's a contribution to martial arts too. The man angrily drew his sword and stood up. What does it have to do with me? Wu Shengren only absorbs martial artists who have refined their spirit to the 3rd rank or higher, and I'm only at the 8th rank. The other quickly drew his sword as well. Easy for you to say. When Wu Shengren has eaten all 3,000 of his disciples, you'll be next. The man yelled, You're lying. Wu Shengren is the last hope for martial artists. If he can kill immortals, I'll let him suck me dry, so what? The other sneered, Are you Wu Shengren's dog? Why are you so obedient? Shi Qiyang passed by. Overhearing these words, he was surprised. A technique to absorb inner strength? On Qiao Mu's side, he, along with Qi Zong and the Star Mysterious Envoy, were riding horses up the mountain. The Star Mysterious Envoy worriedly asked about his injuries. Qiao Mu replied, completely recovered. The Wu Immortal's methods can indeed revive the dead. Even bones and flesh are restored. Then he turned and asked, Is this Wu Immortal also one of Wu Shengren's 3,000 disciples? He's been silent and expressionless. These past few days of contact? The Star Mysterious Envoy nodded. That's right, he's one of Wu Shengren's 7 sages. Qiao Mu was puzzled and asked again. 7 sages, the Star Mysterious Envoy explained. They are the few with the strongest cultivation among Wu Shengren's current 100 disciples, each possessing at least one unique skill that surpasses even Wu Shengren's. Qiao Mu lamented inwardly, eating 3,000 people until only 100 remain. How is Wu Shengren's behavior any different from the evil cult saintess of Wu Qingxin? He continued to ask, so the Wu Immortal's unique skill is medical skills. The Star Mysterious Envoy hesitated. I'm not too sure about that. Qi Zhang, up ahead, suddenly spoke. Medical skills. That's right. You've just begun the blood-flesh 100 transformations technique, so naturally you wouldn't sense it. Qiao Mu excitedly asked back, Blood-flesh 100 transformations? Isn't that the technique that Wu Shengren created? Qi Zhang calmly explained, Blood-flesh 100 transformations is indeed a wondrous technique. Only martial artists who have refined their spirit to the 3rd rank or higher can use it. What you have in your hands is just the basic version. Compared to the entire technique, it's just a bit of cosmetic trickery. Qiao Mu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then do I have a chance to receive the real blood-flesh 100 transformations? Qi Zhang didn't answer him and turned to ask, Is the rumor about the emperor in whose city true? Qiao Mu sputtered. Hey, don't change the subject. The Star Mysterious Envoy replied, This news comes from Mo Mingji, the sect leader of the Mingyue sect in Hu City. He used to be a Star Mysterious Envoy, so it should be accurate. Moreover, Hu City is near Mount Qingmingyi and Emperor Yong. He was escorted by the Crimson Man Taoist and stopped at Hu City, so it's not surprising. Qiao Mu sneered. That emperor is as slippery as an eel. If this news is wrong, we might have to directly attack Mount Qingming. Then, not bad. Qi Zhang was surprised. You're quite interesting. An assassination mission is a 1 in 10 chance of survival, yet you see it as an interesting job. Qiao Mu smiled and replied, If there's no return, even better, Qi Zhang said without changing his expression. With that kind of mentality, no wonder Wu Shengren didn't kill you. Qiao Mu spurred his horse to be level with him, spread his arms and said loudly, Don't worry, brother, if anything happens, I'll be in the rear, you just run. Qi Zhang turned and smiled. Then, he spurred his horse even faster, stating emphatically, A martial artist refines their spirit. The martial saint's spirit offering art absorbs that spirit. You've got massive potential. Qiao Mu, you're definitely gonna walk the path of spirit refinement later on. Marshal Saint Rent roped you into this whole thing. It's actually a test for you, bro. If you pass, he'll groom you into a seed of martial arts in the future. If you fail, you just become his food. Only surviving counts as passing his test. Ya dig? Qiao Mu felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What? Gotta survive? Seriously? Oh, right, he hastily chased after Qi Zhang. Wait, if I die, does that not count as passing? This wasn't what we agreed on. You can have the cultivation art for the Qiao family, no objections here. Qi Zhang ignored Qiao Mu and ordered the Star Shadow Envoy. We'll head to the Bright Moon sect first to meet Mo Mingji. Star Shadow Envoy, go inform Marshal Sanren. Qiao Mu snapped, don't change the subject. The scene shifted to Hu City, at the foot of Qingming Mountain. Seeing the quiet scene at the Bright Moon sect, Qiao Mu was puzzled. This is one of the big sects under the Martial Zenith Society, right? Why is no one guarding the entrance? Qi Zhang agreed. No one greeting us. That's really freaking weird. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from inside the estate. Qi Zhang focused his senses. It's crying, and there's the smell of blood. Qiao Mu frowned. Something's up. Did the Immortal sect find out about our plan and set a trap? As he pushed open the doors, Qi Zhang urged, let's go check it out first. If it really is a trap, we can turn the tables, capture them, and interrogate them for info. Wouldn't that be advantageous? Qiao Mu chuckled. That's what I should be saying. How's a healer like you, even more violent than me? The space inside was deathly silent. Not a single soul in sight. Only the rustling of leaves, like whispers of the wind. An eerie aura permeated the main hall, shrouding the space in a chilling, bone-deep strangeness. Qiao Mu and Qi Zhang strode in aggressively, and what they saw made their blood run cold. A man was coldly strangling a young man, lifting him off the ground. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, trembling violently, desperately reaching out towards them as if clinging to the last ray of hope. But in the next second, he was completely drained of his blood essence and cultivation, reduced to a dried-up husk. The sinister man, sensing the arrival of Qiao Mu and Qi Zhang, slowly spoke. You've arrived? At this point, all the members of the Bright Moon sect had been absorbed by him and lay scattered on the floor. Mo Mingji launched a swift attack towards Qi Zhang, shouting, I've been waiting for you guys for ages. Just as he was about to touch him, Qiao Mu flew in front of Qi Zhang and countered with the 3-ripple crushing force. Second ripple. He gripped the man's wrist tightly, causing it to tremble, and warned, let the divine physician go. Come get some of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Mo Mingji hard, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Then Qiao Mu stomped on the ground to gain momentum and shot towards Mo Mingji. He then proceeded to rain attacks upon him. Standing on the threshold, Qi Zhang calmly introduced Qiao Mu. He's the sect leader of the Bright Moon sect. Mo Mingji. His peak was a 4th-rank martial artist. Now he's 70 years old. 4th, dropped to 6th rank. Qiao Mu called out mid-fight with a scornful tone. Just a 6th rank. What's there to brag about? Watch me beat him to death. Qi Zhang sighed. But Mo Mingji has absorbed the blood essence and cultivation of many disciples in the sect. He might have recovered some of his strength by now, so he could very well be back to the 4th rank. At this moment, Mo Mingji attacked Qiao Mu from above, who countered with the iron cloth defense. Seeing Qiao Mu covered in injuries and looking a bit weak, Qi Zhang asked concernedly, Qiao Mu, are you okay? Mo Mingji waved his hand and charged quickly, but luckily Qiao Mu nimbly leaned back to dodge. He landed and exhaled. That was a close one. Could you not only say half the sentence, man? Qiao Mu gritted his teeth and continued to fight Mo Mingji. He wiped away the blood on his face and marveled, this 4th rank is pretty strong indeed. Is this old geezer really 70 years old? Mo Mingji showed no signs of stopping. He immediately unleashed a technique, then shot like a rocket towards Qiao Mu and shouted, why do you want to resist me, Mo Mingji? I'm obviously stronger than you. Resisting me is meaningless. Qiao Mu quickly dodged to the side as he lunged. He revealed a sinister expression and blurted out, let me absorb your power, save us both some face, wouldn't that be better? A thought flashed through Qiao Mu's mind. As expected, he's one of the martial Jungian geezers. This martial arts philosophy is exactly the same as Marshal Sanren's. His inner strength is 5 or 6 times stronger than mine, but I can suppress him with the Heavenly Devil disintegration technique. He focused intensely, but remembering what Qi Zhang had said, this examination wasn't a deathmatch. The Heavenly Devil disintegration technique is still for later. With that thought, Qiao Mu immediately used Shadow Step, darting around Mo Mingji at lightning speed, making the old man dizzy. Seeing Mo Mingji disoriented and flustered, Qi Zhang thought to himself, Shadow Step uses the advantage of agility to move around continuously, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, not a bad tactic, and it works against ordinary enemies. He hesitated. But right now, Mo Mingji isn't the type to act predictably. A surge of murderous intent shot out from Mo Mingji's eyes. He charged straight at Qiao Mu like a bolt of lightning, his speed terrifying, forcing him to sweep his foot across the floor, leaping backwards to avoid the blow. Qiao Mu was stunned. This old guy saw through my footwork so quickly. He propped himself up with one hand on the floor to maintain his balance, and then kicked straight into his opponent's chest without missing. Triple wave crushing force. Second wave. A horrifying cracking sound of broken bones rang out. Qiao Mu sneered. His sternum is fractured. The advantage is mine. Mo Mingji grabbed his leg with one hand and swung the other hand back violently, shouting, No, I've got you. Qiao Mu's eyes widened. This old guy isn't afraid of death. Wait, this feeling is very familiar. Mo Mingji grabbed Qiao Mu's ankle and slammed him into the ground. The pain caused him to spit out blood. What the heck, he's seriously injured without even reacting. A trace of doubt flashed in Qiao Mu's eyes. That's not right. This Mo Mingji clearly isn't giving me any chance to catch my breath. He's attacking like thunder. Qiao Mu speculated to himself. He's trading damage for damage. Mo Mingji squeezed his face and slammed it hard into the ground, but at the same time, he kicked straight into his opponent's neck, causing him to vomit blood. The two then separated and ran in opposite directions. Qiao Mu thought to himself, focusing on attack over defense. If this was the old me, I would have lost against such ruthless enemies like this, but now that I have to live no matter what, I feel like I'm being restricted. This fight is so uncomfortable. Qizong walked towards him, anxiously advising, Haven't you noticed yet? Mo Mingji isn't in his right mind. He won't reason with you at all. Every move he makes is focused on attack over defense. He wants to kill you. If you have any other trump cards, I advise you to use them soon. Mo Mingji was now expanding, his whole body emanating a chilling aura. His muscles bulged continuously, his tendons stood out, making his clothes taut, and then the seams burst open in a dry, tearing sound. Mo Mingji spoke, Become a seed, or become food. After a period of transformation, his arms had become gigantic. Qiao Mu seemed to freeze when the two arms lunged forward, but he quickly regained his composure, turned around, and used Shadow Step to counterattack. His eyes suddenly widened. A dull thud resonated. Qiao Mu was squeezed and lifted into the air. Qizong wondered to himself, Is this the end? Mo Mingji exclaimed smugly, It's over. Obediently become my food. But the next second, his eyes widened like crazy, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Qiao Mu said, Why should I overthink it? He easily separated his hands and said with a smile, If you want to fight, then fight it out. Then, Qiao Mu unleashed the demonic dissolution, and Mo Mingji's arms immediately released him. Then he attacked him 3 times in a row, using the layered wave force, second layer wave force. As Qiao Mu threw a punch, he laughed gleefully. This is how it's supposed to be. Feels good, man. He used all his power to unleash the final blow, layered wave force, second layer wave force, the final strike. Mo Mingji was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Then his body slammed to the ground with a loud bang, sending rocks flying everywhere. His whole body trembled, struggling to sit up and groan, You turned out like this. Qiao Mu walked over and stomped hard on his chest, causing his bones to crack loudly, and said, Someone stop him, but keep him alive. It turned out to be Qizong, he explained. His madness has disappeared, so he's awake now. How about we clarify what happened here first? Qiao Mu frowned, looking super annoyed after hearing that. He lifted his foot and snorted heavily. Consider yourself lucky. Mo Mingji hugged his chest, sat up, and coughed. Cough, cough. I originally planned to die at the hands of Wu Shengren so he could absorb my power. It's not bad that Wu Qizong takes it instead. Qizong replied, Your ki and blood are abundant. Although you are seriously injured, it's not fatal. It's not time to say your last words yet. Moreover, explaining what happened is better than last words. Mo Mingji was silent. Then he recounted, Yesterday, I accidentally encountered the Crimson Sun Taoist of the Xuantian sect in Hu City. He was escorting the Emperor's people, so I secretly followed him. As a result, he directly found my sect. Qiao Mu questioned, Did Crimson Sun come to silence you to prevent the Emperor's whereabouts from being exposed? Mo Mingji replied, No, I've investigated it before. He doesn't worry about us tracking down the Emperor's whereabouts at all. He came here only to investigate the power of the Wu Shengling Shi art. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, expressing his resentment. Mo Mingji recalled the words Crimson Sun said when absorbing his son. This internal energy absorption technique is nothing special. No matter how much you eat, you're just a vulgar brute. He panicked and roared, Stop, I'll be your opponent, let go of my son. Mo Mingji's eyes were filled with hatred as he saw his son turn into a skeleton and sink into a sea of fire. Returning to reality, he continued, He not only killed many disciples of my sect, but even my only son died tragically in his hands. I tried to fight him to the death, but I didn't even have a chance to touch him. Qizong was stunned. You lost your son and your life's work was destroyed, so you lost your mind and absorbed the power of the surviving disciples. Mo Mingji suddenly corrected, It's not a mistake. Then he said it was intentional on his part. Just as he finished speaking, a group of assassins suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Qiao Mu smiled faintly. Interesting. There are still ambushes. You want to eat both of us, right? The crowd bowed their heads and made way for Qizong to walk towards him. He prepared himself defensively, watching the approaching crowd. The bandages on his hands were splitting and blood was splattering. He thought to himself, These people are from different sects, and they are all experts. I can't be careless. His feet sunk into the ground, blood splashed around. He determined that being surrounded was too disadvantageous. Breaking out of the encirclement first was the best strategy. Behind him, Qizeng had just arrived, and the crowd knelt down, causing him to look at them in confusion as well. His face was dazed, his eyes were wide open, and blood kept spurting out in doubt. What's going on? They've already acknowledged a master before even fighting. Is my aura that strong? Qiao Mu lowered his head, glanced at Qizeng behind him, and explained, Right now, I'm just a newbie tier 1 guy. If I didn't spread fake news, how could I lure a martial san here? He also looked at him blankly. Behind them, Qizeng, after listening to the explanation, said, I'm already old anyway, so why not sacrifice this old body? Invite the martial saint to kill me first, then go and kill that aberrant. They are all martial artists whose families were destroyed because of the aberrants, and their minds are still firm. He looked down at the group of people kneeling respectfully on the open ground with their swords. I have taught them the martial saint's spiritual rhinoceros decree, and now I've restored my 4th rank. His face was full of deference, his brows furrowed, and he placed his hand on his chest, forcing a smile. Now, am I qualified to be the martial saint's food? Hearing this, Qizeng frowned in confusion and asked, I can't understand it. Why die for the martial saint? Listening to his explanation, Qiao Mu shook his head and explained, We don't want to die for the martial saint, but to die for the leader of the world without Dao. Then, he recalled Xingyang's attack. Back when everyone resisted the aberrants, facing oppression, everyone rushed forward, sharing a common hatred. Immediately after, they bowed their heads and knelt before him. Qiao Mu recognized that they now bow down and flatter the aberrants, build sacred halls, offer sacrifices, and pray for the immortals to protect them and keep them safe from natural disasters. Then he remembered Qiyang, who waved his hand and caused water to wash away countless homes. But how do the people know that the so-called natural disasters, how many are created by the aberrants to win over the people? In his memory, he stood in a corner, watching the 2 guys talking to each other. Qingyang wondered, Senior brother, Master told us to wait for natural disasters to descend, so why did he send us to distribute disaster relief porridge? The Qingyang answered, Haha, this is the path of incense that Master often talks about. His face was full of malice, smiling and affirming, This great Yan dynasty must be in chaos. It has to be in chaos, but it can't be too chaotic. The mortal world suffers, the people endure hardship, only then will they offer incense to the gods, providing an endless source of incense power. The guy beside him also understood. If war and famine cause the population to drop sharply, that won't do either. Therefore, when they are about to reach their limit, we must step in and help, saving the people in distress. Afterwards they left, praising each other shamelessly in the deserted market. Haha, junior brother learns very quickly. It's all because senior brother teaches well. Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Mu was listening to those shameless things from behind, his face darkening with anger. Returning to reality, he clenched his fist and punched the ground hard. His body trembling, his eyes filled with anger as he shouted, At this rate, we will eventually become livestock raised by the aberrants. Qizeng glanced at him, frowned, and recognized. No wonder Wang Songge said that natural disasters have been happening frequently recently. It's really not normal. His hand raised a hateful fist, blood still spurting from his body. Yanqing has many displaced people, losing their homes and becoming bandits. Could it be that immortals are harming them too? Next, Qiao Mu stood up, looking at the 2 of them with determination. The immortal path is strong. The martial path is weak. The martial path is behind the immortal path, probably because of the years. But there are also legends in the world about using martial arts to enter the Tao. The martial saint is the greatest hope for us martial artists. Immediately after, the group of people behind them also stood up, clasping their hands together and shouting in unison with Qiao Mu. We are willing to become the leaders of the martial path, a stepping stone to eliminate the aberrants. Even if we can only shorten the distance by a little, we are willing. Hearing that they wanted to self-destruct, he was also angry, glaring and punching Qiao Mu, causing him to panic. He cursed, willing my ass. Immediately after, he retreated, covering his face in confusion, pointing at him. The group of people below also gaped in shock. He recognized, Ignorant fool, you don't understand anything. Qizeng angrily stepped forward, cursing and slapping him, causing his face to turn as he screamed, Shut your stinky mouth. If you don't save yourself, even heaven can't save you. You've made yourself suffer, and you're dragging others down. His face scrunched up in anger, blood still spurting from his body as he cursed repeatedly. Open your mouth and talk about saving the world, but you can't hide your arrogance. If you say it's for the people of the world, then doesn't that include your disciples? Qingyang was stunned by his blows, and then his eyes widened as he sank into thought, while he continued to rant. Before they are drained by you, didn't you hear their cries for help? How are the things you do different from those aberrants? After hitting him, he also hugged his swollen arm, wincing in pain. Ouch. My hand is all swollen. Behind him, Qi Zhang looked at him with some surprise. Qing Yang was a little shaken. He staggered backwards, trembling. No, this is all for us, martial artists. The two looked at his reaction. He retreated and bumped into a huge body. That person spoke, causing Qing Yang to panic. Are these your last words? He trembled and turned around to look at the owner of the shadow reddening on his body. It was an old man with white hair. Martial, Saint Sir. The old fox's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Immediately after, he grabbed his face and slammed it to the ground. Immediately after, the old Hu used his strength, and Qing Yang's life force was sucked into his body. Old Hu's eyes widened, full of malice. Qing Yang screams of pain. His body was just a dried corpse thrown to the ground. The guys around were shocked when they saw this. Old Hu's face was full of malice, staring at the remaining people, recognizing that he felt powerless against the aberrants. After all hope had vanished. You put your trust in the so-called martial arts leader. A bunch of Confucian scholars want to become my stepping stones. You are not qualified enough. The remaining people felt a terrible pressure that made them stagger, their faces turning green with fear. Old Hu roared, "Get the hell out of here." Right after that, the crowd scattered like crazy, leaving only Qiao Mu and Qi Zhang standing behind him. Qi Zhang spoke up, reporting, "Since the news about the Bright Moon sect was false, should we continue searching for the Yonghe Emperor's whereabouts?" But Old Hu just closed his eyes and raised his hand, signaling them to stop. No need. He glanced at Qiao Mu, confirming the news from other branches. The Yonghe Emperor has already arrived at Qingming Town. Qi Zhang got it immediately. Qingming Town meant the Emperor was definitely at Qingyun Temple. That's when Qiao Mu spoke. Making Qi Zhang look over their assassination plan along the way was now impossible. Qiao Mu, with a face full of excitement, grinned. Now we only have one path left, straight into Qingyun Temple to kill the Yonghe Emperor. In Qingming Town, mist obscured the mountaintop, and curtains hung beneath the town. Qiao Mu and Qi Zhang arrived at an inn. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come in. The streets were bustling, and the innkeeper led them in. Qiao Mu, walking along, couldn't help but investigate. How strange. All along the way, I haven't seen any farmers or fields, just shops selling incense, paper, and candles. Could it be that the people here only live by trading and renting out rooms to pilgrims from elsewhere? The innkeeper smiled honestly, explaining, Hee, esteemed guests must be from out of town, right? We don't need to toil and till the land here. He winked slyly. The immortal elders of the Zhuantian sect have compassion for our difficult lives, so as long as we chant scriptures and pray daily and worship the gods on the mountain on time, we won't have to worry about food or clothing. Then, he added emphatically, of course, this only applies to local residents, and obtaining residency in this town isn't easy. Next, the innkeeper took out a wooden tag, explaining, you need to sincerely pray day and night without interruption for 10 years. But compared to the ever-increasing taxes of the imperial court, this is already a great blessing. Qiao Mu looked at the tag. Second class. Town resident. The innkeeper raised his head and laughed proudly, putting away the wooden tag. Other towns have taxes due 20 years in advance, and the people there are struggling to eat their fill. That's why the entrance to Qingming Town is practically being trampled by refugees from all over Nanzhou. Hearing this, Qiao Mu rolled his eyes in disdain, thinking, HMPH, it's just a sign. What's so impressive about it? They walked into a room, and Qiao Mu asked, confused, so if you don't produce anything, where do the townspeople get the money and food they need to live? Where do the immortal elders get it from? The innkeeper boasted proudly, the immortal elders are incredibly powerful. Maybe they can create it from nothing. After they reached the room, the innkeeper announced, we're here, you two can rest well. If you need anything, just call me anytime. Qiao Mu put his hands on his hips, looking around the room, assessing it. Yeah. Behind him, Qi Zhang just silently followed. Qiao Mu thought to himself, taking peace negotiation money from the imperial court to nurture their believers, and letting the imperial court take all the flack. These weirdos are really calculating. After the innkeeper left, Qi Zhang urged Qiao Mu to take off his clothes. Hearing this, Qiao Mu was shocked and stared at him. Then he hugged his chest, dodging cautiously. Marshal mister, you don't have any strange fetishes, do you? But Qi Zhang, all serious, explained, you used the heavenly demon disintegration technique before, and your injuries are very serious. I'll help you heal. Immediately, Qiao Mu shamelessly took off his clothes, striking a pose, and blood splattered everywhere from his wounds, teasing Qi Zhang in the blink of an eye. Don't pretend, I know you just want my body. Relax and look over here. Seeing this, Qi Zhang angrily grabbed a sharp knife and asked, do you believe I'll kill you right now? Qiao Mu quickly stammered, flustered, I was just kidding, Marshal mister, don't mind it. Qi Zhang didn't bother arguing and put the knife away, calling him boring. Immediately after, he took out something squishy like plasticine. Seeing it, Qiao Mu stroked his chin, evaluating. Even after seeing it so many times, I'm still amazed. 100 transformations of flesh and blood is truly a miraculous technique. Hearing this, Qi Zhang glanced at him coldly. Is that so? You try it too. Immediately, his face darkened in anger, and he swung the knife at Qiao Mu, who was caught off guard. Blood gushed out like rain. Damn. Immediately after, he stuffed the liquid into Qiao Mu's wound, and it turned from blue to red as it absorbed the blood. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu's expression was still full of confusion. The slimy creature wriggled into the wound. Then it started to mend the wound with its tentacles. Qi Zhang stood up straight, reminding him, Your external wounds are fine, but the internal injuries caused by the heavenly demon disintegration technique are quite troublesome. Your meridians are damaged. When my flesh and blood enter your body, it can directly repair the internal damage. Qiao Mu put his hand on the wound on his chest, speechless. The wound healed, leaving a long scar. Qiao Mu looked at it, excitedly asking, So does that mean I can use the heavenly demon disintegration technique at will in the future? Seeing what he was getting at, Qi Zhang put his hand into the basin of water next to him, frowning, and reminded him, I advise you not to be reckless. It'll take at least 3 days for the meridians to fully heal. Of course, this won't affect your plan to assassinate the emperor. Qiao Mu had already put his clothes back on, and the wounds on his body were starting to heal. He turned to ask Qi Zhang, 3 days. Do you know the exact time when the emperor will visit? Qi Zhang wiped his hands and confirmed. On the 1st of next month, the emperor will perform a ritual of offering incense to the gods at an auspicious hour. Next, Qi Zhang closed his eyes and rummaged in his clothes. The action is coming soon. I'll give you this technique. Hearing this, Qiao Mu jumped up and down like a puppy. His eyes were full of longing. 100 transformations of flesh and blood, that all-encompassing technique you mentioned before. Qi Zhang put the technique book on the table. Qiao Mu still couldn't believe his eyes. Quickly opened the technique book. Excitedly, You're really giving it to me. Martial Mister, you can't regret it. Infinite regeneration plus the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Then I'll be invincible. Qi Zhang watched him push the book away, affirming, Of course. System notification verifying 100 transformations of flesh and blood. Loading. Suddenly, Qiao Mu thought of something, and probed Qi Zhang with the appearance of a fox. But if someone's being enthusiastic for no reason, they're either cunning or a thief. Is this what Martial Saint Man wants? Qi Zhang calmly replied, Just consider it my intention. Qiao Mu was both embarrassed and flustered. What do you mean, just consider? Don't say things halfway. Qi Zhang calmed down, closed his eyes, turned around, and added, Qiao Zhong, including the people in the Qiao family, are all good men who value righteousness over life and death, but I hope you can care more about your own life. Next, he walked toward the door, reminding him, Martial Saint Man has always been stubborn, only believing in himself. What trump cards and methods does he have for this action? I don't even know how strong he is. Qiao Mu listened and watched his figure. Qiao Mu's face became serious, and he asked Qi Zhang, Are you afraid that I'll mistakenly trust him, wanting to sacrifice myself to uphold righteousness, but only to die in vain, just like Mo Mingji? Qi Zhang silently took it as tacit agreement, while I stepped forward, trying to explain, Sacrificing for righteousness is truly respectable, you know. I crave it, but Mo Mingji isn't like that, and neither am I, so chill. My only goal is to get the cultivation technique that Martial Saint Ren promised me, not actually selling my life for him. I just kept rambling on. A lot of people, just like you, believe in Martial Saint Ren's words. Qi Zhang calmly pushed the door open. He stepped out, cutting me off with a sad tone, but they're all dead, ouch. Hearing that, I just quietly stared at the doorway where his figure stood, my hand clenched, not knowing how to reply. Immediately after, I regained my composure, scratched my head and thought to myself, pouting, This Martial Qi Zhang seems pretty friendly. Is it because we're birds of a feather and feel sympathy, or is he hiding some conspiracy? The moon outside had already reached its peak, the night silent as can be. I declared in my heart, I seek a quality death, but I have my own principles. I and the Martial Extreme Society are not on the same side to begin with, let alone allies. 3 days later, a bustling crowd from the mysterious Heaven sect arrived at the sect's entrance. An announcer's voice echoed, The auspicious hour has arrived. The scenery is picturesque, with gentle sunlight embracing the space. Leading the group was Yang He, followed by singers, along with the citizens of the city. I mingled in the crowd, awkwardly trying to squeeze forward, regretting, There are so many people. If I'd known, I wouldn't have pretended to be a guest coming up the mountain. Stop pushing. Then, I warily scanned the crowd around me, and concluded, the Martial Saint's spiritual rhinoceros decree has a feeling. There's definitely someone from the Martial Extreme Society among the visitors. My eyes narrowed warily, thinking, Marshal San Ran is probably in this crowd too. Yonghe and Chu Xing approached the last step, and two people stood in front, blocking the way. Wait a sec, it's Qiyang? He smiled gently, reminding, the front is the main hall of our Qian family. Martial artists are not allowed inside. Beside him, Qingyang also reached out, emphasizing, please, your majesty, go ahead alone to offer incense. They stood blocking the doorway. Young, his eyes narrowed cautiously, and immediately ordered Chu Xing behind him. You stay here. Chu Xing also cupped his hands, bowing his head, understood. Inside, there were 3 large incense sticks under the incense burner, and countless smaller incense sticks below. Young, he went forward alone, witnessed by the crowd. He picked up 3 incense sticks, preparing to perform the ritual before the smoky incense burner, thinking in his heart, of course, I know that cooperating with the mysterious heaven sect is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. His face wrinkled uglily, clutching the 3 incense sticks in his hand as he looked at the incense burner, thinking, if today I was just an ordinary visitor here to worship the immortals, maybe there would still be a chance to turn things around in the future. Behind him, Qingyang and Qiyang stared intently at his actions. Those two exchanged glances, nodding to confirm the action. Next, a large bell rang from the top of the hall, startling the birds into flight. A golden light emanated from within the main hall, startling Yonghe into looking up. Something flashed inside the main hall, and immediately a voice invaded his mind. Yonghe's eyes widened as he heard the voice in his head. Emperor Yang, in his mind, he saw the immortals sitting in a circle before him. The voice of the leader echoed in his subconscious. Seeing the immortals, why do you not pay respects? Yong, his small body stood before their power. Then several gods above began to angrily question, why do you not pay respects? Why do you not pay respects? Other gods laughed mockingly, repeating, why do you not pay respects? Why do you not pay respects? Below, Yang, he also froze, rooted to the spot. He frowned, realizing, I've been tricked. They used the guise of cooperation to lure me here to offer incense. In reality, they want the world to see me kneeling before them. A voice urged, why aren't you paying respects, Yang? His face twisted with determination, urging himself, I can't, I won't kneel. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the ground behind him cracked open, revealing a hellish abyss below. Malevolent energies surged upward, startling Yang He. His eyes widened at the sight below. Demons in human form reached out towards him, chanting with infuriating insistence, invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. The faces began to distort and contort, accompanied by screams. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Below, Chu Xing also heard the voice, invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. He was stunned, wrinkling his face as he looked at the scene before him, confused. What the heck is going on here? A trembling voice echoed, invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Above, Qingyang and Qiyang were watching. Chu Xing shouted in his heart with shock. A bell rang and all the pilgrims seemed possessed. Did they know His Majesty was here today? No! The crowd below trembled as they knelt on the ground, chanting in unison, invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Immediately after, Chu Xing shouted, Your Majesty, these pilgrims are acting strange. Don't listen to them, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. But behind him, the 2 guys blocked him from advancing. Several others around him knelt on the ground, watching Yong He, who was clutching 3 incense sticks in his hand. His face was contorted, unreacting. His body struggled fiercely as the urging continued, invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. Invite His Majesty to worship the immortals. The Emperor's eyes were filled with caution. He frowned and shouted in his thoughts, even the common people are on the side of the immortal path. It has come to this. Further resistance is futile. Yang's knees began to tremble and buckle. He was manipulated into thinking, perhaps only complete submission to the Xuanxian sect is the righteous path. Elsewhere, assassins mixed within the crowd of incense-offering people also looked up, staring at Yang He. Their faces darkened, and one person impatiently gripped his sword. Is that dog emperor really going to kneel? The person next to him quickly frowned and reminded him, be patient, don't ruin the grand plan. Several others began to rise. But before they could act, Qiyang stepped forward and cleaved off their heads. Blood sprang like rain in the crowd's astonishment. The remaining people froze. The person holding the blood-soaked sword explained to the remaining assassins, the pilgrims who came here today are all believers raised by Qingming village. A seed has long been planted in their hearts, waiting for the right time to sprout. Then he pointed towards the crowd, tilting his head with a mocking laugh as he asserted, "And the silent pilgrims at this moment are the assassins of the Wuji Association." Qi Yang's eyes narrowed with excitement. "Foolish mortals, thinking you can disrupt the grand plan of our immortal sect. I want you to witness Yang He kneeling before us." In front, Yang He's body trembled as he resisted, but Qi Yang remained arrogant. "At that time, the Xuantian sect will dominate the world, reigning supreme forever." Above, from the bell, a familiar figure was overlooking the situation. Immediately after the bell was knocked away, falling off the bell tower with a fierce cry, it quickly fell towards the emperor, but Qing Yang jumped out, angrily yelling, "Who dares to cause trouble?" He swung his sword, splitting the bell in two, causing its fragments to scatter. Then the fragment landed under Yang He's feet, causing him to jolt back and regain his senses, his body stiff. Behind him, Chu Xing took advantage of the chaos and rushed towards the emperor. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He also looked around inquisitively. "That was dangerous. I was just being tricked by the immortal sect, who was the one that just helped me." Seeing that his plan had been ruined, Chu Xing became silent. Someone jumped down from above, startling both Yonghe and Chuxing. That person asserted, "No one helped you, I'm here to." He interrupted himself, then grabbed his weapon and bared his teeth in an eager grin, emphasizing, "Kill people," seeing that something has changed. Yang frowned and looked back at the group of assassins in a panic. Who is this reckless madman? He is just rushing in like that. Is he trying to die? As for Yonghe, he glared at him, exclaiming in shock, "It's him!" Immediately afterward, Qing Yang also quickly stood in front of the emperor, blocking him. He frowned and swung his sword. A surge of angry sword chi covered the sword. These lowly ants dare to ruin Xuantian sect's good deeds. Then he raised his sword high. The sword chi soared to the heavens, but Qiao Mu still charged forward with his spear. He roared furiously, "I'll tear you into a million pieces." Qing Yang swung his sword down, glaring at Qiao Mu with killing intent. Qiao Mu's eyes widened too, his brow furrowed as he looked up at the descending sword Qi. The sword strike quickly hit the ground, cleaving the earth in two. After the sword Qi dissipated, a massive fissure appeared in the ground. Qing Yang stood before the chasm, his body glowing with a blue light, surrounded by flying dust and debris. Yonghe watched, his round eyes wide with worry. Behind him, Chu Jing stared intently at Yonghe. The remaining people glared, grinding their teeth in fear at the scene before them. Qing Yang's face darkened, his eyes icy as he manipulated his sword with his qi. He muttered, "Anyone who offends the Xuantian sect," then he narrowed his eyes in anger, "will be killed, without exception." Upon hearing this, the commoners turned and fled the sect in droves, shouting madly, "They're fighting! Elder Qing Yang is punishing the martial artists of the Wuji Association. Really, let me go see. Gods are fighting. If you get caught up in that, you'll die. Run!" The scene quickly quieted down, and the remaining people exchanged glances. Qing Yang's body floated in the air. On the other side, the emperor glanced at Xu Xing. Xu Xing also glanced at the crowd, assessing, "Not yet reached spirit refinement, can't foresee the situation. Under this sword formation, he's definitely going to die." Then he looked at the assassins, and dismissively reminded them, "See that clearly, this is the difference between immortals and mortals." They were startled. Qing Yang pointed his sword directly at them, his face full of coldness. His body shot forward, aiming his sword at the people standing below. "Today, none of you will escape alive." Suddenly, Qiao Mu appeared behind Qing Yang, wielding his spear with a dense red spear chi, and asked with a smile, "Isn't it cold standing so high?" Hearing Qiao Mu's voice, Qing Yang was taken aback. As Qiao Mu's spear struck down, Qing Yang quickly swung his sword back to block the impact, sending him crashing to the ground. The ground caved in from the impact. Qing Yang looked up at Qiao Mu in astonishment, his heart in turmoil. Impossible. His life force clearly just vanished. Qiao Mu's face darkened with killing intent, and he smiled as he thrust his spear at Qing Yang. Qing Yang wondered internally, why is his life force even scarier now? Qiao Mu sneered, "Great Immortal, are you scared?" Immediately afterwards, Qing Yang expertly dodged Qiao Mu's rapid attacks. Qiao Mu's face was full of triumph. Glancing at Qing Yang, he thought to himself, "Although I can't beat him, I can endure." Then Qiao Mu remembered the scene where he was split in two earlier. "I was instantly annihilated before, but it was exactly what I wanted. I'm Qiao Mu 25. Not only did I receive generous rewards, but my corpse was also shattered by the sword Qi, saving me the trouble of cleaning up." The system displayed a death assessment notification. Soul under the sword of a variant. Skill point reward for this death, 56 points. Remaining skill points, 50 points. Usable life points, 54. Remaining respawn chances within 7 days, 4/5. 72 points spent to exchange for myriad transformations of flesh and blood. Minor completion 100%. Qiao Mu was overjoyed, seizing this opportunity to finally complete the minor completion of myriad transformations of flesh and blood, gaining infinite recovery. Qiao Mu retracted his spear, his brow furrowed, preparing to strike again. Now, as long as I control it within range, I can definitely use the Heavenly Devil Disintegration at will, adding the 4 remaining revival chances. Even if I have to use them all, I can stall until I can destroy you. Immediately after, Qiao Mu quickly stabbed his spear repeatedly at Qizang, but Qizang dodged all of them, surprising Qiao Mu. The spearhead struck Qizang's chest but was blocked by something. Qiao Mu looked in disbelief at the shattered pieces of the azure celestial golden body protective armor. Qizang looked at Qiao Mu with a smug smile, his hand reaching out with a surge of electric energy. Just playing around with you, you brat. Then, Qizang waved his hand and used the Myriad Law's sword incantation. Immediately after, Qiao Mu's body was blasted into the wall behind him. Qiao Mu slumped to the ground, swords impaling his chest, dust flying everywhere. The others around them frowned and muttered to each other. Damn it, is this the strength of an immortal? Martial artists who are about to reach the 3rd rank are just toys in their eyes? Immediately after, Qizang landed on the ground, smiling provocatively. HMPH. With the Thunman's sword, piercing your heart, even if you're an immortal, you can't survive. Suddenly, a strike hurtled towards him, and he narrowly dodged it in utter astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief, noticing the wound on his body slowly healing. Qiao Mu spoke up. As expected of a divine sword, even a grand immortal shies away from its blade. Then, he stood up, holding the guy's sword, his face full of excitement. But even though it's a good sword, the swordsmanship is absolute garbage. That move, just now missed by a mile. He chuckled inwardly. Ha! How could you hit me? This daddy used flesh transformation to move my heart out of the way. His eyes locked on Qizang with a cold stare, raising the sword arrogantly. How about letting a martial brute like me teach you grand immortals how to use a sword? With that, he leaped towards Qizun with the pure yang limitless sword technique. He swung the sword, deflecting something behind him, which promptly exploded in a loud boom. He lost his balance and fell towards Qizang, still clutching the sword tightly. Qiao Mu slashed the sword forward, and Qizang quickly countered with a wave of sword chi. He tightened his grip on the sword again. They exchanged fierce blows while the crowd cheered them on. Go get him, beat that bastard down, and let him know the might of us martial artists. Awesome, junior brother. If you win, I'll sing your praises for the rest of my life. On the other side, He watched his movements in stunned disbelief. He's actually fighting back. Maybe the martial path really can stand against cultivation. Meanwhile, Qingyang stared at his own sword being hacked at, gnashing his teeth in panicked rage, incomprehensibly yelling, how is this even possible? Relying on my treasures to act up against me. If I fail, the reputation of the Xuantian sect will be ruined, and the senior brothers and elders will definitely punish me severely. Thinking this, he paused to gather his strength, then drew a talisman, causing Qiao Mu to hesitate. Qingyang roared internally, I can't lose. Even if it costs me my vital essence, I have to kill him. Immediately after, he summoned a fire dragon with the Shixian dragon breath talisman. Qiao Mu was startled and looked up. The dragon lunged and bit down on him, the surrounding blue flames scorching him, causing him to cry out in pain. Ah! Seeing his struggle, Qizhang laughed heartily, gleefully manipulating the dragon as he yelled, ha ha ha, my Ziyan dragon fire can completely turn you to ashes. Even a divine transformation realm martial artist won't be spared. What do you think of me? The system alerted him. Resurrection chances remaining within 7 days, 3 out of 5. He flung himself out of the dragon's mouth, holding the sword, his face full of murderous intent, mocking Qizhang. Then I really have to thank you, Grand Immortal, for saving me the trouble of cleaning up the corpse. I'm grateful that you escorted me on my way. Seeing him still alive, the other dude panicked. His eyes widened as he stared at Qiao Mu, charging towards him, his mind blank. How? How is this possible? On the other side, Qi Yang quickly rushed over and punched him flat into the ground. He pinned him down, grabbing the back of his neck. The red dude looked up at Qin Yang accusingly. Useless, you can't even handle a nobody. He looked at Qiao Mu in astonishment, muttering, I underestimated him. Still pinned to the ground, Qiao Mu gritted his teeth, struggling to lift his head to glare at them, thinking, I can't move anymore. Is this Qi Yang? He feels even harder to deal with than Qin Yang. He then turned his head to look at Yang. He, surrounded by sect disciples, Your Majesty of Great Yan, please rest assured. The Xuantian sect will never allow these assassins to harm a single hair on your head, and since you've always been so courteous, therefore, he grit his teeth, staring smugly at the emperor, making a condition. you will definitely kowtow to the Xuantian sect to show your gratitude, right? Hearing this, He was dumbfounded, his face darkening. This is blatant depression. They're openly threatening me. Today, I either kowtow to the immortal sect or die at the hands of assassins. His hands clenched, trembling. Shu Xing spoke up assertively. His Majesty has a god here. He doesn't need the protection of the Xuantian sect. Qi Yang, still pinning Qiao Mu down, sneered, "Oh, even if you're a divine transformation realm martial artist, you can't stop so many assassins." Someone in the crowd chuckled, "Ahem," one sound. Immediately afterwards, a wad of spit was spat out. It was old Hu. He walked out tall and imposing with a group of people. The gob of spit shot towards Qi Yang, causing him to leap off Qiao Mu. Immediately afterwards, it hit behind Yongqi and Shu Xing. He swung his sword out, standing in front of the emperor. "Your Majesty, be careful." The two collided, the sword shattered, and the saliva splattered everywhere. His eyes widened in astonishment, thinking to himself, "A cough was enough to break my flying star blade. Could it be?" From within the crowd, old Hu, filled with fury, roared, "Ha ha ha, after letting your lackeys run wild, you still couldn't resist making a move." Seeing this, Qi Yang quickly flew up, stretching the distance and mocking. The old rat in the sewer has been hiding for any years, and finally shows his face. Following this, Yongqi clenched his fists, his face darkened, and walked towards him. He sat up from the ground, assessing them. As expected, this assassination attempt is not simple. His eyes narrowed as he confirmed to himself, assassinating Emperor Yang. He, right under the Xuantian sect's nose, is as hard as ascending to the heavens. A person like Wu Shangren can't put all his hopes on me. It's best if someone stirs up the situation and waits for an opportunity to strike, and I'm just the vanguard. On the other side, Qi Yang unleashed streams of multicolored energy. He floated in the air, arrogantly declaring, "Today is the day Emperor Yang. He pays homage to the immortals, and it's also the day the immortal sect completely exterminates its enemies. Junior brothers, come here quickly." The other members of the sect were quickly summoned, densely surrounding him. "Follow me and kill Wu Shengren." Qi Yang held a flame in his hand. He confidently asserted, "You stand at the pinnacle of mortal martial arts. You've certainly made progress over the past few decades, but it's a pity you've fallen into the demonic path. You deserve to die." On the other side, old Hu's face also darkened, and he mockingly sneered at them. "Ha ha! I'm the demonic path, and you're the immortal path." Around him, sources of energy quickly surged. His body trembled violently, causing Qi Zhang to feel bewildered. Old Hu muttered, "Is it demonic, or is it immortal?" Old Hu's body transformed. Becoming many times larger, he stood before him, then glared and emphasized, "The victor has the right to decide." Following this, Qing Yang brandished his sword aura, and Zhao Jian stood before him, explaining, "Senior brother, I was careless just now. I hope Senior brother will give me another chance." Seeing this, Qi Yang glanced at him and smiled. "Oh, using that move, huh?" Immediately afterward, a series of sword auras were released. Qing Yang rotated his sword according to the cycle of yin and yang. Dense sword auras also appeared, rotating in circles. He stood in the air, looking down at old Hu, then narrowed his eyes and smiled triumphantly. "You stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. This is the strongest sword technique I've painstakingly practiced for 30 years. Following this, he waved his hand, and a series of sword auras all flew towards the old man, and he shouted excitedly, "If you have the guts, then take this." On the other side, several fake immortals floated in the air, discussing smugly, worthy of being senior brother Qing Yang. "The power of this sword formation is truly astonishing." A man holding a fan also confirmed, "I originally intended to exchange a few moves with the leader of the unrighteous, but unfortunately, that won't be happening. But after this move, I'll be nothing but smoke." Old Hu still calmly sneered, "Ha ha, cultivated for 30 years. Seeing this, the disciples were startled. He reached out and brushed the dust off his body, his eyes narrowed in mockery. "Just to sprinkle a little dust on my body." He extended his hand towards the fake immortals in front of him, provoking them. "All right, don't waste any more time." Old Hu's face darkened, and he smiled as he beckoned at them with his index finger, demonic power swirling around him, his eyes bloodshot. "Come at me, all of you." Seeing the challenge, the immortals didn't hesitate and charged towards him, speaking arrogantly. Immediately afterward, one person holding a banana leaf fan fanned a gust of wind. Another person held a gourd and spat out poison, while another stood there, waving his hand to strike down lightning. A chaotic explosion caused by those three powers mixed together and attacked old Hu. But when the smoke disappeared, he was completely unfazed, looking down at them from above. And they were startled and horrified. One who cast the lightning within the immortal sect widened his eyes in disbelief. "How is this possible?" How can a body of flesh and blood withstand our immortal sex magic treasures? The one holding the poison gourd next to him was also confused. And he's not even scratched? Is he really human? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu, observing the battle from afar, was silently assessing, as expected of the martial sage, Di Shenji. Could it be that he has mastered the movement technique to such a degree? He recalled how the old man dodged the attacks of those three so quickly, then returned to his original position, predicting the attacks of the mutants, using minimal body movements to precisely avoid each move, looking as if his body hadn't moved at all. This requires a coordination between body and mind that reaches the divine realm. Otherwise, even a single mistake would lead to complete annihilation. Back in the battle, old Hugh clenched his hand, the energy covering his robust arm. A reminder. Are you guys done acting? It's my turn. Everyone looked towards him. Old Hugh gently threw a punch forward, killing intent, spreading around. Immediately after, blood splashed onto Qi Yang's face, causing him to freeze with wide eyes. Then, in confusion, he glanced to the side, raising his hand to his face, puzzled. This isn't my blood. His eyes widened in terror. Beside him, Qi Yang's body was still twitching, having been knocked away, who knows when. Only then did he realize he was dead as he fell to the ground. The others quickly panicked, senior brother Qing Yang. The people at the scene, including Young He, were equally shocked. Then they targeted him, but Qiao Mu stood in front, blocking the way. The assassins quickly grabbed their swords, rushing forward with anger. The moment has come. Kill! Seeing this, Qiao Mu also brandished his hidden weapons, preparing to fight, glancing behind him to instruct Yong He, Your Majesty. Leave this to me. Please go inside the main hall for now. Flying Star Hand, immediately after, the hidden weapons were flung out, quickly taking down the group. Qiao Mu, standing in the crowd, thought to himself, something's wrong. It feels too easy. The guys in front gnashed their teeth and complained, damn it, we can't even get close. He's a Lianshan realm expert. He thought of Qi Yang and murmured in his heart, the Xuantian sect shouldn't just have this much strength, right? Moreover, Qi Yang is still calm, looking extremely relaxed and carefree. They must have backup plans. A slash was unleashed. Another guy had his head chopped off by old Hugh's hand. Immediately after, he swept past a crowd of people, causing them to die one after another. His face was full of excitement, and he laughed. Haha, the strong are immortals, the weak are demons. A chaotic melee broke out inside the shrine. Then, old Hu suddenly leaped towards another direction. It was towards Young He. Qiao Mu stood in front of him, blocking him. Looking panicked, Young He, behind him, was also leaving in fear. Old Hu jumped up and threw a punch. While Qiao Mu was tense, old Hu shouted, Emperor Young He, where do you think you're going? Qiao Mu tried to use Flying Star Hand to buy time. Immediately after, he took a punch. Old Hu warned, if you stop me, you'll die. He was knocked back. The Emperor ran while panicking. Qiao Mu hugged his wound. Struggling to stand up, he tremblingly urged, Your Majesty, run quickly. Behind him, old Hu had raised his fist and charged over. Can you escape? Causing Yong He to freeze, looking back in fear while running. Immediately after, his eyes widened. Inside the tower door, a light flashed, the light swirling around. Immediately after, a Yang Huo shield appeared in front of old Hu. And he was terrified. Ah! Old Hu retreated from the shield, confused. Raising his head to look ahead, black streaks of energy and strange noises appeared within the vortex. An old man manifested as black smoke, staring intently at him. Warning. You mundane martial artists have made a grave mistake. Seeing this, the people present quickly panicked. The sky turned pitch black, revealing a monstrous human face. How are we supposed to fight that? Qiao Mu frowned in annoyance. Warning. To kill immortals with mortal hands is utter defiance of the heavens, punishable by 5 strikes of heavenly lightning, body and soul extinguished. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and unleashed an attack downwards at the crowd. Mortals, die. Old Hu's body was struck, and he roared in agony. Og! On the other side, Qiao Mu gritted his teeth, recognizing this as their contingency plan. No, that's their opening move. These powerhouses were just watching the show from the start. If it weren't for Qi Yang being too weak, they wouldn't have bothered to act. Then he looked at old Hu, who was in great pain, and thought to himself, a technique of this level, I wonder if Martial Saint Ren can withstand it. Old Hu's wounds gradually cooled down, only to be shattered again. His hand rose up with his body being burned and healed again. His hand slowly lowered, pointing at Chu Xing and Yang. He, in front of him, old Hu's face contorted, struggling to even express himself while enduring the lightning. The Emperor seemed to realize something, wondering, is he looking at me? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu had circled around behind them. Immediately after, an even more powerful bolt of lightning struck Old Hu's body. Soon after, the sun began to peek out, and the hazy clouds above dissipated, leaving behind lingering smoke and dust. Yang He and Chu Xing stood before the area of smoke and lingering electrical energy. Old Hu's body was gone. Yang Zi's eyes widened in disbelief, placing a hand on his chest. How could this be? Marshal Saint Ren. He actually, behind Yang He, someone else closed their eyes, resigned. He's dead. In the end, martial arts still loses to the Tao of Immortals. Seeing this, Qi Yang smugly glared at him and laughed. The leader of the martial path dared to defy the heavens, immediately flying up and looking down at the crowd, confidently declaring that he would suffer 5 strikes of heavenly lightning. His voice echoed, announcing to even those outside the palace. Turning to dust, body and soul extinguished. Several of the commoner believers cheered joyfully. Good riddance. The world is better off without any Marshal Saint Ren. That man-eating demon deserved those 5 strikes of heavenly lightning long ago. In stark contrast, the martial artists collapsed to their knees in grief and despair. No way, how could Marshal Saint Ren die? He was the greatest hope for us martial artists in resisting the cultivators, striving for so many years, finally reaching the 3rd rank, only for it to end here. Qiao Mu stood in the crowd, observing the situation and acknowledging. Unbelievable. Even a powerhouse like Marshal Saint Ren ultimately lost to the Immortals. Qiao Mu recalled the image of Old Hu as a sun in the hearts of the martial artists, thinking to himself. To martial artists, Marshal Saint Ren was the embodiment of the previous generations of martial arts experts, like a bright sun illuminating the path of martial practitioners. Now that the bright sun has fallen, martial arts is no more, and hope has vanished in an instant. The heroic words in their hearts have now completely dissipated. And Qiao Mu simply closed his eyes and sighed in regret for them. The victor is the immortal, the defeated is the demon. That boomerang came back too fast. Suddenly, in front of him, a martial artist was being burned in agony. Og, it's Qi Yang. He stood, half-crouched, holding a sword, burning the person, while triumphantly ordering, "What are you standing around for? Quickly follow me, and kill those disrespectful martial commoners. This act of defiance cannot stand." Several others echoed, grabbing their weapons. Yes, senior brother Qi Yang. They simultaneously unleashed their immortal power on the martial artists, slaughtering them. The martial artists were beaten to a pulp, only able to scream in agony. One of them muttered in panic. Even Marshal Saint Ren died at the hands of the cultivators. What's the point of us practicing martial arts? The so-called using martial arts to punish immortals is just a flower and a mirror, the moon and the water. Martial arts is dead. Right after, he stood in front of him, his face resolute, gripping the sword, blood spurting from his hand. His face was filled with determination as he stared at the immortal cultivators, affirming that things in this world never go as one wishes. He stepped forward, knocking away the swords of several immortals, then endured the attacks for the martial artists. Qiao Mu asserted, "You give up so easily, just because of a little setback, allowing others to slaughter you at will. You all came for a noble cause. How can you give up so easily? It's just that Marshal Saint Ren is dead. Is it impossible to succeed without him?" He smiled, grasping the sword piercing his chest, while everyone else watched him. "So what if we have to die here today?" He pulled the sword from his chest, turned to look at the martial artists and asked them, "Before dying, dragging a few immortals down with us, wouldn't that be even better?" Seeing this, they quickly blazed with fervor, clenching their fists with determination. "Charge! He's just a 3rd-rank martial artist. Can he even do it? Can't this old man do it? Demonic dissolution. How can I let a junior look down on me?" 8 gates open. Immediately after, the crowd fearlessly charged forward, attacking the immortals, fighting to the death, even if they have to die standing. Immediately after, a melee erupted. Qiao Mu also followed the martial artists, attacking with them for the martial path. Kill. Above, Yang He and Chu Xing witnessed the bloody battle between the two sides. Chu Xing clutched his wound, looked towards him, and frowned. That Chao guy actually replaced Marshal Saint Ren, reigniting the fighting spirit of the martial artists. Seeing this, the Emperor also looked at him speechlessly. He furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect there to be warriors in this world who still bravely face the immortal sect without fear of death. If the martial path in this world could unite, perhaps they could contend against the immortal path." Suddenly, he startled in surprise. His body was pulled into the main hall, his face filled with panic. Chu Xing, beside him, he didn't have time to react, as he looked over at His Majesty. The Emperor was thrown inside. Chu Xing quickly jumped in to help him up. "This unworthy subject deserves to die, frightening your Majesty." He knelt on the ground, replying, "I'm fine, I just fell." Inside, a massive statue of the immortal path emitted light, calling Emperor Yang He. The two stood before it. Yang He's expression was slightly panicked. It was the statue that appeared in his hallucinations before, but this time it was real. The statue's eyes narrowed, and it growled, "Kneel." Immediately after, an invisible pressure forced the emperor to kneel on one knee. Beside him, Chu Xing still didn't understand what was happening. The emperor gritted his teeth, struggling against the pressure, finally not bothering to pretend anymore. "Directly forcing me to kneel before you." His hands struggled to hold up so much that the ground had begun to crack from the pressure. Yang He was puzzled. But why are they suddenly in such a hurry? Marshal Saint-Ren is already dead. Surely no one can stop them. No way. Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside. Qiao Mu burst in. He charged in from outside, demonic energy surrounding his body. Chu Jing was also shocked to see this, grabbing Yang He's shoulder and shouting, "It's you, you're not dead yet." He launched forward, yelling, "You want me to die? It's not that easy." Immediately after, he charged straight towards the statue in front of him, to the dumbfounded looks of the two people below. He swung his sword up, aiming straight for the top of the statue, explaining himself, "Even if you kill Emperor Yang He, there's still Emperor Yang Song, Emperor Yang Wei. It's better to destroy the statue, so that the emperors have nothing left to worship, permanently ending the threat." He raised his sword and chopped down, accompanied by the statue's self-defense energy, causing shockwaves around them. Seeing this, Chu Jing also looked up in horror. He's really destroying it. How can a person be so decisive? This is just purely courting death. Above, his body cracked, teeth clenched, to prevent blood from spurting out of his mouth. The wounds on his body were gradually healing. It was constantly being torn apart and then quickly reconnected. Chu Xing blankly witnessed the entire process of him trying to shatter the massive statue in front of him. His pupils dilated in utter horror. No way! His meridians are continuously recovering despite the constant damage, and his cultivation level is rapidly increasing. 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade. He's almost catching up with Marshal Saint-Ren. On the other side, the statue also began to crack. Qiao Mu was certain that, in contrast to the immortal statue, its power was rapidly weakening. His face full of determination, his eyes glowing red, he shouted, "It's just a broken rock. What's so scary about it?" Immediately after, he slashed vertically at the statue, causing blood to gush out, and yelled, "Break for me, you evil!" A massive amount of energy spread outwards. The statue and its energy shattered and gradually dissipated. The surrounding statues also began to crack. A seismic tremor swept outwards from within the tower, rippling in circles. Just then, Qi Yang angrily stormed in. "Who is it? Who dares to touch my profound heaven sect's main hall?" His eyes widened in shock as he saw the scene inside. Qiao Mu stood confidently before the shattered statue, smiling as he announced, "Well, what took you so long? I demolished your illegal construction for you. Aren't you going to thank me?" Seeing the situation, he glared at Qiao Mu with fury, grinding his teeth, his energy erupting uncontrollably. "You're just an insignificant ant, yet you dare to insult the immortal sect." He then roared, "I vow to grind you to ashes." Qiao Mu also took a fighting stance, clenching his fists, ready to meet the challenge. "I just finished digesting Marshal Saint-Ren's flesh and blood, so I'm overflowing with power. It's perfect for using you as practice." Immediately after, a surge of energy wrapped around Qiao Mu, startling him. It tightly coiled around his limbs and pulled him upwards. Qiao Mu gritted his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, "That's not right. This isn't Qi Yang's magic. Could it be those little immortal statues?" The immortals surrounding the hall looked down at him as he was being bound, passing judgment. Immortal disrespecting the immortals is the greatest of sacrileges. Upon entering the 9 underworlds, you shall be forever submerged in the depths of nothingness. The streams of energy tightened around him. Qiao Mu gritted his teeth, glaring in confusion. Their voices echoing, "Forever submerged in the depths of nothingness. Forever submerged in the depths of nothingness." Qiao Mu gritted his teeth, and they continued to chant, "Forever submerged in the depths of nothingness." Immediately after, he smiled and asked them, "Fake guides and phantoms, which sex fairies are you?" His hand trembled as he pointed his index finger, declaring, "You're just deviants wearing the skin of immortals, using the name of immortals to glorify yourselves. There are no immortals in this world, only a bunch of freaks sitting on altars." His hand gripped the dark streams of energy, trying to engulf them, laughing gleefully. His face contorted as he declared them to be a bunch of abnormal deviants who don't see others as human. On the other side, Qi Yang swung his sword at his face, smiling smugly. "Ah, you're courting death?" His limbs bound, his eyes wide with rage, Qiao Mu affirmed, "Even if I die today, I'll make sure you fake immortals live a moment, then die the next." His body was suspended in the air. The sword of Qi Yang pointed directly at him, yelling, "Then this immortal shall grant you your wish." Beside him, Yang, he suddenly spoke. "Immortal Master, Please wait. Causing Qiao Mu to also stare blankly at him. Hearing this, Qi frowned angrily. Emperor Yong, hey, what do you mean by this? He stood in the tower hall before the empty-headed statues, before paying respects to the immortals. Could the immortals of the profound heaven sect allow me to ask a few questions? Seeing this, Qi frowned and relayed, the elder hasn't spoken, so he has agreed. Qiao Mu looked at him from above in confusion. What's that damn emperor doing here? Putting on a show. He then turned his head to ask Qiao Mu, you don't seem to be a subordinate of Marshal Saint-Ren, so what are you doing here? Qiao Mu closed his eyes and smiled heartily. I already said I'm here to kill people. His eyes full of determination, he frowned and added, more than that, I'm here for a bit of spirit. The emperor's eyes widened as he looked at Qiao Mu. Spirit. Hearing this, Qiao Mu, though bound, spoke clearly. Marshal Saint-Ren is dead. The people in the Martial Extreme Society have all collapsed in spirit, as if they've lost everything, unable to continue fighting, and you are the Emperor of Great Yan. The whole world is watching you. Outside, they are still fighting chaotically, he affirmed. If you also kneel, the entire country from top to bottom will follow suit, and in the end the people's hearts will scatter. Right after, he squinted at the Emperor with disdain, thinking, if you're going to kneel anyway, might as well kick the bucket. The Emperor gazed at him gently, asking, you really want me to die? He stared intently. Even Martial Sage Ren, who grasped the essence of martial arts, is dead. What good is your fiery spirit? Qiao Mu tilted his head up, looking arrogant. So what if you're dead? Does that mean those who live should just give up? Qiao Mu was thinking about those future superhero logic people. Martial Sage Ren is dead. According to the Emperor's logic, that just means he was weak. Can't blame anyone else. If this generation's martial arts leader sucks, then there's always the next generation, and the one after that. Then, he added, if those who came before don't dare to sacrifice, and only know how to compromise and kneel, how can you expect the next generation to have any backbone? Everyone listened intently. Suddenly, Qiao Mu took a deep breath. Then he glared and shouted firmly, from this day forward, I will bear the burden of martial arts. I will be the leader of martial arts. Outside, his voice echoed, announcing to the crowd, I will be the leader of martial arts. Hearing this, the martial artists were shocked. Seeing this, someone from the martial arts side chuckled stupidly. Ha ha, the immortals were dumbfounded, while that person excitedly declared, ha ha, not bad, kid. Inside, Qi squinted at him smugly, smirking. You, ha ha ha, the one who wants to shoulder the burden of martial arts becomes a prisoner under the immortal sect. How fitting. But Qiao Mu didn't lose his momentum, laughing excitedly as he declared loudly, one tree doesn't make a forest. If I can't do it, there will be someone to take my place in 1,000 years. Sooner or later, we'll catch up to you freaks. Right after, a golden light emanated from Yonghi's side, startling him. Huh? Something appeared beside his hand. He was shocked, this feeling. In the Emperor's hand was a dragon sword, armored with golden dragon force. Yonghi's eyes widened as he drew the sword from its sheath, the energy within radiating outwards. The immortal statues present were also slightly taken aback by this dazzling golden energy. Young. He gripped the hilt tightly and announced, it's the human sovereign sword. The energy from the sword also spread outwards. On the other side, Qi frowned in suspicion upon seeing this. Yonghi Emperor can control the human sovereign sword, and he dared to bring the human sovereign sword here. The sword's aura released the black shackles on Qiao Mu's body, startling him as he looked at it. Immediately after, Qiao Mu jumped to the ground, tilting his head to look at Yonghi in confusion. Human sovereign sword? What the heck is that? Is it that powerful? It even affects immortal techniques. Seeing this, the Emperor's face contorted, staring intently at the sword, thinking, the ancestor protects, I bet, right? On the sword appeared images of thousands of heavenly soldiers and horses, along with the immense energy of humanity's ancestors, Yong. He determined, the founder of the Great Yan dynasty, won the world on horseback, possessing not only the strongest army of the time, but he himself was also the strongest martial artist in the world. After the founder passed away, the sword he wore became the human sovereign sword, worshipped in the temple. Like the jade seal of the realm in the 9 provinces' cauldrons, it became a symbol of the royal power of the human race. It carries within it the national luck of Great Yan. Then Yang, he raised the sword high, its power amplified many times over. He muttered to himself, if I can't awaken the human sovereign sword today, it's the end of the road. There's no other choice, but now I want to see how wary the immortal sect is of getting involved with imperial luck. High above in the clouds, the 4 immortals pointed in disgust, Tianxing clasping his hands behind his back. Is this Yonghi Emperor's trump card? We truly underestimated him. Beside him, Elder Sun stroked his beard, That sword was originally just a mortal object. It only absorbed the luck of the human emperor after being worshipped with incense for many years. The third person, with brown hair, crossed his arms and remained silent. The last person with long hair pointed down at the golden luck beneath the palace and added, "Imperial luck is originally an ethereal and ambiguous thing. Getting involved with it may not necessarily affect the lifespan of cultivators like us." Tianxing crossed his arms and squinted down. "Then you try it." Hearing this, the surrounding companions became speechless. Right after that, Elder Sun sent a sound transmission, super urgent-like. The Yonghe Emperor's immortal worship is a major deal tied to incense offerings, can't just stop it halfway. Then, from up in the hall, he orders, "Qi Yang, make your move." Hearing that, Qi Yang down below looks up, all awkward elder butt, and then bam, a figure descends near those four guys, fellow Taoists of the profound heaven sect. They all look up at this person. It's Qing Yi. He strokes his beard, looking all friendly at those four. "How are you all doing lately?" Then he lands right on the cloud platform. Seeing that, Elder Sun forces a smile, Taoist Qing Yi of the great Tao sect of Central Province. Then he thinks to himself, this definitely ain't a coincidence. We accidentally leaked the Yonghe Emperor's immortal worship plan. On the territory map, the 9 great immortal sects, each control a region. The great Tao sect, the profound heaven sect, established Taoist temples for people to worship. Receiving the incense offerings from the people of the various provinces, incense burners and temples were successively built, and the one standing before them was very kind. And the great Tao sect is the sect with the most profound foundation, receiving the most incense among the immortal sects of Central Province. Those under Elder Sun's command are a bit afraid and step back, he inwardly identified, his face a bit embarrassed. The plan to deceive the world has been exposed, so the sect leader in Central Province and Tian Wujing will definitely be in danger. No wonder that little brat could destroy the sect leader's immortal statue. It must be because the sect leader no longer has the strength to resist. Over there, Qing Yi clasps his hands politely, smiling at them. "Fellow Taoists, I won't say much more. What your sect leader in Central Province did has been exposed. All the major immortal sects know about it. This Yonghe Emperor's immortal worship ends here." Hearing that, Elder Sun furrows his brow in annoyance. How's our sect leader doing now? Behind him, the crowd doesn't dare to speak up. Qing Yi calmly opens his mouth. Then he squints his eyes, looking down at them with a profound smile, reminding them, "Consider this matter dropped. Your sect leader will naturally return safely." Down below, the Emperor is still gripping the sword hilt, raising it high, and the freed-up guy is pouting, leaning in to ask curiously, "You weren't planning on worshipping from the start, were you?" Hearing that, he looks at the sword in his hand, lowering it beside his buddy, affirming, "As a monarch, one cannot kneel. It's just that I have to, because in his heart he thinks I really wasn't sure. This time, it was thanks to luck." Then he squints at him, wondering, was it really thanks to luck? And that guy is trying to move his injured arm, his face full of pain. Yonghe reckons the summoned human sovereign sword probably has something to do with this dude. Right after that, a beam of light falls from the sky beside them. Catching both their attention, it's Qing Yi, descending, with Elder Sun and Tianxing behind him. He calmly waves his hand, explaining, "Yonghe Emperor, the immortal worship ends here. This was the profound heaven sect acting on its own. It has nothing to do with our immortal sects." Immediately after, he cordially approaches Yonghe, reaching out his hand with a smile, asking, "Yonghe Emperor, would you be willing to return with me to the Central Province Imperial Capital?" The Emperor is still awkwardly holding the sword, looking at him, then calmly salutes. "Then I shall trouble you, great immortal." Inwardly, he breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to kneel. Behind him, Tianxing is still lost in his own thoughts. The Emperor left a contingency plan. Did he secretly inform the great Tao sect and other immortal sects in advance? Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence? He doesn't notice the dude is standing behind him, probing. Right after that, the dude waves his arms around, trying to prove his existence. "Hey, you guys forget something. Hey, look over here." Interrupted in his thoughts, Tianxing gives him an annoyed glance, and the dude keeps calling him, Hey. Then he strikes at the dude, yelling, "This guy is deluded by immortals. He deserves to die." And the dude thinks to himself, "Awesome. It's Tianxing. My points are saved." His mind is only thinking about points. Immediately after, Yonghe reaches out to stop him, immortal elders. He stands in front of the dude. "Wait!" And the dude looks at him in confusion, inwardly screaming in angry frustration, "You're ruining my good deed." Tianxing withdraws the point of the spear back towards himself. Squinting his eyes, he questions the Emperor. "You want to keep this person? The human Emperor thinks he's different now, that he's protected by Providence. Don't forget, the days are long." The dude, not afraid of enough chaos, pushes the emperor away, using his pinky finger and frowning in anger, yelling, "Qiao Zhong, I've long disregarded life and death. What need do I have of the emperor's protection? I only regret not being able to tear apart the true faces of you strange people sooner." Inwardly, the dude has long wanted to punch the emperor. Say it, do it, don't joke about saving me. Yonghe grips the sword hilt, denying it. Seeing that, Elder Sun and Qingyi also turn to look at him, and he grabs the dude by the collar, affirming, "This man plotted to assassinate the king. According to the laws of the Great Yan, he must be imprisoned in the heavenly prison, then beheaded and displayed to the public." Meanwhile, our guy sighed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he intertwined his fingers, muttering to himself, "I almost changed my mind about Yonghe Emperor. Who knew he was such a stand-up guy? Today's definitely my lucky day to kick the bucket," sarcastically of course. Seeing this, Elder Sun also turned to Qingyi, cupping his hands in agreement. "That works too. When we enter the capital, we'll trouble Taoist Qingyi to supervise. It also serves as a warning to the world that those who disrespect immortals commit a heinous crime and cannot survive." He also glanced at Qiao Mu, immediately squinting ahead, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Hearing this, he affirmed, "Rest assured, Taoist. There's still a statue of someone beneath the ground." The crowd quickly exited the palace hall, their discussions buzzing non-stop. OMG, to meet so many immortals at once. Someone pinch me? Am I dreaming? Wishing the immortals boundless blessings and longevity, living as long as heaven and earth. He saw this and turned to Qingyi, smiling enthusiastically. "Since ascending the throne, this is the first time I've been able to directly bargain with someone from the immortal sect. Haha." Behind them, Chu Xing, beaten black and blue, was bandaged all over and sulking, while Qiao Mu was shackled, pelted with rotten eggs and vegetables. Behind them, the immortals escorted him, and the surrounding crowd cursed. That evil Qiao Zhong dared to offend the immortals, yet the immortals spared his life. Truly boundless mercy. Our guy just nonchalantly picked his nose, grinning sheepishly. "Heh." In the crowd, hurried footsteps approached. "Move, move, move." An older woman led her sect members and declared, "If 2 of the 9 great immortal sects are gathering here, it's definitely not a good sign. We cultivators who practice ancient methods shouldn't get caught up in this." Behind her were Kansu and another person. Kansu glanced at Qiao Mu, who was bound and displayed. She had a feeling about it, and then she suddenly turned her head or bandage askew, revealing bright jade-green eyes. She opened her eyes with difficulty. Kansu reached out to push up her veil, looked ahead, and was stunned to see a familiar object. His past life's figure appeared before her eyes, hands clasped behind his head. "Looking all righteous," she called out. "Qiao Mu." Then she turned and grabbed the girl with the 2 buns in front of her, calling out urgently, "Senior sister. That person just now." The senior sister also looked down in confusion. Kanzu excitedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Was he handsome?" Our guy, meanwhile, was shamelessly licking the rotten egg off his hand. Faced with this disgusting display, she was at a loss for words, her face darkened. Then she scratched her face, smiling awkwardly. "That person was injured, so I didn't see clearly, but he looked kinda dashing, and his surname seemed to be Qiao, just like yours. What was his name? Qiao Zhong, I think. Do you know him?" Hearing this, Kenshu staggered involuntarily, and her senior sister cried out in alarm, "Be careful!" She immediately reached out to support her junior sister. "Your eyes aren't ordinary. Even though you've entered the path of immortality, your still eye is still a burden to you." Her body swayed unsteadily, leaning on her senior sister. She figured that she could fall even when walking on flat ground. Kenshu, bewildered, frowned, her eyes flashing green, thinking, injured. What did he do again? Just what is he? Her weak eyes glanced through the veil, and the hem of his robe appeared before her. She remembered his shaking figure in the meadow, thinking, the world turns, changes are endless. If his life hasn't ended, then we'll definitely meet again. Thinking this, Kenshu simply smiled. Her senior sister supported her as she questioned, "Junior sister, you still haven't answered my question. Do you know that person?" She only replied coldly, "Number." That afternoon the sunset gradually disappeared behind the mountains. A white-haired man sat before a tombstone at the foot of the mountain. Someone approached him and called out, "Foster father." He traced his finger on the tombstone, reminding, "No need to call me foster father. Just Lao Hu is fine," he confirmed. "The world no longer has Wu Shengren." On the tombstone, he carved his own name, the tomb of Wu Qizeng. He stood before his own tomb, then explained to Chan Kun behind him, "Wu Qizeng, I told you, is your fatal weakness, so, naturally, you'll use the blood-flesh 100 transformations to disguise yourself as me. Die for me, even if in your heart you didn't die for me." He frowned in confusion, asking, Foster father, I don't understand. Was Qizang's sacrifice worth it? This is the adopted son of Wu Shengren, Wu Qiankun. Why don't you personally enter the mountain gate and kill that Yonghe emperor? Hearing that, old Hugh was calm as well, drawing something on his own tombstone as he affirmed, killing this Yonghe emperor will just bring another one, if that's the case. Better to use the death of Wu Shengren to buy time for the martial path to find a way to overcome these freaks. On the tombstone, the words Tomb of Wu Qijing were written. 1. He's using this chance to plan and probe the abilities of the Xuantian sect elder. Such a sacrifice is worth it. On the stone, 2 more lines were carved. Walk the righteous path, wield the strange arts. Old Hu added, 2. The Wu Sheng spirit rhinoceros art is in a bottleneck. It needs time to keep deducing. Behind him, Chan Kun still didn't understand, his eyes wide with surprise as he asked, why fake his death when he could just hide? Members of the Wuji Society participated in that assassination attempt, but he's still so calm. Immediately after, Old Hu pushed himself up, straightening his knees. In this martial world, there's no need for any Wu Shengren. He looked at his father, filled with surprise. He turned his head to look at his adopted son. Sunlight shone on his body. I've dominated the martial world for 40 years. More and more martial artists are following my path, but not a single one can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. His eyes pierced through the deep forest, looking toward the martial world below. People only know to blindly admire the strong, seeing me as a banner of the martial path. However, once this banner falls, they'll be like dogs without masters, not knowing how to advance. The other martial artists are drinking and making a mess, tossing away the guiding principles and picking up the scraps. His face was full of determination. Frowning, he affirmed, my existence has become an obstacle. What people need is the continuous emergence of experts who surpass me. Only then, Old Hugh interrupted, then affirmed, can they resist the immortal path? At the same time, in a prison cell in Yang country, a figure sat there. Right now, Chan Kun furrowed his brow, asking his father, confused, does adoptive father want to spur martial artists to become stronger on their own? But what if it backfires? Before he could finish, Old Hu interrupted him. Who knows, he shrugged, sighing indifferently. Even if it's bad, it can't be worse than Wu Shengren suppressing the martial world for 40 years, right? Seeing this, Chan Kun had nothing left to say. Suddenly, Old Hu seemed to remember something. Oh, right, about Chao Zhong. Is everything going smoothly? He stood beside his father, honestly replying, the Tianlao warden is guarding him tightly. It's a bit tricky to get the cultivation technique to him. Old Hugh reached out to stroke his chin, his other hand on his hip as he thought, I won't go back on my word. I have to deliver this technique, and I have to do it properly. This kind of fearless and brave martial seed might be worth trying other methods of entering the saber. Suddenly, he remembered someone. Old Hugh stroked his beard, his brow furrowed as he muttered, wait a minute. Tianlao, he turned to instruct Tiankun, Wu Qiankun. You do this, then do that. He was taken aback when he heard this, panicking, wouldn't that kill him? Old Hu only smiled with interest. Ha, you think that little brat is afraid? After he finished instructing, he enthusiastically went down the side of the mountain. You've been doing a good job lately, making sure the dark emissaries of the great Dao sect acted in time, allowing that Xingyi Taoist to go to Nanzhou. When I'm not here, you'll be in charge of the Wuji Society. Immediately, he clasped his hands and bowed, obeying the order, while Old Hu jumped away. He opened his eyes, looking at the wind in front of him. Next, he turned to look at the empty tombstone in front of him, muttering to himself, Qizang, you always said that adoptive father and I are very similar, both lesser Wushens, but I can't guess adoptive father's intentions. The wind blew the branches and leaves in the wind, and the sun gradually disappeared. 2 days later, in the city lord's mansion in Yan City, sunlight shone all over the courtyard. Old Hugh sat opposite Shanhe, crossing his arms and wondering, we're old acquaintances after all, and you can't even offer a cup of tea. Seeing this, he replied, so you're not dead after all. Tea is for guests, but coming uninvited, you can't be considered a guest. Hearing this, Old Hu seriously looked at the person opposite him. Back then, I abandoned my official position to practice martial arts, Wang Shanhe, and you also resigned to embark on the immortal path. 40 years have passed, and I'm a true Wu Sheng. While you're a fake city lord, where is your Dao? Can you achieve immortality like this? Hearing this, he calmly closed his eyes and smiled, denying it. What do I need immortality for? I only cultivate techniques, not immortality. If the immortal path is strong, I'll cultivate immortality, and if the martial path is strong, I'll practice martial arts. What I desire is nothing more than a prosperous and peaceful world, with a rich populace and a strong nation. Hearing this, Old Hugh smiled mockingly. Your martial arts talent is mediocre, and you don't know how to suck up in the immortal path either. This is all you'll ever be. Seeing that he was being mocked, Shanny crossed his arms, glaring back. That's right, I can't compare to someone with bloodstained hands like you. After slaughtering almost half of the martial world, you pretend to borrow the name of assassinating the emperor. But in reality, you're faking your death to live on. Immediately after, Old Hu didn't argue with him anymore, closing his eyes and waving out a Qiao Mu pouch. Yeah, the only thing in this world that's tougher than my fist is that articulate and eloquent mouth of yours. Catch, Shan. He quickly reached out to receive it in surprise. He looked at the Qiao Mu pouch with some amazement. A Qiao Mu pouch from the immortal family, what's inside? Old Hu replied. Your fist. Immediately, books and treasures fell out of the Qiao Mu pouch. He saw the things inside and stood up in surprise. Xuantian Precious Scripture. This is the foundation establishment Dao scripture of the Xuantian sect cultivators. And there are talismans and magic treasures of the immortal sect. Where did you get these? Old Hu sat calmly in his chair, asserting, over the years, I haven't killed too many immortal cultivators, but I've managed to collect some of their inheritances. These are way stronger than the chicken scratch Dao techniques you're practicing. He looked at the book with a bit of surprise. Immediately after, he clutched the front of his shirt, reluctantly refusing the pile of treasures. There are countless martial artists willing to guard the door and run errands for immortal Taoist temples, hoping to receive something like this one day. This gift is too precious. Old Hu propped his hand on the table, tapping it while explaining, don't get me wrong. Strange people have a theory about the luck of the mortal dynasty. It is said that emperors in the mortal world carry luck, so emperors are not allowed to live forever. Even if the emperor cultivates the Tao, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if you succeed in cultivating the Tao, if you succeed in the future, you won't live too long. These things are regarded as offerings at your grave in the future. At that point, he couldn't pretend anymore and dove headfirst into the pile of treasures, utterly excited. If that's the case, then I accept your good wishes. This stark contrast left Old Hu momentarily stunned. Then, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and declaring, Idiot, cultivating immortality to restrain strange people. This path requires countless years, receiving limited luck. You probably can't walk this path anyway. Beside him, Shan, he chimed in, asserting, if we can enlighten the people, why worry about strange people leading the people by the nose? Old Hu just stared at him. He then smiled at him, revealing his heart. Your martial arts rely on people's lives to exchange for time. I cultivate immortality to buy a little time for the people. Old Hu frowned, clearly annoyed, declaring, not the same path. They were like oil and water, Shan. He smiled. Then we don't share the same ambitions. Suddenly he looked out the window, puzzled. Oh right, who died in your place? He also looked over there, remaining silent for a moment. Finally, under the falling leaves and sunlight, he replied, an enemy. That night, rain poured on a certain mountaintop. A figure stood before a tombstone bearing the name of Wu Qizeng, using arcane demonic arts to walk the righteous path. It was Qizeng, holding an umbrella, standing before his own grave, muttering to himself, Is it considered the righteous path if my death can benefit you in the end? Rainwater dripped heavily from the umbrella. Qizeng smiled. I told you, even if I die, I'll never die for you. He tilted the umbrella backward, his face cold as he called out, Even if you're my own father. Behind him, thunder roared across the sky. His hand gently touched the tombstone, shielding it from the rain, murmuring, 100 transformations of flesh and blood, deduced to the very end, can separate flesh and blood, waiting for a chance to be reborn. Although the power is no more, it can hide the intuition of the martial saint's spiritual ape decision. His hand and the tombstone were soaked, the 100 transformations of flesh and blood, completely deduced. I've already entrusted it to Qiao beforehand. Qizeng's face, dripping with rain, muttered coldly, I hope he can recognize the extraordinary nature of this secret technique. I hope that one day in the future he will kill the martial saint. On another side, Doghan perked up his ears. With the demon spirit Wu Cheng beside him, he imitated him and shouted, Meow, meow, his mouth full of excitement. Oh, this cultivation method of Wu Qizeng is really wonderfully effective. Meow, I am Super Cat, the cat beside him responded. Seeing him like this, the little cat sighed in disdain, preparing to slip away, and when he saw it despise him, he roared angrily, What kind of eyes are those? Do you think I'm dirty? Don't run, today I have to tease you until you are old. Someone shouted from the cell next door, causing him to widen his eyes and look over. Ha ha ha, the calico cat you raise is quite spiritual. It was Wu Ya. He was reading a book, smiling at him. His body was bound by many iron ropes. Not knowing how he got into this heavenly prison, he sat beside the wall in the prison, happily, stroking the cat and looking at him to answer, how else could he have gotten in? Of course he came in through the window. Don't think he's so fat, he's actually pretending. Even a small window like that can be squeezed in. The cat was unhappy when he heard him badmouth him. How should I address this old man? Seeing that you can still read so many books in prison, you must have a good background, right? He also read countless books on the ground. Wuya answered him kindly. Hi, Wuya. As for the family background, let's not talk about it. It's just that I've been here for 30 years, and I'm familiar with everyone here. Hearing this, he also declared, the martial saint's spiritual ape decision has intuition. Is he a member of the martial extreme society? But looking at his aura, he is only at the 9th rank. Qiao Mu looked at him, cautiously probing. Is that so? Then you can be considered the big brother here. Please take care of me. Hearing that, the old man also grabbed a book, smiling at him. Ha ha, it's like we've known each other for ages. I have this medical book. Though it can't fix your damaged meridians, at least it'll ease the pain a bit. Zhao Shu's eyes widened. Hugging his cat, he glanced over, thinking, weird, he saw through my body's issues right away. This old geezer is no simple character. Suddenly, a voice outside called out, making them both look over. Lord Qiao Zhongwei requests your presence. Zhao Shu quickly stood up, declining the old man. No need for medical help, this body's beyond saving anyway. The old man handed him the book, probing. The #1 divine constable, Wei En, personally inviting you. What crime did you commit? Zhao Shu coldly turned his head, smiling at the old man. Regicide. Hearing that, Wu Ya was stunned, his eyes popping. He silently watched Zhao Shu's departing figure. Then he placed the book on the ground, puzzled. What's this person's background, really? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Hi, Wu Ya. Long time no see, how have you been? Wu Ya turned, confused. Wu Qiankun, what brings you here? Qiankun impatiently grabbed his hand, asking tightly, to cut it short, has your cultivation technique found a successor yet? Hearing that, Wu Ya frowned, putting the book aside, calmly saying, what a strange question. If there was a suitable successor, would I still be here? Qiankun stepped forward, suggesting, if there isn't, Martial Saint Ren wants you to hand the technique over to someone. Hearing this, Wu Ya cautiously glanced back. So it's Martial Saint Ren's intention. Who is it? Qiankun replied. Zhao Zhong. Elsewhere, Zhao Shu was led before the prison warden. He stood with his hands on the table as the guard who brought Zhao Shu reported. Lord Wei has brought the person, he confirmed. All right. Step down. Immediately after, Zhao Shu leisurely closed his eyes, sitting in the interrogation seat. Want to use torture? Go ahead, I lose if I even frown. On the other side, the warden, his face full of anger, glared at Zhao Shu, asking, you're the one who plotted to assassinate His Majesty. He's the #1 divine constable, Wei En. Seeing that, Zhao Shu was excited, his eyes sparkling with spirit stones as he thought to himself. Ooh, this pressure, a spirit refinement martial artist, even stronger than Chuxing Wei En, gradually approached him, his face full of coldness. You're quite capable. I've long wanted to see what you look like. And Zhao Shu excitedly yelled in his heart. Here it comes, this time the reward is going to be good. Then Wei En put his hand on Zhao Shu's shoulder, smiling cheerfully. I heard you scolded those freaks from the Xuantian sect. Truly majestic. Ha ha ha. Hearing that, Zhao Shu awkwardly chuckled. Don't worry, the Emperor only sent me to find out about the Qiao family. Huh? Could it be the Emperor isn't planning to kill me? Seeing this, Wei En laughed heartily. How could he? You're a designated death row inmate, already convicted without interrogation. A lavish banquet is being prepared. Let's eat and talk. A feast with wine and snacks was already prepared, and Zhao Shu understood. A last meal? Huh. I'm relieved then. I'll definitely tell everything without holding back. Everything. 2 hours later, on the statement, Wei En read and confirmed Qiao Zhongxi's words. Your Qiao family is a large clan that has been living in seclusion for many years, constantly wandering, without a fixed abode. Our ancestors lived in remote mountains or islands. Wei En sat beside Zhao Shu, adding, the descendants aren't numerous, but the family rules are very strict, often with family precepts passed down, strictly self-cultivating. The ancestors didn't have outstanding reputations, but were high-minded martial artists, living a simple life, indifferent to fame and fortune. And Zhao Shu, chugging wine and drinks with fascination, affirmed, that's right. Wei En tucked the statement into his robes, looking at Zhao Shu in astonishment. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, it would be hard to believe that such a family considers dying in the right place as a family precept. The Qiao family is truly a rare and strange family. Today, thanks to Qiao Zhuangxi, I will send someone to take you back to prison immediately. Zhao Shu's eyes lit up as he looked at the food. Can I take this chicken with me? Seeing that, Wei En laughed heartily. Of course, I'll pack it for you now. Zhao Shu enthusiastically praised, Divine Constable is so generous. Then, Zhao Shu smiled happily. Taking the food and leaving, Wei En watched him from behind, hesitating. He frowned, his expression profound and inscrutable. Suddenly, someone called out to Zhao Shu on the way, "Great hero Qiao." Zhao Shu turned to look. The person cupped his hands, introducing himself enthusiastically. "I am Feng Yuan. I just heard about your family's story. Truly a loyal and righteous family that commands respect. Specific position, Heavenly Prison Guard, Feng Yuan," he confirmed. "If Great Hero Qiao has any requests in the future, just tell me." Then, he moved closer, trying to befriend Zhao Shu. "Great Hero Qiao, this chicken looks heavy. Let me carry it for you." Zhao Shu was a little embarrassed, puzzled. "Really? Is it reasonable for a prison guard like you to be so courteous to a death row inmate like me?" Feng Yuan affirmed. "Of course it is reasonable. I've admired heroes and chivalrous people like Great Hero Qiao since I was young." They quickly returned to the prison cell. Zhao Shu placed the chicken down in Wu Ya's cell, old high. "Brought you a good thing." Wu Ya looked at him, then glanced at the food. "This fragrance, isn't it the honey-glazed roasted chicken from Zilu in the capital?" He hesitated. No merit, no reward. But he also sat down on the ground, closing his eyes and laughing it off. "I don't like owing favors." Then the old man looked puzzled. "Is it that medical book? But you haven't even used it." And Qiao Mu laughed heartily. "Just your gesture is enough. I accept the sentiment." Seeing this, the old man was also a little pleased, squinting his eyes to assess Qiao Mu. Indeed, a straightforward man. About this line. Perhaps Wu Yao recalled the conversation with Qiao Kun, Qiao Zhong. Wasn't he supposed to be executed for offending the immortal sect? Living day to day, what good will it do even if he learns my kung fu? Qiao Kun then turned his back to him. The young man looked at the window at the top of his head, the bright moonlight shining down, and affirmed, "In your 30 years in Tianlao, weren't you also living day to day like that? Were your 30 years wasted then?" Seeing this, Wu Ya hesitated and muttered, "But my cultivation method is different from both ancient and modern martial arts, and it's not yet complete. Reckless cultivation will lead to chi deviation at best, and at worst, the body will explode and die." But Qiao Kun frowned, reminding him with determination, whether to impart it or not is the order of the Wuji society. But in the end, it still depends on your will. As for whether to practice it or not, and how to practice it, that's up to Qiao Zhong's own thoughts. Returning to reality, the old man looked towards Qiao Mu, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect this kid to be so carefree even when his death is near." Meanwhile, Qiao Mu was still lying there, laughing happily, eating and drinking to his heart's content, sleeping soundly, and then heading to the execution ground to meet his fate. Seeing this, the old man also smiled, thinking to himself, "Maybe this kid can really successfully cultivate my technique." His whole body emitted a jade-green aura, looking at Qiao Mu with profoundness. In the study, Wei Yin was reading a book and stating, "This Kao Zhong has a tenacious personality, no different from you and me, Wu Ya." Beside him, Feng Yuan was also carrying books, and confirming, "That's right, my lord." The man furrowed his brows, remarking to himself, "Qiao Zhong's confession about the Qiao family is full of loopholes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's just talking nonsense. But the rumors about the Qiao family in Jianghu are not lies. It's really difficult for His Majesty to find information about the Qiao family." The man seemed to remember something, turning his head to ask, "That's right. How's Ai Xiangsheng doing these days?" Feng Yuan also replied, "Still reading a book. It seems he's recently been promoted back to the 8th rank." Hearing this, Wei Yin was also somewhat flustered. Wasn't he at the 9th rank? He's over 80 years old and can still advance. Inside the prison, Wu Ya's body surged with waves of dense jade-green aura. He closed his eyes in meditation, and Qiao Mu was surprised to look over. The auras startled him, and he tried to support himself with his hands. What's going on? His cultivation is increasing rapidly. 8th rank, 7th rank, it's still increasing. The old man's eyes shone with a blue light as he looked towards Qiao Mu, announcing, "Qiao Zhong, someone has instructed me to impart all the knowledge of my life to you." Seeing this, Qiao Mu also moved towards him, smiling enthusiastically, clasping his hands in front of his chest. "Looks like the cultivation method the Wuji Society promised has arrived. Then I won't be polite. What kind of supreme divine art is it?" Hearing this, the old man also lowered his head, closing his eyes calmly, his aura still increasing, and explained, "It's not exactly a supreme divine art, but it can be called a method of longevity." Hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes widened in shock. "Huh." Qiao Mu tightly gripped the iron bars, excitedly. "The technique you're going to pass on to me, could it be the longevity fist?" The old man's body is glowing, along with the pile of books beside him. Wu Ya smiled and looked at Qiao Mu, confirming, "Qiao family longevity fist, come to think of it. You also have the surname Qiao, don't you? So do you know where the longevity fist comes from? Why is it that only this fist technique has a characteristic of blood energy not declining with age?" Faced with these questions, Qiao Mu also raised his hand to touch his chin, pondering, "I've heard that it was taught by an enlightened immortal." Wait, an immortal? Qiao Mu startled as if he remembered something. Then, Wu Ya thought of the immortal six and stroked his beard, seriously explaining to Qiao Mu, actually, among the 9 great immortal sects, there is one called the Longevity Sect. The cultivators of the Longevity Sect once studied the combination of martial arts and immortal arts, and researched the Longevity Fist scripture. It's just that this path was not completely clear, so the Longevity Fist scripture was abandoned, and eventually fell into the hands of the Qiao family. Seeing this, Qiao Mu forced a smile, putting his hand on his chest, thinking to himself, the Longevity Fist is a path that has not yet been opened up. Moreover, it was abandoned by those immortals with long lifespans. Immediately afterwards, Qiao Mu looked at Wu Ya seriously. Wait a minute, just now, Hai Shansheng said you would teach me a method of longevity. So has the unopened path of the Longevity Fist been taken? The old man waved his chained hand, his body emitting a green light, and lowered his head to reply, one who cultivates martial arts. It's normal for qi and blood to decline, and age to weaken. At the end of life, his hand released energy, causing vegetation to sprout. But if qi and blood can continue to be strong, continue to break through, the spiritual energy around Wu Yai's body is thick, and beneath the ground, a field of flowers blooms. Wu Yai raised his head and asked him, then, what will happen? He was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at the flowers on the ground. So that's it. He thought about himself being as bloated as a pig, and said to himself, the principle of the Longevity Fist is like a human-shaped balloon, storing the qi and blood of the whole body in the body, slowing down decay, and prolonging life. Then thought about when the balloon was deflated. However, once deflated, the stored qi and blood will quickly be lost, causing the body to quickly deplete. Although the risk is high, if you dare to maintain it, you can prolong your life. Suddenly, he grabbed the iron bar excitedly and yelled at Wu Yai. In this way, Hai Shansheng doesn't actually need to restrain himself, but can still increase his qi and blood, making him stronger year after year. The more qi and blood increases, the longer a person can live. Teach me quickly. This is truly a method of longevity. So what is the name of this technique? Seeing his expression, he was also a little speechless, then took out a scroll of scriptures, frowned, and tried to calmly explain. I call it the Humanity Sutra, but the technique is not yet fully developed, so it is temporarily called the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra. Then, he also rounded his eyes, his face showing incomprehensible black lines. Can old Hai even make it work? A technique with 2 names. It's not like you have to do this before you can practice it, is it? He looked at the scripture in his hand and explained, I originally named this technique the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra, but because Sumeru Mountain was too small to contain my philosophy of martial arts and humanity, I renamed it the Humanity Sutra. In my imagination, this technique will be a martial arts technique that anyone can cultivate, men and women in the custom of cultivating from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He closed his eyes with appreciation and rolled up the scripture in his hand. Even people with poor aptitude, as long as they have enough perseverance, can cultivate it. It's just that the speed of cultivation will be a little slower. Therefore, this Humanity Sutra is not only a method of longevity for martial artists, but also a method of longevity for martial arts. And in front of him he shone like a gilded saint holding the scripture. He was blinded by it and quickly dodged. Too dazzling, damn it, I was tricked by him. Immediately afterward, Wu Yai also sighed annoyedly. However, this technique was created by myself and is not yet complete. His eyes narrowed seriously, or it may go astray, going berserk and dying. Hearing this, he also smiled and stared at him with interest. So what? It's just death. Qiao Zhong, I'm asking for it. Seeing his determination, Wu Yai clenched his fists, stood up and yelled, okay, if that's the case, are you ready? He also knelt on the ground, held out his hands respectfully, and looked up at him and shouted, I'm ready. But immediately afterward he punched him in the head and said, speak out your dream. Not a martial arts ideal. Why do you practice martial arts? He was stunned when he heard this question. His face was full of dissatisfaction, and he raised his head and complained, why do there have to be confirmation questions? Seeing this, Wu Yai also closed his eyes and rubbed his head in affirmation. Of course, because I really don't understand you. He narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard, looking at him evaluatingly. You killed the king, and are already a death row prisoner, yet you still seek longevity. Isn't that self-contradictory? As for him, he also sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and discussed with him. Do you need a reason to seek longevity? Everyone wants longevity, and it's not bad to see a bit of the method of longevity before death. He thought to himself, how annoying. Just make up a reason to deceive the old man. Hearing this, both sides looked at each other in silence, one sitting and one standing. Then he also sighed. His face was full of seriousness. He smiled and looked at Wu Yai. I practice martial arts because I want to become stronger, and to train my fists to be bigger and harder is my goal. Seeing this, Wu Yai also narrowed his eyes and looked at him evaluatingly. Could it be a martial saint? Qiao Mu leaned on his knees to stand up. because there is too much injustice in the world. He also held the scripture and looked at his actions. He reached out his hand. Only when the fist is strong enough can he stand up and use his fist to make it fair. When he encounters injustice, he clenched his fist, his ki and blood full of determination, and smiled at him. Qiao Mu spoke out his principles. If the fist is not strong enough, and the ability is not enough, then rushing out may not only bring about death, but also fail to save people, and may even bring disaster to relatives. What I desire is nothing more than a clear idea of the truth of the human world. Seeing his ideal, his eyes widened, and he changed the subject, scratching like a monkey. Oh my, I'm done. Hai Shan Sheng, do you have any other questions? Sorry, I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. Before his actions, Wu Yai also looked at him in silence. Next, he handed the scroll of scriptures to him. Determination, following your heart to seek the truth, is indeed something that makes people yearn for. It's yours. He also quickly took the scroll of scriptures, thinking in his heart, coming to this world and experiencing so many deaths. Each death is telling me one thing. He smiled and looked at Wu Yai. Thank you, Hai Shan Sheng. He also smiled and looked at him. Qiao Mu, secretly determined. The people's livelihood is difficult. The people's hearts are ignorant. The world is unfair. If I don't seek upwards, anyone can make me die. There is death that is very happy, but there is also death that is unwilling. That unjustified anger had already built a solid wall in my heart, and sooner or later, I'd break it down. Suddenly, someone fell from outside. Startling both of them, they turned to see it was Fang Yuan. He clutched a wine jug in his hand, face scrunched up as he clutched his butt and whined. Ouch, was listening too intently and slipped. He then stood up, holding up the wine jug, to explain to the two of them. Qiao Xia only took one chicken. I was worried he'd choke, so I brought the wine over, wasn't deliberately eavesdropping. Seeing this, Wu Yaizi scrutinized him. He knows about the human Tao scripture now. What do you plan to do with him? Wu Yaizi figured, even with Qiao Zhong's meridian shattered, he could still easily kill a jailer. But he just turned to look at him, shrugging. Deal with him. Why? We're just prisoners in this celestial prison, and it's not like we own the place. It's normal to have a jailer around. Fang Yuan knelt on the ground before the two of them. Then, he reached out and took the wine jug, much to Fang Yuan's surprise. Besides, didn't he want to spread the martial Dao longevity path? He then offered the jug to him, smiling. Hi Lao, how about a cup? Should share so everyone can practice. That's what makes it the human Tao scripture. Seeing his actions, he stroked his beard in agreement. 1,000 cups aren't enough when you meet a Gigi. Deciding in his heart, I didn't misjudge him. It's just a pity that you and I are both about to die. Developing the human Tao scripture takes a lot of time and effort, and each level you advance, the time required increases exponentially. I've been in this celestial prison for 30 years and only reached the 4th level. Everything beyond that is just conjecture. The two sat on either side of the iron door drinking wine, while Fang Yuan cheerfully poured for them. Wu Yaizi thought to himself, You fulfilled my dream of spreading the Tao before I died. I have no regrets. The next morning, in the palace, Yonghe gazed at the green treasure sword hanging in the dragon hall. Recalling him and the ideals he spoke of, he fell into contemplation. Sword of the Humane King. The great ancestor named this sword the Sword of the Humane King. What did he mean by it? When Qiao Zhong appeared, the Sword of the Humane King suddenly resonated. Why? He looked down at the record in front of him, deep in thought. The records say the Qiao family is a hidden great clan. Seems like there are many clan elders. Is that so? It's a pity that Qiao Zhong hasn't reached the 3rd rank of spirit refinement. I'm afraid this hidden clan has little chance of development. From behind, Chuxing stepped forward, bowing to report. Your Majesty, news from the celestial prison. Hai Wu Yaizi recently broke through. He reached the 7th rank in the celestial prison. Recently, he and Qiao Zhong have also had a lot of contact. They often whisper to each other. Hearing this, Yonghe was slightly surprised, turning to ask him, Hai Wu Yaizi, it's been almost 30 years since they entered the celestial prison, right? Formerly the Minister of Rights, now over 80 years old. If he doesn't get out of prison, I'm afraid he'll die of old age in the celestial prison. Forget it. Let him go. Hearing this, Chuxing bowed and clasped his hands in acceptance, as you command. Then, what about Qiao Zhong? People from the Great Tao sect have been urging us again recently. The Emperor turned his face away, then looked up at the sword and ordered, Execute him. On the execution ground, the crowd gathered under the execution platform, and he stood on top with the executioner's blade. Qiao Mu was tied to a wooden board behind his head. Seeing this, the executioner hefted his blade and watched him. Below, Fang Yuan, holding a spear, looked up at him with tears in his eyes. Qiao Qianbei, you will live forever in my heart. In the main hall, an official with a cold and sleepy expression took out a wooden tablet. Criminal Qiao Zhong, assassinated the Holy Emperor, insulted the immortals, crimes unforgivable. By order of the Holy Emperor, he is to be executed by Celestial Prison Warden Qin Shi Qing. He quickly threw the tablet down and ordered, "Execute." Immediately afterward, the executioner beside him quickly grabbed his shoulder, reminding him smugly, "Aren't you going to kneel down?" But he just glared at him resolutely, stating, "Killing people is just a flick of the wrist to you. You can take my life, but my knees are stiff, I can't kneel." The guy tried to force his body down. Seeing this, the commoners below looked at each other in surprise. This is the first time I've seen someone at the execution ground who didn't kneel. Even at death's door, he won't admit his mistakes. This bastard is really stubborn. He's about to die, but he won't submit. A real man! His legs trembled as he was forced down. Then, another person quickly rushed over. They used all their strength to push him to kneel, shouting, "You're about to die, and you're still putting on a show? This old man has roamed the execution ground for many years. How could I not be able to subdue a junior like you?" Seeing this, someone stepped down personally. "Get out of the way, you useless bunch." It was Shi Qing, narrowing his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, looking at him solemnly. "Still making a fuss before you die? Putting on such a heroic act, huh?" Seeing this, his face darkened, and he glared up at him, sneering. "Well, die, and you'll see how heroic I am." He kicked his knees, cracking sounds rang out, and his legs buckled. The knee joints cracked and broke. He narrowed his eyes, calmly stating, "Your legs are broken. You can only kneel now." But he was also shocked by Qiao Mu's stubbornness. His eyes widened, and his face turned black. His body trembled, standing firm, looking at him. No matter how the blood splattered and was crushed to pieces, Qiao Mu laughed savagely. "Listen to this." He pointed down to the crowd below, stomped his feet down, both knees oozing blood and crushed, and shouted, "I am Qiao Zhang. I don't worship heaven. I don't kneel to the earth, and I certainly won't kowtow to admit my mistakes to that bastard emperor and those damned mutants." Below, Jiang Chen watched in a daze, speechless. Whispers around him, "Oh my God, his bones are showing. In this world, there are people who aren't afraid of death, but going against the emperor and the mutants, even if you have several lives, it's not enough." Seeing this, Shi Qing was so embarrassed that he pointed and yelled, "What are you standing there for? Chop him down." He also blankly picked up the handle of the knife, but he hasn't kneeled yet. Shi Qing confirmed, "Don't worry about it." Immediately afterward, he grimaced and swung the knife towards his neck. His head flew off his neck after the cut, but his body still stood firm, blood spreading from in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. He looked up at him, his hand on his chest, lost in thought. "A great tree grows from a tiny sprout," Qiao Desha's last words before leaving. "Jiang Chen understands now. I will definitely live up to your expectations and spread the cause of the Qiao family." On the other side, Feng Yuan also wiped away tears, full of sadness. Senior Qiao, he recalled escorting him to the execution ground. Feng Yuan turned his head and asked, "Did Dexia Qiao impart martial arts to me? I haven't repaid your great kindness yet, and my benefactor has already left this world. This junior is really useless." He stood in the wooden cage, also looking at him with great determination. "If you really want to repay me, then leave some silver for me. Place it under the leaning ancient tree in the desolate cemetery, and someone from the Qiao family will come and take it then." He clenched his fist, reaffirming in his heart, "Dajia Qiao, don't worry, this junior will definitely do what I promised you." The space became quiet. Above the top of the execution ground, a foot poked out, observing the crowd. "It's Diao Zhen." He sat on his mount, propped his hand on his knee, watching the scene of his execution with great interest. How interesting! The Qiao family, I'll remember that. In the longevity lock, within Qiao Mu's sea of consciousness, the lock was still full of vitality, along with the chains surrounding it. He stood on the chains in space, propping his hands and looking at it. He clenched his fist, smiling with excitement. "I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder what the reward for this death will be." Immediately afterward, the system frame popped up. Death level assessment. S. Pioneer of the Immortal Path. Reward for this death. Grand Perfection. Bonus skill points 200 points. Remaining skill points 200 points. Number of resurrections within 7 days 4/5. Seeing this, his eyes were full of excitement, and he exclaimed, Oh, it's S level. Quickly give me the reward." Immediately afterward, other system frames kept falling. Longevity Scroll. Refining Scripture. Great Perfection 100%. Heavenly Devil Disintegration. Great Art. Great Perfection 100%. Flesh and Blood 100 Transformations. Great Perfection 100%. Shadow Step. Great Perfection 100%. He was buried in a pile of system frames, but Qiao Mu crawled up happily. "Ha! No wonder it's an S-level reward." He raised his head and looked at the system frames. Sumeru Mountain King Scripture 5th level 100%. 3 Ripple Folding Scripture. 3 Ripple Folding 100%. Martial Saint Spiritual Ape Decision Minor Release 100%. Then he determined, apart from these three mysterious Golden Law martial arts techniques, the other techniques have all been perfected. Next, a red indicator panel appeared. Qi and blood. Is this a refresh notification? Qi and blood status 70%. He was also stunned. And it's still decreasing. Qiao Mu closed his eyes, sensing inside his body, and muttered to himself, "It feels like my body has just experienced 60 years of spring and autumn, and those 60 years of martial arts practice are equivalent to several lifetimes of other martial artists, so Qi and blood have declined. Is it because this powerful skill adjustment has exceeded the body's ability to withstand it?" Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. That's not right. It should have dropped to the lowest level. But when cultivating the Sumeru Mountain King scripture to the 5th level, Qi and blood have recovered 70% compared to its peak. There was movement on the lock of eternal life, causing him to also look up at it. Next, a chain of bondage broke. The system provided an explanation frame. After the first chain is broken, each death will receive double the skill points compared to before. The system no longer displays the life balance. The deduction of life points will be based on the death assessment and will be deducted randomly. Life points will be deducted each time you die. If you have any objections, the host can use one appeal. If the appeal is successful, the life points of that time can be returned. Seeing this, he scratched his head, confused. What's the deal? Before, each death only deducted a year, but now it's like my entire lifespan can be wiped out at any moment. I risked my neck to increase the benefits. But it also brought a greater risk, didn't it? Immediately after, the system butted in. Warning. Detected that the host is at risk of brain overload. Immediately forcibly exiting the sea of consciousness, Qiao Mu also shouted in dissatisfaction, Hey, can't you give me a little hint?" Right after, it didn't answer, but teleported him to a riverbank in a forest, leaving him speechless. Qiao Mu looked down at the water, propped his chin, and pouted. "So the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra, I've cultivated to the 5th level already." Haiwuya said he's only cultivated to the 4th level. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, I've surpassed Haiwuya's 30 years of research? Then he looked at his reflection in the water, exclaiming excitedly, "Moreover, my appearance still maintains the appearance of my 20s. Before, I thought it was due to blood and Qi. Looking back now, maybe the system used the longevity fist and the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra to adjust me. The anti-aging effect has reached its max." His hand clenched tightly, aura surrounding his fist, grinning. With the setting moon above, Qiao Mu declared, "Furthermore, Haiwuya's Sumeru Mountain King Sutra is still incomplete. If I continue to interpret and practice, maybe the effect can be even more powerful." Next, he looked up at the bright moonlight of the forest, confirming, afterwards from research, "Now I'll go and receive the rest of the reward first." Sometime later, inside a mountain, under a pile of graves, someone was digging with all their might. "Ugh," he muttered to himself while digging hard. "Dig a little deeper. Qiao painstaking efforts can't be taken away by stray cats and dogs." On the ground was a bundle, behind the shadow of someone approaching. He asked with a sinister smile, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Feng Yuan was so scared that his face twisted, dropping the Guoluo 7 cities. "A ghost." He turned his head in fright, kneeling to him on the ground, closing his eyes in fear. "Senior, I've caused much trouble. Please forgive me." Seeing this, he also laughed at him. "You actually came. You really are an honest kid." Seeing him, he was overjoyed. Qiao Daxia. He bent down to look at him, kneeling on the ground, asking quickly, "You're happy to see a ghost. Aren't you afraid I'll harm you? Oh, is this big package for the Qiao family?" Hearing this, he clenched his fists and looked at him with admiration. "Qiao Daxia is a hero in life and a ghost hero in death. Why should I be afraid?" He picked up the bundle and opened it, calmly explaining, "Unfortunately, I'm not Qiao Zhong, but his clansman. My name is Qiao Shuangwen." Seeing this, Feng Yuan clasped his hands respectfully, "So that's how it is. Anyway, the dead can't come back to life. Greetings, Senior Qiao. This junior is Feng Yuan, a prison guard of Tian Lao." He looked into the bundle, his eyes widening with excitement, and shouted, "So much silver! And there's the human Dao scripture." This isn't what was said. Seeing this, Feng Yuan's face was also full of excitement as he explained, "In prison, Senior Qiao taught me martial arts. This silver is according to the agreement between me and him, a gift to the Qiao family. As for the human Dao scripture, Old Hai hopes it can continue to flourish in the hands of the Qiao family." He also determined in his heart, "This kid not only has money but is also honest. He's someone I can hang out with." Next, he held the book in front of him, probing him. "But such a precious martial arts secret, you really don't want to keep it for yourself." Hearing this, Feng Yuan awkwardly declined, "How could I? It's Senior Qiao's legacy." Immediately afterwards, he lowered his face, his eyes full of sadness, declaring, "Moreover, having a loved one's legacy stolen is truly the greatest injustice in life." Hearing this, he also widened his eyes. "Oh, you have a story. Tell me about it." The two sat under a tree next to a pile of countless graves, Fang Yuan confided. My family was originally a merchant family in the imperial capital. He recalled the warm scene of a family of 4. Although I'm not my parents' biological child, our family still lived harmoniously and happily together. Wealth came to them non-stop, Fang Yuan confirmed. My father, thanks to his discerning eyes, could recognize true treasures and appraise items, becoming the #1 rich man in the imperial capital. The picture in the home was stained with bright red blood, but fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. A few years ago, my father accidentally obtained the Blood Sun chart, a treasure that could help martial artists refine their souls and break through. Who knew that this thing would lead to the disaster of his death? His parents died in a large pool of blood. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan looked sadly into the distance, reminiscing. After my father passed away, the family property was divided up by the Wan family in the imperial capital, and my sister Fang Fang also disappeared. I became a prison guard, also wanting to find my sister through the relationships of the officials. Later I learned that the martial artist was a subordinate of the Wan family. His name is, he said firmly, his eyebrows furrowed, imagining the image of that person. Sword Devil Fang Yuan lowered his head, clenching his fists in anger. I originally wanted to take revenge, but then the family head of the Wan family, Wan Ronghua, made friends with an expert from the Great Dao sect. 2. Next to him he heard and put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Kid, you can't do anything about this deep-seated revenge. Seeing this, he became even more determined. My father's revenge must be avenged. Hearing this, he pointed to himself, smiling, then let me do it. Before this enthusiasm, Fang Yuan also turned to look at him in confusion. He said to himself, Blood Sun chart, advanced martial artist, Great Dao sect, North Pole. Seeing this, Fang Yuan quickly and awkwardly stopped him. That's the Great Dao sect. Even the Holy Emperor doesn't want to confront them directly. Just thinking about it makes me happy, but he laughingly held his stomach while ridiculing. Senior, please think carefully. My great saber has long been unbearably hungry. Fang Yuan looked at him in horror. This is the family affair of this junior. I dare not trouble senior. He also calmly grinned back. Simple, you take the surname Qiao like me. His face became even more bewildered. This is also okay. He also grinned, confirming, Good boy, rest assured, I will definitely help you deal with Wan Ronghua. In the imperial garden somewhere, Qing Yi stood in the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Below, Shi Qing knelt reverently, paying respects to the immortal Qing Yi. He stood high up, stroking his beard, looking down at him and praising. Qing Shi Qing, over the years you have worked for the Great Dao sect. Your devotion to the Dao is clear to us. He also raised his head, frowning humbly. Immortal elder, over praises. It's just a small matter. Behind him, Dao Zhen, just stepping out of his sedan, sneered. A small matter. You're being too modest. His face was blank. He frowned curiously, emerging from the void, reminding, Killing your wife to prove your Dao. This kind of enlightenment is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Then he narrowed his eyes, mocking Shi Qing. Too bad you don't have a spiritual root. You fundamentally lack the aptitude for the immortal Dao. He turned his head in panic, looking at Shi Qing kneeling on the ground in fear. Dao Zhen, beside him, watched him. This humble one knows his aptitude is dull, but my heart is set on the Dao. I beg immortal elder to show me a path to enlightenment. He narrowed his eyes, judging. A fanatic whose intentions are clear at a glance won't help my enlightenment. How boring. On the other side, Qing Yi, while circulating his qi, furrowed his brows and affirmed. Although your aptitude isn't suitable for immortal cultivation, have you ever heard of the saying, achieving Dao through martial arts? He immediately raised his head, his eyes full of astonishment, achieving Dao through martial arts. Hearing this, he quickly conjured words, asserting, That's right. After the martial Saint Ren passed away, the martial artists of the world are like dragons without heads. If you can succeed, you can become the one to shoulder the martial arts of the world. At that time, you can hope to represent the Dao sect of the Immortal Gate to dominate the world, establish a kingdom, and such achievements are much more extraordinary than becoming an outer disciple of the Dao sect. Immediately afterward, he kowtowed repeatedly, Thank you, immortal elder. From now on, I'll be at your command. Beside him, Dao Zhen retreated far away from him in Qing Yi's presence. Qing Yi's eyes narrowed in calculation. Emperor Yonghe has drawn the king's sword, but dealing with it is simple. As long as the Great Yan dynasty is destroyed and the national fortune collapses, the king's sword will inevitably lose its radiance. At that time, the position of the Vu mirror can be immediately inherited by a puppet like you, building an immortal kingdom in the mortal world belonging to the Dao sect. Then he turned his head and left on a cloud. Right now, there is something you need to do. Dao Zhen will take care of you. Below, Shi Qing stood up and bowed to see off the immortal elder. Dao Zhen also clasped his hands. Yes, master. Next, he pointed his finger and closed his eyes, as if reminding him, Wanronghua, the #1 rich man in the imperial capital, is one of the important sources of incense for our sect. Master observes the celestial phenomena. It seems that he is about to encounter a disaster. This matter is neither big nor small. Immediately afterwards, he understood and turned to clasp his hands. I am willing to do my best for the immortal elder, without regret of sacrifice. Dao Zhen raised his hand and rubbed his head, so obedient. Above, Dao Zhen narrowed his eyes and looked at him with great interest. Even if he's just a boring mortal, if he's constantly stimulated, he'll become interesting sooner or later. This period of time you are a toy for me to relieve boredom. His fist clenched tightly, his face darkened, trembling with anger, and he cursed inwardly. Endure, only Lu Gong has a place in the immortal sect. I must protect Wanronghua. At the same time, in the quiet night, a person stood in front of the execution ground where he was beheaded. He raised his sleeve and poured wine onto the ground, muttering with deep affection, Qiao Shaodi, we met too late. Unfortunately, we have fate but no destiny. Today you just left, and the Holy One wants me to restore my original position. The two creations tease people. The wine falls on the ground and mixes with the remaining bloodstains. His expression was full of sadness. He raised his head, as if seeing Qiao Mu's shadow. Like you, perhaps the remaining days are not enough to perform the complete Ren Dao Sutra, and finally did not see the day when humanity is prospering. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking around the execution ground, and affirmed, But it doesn't matter. The Sumeru Mountain King Sutra has been handed over to Qiao's family. It's exactly what you said. As long as the new fire is inherited, in hundreds of thousands of years there will be a day when the fire burns all over the sky. Above his head, Dao Zhen was writing on a scroll, while quietly observing him. He lay sprawling, crossed his legs on the chair, humming and propping his hand, muttering, Hai Wu Yai, failed the imperial examination many times, was pointed out by the Marshal Saint Ren to practice martial arts, regarded martial arts as a shortcut to become an official, later angered Emperor Yongge because of the matter of immortals, imprisoned in the heavenly prison twice in 30 years. His body is like duckweed between heaven and earth, but his mind is extraordinarily firm, dedicated to glorifying humanity. Is it wishful thinking or lofty ambition? Then he threw the scroll into the space, laughing excitedly. To be continued. This is more interesting than the fake Marshal Saint Ren that Master once told. Next, Dao Zhen slid down. His blood was still not dry, but he smiled and affirmed, Speaking of this Qiao Mu, even Hai Wu Yai thinks highly of him. His hand held a brush with red ink. His hand swiped a few strokes. His mouth smiled with interest. Who are you anyway? What's your background? Let me see. A red ink talisman was drawn. Immediately afterwards, his remaining blood was sucked into the talisman, but nothing was obtained. The talisman quickly disappeared, which surprised Dao Zhen. His eyes widened, muttering, This has no soul. Dao Zhen laughed heartily, holding his stomach. Interesting. It's really too interesting. Next, he was writing on paper while excitedly leaving without knowing that someone was watching him above. There's another new character to write about. How fun. La Yun. His eyes lit up with a blue light, observing from the top of the roof the Dao sect, Qing Yi, Dao Zhen, Qin Shi King. As soon as Marshal Saint Ren dies, all kinds of demons and monsters dare to run out. The next morning, in a courtyard, the guide introduced him. Mr. Lu Renjia, this is the martial arts courtyard of the Fang family that you want to rent. He used the identity of Qiao Mu, pseudonym Lu Renjia, and quickly responded, Well, very good. I am very satisfied. Next, they quickly turned their heads away, flustered. Nothing happened. I'll take my leave. How great. To think this house with a death could be rented at the original price. You sure are quick to respond. He looked cautious, recalling his meeting with Fang Yuan. It was easy to get into the old Fang family house. Now it's my turn, he asked him. You said your family still had a treasure map. He introduced it solemnly. That's right, the treasure map is divided into sun and moon charts. The sun and moon charts were hidden by my father. The sword devil hides in 10,000 homes, and only a treasure that refines the spirit can make him appear. The blood moon chart is the best choice, but my identity is not suitable for exposure, so I can only trouble you, senior. The treasure map is right inside. His voice echoed in Qiao Mu's mind. Inside the secret compartment of the study, Qiao Mu opened the drawer, thinking to himself, Found it. Mission accomplished. Then he looked around and tucked it into his clothes. Done deal. His sorrowful voice echoed in his ears. Moreover, having the mementos of loved ones stolen is the greatest injustice in life. Qiao Mu's face twitched, a little hesitant. Then he just sat down on the ground, determined. I'm already here. Might as well leave the little guy a bit of good fortune. He closed his eyes, meditated, and circulated his Tao. Wisps of energy floated around him. The Way of Humanity Sutra began to unfold. His body began to absorb the power of Tao. Immediately after, Qiao Mu spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. He clutched his chest, his body overloaded, smoking and spurting blood in agony. Cough, cough, cough. Nearly suffered chi deviation. Hai Xiansheng was right. Interpreting this cultivation technique is extremely dangerous. Immediately afterwards, he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind. It's okay, it's just a little blood, right? Do it again, gather earth chi. The rumbling sounds from inside his organs made him widen his eyes in a panic. His face turned ashen, along with the chaotic sounds from his organs. A little fart and piss are normal and logical. Thinking to himself, I think I just leaked a little. Then something rolled out from his body, confusing him. His face darkened, haggard, and a terrifying hole appeared on his body. Exploded, my liver. A weakened Qiao Mu forced a smile, trembling. Anyway, it's the pinnacle of martial arts, normal and logical. Logical, keep going. The more he tried, the more wrecked he became. Several teeth fell to the ground, but his face remained stubborn. Only a few teeth fell out. It's okay. Then blood began to spurt out, as if he was punctured. He forced himself to remain calm, normal, just pissing blood. Then a broken bone shot out and stuck into the wall, but he remained stubborn. Ouch! Accidentally let a rib fly out. Finally, Qiao Mu, battered and broken, a grotesque figure that even dogs would despise, stood up tremblingly and muttered, It's okay. It's just that the power of the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra is a bit much. This time, it's mainly because I'm too strong. Having too much inner chi in my body isn't necessarily a good thing. Then he stepped on a discarded chair. Consider it a test of the system's new upgrade rules. Grabbing the noose, he closed his eyes, battered and broken, muttering to himself, Even if I unfortunately fall, dying on the path of fighting for the rise of humanity is still worth it. System, you better be reliable, he muttered. Help me respawn. Immediately afterwards, he kicked the chair, let go, and hanged himself, dying fresh. Half a month later, above a sharp scream caught the attention of those below. Is the Fang family's ancestral home, the Yama King's palace, or what? Someone sobbed, pounding on the table. Damn it, 8 people have died in half a month. A full 8 people. The house price has dropped to a fraction. At first, no one rented it, no one bought it. My performance, my salary. Seeing this, the people around him came to comfort those around him. Sorry, the shock was too great. The shopkeeper's face was gloomy as he clenched his fist, explaining the ridiculous and disgusting deaths, but saying it out loud was too eerie. The tenants who went in all died mysteriously. Could it be that they really provoked something unclean? Should we invite a Taoist priest to take a look? Then he remembered when Qiao Mu had disguised himself as an exorcist, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, the terrified shop owner, Qiao Mu in disguise. The shopkeeper next door was just as wealthy. Isn't it all here? He grabbed the shopkeeper's collar in anguish, wailing, I don't care that we've been best friends for many years. You have to take responsibility for selling it for me. Sell your head. Everyone knows that house has a death. Only a ghost would buy it. Feng Yuan walked over from somewhere. I'll buy it. Seeing this, the 2 men quickly turned to look at him. The landlord shouted, Really, how much will you pay? He slammed the documents on the table, resolutely stating, According to the current price of 100 taels, hand over the house sale contract. Seeing this, the man in green was bewildered. Feng Yuan, is that you? The yellow-robed landlord next to him smirked mockingly. Are you kidding me? 1,000 taels couldn't even buy a house. And you think you can get one with 100. Besides, considering my old friendship with your father. Next, he turned and left with the paper. If you're not selling, then forget it. The landlord quickly grabbed Feng Yuan's hand. Wait a minute. He smiled amiably, squinting as he grasped his arm, and affirmed, Considering my old friendship with your father, I absolutely have to sell this house to you. Seeing this, he raised 2 fingers in his mind, thinking, Cao Qianbei is truly as wise as a sage. He told me to come with the money today, and I could get the old house back, and I really did. On the other side, the house seller smiled excitedly. Let's go. I'll take you to claim the house. On the other side, he looked at his raised 2 fingers, sipping tea while thinking. It wasn't a waste of time. Dying at your house every day? A system notification popped up, making him thoughtful. The experiments these past few days, deaths with low ratings haven't touched the threshold for lifespan deduction, only losing a few months. Content. Death rating D, deducting the fuel of humanity. Skill points awarded for this death. 4 points. Remaining skill points. 4 points. Usable lifespan, 54. Resurrections in 7 days, 1/5. Chi and blood state, 666%. He muttered to himself. Looks like death ratings below A or S don't have a high chance of lifespan deduction. He recalled the notifications and the miserable backlash he suffered, failing the breakthrough, Failed breakthrough, Qiao Mu calmly drank his tea. This period has exhausted all skill points, and couldn't deduce the 6th level of the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra. Without progress in the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra, his chi and blood would continuously decrease after each resurrection. He clenched his fist with determination, but at least there's a direction. At least the progress is faster than Hai Tianya predicted by decades. Keep striving to complete the human path. Scripture quickly. That night, a woman lurked outside the mansion door. She peered around, muttering, "Brother, now that you have money, can you buy back the Fang family's old house?" She sighed, thinking about how her brother's life was better than previous years. Seeing him living well, she was really. Immediately after, her face darkened, smiling savagely, her heart aching, even more unbearable than losing money. Suddenly from behind, Ronghua hugged her waist, startling her. "Fang it's time to go home." Next, he put his arm around her shoulder, asking caringly, "We're already at the door, why not go see your brother?" She calmed down, feigning weakness. "Master, he only followed his unlucky mother when she married here. How could he be considered a member of the Fang family? Moreover, before his death, my old man left a large inheritance to him, disregarding our father-son relationship. I don't want to have any relationship with the Fang family anymore." Seeing this, he turned and left with her. "Haha, Fang speaks so well. Being my Wan Ronghua's concubine is even more honorable than being a Fang family's young lady," she flattered. "Master is right." In the nearby forest, Fang Yuan observed while muttering, "Senior Qiao, these 2 apple trees were specially sought out by my father that year. He told us to plant them ourselves, so my sister and I could rely on each other like them." He sat at the table discussing with him, "Now that I've taken back the house, I only hope to find my little sister soon and bring her home." And he, while munching on an apple, rested his chin on his hand and replied, "It's only a matter of time. Next we should deal with your 2 enemies." Next, he took out a bamboo tube. "So what do you plan to do, Senior?" "Secretly release information about the blood moon diagram." He chewed while glancing over. Why so secretive when doing business? Then he ate while resting his chin on his hand, casually asking him, "Where did your father usually sell antiques before?" Fang Yuan was puzzled. The next morning, the streets were bustling with people. The blood moon enshrouds the sky diagram. An ancient painting from hundreds of years ago. 10,000 tales, no bargaining. Come and see Qiao Mu, carrying a staff. Hung a blood-soaked painting, shouting on the street, changing his appearance into an old man. Seeing him, some commoners gossiped, "Where did this old swindler come from? He actually dares to pull such a stunt to attract attention in the capital? That's right, that painting has frivolous brushstrokes. How could it be worth so much money?" Another man stood quietly observing the situation. Then he narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. On the other side, a mountain was cleaved in 2. The sword devil turned back with his sword, asking him, "Is this true?" He also bowed awkwardly, cupping his hands and reporting, "It's true, that old man said it himself, and when he opened the painting, it looked exactly like your description, my lord." Hearing this, his eyes narrowed, muttering in his heart, "So the blood sun diagram is only half. No wonder I've been researching day and night without any progress. It seems that only when the sun and moon combine can the mystery within be revealed." He frowned, turning around seriously. "Where is that old man?" In this silent night, he walked alone on a deserted alley in the city. A figure approached from behind. The man tried to approach him. Then he swung his sword and held it against Qiao Mu's neck. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Finally, Sword Devil jumped back, increasing the distance between him and Qiao Mu. He vigilantly raised his sword, thinking to himself, "So that's it. Why did my instincts tell me that after I slashed at him just now? An annoying aura emanated from him, making me feel danger, that if he dies, I'll be the one to go." Qiao Mu then slowly spoke, predicting the enemy's opportunities. A martial artist who refines the spirit. His body wrapped in murderous aura, he glared at him. "So you're the Sword Devil." Over there, the Sword Devil tried to steady himself by planting his sword into the ground, his heart filled with confusion. "Is he targeting me? What the heck? When did I ever provoke such a monster with such strong blood and chi? But he's clearly not a spirit refinement martial artist." Then he shouted in bewilderment, "Wait a minute, I don't think we've ever met." Qiao Mu slowly approached. "I've long admired you." He also concluded in his heart, "Besides Wu Shengren, this is the first time I fought a genuine, third-rank spirit refinement martial artist." Qiao Mu took a stance, preparing to swing his fist forward, murderous aura still thick around him, thinking to himself, "Today is the perfect time to experience it firsthand. Don't disappoint me." On the other side, the Sword Devil clasped his hands and cracked his knuckles. "Are you kidding me? Breaking through from chi refinement to spirit refinement is like going from 0 to 1. The gap between you and me is too big. How can I bully an old man?" That sly fox, the Sword Devil, realized he couldn't directly confront this old monster, so he tried to intimidate him first. Qiao Mu's eyes widened with excitement as he launched his fist forward, wrapped in murderous aura. Ha! Great! Let me see just how big this gap between 0 and 1 really is. The Sword Devil cursed inwardly. Damn it! I wanted to scare him, but why did it backfire? The Sword Devil raised his hand to stop him. No, in front of you, of course. I'm 0. You're the 1. Immediately after, the scene became silent like a farce. Two weirdos looking at each other in confusion. Then the Sword Devil turned and ran, his head filled with confusion. Why did he suddenly freeze? Never mind him. Good opportunity, run. Not giving the Sword Devil time to escape, Qiao Mu quickly moved forward and stomped on his face. After the kick, he was sent flying backward, rolling like a tumbleweed. Qiao Mu raised his foot, frowning and looking at him. TCH, third-rank spirit refinement is only this much, not even qualified for me to use the heavenly demon disintegration. The Sword Devil, lying awkwardly on the ground, scrambled to his feet and explained, I'm from the Martial Alliance. If you keep pushing, the Martial Alliance definitely won't let this go. Immediately, Qiao Mu closed in on him, pressing him. Oh, the Martial Alliance is powerful. The Sword Devil was a little startled, not having time to react. His eyes filled with fear, he mumbled, Oh, of course, it's powerful, thinking to himself, he's scared, good, there's still a chance to live. Immediately, he recalled the image of the leader in his heart and introduced him. The Martial Alliance is an organization created by Qin Wang, who uses martial arts to enter the Tao. After Wu Shengren died, the Martial Extreme Society fell into the shadows and gradually declined. At that time, the only one who could shoulder the pillar of martial arts was Qin Wang. The Sword Devil looked at his own hand, smugly, his eyes brightening. How about that? Scared yet? If you dare to do anything to me, Qin Wang will definitely. Qiao Mu quickly widened his eyes and glanced at him. Stop saying useless words. What does it mean to use martial arts to enter the Tao? The Sword Devil held his head, the swelling bump throbbing as he tried to explain the different levels. The so-called using martial arts to enter the Tao is to advance one step further on the foundation of spirit refinement. The higher stages use martial arts to enter the Tao. Mid-stage spirit refinement refines the meridians and skills. The Sword Devil affirmed, what's refined is the martial Tao golden body, breaking the limits of the body, invulnerable to swords and spears, immune to water and fire, one/destroys all techniques. Then the Sword Devil talked about the other stages inside the Martial Extreme Society. There was no shortage of people who were just there to fill numbers. My Martial Alliance isn't like that. Only spirit refinement martial artists are qualified to join the Martial Alliance. All of them are top elites. Hearing this, Qiao Mu also raised his hand and rubbed his chin, frowning, muttering to himself, so you guys are that strong. Seeing that Qiao Mu wasn't afraid, he awkwardly tried to recruit him. If you're interested, you can also join. With your strength, even going to spirit refinement would be no problem. Immediately after the quick slashes were launched, the Sword Devil's right arm was struck until blood spurted out, and he cried out in agony. Ow, old man, you really dare to attack? Aren't you afraid of the Martial Alliance's revenge? Qiao Mu's hand was stained with his blood, but he wasn't afraid, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, if the Martial Alliance is all trash like you, then what do I have to be afraid of? Since ancient times, I've always had a question about the difference between spirit refinement and chi refinement. Hearing this, the Sword Devil hugged his wound and glared at Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu's eyes narrowed, a glint flashing, smiling as he looked at the Sword Devil with blood-stained sleeves, affirming, Today you must display everything you've learned. Use your spirit refinement martial artist's intuition to let me see. As long as you can avoid my attack, I'll spare your life. Then Qiao Mu swung his hand back, building momentum, his strength also turning around. Qiao Mu reminded, pay attention to the reverse side. The Sword Devil was startled. The Sword Devil's eyes flashed, predicting the enemy's opportunities. Immediately after, Qiao Mu's hand rushed over quickly. He thought to himself, I see it. The trajectory of his attack is very clear. The Sword Devil dodged to the side, avoiding Qiao Mu's hand smugly. This level can be easily avoided. No matter how strong your blood and chi are, it's useless if you don't hit me. Dude just slapped him right across the face, then announced, right, Qiao Mu was getting into it, just slapping and punching away, left, right, left, making that Sword Devil cough up blood as he stumbled back. The dude's face was all messed up from the slapping. How's that even possible? I clearly sensed his moves, but I couldn't dodge them no matter what. His change-up speed is even faster than a chi refining cultivator senses. And finally got slapped so hard, he was sprawled on the ground. The Sword Devil sat up, backing away in fear. I beg you to spare me. We have no grudges. Why do you have to kill me? And our man just calmly walked towards him. He grabbed the dude's head, asking, Why not? I'll let you die, knowing why. And the dude just stared at him, mouth agape. His eyes narrowed under the moonlight, looking even scarier as he questioned the Sword Devil. You killed the Fang couple for your own gain. Did you ever think this day would come? The dude's eyes went all glazed over like he finally understood. So that's why. Sword Devil knelt down, begging him repeatedly. Please spare me this time. I can tell you more about using martial arts to enter Dao, but our guy just coldly waved it off. Qiao Songlin doesn't care. Seeing that, the dude panicked and blurted out other offers. No, you'll definitely need it. Using martial arts to enter Dao is first refining the spirit, then refining the body. People from Martial Dao Alliance are all cultivating golden body art, divided into 3 realms: bronze skin, iron bone, golden body. The body strength of someone who entered Dao and the level of Qi refining are closely related. A 3rd grade Qi refining martial artist like me can only reach bronze skin at most, but to reach the 2 later realms, before he could finish, the Sword Devil coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. Our guy looked shocked as he saw the dude fall to the ground. The Sword Devil lay sprawled out, and he went over to check. Dead. Qiao Mu reached out to inspect his body, concluding, no pulse, sudden death, GU worms, death talismans, poison, or even forbidden arts from the immortal Dao. Immediately after, he pulled out a scroll from the dude's waist, tucking it into his robes while looking at the Sword Devil's corpse, murmuring to himself, whatever it is, it proves that whoever possesses the secret art of using martial arts to enter Dao doesn't want to reveal too much, and they're decisive and ruthless. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. I didn't expect Qiao Zhong's words to be true. The Qiao family really is a hidden clan. Hearing that, our guy just calmly frowned. Turning around to respond to the voice, I sensed another presence here, so it's you. I've heard of the Emperor's capital's divine enforcer, Wei En, who patrols at night with supernatural skill. Meeting you today is truly living up to the reputation. It's Wei En. He clasped his hands in salute. You flatter me, sir. Immediately after, our man punched him, making him frown in surprise. Wei En's body was knocked back, and he asked in confusion, Old Master Qiao, what is the meaning of this? And our man's face darkened with anger as he charged forward. My junior, Qiao Zhong, died unjustly at the hands of the imperial court. Next, he kicked again, but Wei En jumped back to dodge. Qiao Mu declared, this grudge, Qiao Songlin, I will definitely avenge. The moon shone down on the two. Wei En jumped away, and Qiao Mu chased after him. His eyes were filled with surprise, frowning as he defended. Immediately after, he attacked with the Ice Soul Divine Claw. And our guy punched with his red energy? His fist shattered the sharp ice shards, and then both landed on the ground. His hand was frozen solid by the ice thorns, trembling, and his face was filled with surprise as he wondered, he broke my internal energy in an instant. Is this the strength of a 1st grade Qi refining martial artist? I can easily defeat a 3rd grade martial artist now, but this 1st grade martial artist has precognitive instincts, and his movement speed is much higher than mine. Seeing that Qiao Mu had calmed down, Wei En finally spoke. Old Master Qiao, I have no bad intentions. I just want to ask you to clarify some things related to the Qiao family. Our guy looked at him, his hands still frozen, cursing, how can I trust the imperial court's hunting dogs? He also determined, trying is enough, it's better to stop here. Then turning around, remember my name is Qiao Songlin, and I'm here to clear Qiao Zhong's name. In his heart, thinking, you can report this to the imperial court. Help me attract more hatred. Behind him, Wei En still shouted a reminder. The cold poison of the Ice Soul Divine Claw is hard to dispel. So go to Henglin Clinic in the west of the city to find the miracle Dr. Tong Henglin. And he quickly darted away, muttering, thank you for your kindness, sir. Below, after he left, Wei En paused slightly, looking at his arm and thinking to himself, the Qiao family are indeed extraordinary. My claw skill can tear his flesh, but it's difficult to go any further. The profound inner strength within him is simply astonishing, even more so than his physical body. His eyes narrowed, calculating in his heart. We both know you only wanted to use my mouth to spread the word, but facing the immortal sects and the current emperor, isn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? The Qiao family has sacrificed themselves for righteousness, and I'm not one to kick a man when he's down. I definitely won't let you die a tragic death. Next, on the top of the pointed tower, a person observed the situation from beginning to end. Wei En also called out to that person. Has your excellency watched enough? Why not come down and have a chat? Immediately afterwards, that person ran away. Seeing this, he also gave chase. That rat won't get away. He thought to himself, today's matter must not be known to a 3rd person. After an hour, blood dripped continuously. Wei En clutched his bleeding wound, leaning against the wall with difficulty, and muttered, Qiao Shuanglin, this time my strength is limited. I can't stop your reputation from spreading throughout the capital. The corpse of the Sword Devil in the alley twitched. Wei En determined, using martial arts to enter the Dao is even more terrifying than I thought. On the other side, Feng Yan knelt on the roof, shouting with joy, "Great kindness, great virtue of the senior, Feng Yan will never forget." And he helped him up, smiling happily. "Just say what you want. Don't kneel like that." Feng Yan's eyes narrowed. Then, he calmly presented the painting. The sword devil was greedy, bringing the blood sun painting to kill me, but ended up dying miserably. "Now that you have the sun and moon twin paintings, Qiwan, Lord, your parents' revenge has been partly avenged." He quickly reached out to support it. But then, Feng Yuan returned the painting to him in Qiao Mu's confusion. He widened his eyes and explained with a adoring smile, "Although these yin and yang twin paintings harmed my Fang family, they are also treasures. Today, I'm borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, handing them over to Senior Qiao, and I hope that Senior will accept them." Seeing that free food was being offered, Qiao Mu also salivated and reached out. "This isn't very appropriate," he secretly determined. "A painting that can break through Qi refining stage. It would be too fake to say that I'm not moved." Beside him, Feng Yuan ran around him like a puppy, chirping, "Just accept it, please accept it. Moreover, you were injured because you helped me. I really don't know what to use to thank you." Seeing this, he rolled his eyes at him. Next, eyes sparkling, he grabbed a cultivation technique, shouting, "All right, you are under the protection of my Qiao family from now on." The two paintings, one a full moon, one a blood-red crescent moon, were hung together. Qiao Mu touched them in the study, muttering, "I have to see what's so famous about these sun and moon paintings." His eyes were blurred as he looked at the shining light, but it seemed like there was nothing there. Blood flowed continuously from the two paintings onto the edge of the table. Under his feet were endless streams of blood, and immediately afterwards they sprouted into a carpet of bright red flowers. The blood-red full moon and the blood-red crescent moon stood side by side. Below them was a garden full of blood. He was drawn deep into the deathly red painting. Qiao Mu looked at the scene before him in horror. Is this the true nature of the sun and moon twin paintings? His body stiffened and power began to surge. Demonic dissolution technique. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he thought to himself, "What's going on?" The demonic dissolution technique activated on its own. The blood essence was increasing continuously. An abnormal flow was moving in the 4 limbs and hundreds of bones, and the meridians were also slightly aching. The 2 blood moons began to merge together. He thought to himself, those sun and moon twins. The aura it emitted was constantly sucking blood essence into his body. The red blood on his body and the power from the surroundings rushed towards him quickly. Streams of energy surged endlessly, and his body was covered in red. The system displayed a notification, Demonic Dissolution Technique, upgraded to Demonic Dissolution Technique, Ignite. He clenched his fists, laughed excitedly, and shouted in the red space, "Ha ha! I didn't expect that after the Demonic Dissolution Technique reached perfection, it could still be upgraded. This upgrade will be called Scarlet Moon Blood Ignition Technique." Immediately afterwards, his muscles strained to the point of bursting blood. He looked awkwardly at the spurting blood, muttering in the darkness, "Ugh, Weiyan's ice soul. Divine Claw is indeed very powerful. Even the 100 transformations of flesh and blood can't suppress the wound. What the heck? How do I stop the bleeding?" It was still fine before. His eyes widened, and his eyebrows furrowed in surprise. He condensed a blood sword in his hand, and Qiao Mu stared at it in astonishment. Blood condensed into a sword. Is this guiding me to use sword techniques? Right after that, he tried a sword swing, making the leaves and flowers scatter everywhere. Qiao Mu looked at the sword, examining it with a joyful expression. He could infuse his internal energy into his blood, release it as blood bones, and then unleash the blood sword technique. This blood sword is so hard to defend against, and its damage range is way bigger than normal sword moves. He frowned, then grinned, concluding the Scarlet Moon Ignition blood art, the blood sword technique. Blood-consuming moves like these are just perfect for me, bro. At the Linxing Clinic, Qiao Mu stood there, scratching his head, staring at the crowd swarming towards the house. Wasn't this clinic the one Weiyan mentioned? So many people? Seems like the divine Dr. Tong Jinglin is legit, he mumbled to himself, scratching his chin. The blood-flesh 100 transformations couldn't cure Weiyan's cold poison. I might as well check out how skilled this divine doctor really is. Inside, a barrage of curses echoed. "Divine doctor, my ass. I've been waiting in line for days, and now you're saying you won't treat me. Are you deliberately trying to kill me or what?" A bunch of people lay there, howling and acting like they're dying. "Come quick, everyone. A divine doctor just watches people die and does nothing. I'm about to kick the bucket." One guy writhed on the ground, while 2 others screamed, "Divine doctor, my foot. Seems like a fame-hungry scammer to me." The person inside the house took a look and was like, "He's just got a slight cold." The crowd outside was getting thicker and thicker. That's Tong Jinglin over there. He held out a prescription, his face all kind and gentle. "The prescription is done. Just take the medicine as directed. and you'll be fine in 3 days. Immediately the guy's face turned green, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, his family screamed even louder, playing the victim. He coughed up blood, and you're saying it's just a slight cold? You quack. Killing people, money-grubbing and life-threatening. Hearing this, the crowd started to murmur suspiciously. I heard someone died at the Xinglan clinic recently. Could Tong Xinglan really just be all talk? No wonder I haven't gotten better after so many visits. Turns out he can't cure anything. He used to treat people for free, but now that he's charging money, he can't even cure anyone. A righteous dude in the crowd awkwardly shouted to defend him. Aren't you guys being unreasonable? Divine Dr. Dong has been offering free treatments, saving countless lives. Without him, poor people like us wouldn't be able to get any treatment at all. Some other people turned to look at the righteous dude. The guy faking it all stood up, scoffing and trying to stir up the crowd. So he deliberately put on an act to build his reputation, huh? Everyone comes here because of his divine doctor fame. This clinic must be raking it in. The righteous dude was so pissed that he yelled, If you think Dr. Dong isn't good, go see someone else. Causing trouble here is just delaying our treatment. The crowd was still chattering away, while the fake guy smirked, enjoying the chaos. What's wrong? Hit a nerve, huh? Now you want to kick me out? I bet you're one of the clinic's plants, trying to scam us out of our money. The young man clenched his fists in anger, while our boy Qiao Mu watched the situation unfold from afar. His face crumpled. He thought to himself, these three have abundant blood and energy. They're no ordinary people. That patient coughing blood is clearly caused by his blood and energy flowing in reverse. Are they deliberately stirring up trouble? He saw one of the guys was being helped up by his buddy. Behind him, someone shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Excuse me, everyone, please make way. The guy held a kid in his arms and frantically rushed to the clinic's door. Dr. Dong, please see my son first. He can't breathe. Immediately, Xinglan stepped forward to support the child in the man's arms. Quick, stand up. Let me check the child's condition first. You troublemakers can keep cursing over there. Hey, we were here first. The guy beside him grabbed his wrist, shaking his head to stop him. The anxious man asked, Doctor, how is my son? The boy's face was pale. Xinglan stammered, This is. He looked at the boy's face, twisted by the gas, and asked doubtfully, as the body was running with fever, coagulation of fiend curse. Then he sat down on the ground, looking at the boy, and explained, The cities of Central Continent are all guarded by immortal sects. Weak demon creatures like this only dare to hide in desolate mountains and forests. How did this child get infected? Seeing this, he frowned worriedly. We are originally from Tan County. Half a month ago, a man-made disaster struck there, causing countless deaths. I just wanted to bring my son to the Imperial City to find a peaceful place. But I didn't expect this. Outside, people quickly whispered to each other. Another man-made disaster. I heard that the demonic cultivators of the Blood Lotus sect slaughtered tens of thousands of people in Tan County to refine something called the Myriad Soul Banner. Seems like it's true. I heard about that too. Dao Zhen, a disciple of the Great Dao sect, went to exterminate the demons, but their battle spread to 2 villages, causing countless casualties. Not only that, but a month ago, immortal Dao cultivators fought, and half a city was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Causing hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties, Qiao Mu heard their story from behind. He clenched his fists, his face darkened, as he sank into thought. It's those freaks again. No wonder people call them talents. They recklessly wreak havoc to compete for followers and territory, and in the end, the common folk bear all the suffering. Inside, the worried father held his dying son. Tell me, how much will it cost to cure this disease? And Xinglan explained, To treat it, you must first drink the sleeping mist powder, then use a sharp knife to open the nasal cavity and take out the ghost maggots. After that, you must carefully recuperate, calculating all these steps. His face was full of difficulty. It will cost at least 50 taels of silver. The thugs next to him started to point at Xinglan, using this as an excuse to curse him. 50 taels? So, you are watching people die without helping, only caring about money. We are poor people. How can we have so much money? Then he reached out to the man with the sick child and reminded him, Brother, don't be fooled. He just wants to take your child as a hostage, taking the opportunity to milk you dry. Suddenly, a bag of silver fell to the ground. It was Qiao Mu. He stood beside them, having been there for who knows how long. Then Qiao Mu affirmed, Here is 50 taels of silver. Please, doctor, treat the child. Seeing this, they all looked at him. Xinglan also looked up at Qiao Mu, confused and wide-eyed. You, and he also squinted at the old man, asking what, is it wrong to do that? Xinglan affirmed, Right, this is very good. Achi, quickly take the child into the inner hall to take care of them. The other person quickly replied, Yes. The child's father clasped his hands in thanks to him. Benevolent old sir, may I know your honorable name? I will surely repay you later. He also replied, This old man is Qiao Shuanglin. It's just a small act of kindness. Behind them, the thugs clenched their fists in anger. Another one comes to make trouble. Humph! Can't let him ruin Master Wan's good deed. Over there, Xinlin stroked his beard while sizing him up. He is Qiao Shuanglin, the one who recently became famous throughout the capital. The three clowns quickly and excitedly danced in front of him. Oh, so it's Hero Qiao. Your name is truly like thunder to our ears. Hero Qiao is a role model for us. As soon as I saw you, I felt my spirits lifted tenfold. The entire Qiao family are great heroes, pillars of support for us poor people. He widened his eyes and looked at them, then grinned, enjoying the flattery. No, you praise me too much. No, we saw everything just now. You took out your own money to save that child. Truly a great, righteous, and benevolent man. Seeing this, Xinlin was speechless. His face darkened as he muttered to himself, HMPH. These people are deliberately causing trouble. How could I not see that they are pretending to be weak, to gain sympathy? If you help them, they will only demand more from you, eventually becoming someone who carries firewood for everyone but gets cursed out in the end. Immediately afterwards, the hooligans turned hostile, glaring at him threateningly. We are also poor people, unable to afford medical expenses. Since you've done a good deed, do it all the way. Pay for our medical expenses, too. He was smug in his heart. Ha! Aren't the Qiao family always preaching about how everyone is responsible for the fate of the world? Being praised so highly, just wait for your downfall. But he only squinted and picked his nose in refusal. I won't. The answer stunned the hooligans and Xinlin alike. They began to question Qiao Mu. Does Hero Qiao want to see death without saving? You are just a hypocrite. He also firmly affirmed to them, Don't misunderstand. I am completely different from Dongshenyi. His face turned dark and cold, his hand clenched into a fist as he reminded them. This old man hates moral coercion the most. Seeing this, the thugs quickly pointed and falsely accused. You, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, you still want to make a move, everyone. Look, the Qiao family is bullying the sick and weak, relying on their power to bully the weak. Then he stepped forward and took his hand, poking it into his own body. The guy who was cursing enthusiastically froze. Immediately afterwards, Qiao Mu flew backwards with force, blood spurting out a foot. Catching the thug off guard, he shouted, Ah, such powerful inner strength. The crowd behind him quickly clamored for justice. Hey, just because he didn't help you pay for medical expenses, you can't hit him like that. That's right, the three of you are too shameless. He pointed at him, frowning and trying his best to explain. I didn't. He's just pretending. If you don't believe me, look, he's completely huailai. While Qiao Mu on the other side was lying on the ground with his heart pierced, blood flowing out, a grinning expression on his face as he looked at him, he pointed at his heart, surprised, amazed. The sound of a heartbeat, thump, thump, thump. The guy also looked confused and hurt. His face was full of panic as he shouted loudly, Oh my God, my heart almost jumped out. He struggled to crawl on the ground, glancing at them while acting. Cough, cough. So you are a martial artist, you pretended to be a weak commoner. What is your purpose here? Cough, 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 cough. Could it be that you are under someone's orders, deliberately trying to bring down Xinlin Clinic? Immediately afterwards, the crowd also rushed to curse at the three men. You are beasts. Hero Qiao generously helped. You didn't succeed, so you wanted to kill him. Drag him to see the officials. See the officials. And he helped Xinglin's side. Hearing about reporting to the officials, the three men were also scared, and turned around to run away. The crowd shouted, Quick, can't let them escape. Chase after them. Over here, Xinlin awkwardly bent down to support him. Hero Qiao, please hold on. I will definitely find a way to save you. And he slowly sat up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Dr. Dong, I can't hold on anymore. He turned back anxiously and shouted, Quick, bring out the hemostatic medicine. He had already applied the medicine to the wound himself, causing it to heal. Then, his eyes showed a look of shock as he pointed at his heart for the crowd outside the door to see. Healed, uncured, full of vitality. On the other side, Xinlin was still holding the bottle of medicine. Not understanding what was happening, he began to turn to him and thank him. As expected of Dong Shenyi, truly excellent skill, saving people in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, he also widened his eyes in confusion. I didn't do anything. The people around also widened their eyes in admiration. Next, they cheered with hope. Excellent skill. Dr. Dong, sorry for doubting you before. Having you as a divine doctor to help us treat our illnesses, we are truly blessed for 10 lifetimes. Xinlin realized what he meant and also smiled, looking over. So that's how it is. Is that the legendary secret technique of the Wuji sect? This person's actions are somewhat capricious, but as stated in Wei Yin's letter, he is indeed a chivalrous person. This old man did not wait in vain. The sunset gradually faded, and then the sky quickly darkened. The lamp moved inside the hall. Xinglin spoke. "Thank you, Hero Qiao, for today." The two of them carried lanterns and walked on the corridor, he added, waiting for many days, instead owing Hero Qiao a favor. Hearing this, he was curious. "You knew I was coming." Xinglin did not hesitate to reveal. "Lord Wei had informed me beforehand. I will definitely do my best to eliminate the cold poison in your body." Seeing this, he looked at him with some surprise. "It seems that today's matter is not the first time, right? Could it be that Sir wants to endure like this forever?" Xinglin also smiled and affirmed. In recent years, the world has been very chaotic, with natural and man-made disasters everywhere. The number of disaster victims suffering from illnesses is countless, and the clinic is getting busier and busier. He smiled and explained. Originally, charity medical treatment is very easy for ordinary people who covet small gains to mingle in. I didn't pay attention originally, but now there are too many people, even delaying treatment for those who are seriously ill. It is really true to rescue those in danger, not those who are poor. Hearing this, he frowned and looked at him affirmatively. Sir saves the lives of 10,000 people. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, this is also a chivalrous act. Those idle people who like to meddle should be left to people like me to deal with. One who holds firewood to warm everyone should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Xinglin led him to a room, beaming. With Qiao Mu here, this old man feels completely at ease. Inside, the lamps were brightly lit. Xinglin opened the door, introducing. It just so happens we have a guest today, who has quite a deep connection with the Qiao family. Qiao Mu tilted his head, confused. Wu Ya sat at a chessboard, smiling warmly at him. You must be Qiao Shuanglin. Qiao Daxia, am I right? While Dr. Dong treats your injuries, how about a game of chess with yours truly, Qiao? Mu chuckled awkwardly, agreeing. Sure, my Qiao family has received much care from you. Let's chat while we play. The two sat down at the chessboard while Xinglin tended to the injury on Qiao Mu's arm. Xinglin inserted a needle into Qiao Mu's bicep, then praised. Qiao Daxia, your body is extraordinary. Taking a blow from a first-grade qi refining expert with just your physical body. Qiao Mu chuckled sheepishly, explaining, haha, I'm just lucky to have Hai Xiang's Shu Mi Shan Wang Jin enhancing my blood. And qi. Wu Ya at the side smiled at him respectfully. Qiao Daxia, you're too modest. That cultivation technique will surely gain even more fame in your hands. Oh right, rumor has it you possess a blood moon diagram that aids in qi refining. Would you mind letting me take a look? Hearing this, Qiao Mu realized. So what you guys are after isn't me, but the blood moon diagram. Right then, Xinglin smiled, his hand reaching into his sleeve as if searching for something, and bargained. Of course, we wouldn't just look for nothing. I'll trade you a top-tier martial art for your ancient painting. How does that sound? Qiao Mu wondered what martial art it could be. Xinglin pulled out a martial arts manual, introducing it to Qiao Mu. This shattering void finger is a finger technique that allows you to use your fingers like swords, launching attacks from mid-air, injuring people invisibly, but it requires profound inner energy from the martial arts to execute. It also contains methods for acupuncture, so it can also be used for medical practice. Shattering void finger. Qiao Mu thought excitedly, launching attacks from mid-air, injuring people invisibly. Isn't this a perfect match for my blood sword technique? He immediately took out the two blood moon paintings and placed them on the table. Don't mention it, they're just two paintings. Go ahead and take a look. Xinglin and Wu Ya approached together. Thank you. The two stood before the paintings, examining them while stroking their beards. Suddenly, their eyes turned bloodshot. Next, Xinglin flung the paintings away, and they cried out in pain. Ah! Qiao Mu was utterly bewildered and startled. Xinglin sat down, self-sealing his meridians, while Wu Ya quickly entered a meditative state beside him. Qiao Mu stood before them, puzzled. What's with you guys all of a sudden? Xinglin explained with difficulty. This painting is indeed a treasure, but you must never look at it carelessly before reaching qi refining stage. The mild effect is qi deviation and going berserk, and the severe effect is instant death on the spot. Qiao Mu looked at them calmly. But I looked at it yesterday, and nothing happened. Wu Ya questioned with suspicion. Didn't the qi in your body continuously surge, wanting to break free from the shackles of your body? Qiao Mu nonchalantly replied. It did, Xinglin further asked, and then? Qiao Mu scratched his head sheepishly, rolling his eyes. I broke through. Is that hard? The two old men shouted in unison, shocked. You actually broke through. They coughed up blood in anger, falling backward. There's no justice. Seeing this, Qiao Mu was dumbfounded. The next day, at Xinglin's clinic, Xinglin took Qiao Mu's pulse while Wu Ya observed intently. His hand gripped Qiao Mu's wrist, his eyes widening in surprise afterward. This, Qiao Mu narrowed his eyes, serious. What is it? Xinglin smiled happily, imagining a raging volcano, and stroked his beard, explaining, Qiao Xiang's qi and blood are abundant, and his inner energy is profound, just like an erupting volcano. He has far surpassed all the third-grade qi refining martial artists I've ever met, yet he hasn't reached qi refining. It's truly bizarre. Qiao Mu was flustered. So I still haven't broken through? Then how does one reach qi refining? Wu Ya stepped forward, explaining, Since ancient times, the process of exploring the martial path has required 3 stages. As he spoke, Qiao Mu imagined someone working out their muscles. The traditional qi gathering stage is limited by the physical body. People's qi and blood decline in middle age, and inner energy increases extremely slowly, or even not at all, which is the highest level that 4th-grade martial artists can currently achieve. Qiao Mu thought to himself, Before I met Wu Shengren, I seem to be like that too. Wu Ya added. Afterward, Wu Shengren opened the path of qi refining, exploring the possibility of using the divine soul to control inner energy. Although inner energy doesn't increase much, the released inner energy is more powerful, and martial artists have more variations in combat. Qiao Mu imagined that person using telekinesis. His eyes were filled with enlightenment, thinking to himself, the most intuitive feeling is that their reaction speed is faster, and they also have special effects, Wu Ya explained. And now, there's the legendary, quotes to enter the Tao, but it's just a legend and people know very little about it. Qiao Mu imagined that person meditating, circulating their qi, to understand, the Martial Arts Alliance mentioned this before. Returning to reality, Qiao Mu slumped in his chair, propping his head with his hand and concluding, in the end, qi refining is just about training qi, but not being able to train any further, but choosing a different path to break through. Qiao Mu rolled his eyes. Relying on essence, qi, and spirit to achieve a special effect is very similar to immortal techniques. Beside him, Wu Yu thought of a leaking bucket, but one tilted to hold water, and seriously explained, the essence of a martial artist's 4 daos, strength, energy, technique, spirit. Spirit is refining essence into qi, and then refining qi into spirit. The level of a martial arts realm is not determined by its weaknesses, but by its strengths. Wu Ya thought of the truth in the broken wooden bucket. The path of qi refining is now leading the way, and Wu Shengren became a powerful expert from qi refining, but I believe this is not the true path. That wooden board is the path that leads him to the gate of the orthodox path in the clouds, Wu Ya added. Moreover, the birth of this martial artist's path is indeed related to the lofty immortal sex. Beside him, Xinglin also smiled at Qiao Mu, explaining, Currently, your qi and blood are abundant, and your qi gathering hasn't reached its limit. Whether you can reach qi refining, we don't know. Moreover, even if you haven't reached qi refining, you can still cultivate in the way of qi refining. This matter has truly surpassed this old man's imagination. Qiao Mu listened quietly to him. Suddenly, Xinglin's eyes flashed, and he smiled deeply and excitedly, proposing, Qiao Xiang can stay for a few more days, so I can study you further. Hearing this, Qiao Mu shouted with some unease, What do you mean by studying me further? Are you treating me like a lab rat? Xinglin smiled, explaining, Of course not. I'm just a bit curious about your background. Wu Ya stood beside him, as if remembering something. Oh yeah, what level have you reached in the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra? He turned to look at Qiao Mu, answering, That thing? It's been torturing me pretty bad. Wu Ya affirmed that it was normal. Since he hadn't fully understood the martial arts yet, even reaching the 3rd level would be shocking enough. Qiao Mu held up 5 fingers, confidently stating, Oh well, I'm already at the 5th level. Wu Ya's face contorted in disbelief, He shook Qiao Mu frantically, in utter shock and excitement. 5th level, you did in just a few short days, what others can't do in half a lifetime. You really are a treasure, truly extraordinary. This talent of yours, 1 in 100, no, 1,000 years. Qiao bro, you're a straight-up god. Qiao Mu was left dazed from all the shaking. Immediately afterwards, he closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and said with forced modesty, You flatter me, you flatter me. The Sumeru Mountain King Sutra just happens to synergize well with my Qiao family's ancestral martial arts. I've just inferred 3 parts from 1. Inferred 3 parts from 1? Synergize way, Qiao Mu thought to himself. This way, if any old monsters from the Qiao family show up later, it won't be so weird that I know this technique. Hearing this, Wu Ya laughed even more heartily. Good. So good. I'm not alone on this path. Even if this technique is just a small spark, with time, why worry that it won't become a sea of flames? Why worry that martial arts won't flourish? He placed his hand on Qiao Mu's shoulder, immediately followed by a cough. Cough, cough, cough. Xinglin also stood up, anxiously urging, Relax. Wu Ya. 30 years in Tianlao have taken a toll on your body. Qiao Mu also helped support him. Hai Lao, are you okay? His face was pale. Looking at the two of them, he forced a smile. I'm fine. Only after meeting Qiao Bro today did I realize what I should be doing. I feel like I don't have much time left. I'll use all my strength in the remaining days to spread the Sumuru Mountain King Sutra, leaving a small spark for the future to ignite. A true martial artist path, a true path of humanity, with thousands of martial artists developing together. And I hope that people from your Qiao family can walk out of this path in the future. Hearing this, Qiao Mu looked at him intently and said seriously, I, Qiao, will do my utmost to fulfill what Haishang entrusts to me. He helped him sit down in a chair. All right, let's not make it so serious. Let's talk about the ruckus today. Did Dong Shenyi offend someone? Qiao Mu turned to ask Xinglin, who sighed deeply. Who else could it be? It's definitely Wan Ronghua. Xinglin recalled the day when Wan Ronghua came with gold and silver ingots, all smiles. He recounted, a few months ago, Wan Ronghua came to discuss buying Xinglin Clinic. What kind of person is he? I know very well. How could Xinglin Clinic fall into the hands of that unscrupulous merchant, becoming a tool for him to rake in profits? So I didn't agree. Immediately afterwards, he stood in front of the shop with the coffin and cursed. Xinglin recounted. Xinglin was also leaning on his cane and looking at him helplessly. Xinglin confirmed. From then on, things like today have been happening non-stop. Thinking of this, Qiao Mu became angry and his face darkened, thinking, before the Fengyuan family's incident, something like this seemed to have happened too. This Wan Ronghua uses such dirty tricks in business, how vicious. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Xinglin seriously and asked, but you've been providing free medical care for many years, the common people should know you very well, why would they believe these tricks? Xinglin was helpless, alas, in times of disaster, lives are precious, how can everyone be rational? Wu Yan next to him also affirmed, someone else is fanning the flames here. The common people seek protection from others and won't bother seeking medical advice. Naturally, they won't believe the doctor's words. They're eliminating the individual consciousness of the common people to facilitate their absorption of the power of faith. To completely change the current situation, you must either enlighten the people or overthrow the aliens. Suddenly, an image of Song he desperately calling out to the crowd appeared in Qiao Mu's mind. Wake up, everyone, don't believe the aliens anymore. He closed his eyes. With a bit of sympathy, Qiao Mu stroked his chin and said, making an 800-meter plan to guide and create information bubbles, these aliens really have a lot of tricks. It seems like Wang Songge has a long way to go. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, smiling slyly as if he had a bad idea. I can't enlighten the people, but I can do my best to remove obstacles for them. Elsewhere, 3 hooligans were being kicked around by Wan Ronghua. He cursed as he beat them. Worthless trash. You can't even handle such a small thing. They trembled in fear as the old master sat angrily in the back. Fang Fang stood by. Then she came forward, putting on a worried face, and supported him. Old master, getting angry is bad for your health. But Wan Ronghua gritted his teeth and glared in anger, affirming, with Tong Xinglin here, the Wan family can never want to eat the rice bowl of the medicine capital. I have racked my brains for several months. Seeing him about to ruin his reputation, it is because of these useless people. The duck that had already reached the mouth has flown away. One supported the other being beaten, while another awkwardly explained, Old master, it's all because of that Qiao Songlin suddenly appearing. We were really almost successful. As soon as he heard this, Wan Ronghua impatiently smashed a flower pot towards them, shouting, Get out! The 3 quickly turned around and fled. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his hands clenched and trembling. Qiao Songlin, first killing the sword demon that I was raising, cutting off my path to wealth. Old and new grudges, we'll settle them all at once. Fang Fang came forward, her face full of gloom, smiling and reminding him. And there's Fang Yuan. He must also be helping Qiao Songlin. Old master must not let him go. Hearing this, his face gradually became vile, smiling savagely. You want to fight me? Just you wait. The next morning, Qiao Mu roamed the streets, excitedly cheering and causing trouble in the imperial capital. Of course, we have to start with dealing with the prefect. What strategy? Just go straight to Wan's mansion to find him. He walked along, closing his eyes and shrugging happily, not noticing the figure ahead. Wang, huh? I'm here. The person fell into him, but Qiao Mu quickly dodged instinctively, puzzled. She plopped down on her butt, tears welling up in her eyes as she cried out aggrievedly, Ah, you pervert! She pointed at Qiao Mu's face, falsely accusing him while trembling, and Qiao Mu looked at her. Oh, old man, how can you molest me in broad daylight? Hearing this, the crowd gathered around. I'm wronged. Crying and wiping away tears pitifully, she said, I don't want to live anymore, Wah. Whispers rang out around him as the crowd gathered. Qiao Songlin! I remember him now. He's the one who stood in front of Xinglin Clinic yesterday, borrowing money to buy medicine to save people. Isn't he a good person? How could he do this? Qiao Mu stared blankly at her as several righteous people shouted, "Old man, you're really thick-skinned, doing such a shameless thing and still acting like nothing happened. Surround him. Don't let him run. Quickly report him to the authorities." Qiao Mu narrowed his eyes, understanding in his heart, yesterday's and today's events, the style of acting is exactly the same, all hiding in the shadows, instigating the people. He just chuckled, face unreadable. "Heh, you're saying I was indecent with you." "Fine," Yin coldly smiled, eyes narrowed in a threatening way. "Whoever makes the claim has to provide the evidence." "Got it." He pointed at her, reminding her, "You're saying I groped you, so how are you going to prove it?" Her face flushed red and some people outside started defending her. "Old geezer, don't go too far. You want this lady to strip in front of everyone to prove it," and she couldn't even open her mouth, seeing her speechless. He closed his eyes and turned away, reminding her, "Go tell Manhua that his trick is too simple. Don't bother me, I'll go find him myself." Suddenly, a surge of energy startled him, immediately turning his head to look. This was magic. That girl was unleashing a massive amount of energy right in the middle of the street. The girl stepped out of the green aura, muttering, "Manhua does have some value, but for me to personally make a trip for him is really devaluing me." The clothes on her body were gradually burning away. The girl envisioned the high-minded hero, wrongly accused in the street, criticized to the point of losing all honor, ultimately choosing death to atone. Fragments of shattered ice crystals fell from the girl's hand, with a block of ice under her feet. Dao Shu slowly stepped out from within, smiling at him with interest. That's how it was supposed to go, but Qiao Daxia didn't even bother, just left. Truly unconventional. No wonder Dao Zhen likes you so much. Qiao Mu looked at her vigilantly, his body in a ready stance. "What the heck, who are you? And who's Dao Zhen?" Dao Shu summoned an ice sword, proudly introducing herself. "I am Dao Shu, the eldest disciple of Dao sect. Dao Zhen is my aloof junior brother, and I specially came out of seclusion to have a match with him. But he ditched me for a mere mortal toy like you." She swung her sword, rushing forward, shouting with dissatisfaction, "If that's the case, then I'll just destroy you." Immediately, he summoned his blood sword, looking at her in confusion. "Blood sword? What the heck? Are you cultivators? All nuts?" The two swords clashed. The head of the blood sword gradually froze over, and his body followed suit, freezing solid. Qiao Mu frowned, thinking, this cold energy is really domineering. Even the blood ignition art is frozen. Am I going to die again? Dao Shu then stabbed him with a fatal blow. His eyes widened in shock. Well, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Finally, you've shown your face. Junior brother really went to a lot of trouble to find you." From Qiao Mu's body, a light flashed from where Dao Shu stabbed him, the ice gradually melting away with a warm breeze. Dao Zhen's glasses absorbed the sword into them. He stepped out from the space inside the glasses next to him, smiling cautiously. "Congratulations, senior sister, on coming out of seclusion." He came to the side, while being stabbed by choppy ice, and passed him in confusion. "He's Dao Zhen, so people from the Immortal sect actually came to save me. Could it be? They like me? Wait, junior brother, is he a guy?" He panicked a bit. Dao Zhen then closed his eyes, rested his hand on his hip, snapped his other hand, and smiled, in praise. "Senior sister's icy energy is becoming more pure. You've reached the late foundation establishment stage, haven't you?" Which surprised Qiao Mu endlessly. On the other side, Dao Shu saw him and yelled angrily, waving her sword, "HMPH. Don't mock me. You've already been at the late foundation establishment stage for a while. Today, you and I must decide who's better." Immediately, she charged forward with her sword. Dao Zhen grabbed his shoulder while he was still stunned. He tossed him backward. "Stay away. I don't want to see you die in such a boring way." Dao Zhen then took out his natal weapon, clasping his hands together in a stance to attack. Qiao Mu quickly steadied himself on the ground behind. Above, Dao Zhen and Dao Shu were fighting like crazy. Below, the commoners were running around in panic. "Everyone be careful. The supernatural beings are fighting again. Run." He looked at them, recognizing them as talents. On the other side, an ice strike headed towards a family of a woman, grandmother, and 2 children, scaring them. Qiao Mu quickly stepped forward to protect them and the child next to him. Then he glared back at the 2 people fighting, thinking to himself, "Damn it, the range of impact is too big. There are only so many people I can save." Up above, Dao Shu swung his sword and shouted, "Junior brother, you're only defending and not attacking? What are you planning?" "In that case, senior sister, I won't hold back." Dao Zhen calmly drifted with the wind, wielding his Bagua mirror. The Imperial City is an important place for the Dayan dynasty, and this is still a busy street. He cast a spell, the mirror shot out, and he smiled, affirming, "After all, They are an important source of incense offerings. If we go too far, Master will punish us. Seeing this, she smiled and glared, reminding him, HMPH, don't bring up Master to FA. You've even learned to use mortals as shields. They fought harder and harder, the energy flying out in all directions, wreaking havoc, Dao Shu affirmed. Anyway, it's just the lives of 1 or 2 mortals. In 60 years, there'll just be a handful of yellow earth. The crowd below panicked and ran, she assessed. Even if I don't act today, mortals will still die from natural and man-made disasters anyway. Then, she raised the tip of her sword to the sky, gathering magic. I'm just letting that disaster come a little sooner. Dao Shu struck a very swag pose, swinging his sword and smiling smugly. Around her, icy aura swirled. Junior brother, you should concentrate on receiving my move. A blue vortex with immense destructive power. A voice shouted, Help, Dad, don't worry about me, I'm going first. The old father collapsed to the ground before a white figure, Qiao Mu. What are you standing there for, scared stiff? Run, the old father with tearful eyes. Qiao? Hero Qiao? The old man stuttered, Hero Qiao, you should run away yourself. He still trembled. Everything is up to fate. Encountering disaster is because I have a short life. We mortals are lucky enough to have lived to this age already. I don't dare to ask for anything more. Qiao Mu reassured him. That's true, but people never believe in fate or anything like that. Saying this, he shouted, Heavenly devil disintegration, shocking the old man. He yelled, What is heaven? What is fate? I only see 2 beasts who disregard human life, and a blood basin mouth ready to devour the world at any moment. Behind them, on the other side, Dao Shu was fighting Dao Zhen fiercely. Qiao Mu's voice echoed, If you don't resist, sooner or later you'll be eaten until there's nothing left but bones. While explaining, Qiao Mu opened his mouth, and wisps of light smoke flew into his mouth. Then, shocked, he shouted, Dao Zhen. Qiao Mu yelled, You don't want to blow this up so much that you can't clean up the mess in the end, right? Can I help you deal with this crazy old woman? Hearing this, both Dao Zhen and Dao Shu looked towards him in unison. Dao Shu's face darkened with anger, and he chuckled awkwardly. The lives of mortals are like weeds, yet there are always some stupid people who think they've lived too long. Dao Shu shouted, launching attacks with the Swan Bing Pearl descending from the sky. Die, you troublesome mortal. Qiao Mu was not to be outdone, and he activated his most powerful Qiseiyu Lianshui Shu to retaliate. The 2 red and blue forces collided head-on. Qiao Mu frowned, trying to block the icy attack. He struggled to resist with all his might. Finally, his counterattack stopped the icy attack from rushing towards him. Dao Shu was shocked. How is that possible? He actually blocked my Swan Bing Pearl. Dao Zhen laughed mockingly, amused. Blocking one attack and you're already this tired. With your look, how can you cooperate with me? Seeing Dao Zhen lose his guard, Dao Shu went crazy and shouted, Junior brother, my contest with you isn't over yet, don't be distracted. Qiao Mu weakly replied, Who said I wanted to cooperate? Dao Zhen. You're useless, so let me do it. You haven't defeated her after so long. It's better to just stand aside and watch. Blocking the aftershocks of this fight, that's definitely doable, right? Dao Zhen laughed. So you want me to be responsible for stopping the aftershocks and protecting those commoners? You're really thinking too much. Dao Zhen raised his hand, forming a magic circle. All right. Protecting the people of the imperial capital from disaster is also our great Dao sect's responsibility, after all. And honestly, I didn't really want to fight either. A circle with black and white taijutsu symbols appeared, creating a large barrier to protect the people inside. Qiao Mu thought to himself, A barrier, huh? Well, I guess I don't have to worry about things anymore. Dao Shu angrily shouted, Is that how you act as a junior brother? Dao Zhen, munching on melon seeds on the sidelines, replied, I'm doing this because I don't want senior sister to make a mistake and get punished by master. Plus, Dao Zhen thought, his expression becoming mysterious, There's going to be a good show to watch. Why wouldn't I do this? Not giving the siblings a chance to chat, Qiao Mu channeled his energy, his blood-red eyes darting towards them. Dao Shu sneered, You really think you can stop the profound ice pearl? I wasn't using my full strength before. This time I'll definitely crush you. Undeterred, Qiao Mu continued to rush towards Dao Shu. Suddenly, the red glow vanished from Qiao Mu's eyes, returning to normal, and he fell from the sky, completely exhausted. Dao Shu laughed triumphantly. Sorry, junior brother. Didn't mean to break your little toy. Before Dao Shu could congratulate himself, Qiao Mu's eyes turned red again. This time, he was surrounded by a powerful force of black energy. From head to toe, Qiao Mu was covered in red and black veins. He charged towards Dao Shu with a determined voice. Let's go again. He didn't give up. One more time. Keep going, keep going, keep going. On the sidelines, Dao Zhen, who had been munching on melon seeds and watching the show, was astonished. This martial brute can move his body like that. Too bad, no matter how fast he is. He's still just flesh and blood. He's no match for Dao Shu. Dao Shu mocked even harder. An ant trying to topple a tree. You were spouting nonsense earlier, but you can't even get close to me. What a waste of life. Why do you even bother? What does it matter to you whether those people live or die? Qiao Mu retorted without losing momentum. You all call yourselves calamities. But do you know that even under calamities, there are people who use their mortal bodies to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, snatching life back from the hands of disaster? He grew even angrier. You say I'm an ant trying to topple a tree. I think of myself as Jingwei filling the sea. Saving 10,000 people is saving. Saving one person is also saving. Dao Shu scoffed. The hardest thing to refine on a martial artist's body is their mouth, because it's too damn stubborn. With that, Dao Shu struck Qiao Mu with a palm, causing him to cough up blood uncontrollably. And once again he fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the hard, dry ground, his body pinned down by ice. A heart-wrenching cry came from a little girl. Hero Qiao, wall! The old gray-haired man sighed helplessly. Hero Qiao, may you rest in peace. Hearing this, the little girl cried even louder. Grandpa Qiao, don't sleep anymore. Wall, wake up. Dao Il, seeing Qiao Mu lying on the ground surrounded by mortals, was bored to tears. But his gossip-loving heart couldn't help but speculate. Senior sister is trapped in my barrier. He could clearly break out any time he wanted, but he fought to the very end. How interesting. Qiao Shuanglin is becoming more and more interesting. Dao Shu shouted, Junior brother, this guy is dead, but our competition isn't over yet. Dao Zhen sighed wearily. All right, I'll fight you again, geez. Just as they were about to start bickering, a voice boomed. Enough. Both Dao Shu and Dao Zhen were startled by a dark figure floating in the sky. Qing Yi appeared with an elegant bearing. Both Dao Zhen and Dao Shu called out. Master, Qing Yi scolded Dao Shu. Have I spoiled you too much? You've become so outrageous. Fortunately, neither of you damaged your souls. You still held back. Come back with me now. Dao Zhen verbally obeyed his master's orders, but inwardly he was speculating. I thought he was recklessly fighting, seeking his own death. Could it be that he wanted to stall for time from the beginning? Guess he got lucky, stalling until master arrived. Before leaving, Qing Yi slightly lowered his head and pointed his hand. Release. The blue barrier gradually dissipated. The people in the city were puzzled. The snow and ice stopped. The ice is gone. The ice is gone. Hey, come on out, everyone. It's all right now, folks. A chorus of voices rose from the crowd. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal. But amidst the cheers, a little girl with twin buns yelled, full of resentment, You bastards, they killed my mother, killed Grandpa Qiao, you bastards. The woman next to her, afraid of getting involved, kept signaling her to be quiet. Darling, please be quiet. Dao Shu raised an eyebrow in disdain. Such a little troublemaker. Quite the temper she has. Qing Yi dismissively replied. Just ignore her. Then his gaze shifted towards Duo Bao. Qin Shi Qing is a pawn I arranged to deal with this situation. It's time for him to make his move. Besides, the fate of mortals is lowly. A little grace will make them forget everything. Dao Zhen frowned slightly at this, thinking, Is that really how it is? Never before has there been a curse uttered against the immortal sect right in broad daylight. Dao Zhen's eyes turned to the little girl who was yelling. When I grow up, I'll become a warrior and defeat all of you. Dao Zhen fell into deep thought. After she said that, it seemed that something in the mortal realm was starting to change, to another place. After reading the letter, Qin Shi Qing fell into contemplation. The letter mentioned covering up the murder from today, protecting the reputation of the immortal sect, and doing his utmost to slander Qiao Songlin. Elsewhere, the emperor was rubbing his temples as he listened to a servant reporting something. The servant reported, Your Majesty, Qiao Songlin's act of saving people from the mutant sword is unparalleled chivalry. But now, people are spreading baseless rumors about him, even blaming Qiao Songlin. Such a righteous person shouldn't die with such a bad reputation. Young, he wearily replied, I'm a little tired. Report any issues tomorrow. But the person insisted on reporting. Over 100 citizens were affected by this incident. If not for Qiao Songlin, it would have reached thousands, with countless witnesses. How long can your Majesty cover up for the great Dao sect? Mutants are rampant, causing havoc everywhere. This time, they've stirred trouble right before your Majesty's eyes. Is the court still going to back down as before? This old servant dares to ask, if we retreat, when will we stop retreating? Yong, he still had a throbbing headache. Hai Shangshu, do you remember the battle 40 years ago? Yong He recounted. Marshal Saint Ren led 100,000 elite troops to quell the mutant rebellion, but before they even left Zhongzhou, the entire army was annihilated in Jian City. Xi'an City was also flattened. Not even ruins remained. At that point, Yang, he clutched his head in frustration. I saw with my own eyes the saint die in the hands of an immortal. With such a huge disparity, what can I do? Below, the official was considering in his heart. So you don't actually have a plan to turn things around. So what are you pretending for? Relying entirely on the human sovereign sword without foreseeing the future, betting with the people of the world. Thinking this, the official said, Your Majesty, if the people's hearts are lost, when we truly want to advance, I fear we won't have the strength to do so. The emperor stroked his chin. The people's hearts, huh? Then he considered, Judging from the experience in Nanzhou, the immortal sect is wary of the human sovereign sword. Perhaps this is a major breakthrough. Furthermore, if we lose the people's hearts and the national destiny declines, then the human sovereign sword will also. Thinking this, Yang he shouted, Someone! Transmit my decree, then spread the word. News from the palace. As expected, Haiwuya has already submitted his report. Furthermore, the people of the Six Doors have personally arrived at the Great Tao sect. You are one step behind. The government has already posted notices, stating directly that this incident was caused by Great Tao sect disciples fighting and accidentally injuring someone. At a tea house in the capital, a man in yellow robes recounted, The cultivator involved in the case has been punished by the immortal sect, confined for 10 years to reflect. Qiao Songlin is a righteous person who sacrificed himself to save others. If no descendants of the Qiao family claim the body, the government will arrange the funeral. You, ? This isn't Emperor Yang, he's style. Could there be some hidden meaning in this? The court is still covering up as before, and the Great Tao sect is also taking responsibility for this. Zhang Chen laughed loudly. How could there be so many schemes and plots? Zhang Chen affirmed to himself, In my opinion, these things are merely what the people desire. The current situation is very different from before. A clear blue sky appeared. Qingyi gently comforted. This isn't your fault. Daoshu will return to the sect to reflect for 10 years. But during this time, you must be more cautious in your actions, and reduce your interactions with mortals. He glanced. Wan Ronghua, you continue to assist Qin Shiqing. Upon hearing his name, Dao Jin bowed politely, yes, but deep down he wasn't as calm. I witnessed Qiao Songlin's death with my own eyes. Why couldn't my soul retrieval technique work either time? How many more people are there in the Qiao family? Dao Zhen smiled calculatingly in his heart. If they are all like this, then it's worth watching. A starry sky appeared. A shadow of the moon flew from one roof to another. It was Qiao Mu in his original youthful state, the system panel announced. This isn't Emperor Yang He's style. Could there be some hidden meaning in this? The death evaluation this time is A. Of extraordinary significance, shedding tears. The death this time awards 56 skill points. Remaining skill points are 60. Remaining respawn attempts this week are 4/5. Health status is 666%. Qiao Mu finished reading, and tears of joy streamed down his face. Thanks Daoshu, my dear big sis, for the reward points. Next time we meet, I'll definitely send you off to the Western Paradise. ASAP he. But priorities. We agreed to clear the obstacles for the Haiwuya Association first. Qiao Mu thought to himself. Daoshu sis, you're gonna have to wait in line, alright? Holding the rock, Qiao Mu muttered. Wan Ronghua, Qiao Senlin's family is here for you. Inside the manor, Fang Fang lamented. Master, this disaster has cost us so much. Ronghua consoled. What's done is done. What else can we do? That was a great Tao sect. Immortal. He was serious. You should worry about other things. It seems some members of the Qiao family are still hiding in the capital. What if they find out? I asked the great Tao sect Immortal for help and come attacking us here. Mid-sentence, a rock came flying straight at Ronghua. Luckily, someone blocked it in time, or his pig face would be a mess. Ronghua roared. What kind of work are you doing? There's an assassin. Seeing he missed the fat pig, Qiao Mu wondered, could there be an expert here? Just then, someone in the manor shouted, pointing at Qiao Mu. There, on the roof of the western house. Qiao Mu sighed. Oops, I'm busted. Before he could escape, a figure landed lightly where he was standing. It was Qin Shiqing. He scrutinized Qiao Mu. You look exactly like Qiao Zhong. You must be a member of the Qiao family, right? Then, with a sinister grin, perfect. Let's eliminate the remaining threats tonight. Qiao Mu wasn't one to back down. Qiao Senlin, let me return the favor. Ken, my dear sir. Qiao Mu, the infamous demon, heard Wan Ronghua has the Great Tao sect protecting him. Qin, sir, are you here on the Great Tao sect's orders? You're a court official? Shouldn't you be serving the people, instead of being a lackey for those weirdos? Don't you feel ashamed? Quan Shiqing's face darkened, but he didn't say a word. But after a moment, he threw the rock back at Qiao Mu. Seeing the rock, Qiao Mu thought, what? Using the same move against me, you're looking down on me too much. The rock flew towards Qiao Mu, just like before. But surprisingly, Qiao Mu couldn't stop it. The rock smashed into his face, drawing blood. Clutching his face, Qiao Mu grinned wickedly. The spirit of a first-rank martial artist is strong enough to manipulate objects from a distance, almost like a Qi refining Cultivator's sword control technique. But with internal energy pumped in, the power isn't that much weaker. It's just a little less flexible. Qin Shiting said grimly. Great burst, 3,000 rivers converging into one sea. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of subordinates rushed forward, shouting, Catch him! They came so suddenly that Qiao Mu couldn't anticipate it. He retreated while yelling, Oh Qin, my dear sir, you have the advantage, still preserving your strength. Why don't you fight me one-on-one? But in his heart he calculated, killing these small fries won't accomplish anything. Chen Qiqing watched the fight, assessing he could easily be surrounded and killed. But he insists on relying on his status, pretending to be an expert and demanding a one-on-one fight. That's the behavior of a fool. Qiao Mu went crazy and shouted, Fine, you want to play like that, huh? Then I'll directly activate Stage 2, Demonic Blood Ignition Technique, activate. He swiftly grabbed each of their necks without mercy, creating a scene of chaos, with chickens flying and dogs barking and screams everywhere. Qiao Mu ran up to the black-clad man, mocking, Here's the person you called for, return to you. Qin Shiqing. Knowing he had met an expert, Qin Shiqing drew his sword and said, A fourth-rank martial artist, with blood and chi surging to this extent, you've got some skill, kid. He quickly drew his sword and rushed towards Qiao Mu. As he got closer, the roof beneath his feet cracked. He looked down at Qiao Mu. You're overestimating yourself. Can't you see the difference in strength? Qiao Mu just smirked and thought to himself, Looks like he's aiming for my left shoulder, but my instincts are screaming, right? Is he switching tactics? Qin Shiqing unleashed a sword strike, but luckily Qiao Mu managed to dodge it. But before he could even celebrate, the previous strike tore a piece of his sleeve, and blood spurted out. Qiao Mu started to panic. Did my senses fail me? As expected, a first-grade martial artist is way faster than me. Wei En's case was not a coincidence. Now that I am using the strategy to predict his moves, my reaction speed will be much slower. Qin Shiqing taunted, You haven't even reached the 4th grade, yet you dare to manipulate your instincts in front of me. Trying to teach your grandma to suck eggs, huh? Sword strikes rained down on Qiao Mu. He thought to himself, No, luckily, I haven't started spiritual refinement. If my spiritual refinement level isn't high enough, it will distract me, allowing his mental power to suppress me, and I'll be even more passive. Knowing he couldn't stay any longer, Qiao Mu landed on the ground, leaving Qin Shiqing dumbfounded. Once safely on the ground, Qiao Mu frowned as he looked up. Qin Shiqing roared, Where do you think you're running, you coward? Cornered, Qiao Mu decided to take a gamble, a thought popping into his head. Damn it, I have to go all in. System, convert all my skill points into Shattering Voidfinger and level it up. The system responded immediately. 60 points had been consumed to upgrade Shattering Voidfinger to small success. In his mind, Qiao Mu was envisioning himself practicing, quickly absorbing every martial artist's movement into his brain after the Learning Complete notification rang. Qiao Mu flashed a bright smile and immediately applied it to the fight between him and Qin Shiqing. The move caused Qin Shiqing to cough up blood. Qiao Mu was surprised and impressed. I didn't expect Shattering Voidfinger to be so powerful. Then, he grinned like an idiot, thrilled to have a new divine skill. Qin Shiqing, seriously injured, observed, internal energy released 10 meters away. With this kind of power, if he cultivates his spirit later, he will be a threat to me and the immortal sect. No way, this guy cannot be allowed to live. Qin Shiqing used all his internal strength and shouted, Ha! A golden divine skill surrounded him. As the stain on his face faded, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, his whole body radiated the dazzling aura of a protagonist. Qiao Mu joked. His aura expanded several times in an instant. Do you have a second phase too? Qiao Mu's attack was launched, but was bounced back by Qin Shiqing's resistance. Witnessing the scene, his eyes widened, thinking, It didn't penetrate, that's not right. It feels like hitting a steel surface. Damn, could this be the golden body technique that Sword Devil was talking about? Is he from the Martial Dao Alliance? While he was distracted, Qin Shiqing's hand pressed firmly on Qiao Mu's hand, creating an extremely intimate scene. His fist, like a large gold ingot, rushed towards Qiao Mu, sending Qiao Mu flying away with serious injuries. He was slammed into the wall, creating a deep crater. Qin Shiqing didn't let up and continued to rush forward. Touching someone the immortal sect needs means this is your end. Qiao Mu laughed fearlessly. The golden body technique is indeed powerful, huh? However, I've already achieved my goal today. Inside the room, a heartbreaking cry rang out, Master, causing Qin Shiqing to realize something. Inside was Fang Fang, crying, "Someone, come quickly! Something happened to the master! Master, you old fool!" Qin Shi Qing couldn't believe his ears and said to himself, "Wan Ronghua is dead. Impossible. If he attacked, I couldn't have missed it entirely." He started to recall the fight. Could it be when I landed the killing blow of the strongest martial artist, also the most focused moment? Thinking of this, Qin Shi Qing's eyes were as white as a corpse. He hugged his head and collapsed, screaming, "Qiao Song Lin! Qiao Song Lin! Qiao Song Lin!" Then, like a wild beast, he scratched his face raw, his nails scraping against his face, creating bloody streaks that revealed the flesh, horrifyingly so. But his mouth kept calling out, "Qiao Song Lin!" Like a madman, he yelled, "I'll kill you!" Then he frantically punched Qiao Mu against the wall, causing him to cough up blood nonstop. His voice echoed violently. "Kill! Kill!" Qin Shi Qing shouted in resentment. "It was so difficult to kill my wedded wife. To prove my loyalty to the immortal sect, this time was an opportunity to prove my ability to the immortal sect, but in the end it was ruined. All destroyed by you." Qiao Mu laughed loudly, disgusted. "You can even sell your wedded wife." Before he could recover, Qiao Mu suddenly appeared behind him, coldly saying, "Shi Qing, you really are a good dog of the immortal sect with just a finger point." But the damage was extremely powerful, like a bullet piercing straight into his skull, causing him to spew blood non-stop. Shi Qing, until his last breath, pointed and asked, "You're also from the Qiao family?" The system appeared. The death assessment this time is B. Remaining resurrection times this week are 3/5. Skill points awarded for this death are 25 points. Remaining skill points are 25 points when health is still 60%, after eliminating another cockroach. Qiao Mu calculated. Qin Shi Qing practices the Golden Body refinement art of the Martial Arts Alliance, and also has ties to the Great Dao sect. Ha! What are these deviants planning now? Then he left a message and sped off. "No matter what your purpose is, if you want revenge, just come to my Qiao family." Qin Shi Qing lay miserably on the ground with a skull-piercing wound. Suddenly, there was a mysterious stream of energy in the wound right on his shoulder. In the quiet of midnight, there was a shadowy figure of a woman. It was Fang Fang. She gasped, "The old master is dead. I have no children. Staying here is just asking for death. Might as well find a place where no one knows me." Just as she was plotting, she screamed in surprise, "Ah!" When a footstep was approaching, Fang Yuan greeted brightly, "Little sis, long time no see, huh?" That Fang Fang stammered the name. "Fang Yuan, what?" Then suddenly retreated, raising her guard. "Don't pretend." "Fang Yuan, you chose to appear at this time, wanting to see my wretched appearance, huh?" Fang Yuan said seriously, in a cold voice, "About the man-made disaster in the imperial capital? His Majesty has issued an investigation order. The Wan family can't escape involvement. I'm just here under orders." Fang Fang laughed mockingly. 1 or 2 silvers a month. Are you playing with your life? If you're short on money, just tell me. Don't you know I'm married? You have money, richer than Dad ever was." Fang Yuan clenched her sword and asked, "You're talking about Wan Ronghua, right? Our parents both died at his hands. How could you marry him?" Hearing Fang Yuan say that, Fang's mouth dropped open, not believing it was true. Fang Yuan shouted angrily, then pointed her sword. "Fang Bao, you guys colluded with deviants for personal gain, doing so many bad things, repeatedly sending people to create trouble at the Xingling Clinic, even attacking Senior Qiao." Fang Fang said aggrievedly, "What does that old fart from the Qiao family have to do with me? He's the one who asked for it." I still don't have a mouth to proclaim my innocence." "What? You still want to kill me and steal my money? That old confused father of mine? He favored you. I'm the real daughter. Why did he give all the assets to an outsider like you?" "I threw myself into the Wan family as a concubine. Good or bad, after the Wan family seized the family assets, there might be a share for me inside." Hearing Fang Fang say that, a slash of the sword swept across. Her long hair was chopped off clean, causing her to stand up straight. Fang Fang slumped onto the ground in despair, amidst the scattered gold, silver, and jewelry that had spilled across the floor. Fang Yuan, being the voice of reason, said to her, "Fang Fang, it's true that Dad favored me. He let me manage the antique shop and the old house, but he set aside 70% of the antiques and calligraphy for his own daughter, for you, to spend for the rest of your life. He even told me to ensure you're fed and clothed. He didn't tell you all this just because he values me, but because he saw through your true nature a long time ago." Hearing this, Fang Fang's eyes welled up and she bit her lip tightly. Fang Yuan continued to expose her. "To you, the old house is just money, but to me, it's home." Fang Yuan declared with certainty, "From today on, my little sister Fang Fang is dead. You are now a concubine of the Wan family. Save your words for inside the prison." The next day, the system notification popped up. Small shattering void finger at 100%, skill points plus 25, blood essence plus 60%. Qiao Mu sat under a tree, musing to himself. Every time I use a skill, or when I die and get resurrected, it feels like my spirit goes off to cultivate somewhere. It's like these cultivation techniques are genuinely improving because I'm practicing them myself. Qiao Mu asked curiously, "System, can you explain this a bit?" But he was met with an eerie silence. Qiao Mu rested his chin on his hand, thinking with annoyance. There are more and more things the system can't explain. I'll have to find a way to figure them out later. Moreover, I've lost a bit of blood essence again. I need to level up the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra quickly. As he was lost in thought, a green light flew closer. It was Dao Ten, beaming. "May I ask if you are the great expert of the Qiao family?" Qiao Mu stood up and said, "So you've come knocking so quickly. Good. A desolate and remote place like this means we don't need to worry about collateral damage when we fight." Dao Zhen happily said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Your death at my hands would be meaningless. People of the Qiao family deserve a more meaningful death." Qiao Mu bluntly said, "Spit it out already. Stop beating around the bush." Dao Zhen pondered for a moment. "This is the third time my soul-fetching art has failed to retrieve a soul. It seems that after Chao Shuanglin died, you immediately appeared at the Wan family. What are the odds of such a coincidence? But if you're the same person, that's too unbelievable. What kind of divine abilities do the people of the Qiao family possess?" Dao Zhen moved closer to Qiao Mu. "Do you know if there's more to the 9 provinces demonic war 40 years ago? You probably only know that 10,000 elite troops of the Great Yan dynasty were wiped out, with only Martial Sanren surviving, but that's just a hoax." Dao Zhen narrated leisurely. "That year, the survivors among the 10,000 elite troops are still in a crucial territory of the Immortal sect, fighting to the death for the Eternal Fire Emperor, you know." Dao Zhen looked over with a meaningful glance. "Chao, are you really going to be so cold-hearted and let those remnants of the past never have peace?" Qiao Mu simply replied coldly, "Oh, really? I don't believe you." As soon as he spoke those words, Dao Zhen was stunned on the spot, and blurted out, "Huh." Qiao Mu calmly explained, "Given the difference in strength between the Immortal sect and the soldiers of the Great Yan, how could the soldiers hold a lone city for 40 years? Besides, after that battle, nothing grew within 100 miles. Where would a lone city come from? Do you take me for a fool?" Dao Zhen hurriedly retorted, "That's because hundreds of miles around the lone city are covered by the Immortal sect's illusionary grand formation. Of course, mortals can't reach it. As for why the Immortal sect has kept those remnants for 40 years, naturally there's another purpose." Dao Zhen continued rambling. "Moreover, the grand formation has no way out. It's a land of death. Anyone who enters will be trapped there forever until they die." As if grasping a crucial point, Qiao Mu's eyes lit up as he asked, "Tell me, how do I get out?" Dao Zhen smiled smugly, having lured in a fool, and waved a talisman. "Good. Worthy of being a man I have my eye on. This is a barrier-breaking talisman. Its only use is to help you enter the lone city. If you're lucky, you might even meet the #1 martial artist in the world from 40 years ago, Swordzeal Immortal Lu Yanbei. If you happen to get a lucky encounter, no need to thank me. Consider it your admission fee." Qiao Mu, holding the talisman, wondered internally, wasn't the #1 martial artist of 40 years ago killed by Marshal Saint Ren? Qiao Mu's gaze gradually sharpened as he calculated. Dao Zhen is looking for me. His goal definitely isn't for me to go sightseeing. But how can I catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Moreover, this trip promises a very novel way to die, worth a shot. Qiao Mu coldly walked away, thinking, let's leave it at that for today. Sooner or later, I'll have a showdown with you. While Dao Zhen waved from afar, I'm really looking forward to your ending. In a small town before Anxi Pass, at a roadside stall, Qiao Mu, disguised with the myriad flesh transformation, reached for the chopsticks beside him. The stall owner brought him a bowl of noodles, reminding him, "Old man, you want to leave Anxi Pass? That's not easy." Then Qiao Mu confusedly asked, "Why?" Hearing this, the stall owner enthusiastically smiled and explained, "We have Iron Lady guarding Anxi Pass. She is impartial and disciplined, and her martial arts are superb. Ordinary people can't get past the barrier. If you want to offer sacrifices to the dead, the Forest of Steels of the 10,000 soldiers is north of town. You can go there." Hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes widened as he confirmed, "Oh, I passed by that place when I came here." He remembered the tombstones along the road he rode here, and asked the stall owner, "But why can't I leave the pass? Ultimately, why did the Imperial Court establish a pass here?" The stall owner enthusiastically explained, "I don't know about that, but leaving the pass isn't necessarily a good thing. Before Anxi Pass was established, many people entered the desert, and none of them ever came back." Meanwhile, Qiao Mu sat on the chair, listening while eating his noodles. As he Next, the stall owner frowned seriously and whispered fearfully, leaning closer to Qiao Mu. Rumor has it that there are ghostly soldiers passing through the desert. Seeing this, the regular customers nearby smiled and called out, "Shopkeeper, you're making things up again. That's nonsense." The stall owner, embarrassed, retorted, "Have you ever crossed the pass? How do you know it's not true?" One person chimed in, "In my opinion, maybe the imperial court is afraid that we'll go to the battlefield to offer sacrifices to the dead and anger the demonic cultivators, so they built this pass." They were arguing while I was just slurping my noodles and lost in thought. Seems like the folks here are different from those in the city, not worshipping those strange saints. Their voices echoed, "Go, go, go," all day long, making the fuss, adding more money to the two of you. "I'm not paying, ha ha ha." Suddenly, the crowd yelled, gathering in one spot, making me curious enough to glance over. It's here, he's come again today." Everyone come out, I wondered, confused. Shopkeeper, where are they going? It's in front of the Guan Pass. A man stands there, surrounded by the people of the city, watching. Someone explained to me. Someone is challenging Iron Maiden at the pass. Over the years, countless people have fallen at her hands, and no one dares to come anymore. But, except for one person, Mr. Hai stands with his arms crossed in front of the pass, resolute. The shopkeeper added, "That guy's been coming to fight every day for over a decade." Right after, he shouted in front of the gate, "Iron Maiden, Mr. Hai requests a duel." I was holding my bowl, gobbling down my food, and watching the spectacle with surprise, calling himself Mr. But this guy's got overflowing chi and blood, pure internal energy. His strength ain't weak. He must be a martial artist training the spirit. A sliver of energy flashed across Qiao Mu's pupils, startling him. Inside the gate, a woman's figure stepped out on a horse. Spear in hand, I recognized it. This person cultivates the saint spirit rending art. The martial extreme society sure sticks like glue. The valiant one on horseback swung her spear back and looked at the person challenging her. Standing behind the crowd, trying to avoid the girl, I pouted to myself. Weird. It feels like something's different this time. Over here, Mr. Hai pointed straight at Iron Maiden's face and shouted resolutely, 14 years. Today, I'm asking you one more time, are you finally going to let us through, or what? But she remained calm, looking at him. Her eyes, like containing fire, flashed a dangerous glint, reminding him, Anxi Pass is sacred ground, disturbing the peace of the 10,000 souls beyond the pass. Die. Hearing this, Mr. Hai grinned, HMPH, same as always, but I'm tired of hearing that line. Next he pointed at his face, laughing excitedly, then confidently shouted, Listen closely, my father has been reinstated. Now, I am the son of the second-rank Grand Secretary of the Ministry of Rights. Hearing this, I stared wide-eyed and muttered, The Minister of Rights, Hai Wuya, he's Hai Wuya's son. But Iron Maiden remained unmoved and asked, Do you have the court's pass? Faced with this question, Mr. Hai struck a pose awkwardly and yelled, Don't you understand? My father is the pass. Immediately, Iron Maiden lost patience and charged forward with her horse and spear, asserting, Haha, no pass, even if your father comes, it's useless. Seeing it wasn't working, he quickly clenched his fist and charged forward in anger, HMPH, if you won't let me through, I'll force my way in, as if I'm afraid of you. His body emitted the energy of the blood frenzy art. Predictably, Mr. Hai was sent flying into the sky by Iron Maiden's spear. The horse lifted its hooves and neighed. Mr. Hai's body was knocked far away. The crowd watched like it was an everyday thing. He crashed to the ground. The pile of letters in his bag were scattered everywhere. Mr. Hai's face froze as he lay flat on the ground with the letters, speechless. Someone took out a ruler and measured the distance, finally exclaiming, 3 feet and 3 inches, 2 inches closer than yesterday. The surrounding crowd cheered excitedly. Mr. Hai, your martial arts have improved another step. Congratulations, Mr. Hai's martial arts aren't the only thing improving. He's also got an official title today. Awesome. He got up shyly, scratching his head. Too kind, too kind. It's not far off now. I'll definitely defeat Iron Maiden soon. On one side, I looked at them, cheering each other on, scratching my face in confusion. Wasn't he just knocked out with one move? Haha. Beside me, the shopkeeper chuckled and explained, Haha, you wouldn't know. Hundreds of households around here are family members of soldiers who died in battle beyond the pass. They always want to be able to enter the pass and burn a letter to their family, but Iron Maiden always stops them here. Over there, Mr. Hai bent over to pick up each letter, the shopkeeper added. After Mr. Hai came here and learned about this, he's been coming to fight Iron Maiden every day. The fight's been going on for 14 years. On that side, the others quickly helped him pick up the letters. The people around quietly watched. The shopkeeper confirmed, from a brilliant young man to what he is now. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. 14 years like one day, truly a father and son. Mr. Hai was still picking up letters. He was sad, sighing and crying helplessly. What's the use of my father being an official? I thought I could succeed this time. I went over to help pick up a letter, comforting him without hesitation. Kid, don't cry. Isn't it just delivering letters? Seeing me, he looked over. With a heartfelt expression, I knelt down and confirmed. This matter is very complicated. You can't handle it. Let me do it. Seeing me, mister. I frowned in confusion. Old man, is that not finished speaking yet? He stood up and challenged Tiny Yangzi. Little girl, I want to pass this checkpoint. She looked back at him. He reached out his hand, brows furrowed with confident demand. May I request a spar? Hearing him, Tiny Yangzi quickly rode closer, dust swirling around. He clenched his fist and stepped forward. On the other side, she secretly assessed him. This one's chi and blood are abundant, not some nobody. Then she questioned, Who are you? He confidently raised his head. This old man is Qiao Songzhen. Tiny Yangzi replied. Never heard of your illustrious name, old sir. He quickly stamped his foot, preparing to attack, and reminded her. Then, remember it well this time. Immediately he vanished at lightning speed, dust kicking up everywhere, leaving Tiny Yangzi stunned and unable to observe. Qiao Mu, from above, with a determined expression, swung his sword towards Tiny Yangzi with the blood sword technique. She quickly turned and blocked the attack with her spear. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. Internal energy erupted, attacking Tiny Yangzi. She couldn't react in time, and the mask on Tiny Yangzi's face shattered. He sheathed his sword and stood behind her, asking, Does this old man have the qualifications to pass? Her face darkened as she sat silently on her horse. Finally, she turned to look at him, firmly gripping the reins. This icy checkpoint can only stop the mediocre, not true powerhouses. Seeing her face, he frowned, slightly stunned, thinking, This Tiny Yangzi doesn't look young. Has she been guarding this place alone for so many years? Then, she turned and urged her horse towards the checkpoint gate. Old Mr. Qiao, please follow me inside the pass. He looked towards her. All right, he decided internally. It's easier to talk after the reveal. Behind him, Mr. Hai excitedly pointed at his face, suggesting, Can I come along? If we're going into the desert, I can help old Mr. Qiao carry his luggage. He glanced at him, but Tiny Yangzi pursed her lips in opposition. Go train for another 40 years. Hearing this, he regretfully handed the bundle to him, entrusting it. Great hero Qiao, then these family letters can only be entrusted to you. Great hero Qiao, he happily accepted. All right, I'll take the bag. Qiao Mu then slung the bag over his shoulder, waving goodbye to the others as he followed Tiny Yangzi. Everyone, wait for my news, the crowd replied. Take care, great hero Qiao, we'll wait for your return. Tiny Yangzi and Qiao Mu walked towards the checkpoint gate, voices from outside echoing, Take it easy, great hero Qiao. Farewell, great hero Qiao. Soon after, they disappeared behind the gate of the checkpoint. As soon as they entered, Tiny Yangzi dismounted and instructed him, All right, further ahead is the desert. Prepare enough dry food and water before leaving the pass. He looked at her questioningly. Thank you. Besides, this old man has something to ask. Tiny Yangzi, she responded. What is it? He smiled and frowned, probing. Just now when you came out from the pass, I sensed that you had learned the martial saint spiritual insight art from the beginning. Is it related to the martial extreme society? Seeing this, Tiny Yangzi looked over, puzzled, martial saint spiritual insight art. She frowned and explained, I have not cultivated the martial saint spiritual insight art, nor do I have any connection to the martial extreme society. You don't need to inquire about me in detail. My guarding this checkpoint for so many years is only due to personal inclination. Hearing this, he closed his eyes and smiled, letting it pass. All right, with your personality, I won't get anything, even if I ask, he thought to himself. How could I sense it if she never cultivated it? What exactly is she hiding? Maybe I can find the answer on the road ahead. Soon after, he turned and waved goodbye to her. Then, where is Gaozi? Tiny Yangzi watched his departing figure. Take care, old Mr. Qiao. After he disappeared from sight, she frowned with nostalgia. I hope you won't be like him. Afterward, Qiao Mu walked in a desert full of wind and sand. His steps were so fast that small gusts of wind and sand appeared, but the dust of the twilight. Qiao Mu walked against the sun. The desert was vast, and the sunlight shone directly on him. He thought to himself, if there are still those who persist in guarding this desert, then I will definitely do my best to help them be freed. If this is just a conspiracy, then it's not a bad deal. In the wind and sand, he read the map while munching on dry rations, thinking to himself, at least it's not really a squad of iron golems that have been fighting till now. Just thinking about those days makes me feel sorry for them. According to Daojin, as long as I find the Grand Formation, I can use the realm-breaking talisman to find that locked city. A noise from the chasm beside him caught his attention. Eyes wide, face scrunched up, he pictured the army below. That sound, is it armored soldiers? Immediately after, he leaped to the edge of the cliff, full of anticipation. Could it be that I'm so fast that I've already found the whole army? Qiao Mu's eyes widened as he saw what was below. Before him, in the desert canyon, a troop of soldiers were parading with indistinct faces, blood-red eyes, surrounded by smoke. Qiao Mu panicked inwardly. This is the ghost army passing through, as the legends say. Immediately afterward, the shadows of the soldiers gradually blurred, then vanished into smoke. He stared blankly from above, wondering. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A figure appeared behind him, observing him while he was still busy observing below. Doesn't this prove that this is where the immortal sex formation is located? Qiao Mu quickly noticed, cautiously turning his head. Who's there? But there was no one in front of him. Only wind and sand, Qiao Mu concluded. Gone. That was a fast movement technique, or maybe it wasn't even a person. Thinking of this, he took out a talisman. Qiao Mu looked at it, frowning. 8 out of 10. That lone city is located in this place. Might as well give it a try. No sooner said than done, he quickly burned the talisman. Immediately afterward, a spell appeared through the talisman, and a hole appeared in the space above their head. With kites flying all over the sky, Qiao Mu stared blankly at the scene before him, the kites swooping down to attack the city walls. His eyes widened. The scene before him was of a group of soldiers attacking the city, while the city was also attacking back. With non-stop sounds of fighting, he shouted inwardly, "The ghost soldiers are attacking the city! Inside M!" Asking you wouldn't get me anywhere anyway, he thought to himself. How could I sense it if I've never cultivated before? What's the reason for deliberately hiding it? Maybe I'll find the answer on the path ahead. Then I'll take my leave here. With that, Qiao Mu departed. Take care, old Mr. Cow. Tai Niangzi stood there, watching Qiao Mu's figure fade into the distance and disappear. I hope you won't end up like him. Ah? On his side, Qiao Mu walked straight ahead without a direction, thinking to himself, if I'm the only one left holding the fort in this desert, I'll definitely do everything I can to help them be freed. If this is just a conspiracy, then it's not a complete miscalculation. At least it's not really a Qijun Cgu Shen, abandoned army unit still fighting till this day. Just thinking about those days is heartbreaking. According to Dao Zhen, as long as he finds that grand formation, he can use the realm-breaking talisman to find that locked city. He was munching on his steamed bun when he suddenly heard a flurry of noises ahead. Qiao Mu's pupils contracted. That sound, Zeki's armor. He quickly stashed the steamed bun and ran towards the cliff. Could it be that I'm so fast that I've already found the remnants of the army? He looked down and saw a powerful and imposing group of soldiers moving. This is the Yin soldiers' procession from the rumors. While he was still stunned, those soldiers suddenly vanished without a sound. Qiao Mu frowned. Vanished in the blink of an eye. Doesn't this prove that this place is where the immortal sex formation is located? Just then, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. He immediately glared back and shouted, "Who's there?" But when he looked again, he saw nothing. Gone again, that's some fast footwork. Or maybe it's not even a person. It's 80% certain that the ancient city is located here. Might as well give it a try. Qiao Mu then took out the realm-breaking talisman that Dao Zhen gave him. As soon as the realm-breaking talisman burst into flames, the surrounding scenery gradually changed. Qiao Mu couldn't help but be stunned. This is Yin soldiers attacking the city. Everything Dao Zhen said was true. Those old soldiers have always been protecting this place. Could it be that they've always been fighting these Yin soldiers? He saw a group of over 30 Yin soldiers below, using large wooden stakes to forcefully strike the city gate, breaking it open. The old soldiers inside then swarmed out. Brothers, defend the city gate? Kill. And after being slashed, the bodies of the Yin soldiers dissipated and turned into paper figures. Stop them. Fire the arrows. Don't let anyone in. At this moment, an old soldier was surrounded and heavily injured by 3 or 4 Yin soldiers, and fell to the ground. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Finally, I can die. Just at this moment, Qiao Mu suddenly appeared, and used blood sword technique to kill them. The old soldier was surprised and doubtful. A person from the outside. Are there reinforcements here? Qiao Mu casually picked up a long spear and said, "You all have held this city for over 40 years. It's truly admirable. But even if you are the elites of the Great Yan, you must be exhausted. Why not take a good rest and leave the rest to me?" With that, Qiao Mu bravely charged forward, swinging his spear powerfully, killing a Yin soldier with one strike. Seeing this, the Yin soldiers all charged towards him, but Qiao Mu's spear technique was extremely powerful. He shattered their spears with one move, gracefully dodged and weaved through them, killing a group of Yin soldiers, then used the momentum to jump high and swing his spear down with great force. This strike was extremely powerful, directly killing dozens of Yin soldiers who were rushing towards him. The old soldiers were stunned by this scene. Whose subordinate is that? So strong. Could it be reinforcements? Finally, the reinforcements have arrived. Awesome. It's the same military spear technique, but he can unleash such great power, but he's just one guy. No matter how skilled he is, he can't change the overall situation. In the end, we're still on our own. Qiao Mu kept slashing and killing, frowning. These are just paper scraps. No matter how many I kill, it's meaningless. At this rate, even if my chi and blood are abundant, they'll still be depleted. Just then, that cat jumped out from his shadow. Wu Chang, why are you out here? Oh, right, the death aura on the battlefield is the strongest. Wait a sec, you're still eating at a time like this. Wu Chang meowed and used his demonic eye resonance. Qiao Mu's pupils instantly changed, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Are those the souls of the dead, not entering reincarnation? Where do these souls want to go? What's that direction? Too far. Can't see clearly. At the same time, somewhere else, the souls were gathering at a Cultivator's Go board. Senior brother Dao Shun. The 3,000 paper soldiers only managed to kill 13 Great Yan soldiers, receiving 13 souls. You're at a loss in this Go game. Dao Shun said, those soldiers who have survived until now are not ordinary people, so of course they will become more and more difficult to kill. What's more, there's also that foreign martial artist stirring things up. The junior brother said again, Senior brother Dao Shun, don't be discouraged. Although these old soldiers in the city are difficult to kill, the quality of their souls is higher than ordinary people. With the great Dao Sect's secret techniques, as long as you practice more, there's no need to worry about not being able to refine Dao soldiers. Dao Shun sneered. Of course, moreover, this foreign martial artist is also a pretty good material. On this side, the old soldiers quickly repaired the city gate and rested. They gratefully cupped their fists towards Qiao Mu and bowed. Thanks to you, sir, we were able to repel the enemy. Please, sir, come into the city with us. Haisi Yuan, a 6th-rank military officer of Great Yan leading the Zhengzi army, pays respects to you, sir. Qiao Mu cupped his fists and bowed in return. You all have held out until now. This tenacious will makes Qiao Mu extremely admire you. Haisi Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha, the soldiers of Great Yan must naturally dedicate themselves to their country. That's right, seeing you use the military spear technique just now, may I ask if Elder Qiao is a soldier of Great Yan? Qiao Mu hesitated slightly and nodded. Yes, he thought to himself. I once served under Guo Yan in Yan City, although not for long, but it still counts. Haisi Yuan was silent for a moment, then sighed. Elder Qiao, can you come with me to this place? Qiao Mu agreed without hesitation. Of course, afterwards Haisi Yuan led him behind the city. In this city, apart from some old soldiers, the rest were women and children who couldn't go to the battlefield. It's been 40 years, and Shangjing has already fallen into disrepair, unable to withstand the war anymore and unable to withstand the paper soldiers of the heteromorphs anymore. Of the 10,000 soldiers 40 years ago, now there are only 300 old soldiers left, and there are countless tombstones. Qiao Mu looked at the tombstones in front of him, silent. The tomb forest outside Anxi Pass is just a fake grave. Under this large desert city is also a tomb forest, burying the remains of soldiers. Haisi Yuan continued, when Elder Zhao said just now that you are a soldier of Great Yan, weren't you telling the truth? You can feel it too, right? Every day, the brothers are looking forward to the Holy One, still remembering the soldiers and civilians protecting the city and being able to send reinforcements. But after wasting 40 years, everyone has long since recognized the reality. You say you are soldiers, we don't dare to accept it. One day we will bury our bones here and be completely forgotten. Qiao Mu listened to this and was silent for a moment, saying, Have Colonel Hai ever heard of the Great Yan's Minister of Rights, Hai Wuya? Hai, Siyuan replied. Hai Wuya is my father's name. Is he? Is he still alive? Qiao Mu nodded. Still alive, and still the current Minister of Rights. Some of the younger generations in my family, have also been taken care of by him. Not only that, before I came here, I also met someone who claimed to be Mr. Hai. Is he your younger brother? He has been waiting for you outside Anxi Pass, waiting for 14 years. Haisi Yuan had a calm expression. I joined the army at the age of 20, and I haven't been able to return at the age of 60. Now, knowing that my father is healthy and my brother is missing me is enough. Are there other generals in the city? They are all lying here. It has been 20 years since General Li Chang'e, died in battle. For the past 20 years, I have led the Qin army to defend strongly to this day, fulfilling the responsibility of a soldier, protecting the people in the city, always looking forward to the day of returning home while living on the tip of a sword. But today I also feel a little confused. Qiao Mu said that Marshal Sant was the former General Wu. Why did he escape, leaving you alone in this isolated city to wait for death? Hai, Siyuan shook his head. General Wu is not a deserter. He reminisced about 20 years ago. The conscripted soldiers fought to the death, while the marshal ran away. Li Chang-she. I'm not the kind of guy who's afraid to die. General, what's the point of dying at the hands of those aliens? Are you saying that running before the battle has a point? Seriously. You're the strongest in the 100,000-man army. You're the biggest hope. So why aren't you going, Li Change? Doesn't your family have a wife waiting for you? You think I don't want to go? If your martial arts weren't better than mine, I'd definitely run faster than you. Right now, you, me, and the generals all understand this war situation. We're trapped here. Once the aliens attack, we're just fish in a pot. Can we even fight? And for how long? I hope you'll consider this, for the sake of Juzhou, for the sake of the world. Dying is easy, but enduring humiliation, secretly surviving, and quietly waiting for an opportunity is much harder. Dayan needs a pioneer in martial arts, someone who can actually stand up to the aliens, not just a general who dies at their hands. Suddenly, a group of soldiers walked in, General Wu. They knelt down in unison. We beg General Wu to retreat. We beg General Wu to retreat. We beg General Wu to retreat. Sheesh, you guys. Marshal Sage shook his head and sighed. Seeing this, Li Changji took out a bag of stuff. There's no time left, General. Take this. Wu Qinggren frowned, looking at the bag. Do you guys think I've already made up my mind? Li Change directly stuffed the bag into his hand. Inside were all the martial arts essences of the generals. Among them was the spirit rhinoceros art, my family's unique skill. My wife and I have studied it for many years to achieve our current skill. This is what we offer to you, the pioneer of martial arts. Immortal cultivation is so strong. Warriors who want to improve can't just hoard these little things for themselves. While Marshal Sage was stunned, the drums of war suddenly rang out. Li Chang and the others turned to leave. If these techniques can be spread widely, then our bloodline will be considered preserved. Those are war drums. The aliens are about to attack. General Wu, you must survive. Marshal Sage bit his lip, unwillingly watching their retreating backs. But in the end he relented and said, General Li, take care. Then he rode off on his own, a determined look in his eyes. Back in the present, He Siwan walked up and sat down in front of Li Changge's tombstone. Take care, everyone. General Li and the generals have been holding out for 20 years, and the Qin army is still standing strong. Qiao Mu thought to himself, now Marshal Sage is a flesh-eating demon with no home or bones. 40 years is too long. I don't know if he's just too stubborn, or if he's gone crazy from despair during those long years. Hey, Sion said. All right, the story is over. Qiao Senior, next, I want to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, don't be shy. I hope Qiao Senior can pretend to be a current court-martial official, represent Dayan, enter the city, and lie to the residents and generals, saying that you are the pioneer of Dayan. Qiao Mu asked suspiciously. Will they believe it? Even if they do, it'll just be self-consolation. Hai Siwan replied. With my guarantee, they will believe it. We don't understand why the aliens haven't been able to wipe out the entire army over the years, but after 40 years, human strength has its limits. How long can we hold out with the remaining 300,000 troops? If death is certain, and death is near, then before the entire city is occupied, let the soldiers and civilians in the city be happy for their last days. The next day at the city gate, quite a few civilians gathered and chatted. Why hasn't Commander Hai returned yet? This time, it seems too long. At this moment, the gate opened, and a group of soldiers returned, carrying quite a few bodies covered in white cloth. They're back. It looks like quite a few people died again. Heaven and earth, bless us. My family must be safe. At this moment, a group of women ran up and hugged the bodies, crying, This is old Zheng's military order, and Fingers too, I've created a disaster. I told the two of them to go to battle together to support each other, not to go to meet the god of death together. My son, born and raised in this city, never saw all the scenery beyond the great desert. Why did he leave so early? Everyone who saw this scene sighed with worry. Sigh, it'll be our turn soon. Have we been abandoned by the outside world? At that moment, Qiao Mu, riding a horse and holding a long spear, came forward and said, No, the outside world hasn't abandoned you. My name is Cao Shuangsen, a 10,000-man commander of the Great Yan's punitive expeditionary force. The Great Yan hasn't forgotten you. All the sacrifices and perseverance over the past 40 years in this solitary city will be known throughout the 9 provinces. I'm not alone, but a pioneer blazing a trail. I just met Hai Due. Reinforcements are on the way. Behind me are tens of thousands of our warrior sons and daughters. The people around were excited when they heard this. That's great, we're saved. We can finally leave this place. Thank you, Pioneer Qiao. Welcome, Pioneer Qiao. Suddenly, a young man sitting nearby said, Liar. He thought to himself, the 9 provinces outside have long been rotten. The elite, who died in battle here, are the last pillars of the 9 provinces human race. The 9 Dao immortal sects of the 9 provinces have almost expanded throughout the major cities. This broken army and solitary city have long been abandoned by the great Yan. He and Qiao Mu made eye contact. Who exactly are you? That night, in the solitary city's military camp, Qiao Mu lay in the tent, silent. Hai Si Yuan asked me to impersonate the reinforcements. It's clearly a pipe dream. I have to think of a way to help them leave. Perhaps there's a barrier set up here. Those Yin soldiers during the day were also created by magic. Moreover, the souls are all going in one direction. Someone must be manipulating things behind the scenes. I have to find the mastermind. Suddenly, something flashed past and blew out the candle. Then a wooden sword was placed against his neck. Liar, what's your purpose in coming here? Qiao Mu's expression remained as calm as ever. It's you. I think I saw you during the day. You said I was a liar. What proof do you have? The other person's tone was cold. Spare me the nonsense. Not to mention that the Great Yan Emperor wouldn't dare challenge the immortals, even if the Great Yan Emperor was crazy. Why would he let an old fogey like you be the pioneer? Seeing how knowledgeable he was, Qiao Mu thought suspiciously. Is he from another region like me? Was there a martial artist who could enter the solitary city before me? All right, I'll tell you who I am, but you have to beat me first. After saying that, he propped himself up and kicked out with his foot, but the other person reacted quickly and blocked it with his hand. Good footwork. If that's the case, then let me experience it. After saying that, the other person unleashed the Azure Lotus Sword art of an immortal. Qiao Mu immediately used the shadow step, his figure flashing behind, to attack. The other person glanced back and swung his sword. But Qiao Mu's footwork was extremely fast, dodging the blow and attacking from a different direction. But the other person's swordplay was no less swift, constantly changing direction to counterattack. The footwork is too fast. That's not right. His speed far exceeds that of an ordinary martial artist. He snorted coldly. What's the point of calling this a sparring match if you only know how to evade? Qiao Mu smiled faintly. How fast can this old man's lightness skill be? Are you already getting impatient? The other person snorted again and slashed. How can an old man have such nimble footwork? Could it be some kind of advanced disguise technique, and his true form is a strapping young man? Oh, Qiao Mu immediately leaned to the side to dodge. There's an opening. I've got you. He then unleashed the 3 twisting wave force, swinging his fist with surging power. With a clang, the other person immediately swung his sword to block, but was still pushed back by the powerful force. Damn, his kinetic energy is insane. His blood chi is even more unreasonable than his movement techniques. After one hit, his strength doesn't decrease, it actually increases. Qiao Mu unleashed another triple-layered wave force, hitting with a second-layer wave punch. Just what kind of technique is that? That guy swung his sword again, but his hand went numb from the impact. No way. His force is still getting stronger. Qiao Mu then executed the 3 patterned layered wave force, a triple layered wave, his imposing aura like a ferocious dragon slamming forward with a punch. Bam! The guy was sent flying. His sword snapped in 2, his feet dragging along the ground for a while before he finally stopped. The amount of internal energy can't deceive anyone. This is the water grinding technique. It can only be accumulated over long years. But your qigong is like that of a young man. How did you achieve this? Qiao Mu slowly walked out, saying, what this old man cultivates is the new martial path of this era. The guy pulled out another sword. New martial path. Interesting. Then I would like to learn more. Qiao Mu clenched his fists, ready to fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Mr. Lu. Hai Si Yuan walked over, asking, why is there such a commotion late at night? Mr. Lu, why are you fighting with Lord Qiao after coming here? Mr. Lu sheathed his sword. Apologies. Commandant? Hi. There were some things I had to verify myself. Hai Si Yuan scratched his head. You mean if Lord Qiao is impersonating reinforcements, right? Actually, I asked him to pretend. Mr. Lu nodded. I more or less guessed it. He cupped his fist towards Qiao Mu. Lu Yan Bei has offended you many times. Please forgive me, Senior Qiao. Qiao Mu replied. You are too polite. If Mr. Lu guessed the reason beforehand, then this fight was to personally test my skills. Also, you didn't expose me in front of everyone during the day because you hoped to reassure the soldiers and people. Mr. Lu replied. Since you are trusted by Commandant Hai, you must be reliable. Everyone barely has a sliver of hope. I couldn't bear to expose it. You possess extraordinary martial strength. I admire that. But ultimately, it's still difficult to solve the problem of the isolated city. Performing this act can only bring them joy for a while before they die. Hai Si Yuan said, but it's better than spending their final days waiting for death and despair. Qiao Mu said, so what if we perform? Defeating the otherworlders is all that matters. Hai Si Yuan said, Old Qiao, you can deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. The Nether soldiers will attack the city every month. Next time they come, with these remaining soldiers and their low morale, it will probably be the final battle. And who knows how many Nether soldiers will come. Even if you can take on 100, one person can't fight against so many after all, Qiao Mu calmly said. One person's ability may be limited, but I heard there's a peerless expert hidden in the isolated city. Have you guys heard of the sword-deprived immortal? Hai Si-wan and Mr. Lu's expressions darkened upon hearing this name. Seeing this, Qiao Mu asked, "Judging by your reactions, do you too know him, Mr.?" Lu replied, "I dare not hide it. The sword-deprived immortal's name is Lu Yannan, and he's this old one's younger brother," Hai Si-wan said. Old Qiao, although the sword-deprived immortal is strong, he's cold-hearted. It's probably hopeless to seek his help. 20 years ago, before General Li Changge passed away, he begged him to take action, but he wasn't moved at all, and sat by and watched our soldiers die in battle. He's been in the isolated city for 30 years, and he hasn't drawn his sword once. He's still cowering in his residence, refusing to take even half a step outside. At the same time, at some manor a man sat and muttered, "After all these years, I still can't step out of the city in Ejin's heart. I don't have the face to let her see me in this state." The next day, Senior Lu brought Qiao Mu to that little courtyard, and a humming sound came from inside. The love of the past is now only hatred. The beautiful dreams of the past are the easiest to betray. 30 years in a single thought. In the blink of an eye, beauty fades. You're old now, aren't you? I only hate that my skills are limited. I don't dare carve her eyes. I don't dare carve her full beauty. Qiao Mu and Senior Lu stood at the door, speechless. "So, your junior brother is this sentimental?" Senior Lu forced a smile and opened the door. "Well, old Qiao, come inside with me first, okay?" As the door opened, Qiao Mu froze. All he saw were countless stone statues of beauties inside, in all sorts of poses. Lu Yannan was lying on the lap of a stone statue and said, "Senior brother, long time no see. Why are there only old men around you? Can't you bring some beauties?" Senior Lu frowned. "Wasn't it you who didn't have the face to carve eyes? Let them take a good look at your current state. Aren't you ashamed?" Qiao Mu was speechless, thinking, "This is the sword immortal. He looks like a model-obsessed neat." Lu Yannan said, "Senior brother, my feelings for them are genuine. It's just that my heart has been broken for a long time, broken into many pieces, each piece loving someone. You can't destroy my true feelings for them just because you weren't as popular as me when you were young." Senior Lu said, "It's not that I wasn't popular, it's just that I was focused on researching the sword and didn't want to wallow in depravity like you." Qiao Mu stood silently on the side, thinking, if it weren't for his looks, I wouldn't see a shred of an immortal's demeanor in this guy. I can't see his true strength either. This kind of person is either genuinely weak or extremely strong. The Yin soldiers are attacking, and we need this guy to defend the city. I have to find a way to get him to take action. He asked suspiciously, "It's strange that you don't have a sword in your hand, yet you call yourself Sword Immortal. Aren't you just asking for ridicule?" Lu Yannan immediately took out a small carving knife the size of a pen and replied, "You're old, but your knowledge is lacking. How can knives and swords compare to the carving knife in my hand? The current me has no sword in hand, and no sword in my heart. I've already surpassed the swordless wooden sword realm of my senior brother." Qiao Mu's eyes twitched, and he said, "Please translate." Senior Lu helplessly rubbed his temples. He means that he has no sword in his hand, and no longer has the spirit and fighting will of a swordsman. Qiao Mu was speechless, so he's completely useless then. Senior Lu sighed. 30 years ago, he suddenly disappeared, and I searched everywhere for him. A year ago, he was lured into a solitary city by disciples of the great Tao sect, and that's when I learned he'd become like this. Qiao Mu was puzzled. But as far as I know, he had a 10-year agreement with Marshal Saint-Ren, and then lost the martial arts competition to Marshal Saint-Ren. Senior Lu was shocked when he heard this. "What? There's such a thing. A Nan. Could it be that you were injured after the battle with Marshal Saint-Ren, so you pretended to be dejected and never took action?" Lu Yannan interrupted. "No, I didn't even go to the martial arts competition. I didn't want to practice that Marshal Saint Divine Rhinoceros Fist or whatever in the first place, but Marshal Saint-Ren was very serious, so I just nodded casually. I'm just a newbie in the Jianghu. I can't bear the burden of all living beings. That Marshal Saint-Ren kid is from a martial arts official family in the imperial court, with the world on his shoulders wanting to bite off more than he can chew, while I just want to take care of myself." Senior Lu couldn't help but draw his sword. The great hero acts for the country and the people. How can you say such nonsense? Qiao Mu hurriedly stopped him and asked, "So you cowardly hid in this solitary city?" Lu Yannan continued carving the statue and replied, "Old man, don't start a fight here. This clumsy provocation. You think I'll care?" Qiao Mu was speechless, thinking, he's really given up and impervious to persuasion, but it's not like there's no way to deal with him. He then mocked, Sword Immortal's past affections are known to all. It's just a pity that he's powerless, and can only carve statues of beauties here and sigh at the sea. Lu Yannan was hit where it hurt, his movements paused, and he said with a strange expression, Who wouldn't be this nasty old man? Qiao Mu then went over and put his arm around his shoulder. Don't get all riled up. Cruising around and not scoring is totally normal. Just so happens your old man here's got a secret manual. The top dog method in today's martial world. Guarantee your sky pillar will be rock solid against those heavenly charms. 100 battles, 100 wins. Lu Yannan swatted his hand away. What modern methods, ancient methods. Those lines might fool some yokels who've never left this city, trying to pull that on yours truly, the world's #1. You're underestimating me, pal, Qiao Mu replied. If that's the case, let me give you a demonstration. He picked out a stone statue with a pointy butt and gave it a good, hard thrust. Lu Yannan's eyes bugged out. Zhao Shui, he angrily charged over and grabbed Qiao Mu by the neck. You shameless old codger, I'll kill you, Qiao Mu coughed. Cough, cough, hold on a sec, take a look. Lu Yannan glanced back suspiciously, only to see a deep hole had been drilled into the statue's rear end. Qiao Mu struck a pose and said, This is the 9 provinces Vajra body art. When the iron crotch skill is mastered to a high level, not only is it as solid as stone, but it can also move at will, directly attacking the weak points. Sword exiled immortal, you're a master of the sword. If you cultivate this well, it'll definitely help you reach the peak. Lu Yannan chimed in agreement. This iron crotch skill secretly aligns with the gentleman's path, and it also fits my sword Dao, truly extraordinary. It seems the world I look down on, now the 9 provinces, has such a powerful Vajra skill, they're just like Boya and Ziki becoming besties. My path is no longer lonely, mister, Lu's mouth twitched. What are you two smoking? Qiao Mu said, It seems the sword exiled immortal is quite fond of this hard skill. So today, I'll pass it on to you. Lu Yannan got excited. Many thanks, Brother Qiao. From now on, you're my sworn brother, different parents, Qiao Mu nodded. Alright, since we're sworn brothers, then we have to settle accounts clearly. A brother wouldn't just take my secret manual for free, right? Bro, if you want the iron crotch skill, then agree to rescue the lonely city with me, and leave this weird-ass place together. Oh, this matter, huh? Lu Yannan suddenly flipped his face faster than a pancake. No, mister. Lu charged over again in anger, but was stopped by Qiao Mu. What's the reason this time you don't want this iron crotch skill? Lu Yannan replied with a helpless expression. Want it, Qiao Mu. Then make your move. Lu Yannan. Don't want to. Qiao Mu. Don't want the technique anymore. Lu Yannan. Want it. Qiao Mu was silent. The sword exiled immortal entered the lonely city 30 years ago. His strength is probably comparable to the current Martial Saint. Can the lonely city keep him locked up? Why is he staying here? Dazed? Maybe not. He then asked, Is it that you don't want to leave? Don't want to save? Or is it that you can't leave? Can't save them? Although Lu Yannan didn't say anything, judging from his expression, Qiao Mu already had his answer. Too easy, hit the nail on the head. Since that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate any longer. First, gotta squeeze something out of him. Qiao will definitely not return empty-handed. As your brother, I won't make things difficult for you. If you don't make a move, then exchange your ultimate skill for the iron crotch technique. Lu Yannan immediately ran to get the ultimate martial art. Big brother, it's just a small ultimate skill. Is it really necessary for you to come all the way to my house to ask for it? Whatever brother needs, I will give it all. Qiao Mu's eyes twitched. I still prefer your arrogant and rebellious look from before. Mr. Lu was stunned when he saw this, then helplessly shook his head and sighed. Qiao looked at the sign that said no trespassing, and asked suspiciously, Brother, why is there this sign in the backyard? Lu Yannan replied, In the courtyard, there are only uncarved stones, not enough to catch the eye of outsiders. Big brother, let's continue discussing the martial arts. Qiao Mu nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he and Mr. Lu returned to the camp. So you've never been to the backyard either. I'm also very curious. If it were the portrait of a normal woman, there would be no need to hide it. Don't tell me, mister. Lu suddenly realized something and said, Brother Qiao, do you think he is secretly hiding the truth? In fact, there are 1,000 treasured swords buried in the backyard, and one day they will emerge to kill the immortals. Qiao Mu pondered for a moment and said, It is also possible that the statues of his dozens of female confidants are unclothed, mister. Lu was speechless. Brother Qiao makes sense, but your trip should not be in vain. Although I don't know the whole story, my younger brother has been an exiled immortal figure since he was young. My swordsmanship was also taught by him. He has never been a lazy person. No matter how the outside world rumors, I still believe that one day he will pick up his sword. He clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Brother Qiao. for helping him come back to life. I hope you will stay a few more days. Qiao Mu said, heroes meet, and together with loyalty, they head towards what is right. But my good brother, he looked around, not a single person in sight, and asked suspiciously, are the streets in the city usually deserted at this time? Old Lu shook his head. He's usually not like this. Suddenly, there was a commotion up ahead. Why is the reinforcement from Dayan just an old man? Not that I have a problem with old soldiers, but after all, we in the city have relied on old soldiers to defend us until now. Old Lu sighed. Alas, even though Commander Hai guaranteed it, he's worried sick about the people in the city, so his judgment wasn't accurate. Being just one person, it's inevitable that people will be skeptical. I'm afraid there will be more doubts in the next few days. Qiao Mu said, I've already thought this through. Just leave it to me. He then went to the crowd causing a ruckus at the GU City military camp, and saw Commander Hai still trying to reassure everyone. Commander Hai, if you summoned us here, then we hope you'll tell us the truth. Are there really reinforcements, everyone? Rest assured, I've investigated Master Qiao's identity, and there's indeed no mistake. But why did the Imperial Court only send someone now? And it's an old. At this moment, Qiao Mu stepped forward and loudly asked, is Zhang Ada here? An old soldier with a missing leg hobbled out with a crutch. Sir, this old one is here. Qiao Mu then took out a letter. There's a letter for you. Zhang Ada was puzzled. Who would send a letter to an old geezer like me? Qiao Mu asked again. Is Dongsheng here? Step forward. Another person came out. Zhang Ada's eyes widened. This is. He excitedly dropped his crutch, hugged the letter, and cried. It's a letter from my wife. The other person saw this, opened the letter, and couldn't help but get emotional. It's my mother's handwriting. This is a letter from home. The surrounding people immediately swarmed over. Sir, do you have one for me? Wang Hu, I was here first. Zhao Laifu, sir, is my younger sister married yet? Commander Hai wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Qiao Mu quickly waved his hand. Don't rush. Just like that. Everyone received a letter, and their emotions were mixed. It's my second uncle. My second uncle passed the imperial exam. Dad, did you hear that? We have a scholar in the family. Song Lai Bao, Guo Wu Long, Han Tian Yu, Ma Dalong, Feng Liu Zhu, Wu Shu Sheng. Your wife passed away from illness. She said she'll keep waiting for you down there. What, remarried? Ah, she remarried. Good that she remarried. Don't wait for me anymore. Huang Yushe, Lu Qiu Sheng, Kaoan Yu, Dong Shi Du, Deng Lu, Shu Chun Sheng, Zhang Bai Zan, Chen Juan, Wang Shubian, Liu Duanyun, Gao Lei Shi, Zhou Guanjia, Julian Ke, Zhong Yun Jiang, Huang Sui Jiu, Su Ji Zhong, Shui Mei, Zhong Ti Shang, Wang Hongdao, Zhao Si, Li Sanguan, Zhou Po Jun, Chen Yi Biao, Wu Zifeng, Zheng Zheng, Sun Feng Yong, Feng Ho, Song Anji, Pei Wen An, Yi Shui Jun, Dan Yingquan, Cai Wen Hao, Wu Shu, Shu Wen Rong, Chan Yifan, Chu Yidu, Liu Shangchu, Tongping An. An hour later, Hai Siyuan saw that everyone had a letter and felt a mix of relief and melancholy. Suddenly, Qiao Mu walked over. Commander Hai, he took out a letter and handed it to him. Hai Siyuan accepted it with both hands, unable to stop tears from flowing. Qiao Mu looked towards the sun and said loudly, I am ordered to return home with you all. The old soldiers, with tears in their eyes, were stunned upon hearing this. Then the entire field raised their fists and cheered joyfully, Home, we're going home! That's great, let's go home. Wow, that's so great, home. Old Lu, standing on the city wall, also had tears streaming down his face. Brother Qiao has changed GU City. Hai Siyuan and Qiao Mu stood on the city wall for a long time before he opened his mouth. It's been a long time since I've seen them smile. Master Qiao, thank you very much. Commander Hai, if you know that one person's strength can't break free from GU City, have you ever thought about training the entire city in martial arts? Hai Siyuan nodded. I've thought about it, but it's not easy to talk about. Not to mention that martial arts techniques aren't something everyone can learn. Even if they do learn, they can't reach a high level in a short amount of time. Qiao Mu said, that's the limitation of the old way of learning martial arts. I have a martial art here called the Sumeru Mountain King Scripture that anyone can learn. Although it's impossible for everyone to develop inner strength in just 1 month, the people in this city want more than just improving their martial strength, so we must encourage them. We need to give them the belief that they can break through GU City and contribute their own strength. Hai Siyuan cupped his fists with both hands and bowed deeply. So there's such a technique. Please teach me, Master Cao. The next day, Hai Siyuan and Qiao Mu gathered everyone to explain. Under the heavy pressure from the mutants, martial arts in the Rift have developed for 40 years, and the martial arts of the 9 provinces have progressed rapidly, now surpassing hundreds of years to reach modern martial arts. The so-called current martial arts is to seize yin and yang, grasp creation, accumulate great power into one body, and use flesh to break the immortal Tao's myriad laws. Immortal Tao techniques can turn the azure sea into dust, turning hundreds of miles into arid land, into a desert. But now it's about exploring the possibility of using martial arts to resist immortal Tao, using martial arts to defeat immortals. The Sumeru Mountain King Sutra that I practice is a typical example of current methods. From today onwards, I will teach it to everyone without any reservation. Every day at the Chen hour, 7 to 9 a.m., I will teach in the camp for 2 Chen hours. Anyone who wants to practice can come. Men, women, old and young can all learn. He thought to himself, the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra comes from the Human Tao Sutra, so people's participation is indispensable. The path that Haiwuya entrusted will begin here. The whole place was hyped. Such a good technique being taught for free. Those outside must be so jealous. Let's go. Let's train to death. If we don't train, from the moment we open our eyes until we close them, we won't stop. When I was young, I was determined to risk my life. Better to die than to kneel and die in front of a mutant. Hai Si-wan was secretly pleased. Everyone's fighting spirit has been ignited, all thanks to him. I should also do something equivalent to repay him. He cupped his hands gratefully. Mr. Qiao, there's a martial vault in the city, which was previously built under the supervision of General Li Chang'e. If Mr. Qiao doesn't mind, you can go to the martial vault to choose secret manuals. Qiao Mu smiled. There's such a good thing. Let's go then, I can't refuse. Hey, Si-yuan said. Okay, tonight, after I finish my work, I'll take you there. That night, Hey, Si-yuan led Qiao Mu to the martial vault. These are the secret manuals in the martial vault. Mr. Qiao can read them at will. Qiao Mu exclaimed. This Anxi City's martial vault is almost comparable to the Martial Extremes Association's library. He frantically rummaged everywhere. This book doesn't seem bad. This one is also very good. Hai Si-wan said. These are all techniques that the experts in the army have dedicated, so they can be considered a collection of all schools of thought. Among them, the most exquisite are the Military Tao Martial Codex and the Military Tao Spirit Rhinoceros Art, created by General Li Chang'e. Military Tao Spirit Rhinoceros Art, Qiao Mu, hearing this, suddenly thought of someone and asked, May I ask, is Hai Due acquainted with Tie Niangzi? Hai Si-wan replied, Old Qiao knows the general's wife. The wife, Qiao Mu thought suspiciously. So Tie Niangzi is General Li's wife. That's why she learned the Military Tao Spirit Rhinoceros Art. The Martial Saint Spirit Rhinoceros Art originated from it, so I can sense it, but there are some differences. He sighed. No wonder she can guard the pass for so many years. Hai Si-wan, hearing this, was puzzled. Guard the pass? What pass does the general's wife guard? Qiao Mu replied, The imperial court established a pass called Anxi. She sensed through the Spirit Rhinoceros Art that General Lai had passed away, so she requested to guard Anxi Pass. For 20 years, she has always faced the desolate desert, saying that there is still a glimmer of hope and wants to wait for General Lai to return, so she still wants to guard the pass for General Lai. The general's wife, Hai Si-wan, was silent for a long time before asking, Mr. Qiao, after reading for so long, have you found a technique you like? Qiao Mu scratched his head. There are too many techniques. How about you recommend one to me? Hai Si-wan went over and took down a few books. This Military Tao Martial Codex has a variety of martial arts moves, including battlefield weapon skills such as spear techniques, saber techniques, and archery, as well as battle formation methods. There's also the extremely mysterious Military Tao Spirit Rhinoceros Art. Mr. Qiao will definitely like it. If you're interested, why not take a look at these 2 techniques? Qiao Mu nodded and accepted them. It's better to be respectful than obedient. I'll take these 2 first. All right, I have this book in my hand. Is it specifically recording the history of the city? Hai Si-wan looked at the Anxi City records in his hand and nodded. That's right. The 9 provinces may have forgotten us, but we can't forget the brothers who sacrificed, so the people and events of the past years are all recorded in this. Qiao Mu said, Then I'll borrow this book too. The story of Anxi City should be known by more people. Hai Si-wan smiled. Old Qiao is so thoughtful. Qiao Mu asked, All right, has no one ever left your city in all these years? Hai Si-wan replied, About 30 years ago, a child in the city was discovered by the Great Tao sect. At that time, everyone thought it would be good to send one person out if possible, so they agreed to let the Great Tao sect take the child away. So what was that child's name? Hai Si-wan thought for a moment and said, It seems like he was called Ji Yu Zhen. That year, it seems a Taoist named Qing Yi took him away, and even gave him a Taoist name. It seems like it was Dao Zhen. Qiao Mu's pupils contracted. Dao Zhen is from Anxi City. Why did he bring me here in the end? And why is this isolated city imprisoned like this? At the same time, in the Great Tao sect, two disciples were talking to each other. Going to the Great Desert 100 miles away to practice spells now requires 100 spirit stones. I only needed 50 spirit stones before, so isn't this price increase a bit too fast? That place will soon be unusable because everything is scarce and valuable. Moreover, only that place has living people to use as training targets. If you get a lot, it's worth spending the money. Dao Shun gritted his teeth upon hearing this. 100 spirit stones is too expensive. Last time, I only got 6 usable soldier souls. What a loss. If I only harvest that much this time, it will be a huge loss. Suddenly, Dao Zhen came over and said, Junior brother Dao Shun, are you short on money? Dao Shun immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, senior brother Dao Zhen. Did you just return to the sect? Dao Zhen nodded. That's right, recently I obtained a Dao soldier art. It's quite magical. I heard that junior brother Dao Shun is the best at controlling Dao soldiers, so I'll give it to you. After saying that, he threw a bag of stuff to Dao Shun. Dao soldier art. Dao Shun doubtfully opened the bag and found several hundred beans and a formation flag inside. This is the art of turning beans into soldiers. Are you really giving this to me? Dao Zhen replied, Of course, it's not for free. I want you to come with me on a trip to the 100-mile Great Desert to kill someone. You've probably met him before. His name is Qiao Shuangsen, a mortal acquaintance. A few days ago, he used a realm-breaking talisman and entered the Great Desert. Dao Shun gave a cold laugh. Oh, it's him. Don't worry, senior brother. Once I've mastered the art of turning beans into soldiers, I'll go kill him. A month later, Qiao Mu went to find Lu Yannan again. For the past month, you've been lecturing in the military barracks every day, bringing a vitality to this lone city that it hasn't seen in decades. Qiao Mu smiled. You never leave your house, yet you know everything so clearly, huh? Lu Yannan said, The Sumerian Mountain King Sutra. That secret manual is indeed quite interesting, but it's not that profound. It's useful for the veteran soldiers in the city, but useless to me. Your foundation is very stable, big brother. You've reached the 5th layer, but you can still only practice physical techniques. You don't know the wonders of spiritual cultivation, Qiao Mu said. At the 3rd grade of spiritual cultivation, one's intuition becomes sharp enough to predict the future. At the 2nd grade, the spirit is strong enough to scan the surroundings, and every memory from childhood can be recalled at will. At the 1st grade, the spirit can manipulate physical objects, an effect similar to the immortal path's telekinesis. And you, at the very least, have reached the 3rd grade. You don't leave the house, yet you know everything that happens in the city. You use your spirit to observe things every day. On the surface, you act indifferent, but in reality, you pay attention to everything, don't you? Seeing him stay silent, Qiao Mu asked again. If you can observe all 8 directions, then I have a question for you. Lu Yannan shook his head. I don't know. Qiao Mu pressed on patiently. That day on the battlefield, I saw souls heading towards the mountain peak. Do you know what's there? Lu Yannan shook his head again. I don't know. Qiao Mu was speechless. Getting mad because I exposed you? When Qiao Mu didn't say anything more, Lu Yannan coughed and said, Ahem. If you want to fight those strange beings, relying on physical strength won't be enough. Have you grasped any of the sword art you got for me that day? Qiao Mu thought to himself. Now he's concerned. Aren't you a little old to be playing the cold on the outside, warm on the inside game? Heaven-slaying sword draw art. Downloading, Qiao Mu opened his system panel and replied, Not yet. That technique of yours is pretty difficult, he thought to himself. Why is this sword art still downloading? Do I not have enough skill points? Suddenly the sound of a horn echoed. Qiao Mu shot up excitedly. It was the signal horn for an attack by the strange beings. He hurried off. Banished, sword immortal. I'll go on ahead. Lu Yannan's eyes immediately turned serious. Elsewhere, Haisi Yuan quickly rallied his troops. Let these paper people have a taste of our golden element martial arts. Come on, you paper freaks. I've been waiting for you. Just then, the sound of thunderous footsteps came from the distance. Haisi Yuan frowned slightly. It's a monster. A giant tree person, over 10 meters tall, was approaching. The veteran soldiers subconsciously took a few steps back. What do we do? Haisi Yuan roared. What's there to be afraid of? They've changed, but we're not the same people we were before either. Soldiers, think of your families out there. Charge! And at Haisi Yuan's command, the veteran soldiers surged forward as one. The monster swung its arm down, but Haisi Yuan dodged it and simultaneously thrust his spear into its lower body. The monster attacked with its other arm, and although Haisi Yuan managed to block it with his long spear, he was still sent tumbling by the immense force. Mr. Lu ran over, catching him to stop his fall. Captain Hai, I'm here to help, Haisi Yuan nodded and warned. Mr. Lu, this giant is much tougher than the paper soldiers, and incredibly strong. Be careful. Just then, dozens of vines shot up from the ground to attack. These are bean vines. What kind of spell is this? Quickly the veteran soldiers were routed by the monster, their armor shattered. Hai Siwan and Mr. Lu were barely holding on. An old general in the army once said that the strange beings were just toying with us by besieging the lone city without killing us, like a cat playing with a mouse. It turns out he was right. If a monster like this had appeared earlier, we never would have been able to hold out until today. At that moment, dozens more vines erupted from the ground, and the remaining soldiers who couldn't defend themselves were badly injured. Hai Siwan quickly supported a soldier next to him. Be careful. Captain Hai, what is this monster? We're completely powerless against it. Hai Siwan raised his long spear and shouted, If the city falls today, we will all die. The old soldiers immediately stood up and shouted, That's right, we'll fight to the end, kill, kill. But as soon as they finished speaking, the monster unleashed an even more terrifying aura. Hai Siwan and his group instantly lost their will to fight. They gave up resisting, and were tightly bound by the vines. General Lai, this subordinate is incompetent. Right at this moment, a long spear came hurtling through the air, tearing through the vines with incredible speed. It directly split the monster in half, and Qiao Mu gracefully stood on the spear shaft. Young'uns, don't rush to your deaths, let this old man go first. Hai Siwan was astonished, Qiao Mu, at this moment. Dao Shun, observing everything through the tree man, also saw the real Qiao Mu had arrived. On this side, Qiao Mu jumped down and pulled out his long spear. Kids, reinforcements have arrived. Treasure your lives. With that, he cast the Heavenly Devil Blood Ignition technique and charged forward. His strength exploded instantly, shattering the vines. The system displayed the evil spirit's remaining health. Heavenly Devil Blood Ignition technique activated. Calculating health status, 80%. Qiao Mu jumped up, bringing his spear down with a mighty blow. Health decreased to 75%. He then frantically swung his spear, attacking relentlessly. But the evil spirit's health also rapidly decreased to 20%. Back in the courtyard, Lu Yannan paused while carving a stone statue. Dying in battle is admirable, of course, but what grand meaning is there in sacrificing yourself like this? Burning his blood essence, trying to defeat a powerful enemy. How long can his inner strength and blood essence last? Over there, Qiao Mu was ragged and panting. The paper figure before was just a fragile shell. This bean soldier at least has the strength of a chi refining cultivator. The vines regenerate too fast. If I keep slashing like this, I'll be exhausted soon. The weirdo controlling the bean soldier must be around here somewhere. I need to find him somehow. Obeying his thought, the little cat followed the shadow and left. At this moment, a group of vines emerged from the ground. Qiao Mu was startled and looked back. Mr. Lu hurriedly shouted, Old cow, be careful. The vines intertwined to form a giant hammer, slamming down. Qiao Mu took a stance to all the soldiers. After returning to the 9 provinces, help me say hello to your families. With that, he charged into a suicidal attack against the bean soldier. Boom! Earth-shattering sound echoed, and dust and rocks flew in all directions. After the dust settled, Hai Siwan and the worried old soldiers rushed over. Pioneer Qiao! Pioneer Qiao! Pioneer Qiao! Hai Siwan supported the gasping Qiao Mu, who was leaning against a piece of vine. Old cow, you can't die. It's me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have told you to pretend. Mr. Lu ran over and cut him off. Captain Hai, this monster isn't dead yet. The bean soldier could be seen slowly regenerating. Qiao Mu's voice was weak. Don't blame yourself. Hold on. Reinforcements will be here soon. After speaking, he closed his eyes and breathed his last. Hai Siwan let out a pained roar. Old Xiao. In the distance, Dao Shun breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally dead. The mortal that senior brother Dao Zhen saw in a different light, he really did have a few tricks up his sleeve. He looked at the chessboard, contemplating. The objective is complete. Should I continue the operation or go back and rest? There's no rush, but spirit stones are precious, and Dao soldiers are hard to come by. It's a shame. Too many of my bean generals were lost. It'll be hard to harvest all 300 of these veteran soldiers. Just then, a giant cat's paw suddenly slammed him flat on the ground. At the same time, Qiao Mu revived right in front of him. So you were hiding here? Seeing Qiao Mu, Dao Shun stammered, unable to speak. You, how can you? Qiao Mu radiated killing intent. Wu Chang, you've rendered great service this time. I'll reward you with this immortal master as a snack. The little cat meowed excitedly. Dao Shun frowned and yelled, Let go, you wretched demonic beast. You lowly mortal, do you know who I am? I am Dao Shun, a noble of the Dao sect. How dare you disrespect me? This immortal will refine you all into Dao soldiers. Dao soldiers, Qiao Mu finally understood. So that's how it is. So you set up a binding formation here, turning this place into an isolated city, just to trap the souls of the old soldiers from the battle and refine them into Dao soldiers. Dao Shun sneered. So what if you guessed right at this point? I'm not afraid to tell you. As he spoke, he secretly reached his hand back, channeling spiritual energy to activate the chessboard. This place is just a secret realm of my great Dao sect for deploying the soul-hooking formation. For 100 spirit stones, sect disciples can come here to harvest souls, but there aren't many souls left to harvest now. After the last soul is collected, this secret realm will immediately disappear. Those old geezers in the city are still waiting for reinforcements every day. How ridiculous. No one can break this soul-hooking formation. None of you can escape. You can only wait here to die. Aha. At that very moment, Qiao Mu stomped directly on Dao Shun's hand, shattering the chessboard. With the Dao soldiers you refine, you then turn around and continue killing the Yangtze army to hook their souls for refining. You've repeated this cycle for 40 years. You bunch of animals. He sent Dao Shun flying with another kick, making him cough up blood. Dao Shun said mockingly, lowly mortal. Qiao Mu's eyes were ice cold. You said they can't wait for reinforcements? Let me tell you, I am the reinforcements. With that, he used the void-shattering finger, piercing through Dao Shun's head, but Dao Shun remained venomous. You won't have a peaceful death. Qiao Mu sneered and turned to leave. I'll take those as your auspicious words. On the other side, Hai Siwan was leading the veteran soldiers to prepare for battle. Brothers, hold on. Trust Pioneer Qiao, reinforcements are coming right away. Yes, sir. Just as the bean soldier was radiating killing intent, poof, a cloud of smoke and dust appeared. After the dust settled, only a large bean remained. Hai Siwan was bewildered. Is it over, or are the strange beings playing some kind of trick? Suddenly, a voice called out, Commander Hai. Hai Siwan was startled and turned around to see Qiao Mu dragging Dao Shun's corpse along. Scourge of Immortals, Qiao Sang-sen, reporting for duty. Hai Siwan was dumbfounded. Qiao, old Qiao? No way. He clasped his hands in salute and bowed. May I ask, what is the relationship between you and Qiao Shanfeng? You two really look alike. Qiao Mu tossed Dao Shun's corpse forward and replied, Qiao Songlin is my third uncle. I know he's passed away. It was his own choice. Commander Hai shouldn't blame himself. It's all the fault of those fiends. And this is a fiend from the Great Dao sect, the very beansprout things he released. I've eliminated them so everyone doesn't need to worry. The Qiao family's precept. Everyone is responsible for the fate of the world. My third uncle's death was meaningful. He can definitely smile beneath the 9 springs. Besides, I've already killed the culprit, so it's considered revenge for third uncle. The old soldier's expression softened. Well said. Everyone is responsible for the fate of the world. The Scourge of Immortals is real. There's still hope for us. Qiao Xianfeng, quickly come with me into the city. We absolutely must celebrate today. Qiao Mu nodded. All right then. After that, he followed the rejoicing old soldiers back. That night, Mr. Liu sought out Lu Yannan's small courtyard. The second Scourge of Immortals has arrived. He's in the city, celebrating. The great Dao sect's fiend really was chopped to pieces by the Scourge of Immortals. Lu Yannan said, killing one disciple of the great Dao sect, and you're this happy. Hurry up, have you guys thought about how the fiends will handle this after today? A fierce retaliation, and this city will only be destroyed even faster? Hearing this, Mr. Liu angrily flung the wooden statue in his hand away. What do you mean, you guys? If it weren't for those soldiers fighting to the death, this lone city would have fallen long ago. Where would you get a scrap of land to carve statues here? But when he saw the shape of the wooden statue, he was astonished. You're carving, Brother Qiao. He hurriedly sat down and picked up the stone statue. Anon, you're not completely indifferent to everything, are you? You're also grieving over Brother Qiao's death, right? Lu Yannan gave a faint smile. Ha, second brother, what expectations do you still have for trash like me? Mr. Liu placed the stone statue back on the table, frustrated. You, the women and old folks in the city have more responsibility than you do. Lu Yannan stood up and replied. Second brother, do you know why the fiends have only besieged this city and haven't slaughtered all the soldiers and civilians inside? Mr. Liu sat down and shook his head. How would I know what the fiends are thinking? Lu Yannan said, the place we're in charge of managing is called the sect's secret realm. Mr. Liu was stunned after hearing that. Lu Yannan leaned against a pillar and continued, those soldiers who die in battle here, their souls can't reincarnate either, but fall into the hands of the fiends, to be used as rations. The braver, the more resilient, the more noble the soldiers' heroic souls are, the happier the fiends are. This is the truth of this vast 100-mile desert, a place for nurturing the souls of the immortal sect. Mr. Liu, upon hearing this, stood up excitedly. What does this mean? These tenacious remnants, resisting until now, are actually providing some benefit to the fiends. Why do you know so much? Where did you learn it? Why haven't you said anything? He suddenly paused, then sat down with a sigh. That's right, how could you say it? An iron army of over 300 men, with unwavering will. Their belief in survival is protecting the city and killing the enemy. Letting them wait for death might be even more unbearable than letting them fight to the end. Lu Yannan remained silent. Some things can only be done to the best of one's ability. The rest is up to fate. Living like this, dying like this. Mr. Lu said nothing, but silently turned and left. Lu Yannan looked at the stone statue and sighed. High mountains and flowing waters are hard to replay, like gold and Wu. My path is already lonely. Suddenly, a voice said, Not necessarily. Lu Yannan raised his head and saw Qiao Mu sitting on the roof. The two of them met eyes. Lu Yannan smiled. What do you mean by that? Qiao Mu jumped down, replying, Sword Saint's words just now weren't just for your senior brother, they were for Chao Tangshan here too. If you already knew this place was a secret realm of the Immortal Sect, then how come you've never messed with the Immortal Sect before? Lu Yannan shook his head. Don't know. Qiao Mu was speechless. He coughed once and took out 3 books. Chrysanthemum, Finger Jab, Yellow Dragon Cloud Probe, Long Serpent Staff Technique, Cough, Third Uncle. I've also gotten the complete Iron Crush technique passed down to me, and I've even deduced a new cultivation method based on that. If you don't mind. Before he could finish, Lu Yannan rushed over and snatched the cultivation manual. Don't mind at all. He couldn't help imagining some R-rated scenes. From today onwards, I'll definitely cultivate diligently, contributing my strength and ideas to the Qiao family's cultivation methods. From now on, you are my second brother. Qiao Mu's lips twitched. Third uncle. I'm the eldest brother. I'm your second brother. So what does that make your actual brother? Lu Yannan replied calmly. Isn't that obvious now he's my third brother? Qiao Mu was speechless. Truly a good younger brother. He then took out a golden booklet. Also, I combined Eastern secret techniques and created another cultivation method myself. Are you interested? Lu Yannan's eyes lit up. Yes, absolutely. Junior brother is too polite. I've heard about your innate sword talent for a long time. You understand. I understand. I'll trade with you. That's okay. Moreover, I'll also pass on a killing move within a killing move. Qiao Mu was puzzled. A killing move within a killing move? Lu Yannan replied, Once the sword is drawn, it cannot be retracted. With me, there are no enemies. Gathering all the spirit, energy, and essence of the martial artist into one ultimate sword strike. That is the heaven-severing draw sword technique. The strength of the body, the inner energy from the dantian, and the mental strength. If this sword can concentrate all your power, then the heaven-severing draw sword technique can be considered successfully cultivated. But Qiao Mu didn't believe it. Talking is cheap. Why not demonstrate a move, he thought. I'm about to witness the strongest move of the one known as the #1 swordsman of the era. Demonstrate. No problem. Lu Yannan picked up a branch. Watch closely. This next sword will be so epic it'll explode. Qiao Mu saw his aura constantly rising. Thinking to himself, I'm about to witness the strongest move of the one known as the #1 swordsman of the era. At this moment, Lu Yannan opened his eyes. Unleashing a sky-high aura, he performed the heaven-severing draw sword technique. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Qiao Mu's lips twitched. This is your strongest move. Lu Yannan replied, I've long reached the state where there's no sword in my hand, and no sword in my heart, so what I performed was just a form without spirit. Qiao Mu was speechless. So for the past 30 years, you really have been letting yourself go? Even holding a rotten branch, you pretend to sheathe your sword. You're just showing off, aren't you? Lu Yannan replied calmly. Sword Saint Lu Yannan has always meant what I said. Once I say I give up, I'll definitely give up. I'm definitely not the type of person who secretly works hard in the dark. Haha, I am the king of giving up. Qiao Mu helplessly slapped his forehead. Truly a looped-out fighter. He thought to himself, but where exactly is the profundity of this heaven-severing draw sword technique? Death assessment this time. AC plus Jinhuo is rumored to be the pillar of 9 provinces. Revival times left this week 4 out of 5. Skill points gained upon death, this time 100 points. Current skill insurance 125 points. Blood chi status 90%. Heaven-severing draw sword technique is loading. Even the system can't load it successfully. To concentrate all the essence, chi, and spirit of a martial artist into one ultimate strike, that's the heaven-severing sword art. It requires focusing the body's strength, inner energy from the dantian, and mental power to master. Mental power? That's right, this is a sword art only a spirit refiner can cultivate. Lu Yannan noticed he was silent and explained. This junior brother's sword art is powerful, but only those who have refined their spirit can even begin to learn it. I see that second brother Qiao Mu is wise and mighty, with a heroic demeanor, handsome appearance, and exceptional talent, a pillar of the martial Tao. You're just missing that small detail of spirit refinement. Qiao Mu asked, So if you're the #1 sword Tao genius, do you have a way to help me refine my spirit? Lu Yannan nodded. Of course I do. Second brother, look behind you. Qiao Mu suspiciously turned around, only to see several stone statues of beautiful women, explain in detail. Lu Yannan elaborated, I won't hide it. This junior brother was born a sword embryo, and I can see that this place looks like a normal courtyard with statues of beauties, but it's actually a trial ground for spirit refinement. Each statue is a crystallization of this junior brother's painstaking effort, and they're infused with my mental power and sword intent. Combined with the exquisite layout of this place, there's even a hidden formation. As long as second brother can break through this beauty courtyard and comprehend the sword intent I left behind, you can naturally refine your spirit. It's just that because this junior brother is too much of a genius, the chance of second brother dying inside is much higher than the chance of successfully advancing. The little snow squad are pretty tough. Such a good thing. How can I miss it? Qiao Mu threw the cultivation manual back at him, thinking to himself, I'm really looking forward to, when I refine my spirit, I wonder how the various cultivation techniques in my body will transform. I can't even imagine how happy I'll be then. Then second brother must be careful. Lu Yannan then formed a hand seal to activate the great mighty heavenly dragon formation, and the outer shell of the stone statues peeled off, turning golden in color, and at the same time, they seemed to come to life and began to move. Afterwards, Lu Yannan turned and left. What a weirdo, sacrificing himself for others. What's the point? Can you give me an answer? Qiao Tang Sen, or should I call you Qiao Song Sen? Anyway, you're not a beauty, so you're no different to me. I just don't know if what you're planning will really go as smoothly as you imagine. At the same time, in the great Dao sect, Dao Zhen frowned slightly. Dao Shin is dead, although he hadn't mastered the bean soldier artillery technique. Even just a single bean general shouldn't be easily destroyed in such a short time. The one who killed him, their strength definitely surpasses his. Is there such an expert in the solitary city? Moreover, even Qiao Songsen's soul was not retained by the soul retrieval formation. It's like that again, this matter must be reported to master. Suddenly someone said, Your master is currently in the capital, busy day and night. It's best not to disturb him recently. Dao Zhen clasped his hands in salute and bowed to his uncle master Qingzhuo. Elder Qingzhuo nodded. You've done a good job with Qinglong. He's gaining momentum. Next are the fallen heroes on the border. We will establish a terrestrial immortal kingdom in Zhong province on this land. Besides the Xuantian sect of Southern Province, which suffered a loss before, the other 8 great immortal sects also intend to follow suit and establish immortal kingdoms in their respective territories. Although this matter pertains to the secular world, it's related to the grand plan of the immortal sects and is extremely important. Senior brother Qingyi is using the Buddha Dharma. We should try to share the burden for him. Dao Zhen nodded, yes, the matter in the Great Desert, this disciple will handle it personally. Elder Qingzhuo continued, Dao Zhen, why are you so interested in the mortal Qiao family? A mortal who can't be soul-reaped, although strange, is still just a mortal. Either the Qiao family is a bizarre, soulless alien race, or some great power has intervened. For example, some mortals worship ancient gods, and their souls become contaminated, so the soul-reaping formation naturally has no effect. You are so obsessed with this alien race. Could it be because you can't bear to see those people in the secret realm continue to resist? Want to use the Qiao family to close the secret realm? Even though you've become an official disciple of this sect, as the only one who came out of that secret realm, you are also a disciple forbidden from entering the Great Desert secret realm. Dao Zhen clasped his hands. This disciple has never had such thoughts. Please enlighten me, Uncle Master. If there is no need for this disciple to take action, then could it be that Uncle Master has other plans? Elder Qingzhu said nothing, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Could it be that Uncle Master plans to take action personally? Dao Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Qingzhuo was one of the immortal sect elders who established the Great Formation 40 years ago. He didn't care about Dao Shun or the Cao family. If he wants to take action personally, could there be another purpose? At the same time, Qiao Mu was still fighting with the beauties. Although Sword Deprivation Immortal had said that the strength of these statues should not be underestimated, but each one has strength equivalent to at least a second-rank Qi refining martial artist. What's up with that? They not only anticipate my attack trajectory mentally, even their reaction speed and physical strength are faster than mine. At this moment, Qiao Mu was carelessly slashed in the waist. Are these things really stone? Wen quickly healed the wound and dispelled the blood sword technique, then used the heavenly devil burning blood technique in his strength sword, charging forward and smashing a group of stone beauties with his fists. A man has to be tough, after all. Seeing the remaining group of stone beauties retreating, Qiao Mu couldn't help but feel proud. Are you already retreating after just that? But as soon as he finished bragging, the group of stone beauties rushed over and surrounded him again. Their fingers began to form seals. Qiao Mu frowned slightly. This is sword control technique. Are they setting up a sword formation? Seriously, I thought they were only second rank, but now it seems they are all first rank experts. Come at me then. Lu Yannan, lying on a tree not far away, admired. So fast, he's already entered the second stage. In theory, you should have sensed a wisp of my spirit that I entrusted on the beauty statue first. After successively avoiding a series of killing moves, then you would activate the second stage. But because your vitality is too strong, you destroyed the beauty statue, which in turn triggered the next stage earlier than expected. I don't know if this is good or bad for someone who hasn't even reached chi refining. He suddenly sensed something, frowned slightly, and sat up. This familiar aura. How annoying. Ha! You old geezer. You finally arrived. Lu Yannan then released a bird to fly away. Go get someone to come here. The next morning, the battle between Qiao Mu and the group of stone beauties was still not over, and he was even being chased and killed miserably. The attacks had become so dense that there was no gap. He could originally combine this with shadow steps to dodge and wait for an opportunity to counterattack, but now just dodging was exhausting. He had to find a way to escape to a wider space. A moment later, Qiao Mu stopped and cast fourfold wave, stomping hard on the ground, creating a cloud of dust, and then hid inside. As long as their formation is slightly broken, I will have the opportunity to completely defeat them one by one. But what exactly is the sword deprivation? Immortal's hidden sword intent. While he was still thinking about it, hundreds of swords gradually condensed into a large sword above his head. Before Qiao Mu could react, he was pierced through the chest by the great sword. The group of stone beauties went over to confirm that Qiao Mu was dead, and then turned to leave. When his voice rang out again, "Little sisters, don't leave, let's keep fighting." Qiao Mu revived again, while the little cat carried his corpse away. This death is rated B. Remaining resurrections for the week: 3/5. Skill points received for this death: 25 points. Remaining skill points: 150 points. Vitality: 90%. Transcendental 8 swords technique, loading 20%. Qiao Mu smirked. I felt it as soon as I arrived. This time, he didn't rush into attack. Instead, he carefully observed the beauties. I kinda get it now. Spiritual essence focused into a single strike, accumulated to the max. This is the heaven-severing sword draw technique. Use your mind to sense that sword intent, then gather it within my sea of consciousness. After that, Qiao Mu closed his eyes and began to condense the sword intent, then merged it into one with his nascent soul. A moment later, Qiao Mu opened his eyes, and a mechanical voice kept ringing out. Heaven-severing sword draw technique loading 30%. Heaven-severing sword draw technique 50%. Heaven-severing sword draw technique loading 70%. After reaching 100%, Qiao Mu immediately unleashed the heaven-severing sword draw technique and rushed to attack. Sounds kept ringing out in the small courtyard. Big sis, step on me, don't stop, so good. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yannan called Lu Shansheng and Haisi Yuan over. Sword Immortal Lu, what's so important that you had Lu Shansheng call me here? Things have come to this, if you are willing to help. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yannan scoffed. Yu Haisi Yuan was furious, but Lu Shansheng quickly dissuaded him. Although Anan is unreliable, he never does anything without a clear purpose. Just listen to what he has to say first. Lu Yannan said, perhaps Elder Qing Zhuo of the Great Dao sect is on his way to destroy Jiyu City today. Haisi Yuan was agitated when he heard this, grabbing his shoulders. Sword Immortal Luce, don't just say things like that like it's nothing. We were lucky enough to make it through a bloody battle. How could a immortal sect elder suddenly appear on the enemy's side? Lu Yannan replied, not just any elder. Qing Zhuo has a position equal to the Great Dao sect's headmaster, with top-notch strength. Haisi Yuan heard this, and slumped down in defeat, letting go. Lu Shansheng asked, how do you know so much about the situation of these abnormal individuals? Lu Yannan didn't answer, but asked back, according to third brother, why would I come to Jiyu City? Lu Shansheng was stunned. Isn't it second brother's doing? Lu Yannan pointed towards the door and replied, he's my third brother now. My second brother's outside. 30 years ago, that old geezer Qing Zhuo told me I was a born sword immortal seed, wanting me to sever my blood ties and join the immortal sect. Hearing this, Mr. Lu was stunned. What? How did you respond? Lu Yannan recalled, and recounted. I said, "You're a sword seed. The whole damn family are sword seeds. Then I got locked up in this city. Since you don't want to join my immortal sect, then stay in this isolated city's secret realm and hone yourself. I'll help you cut off your blood ties completely. This Dao seal will be deeply engraved in your mind, making the deaths of the soldiers and civilians of this city repeat day and night before your eyes. If you fight back, the engraved seal will deepen further until you're either numb or completely insane, personally slaughtering the people here. As long as you cut off your blood ties, the imprint will disappear. Then, think about whether you want to join my command." Hasty One was dumbfounded after hearing this, so that's it. The heterogeneous wanted to rope you in. No wonder you haven't drawn your sword for 30 years. Silently enduring the criticism of the entire city, Lu Yannan waved his hand. Nah, my life motto is that if I'm not bound by morals, no one can restrain me." He thought to himself, "I just don't understand what the meaning of your actions are. Father turns his back, mother abandons her child, the sect is heartless, the court is temporary. What's the meaning of anything in this world? It's just a giant traveling circus, no need to take it seriously." He suddenly remembered Qiao Mu's words, nothing else, just what the heart tells you. What the heart tells you, huh? Lu Yannan finally made a decision. Qing Zhuo is targeting me, so of course I won't sit idly by. Mr. Lu's face softened. Anon, Lu Yannan thought, right now, the only place my heart points to is this older brother who didn't abandon me. No matter what, I won't sit by and watch him die in an isolated city. If he wants to protect the people of this city, then I'll lend him a hand. He stood up and said, "But don't get your hopes up too high. I'm only 20% confident. Are you two willing to bet?" Mr. Lu and Hai Si-wan exchanged glances after hearing this. Hai Si-wan sighed. "We don't have any other choice." Lu Yannan smiled. "Follow me." Mr. Lu was overjoyed. "Anan, so you really did have a backup plan." Afterwards, Lu Yannan led them to a secret backyard. This is, Mr. Lu and Hai Si-wan were stunned. Anxi City? You carved the entire Anxi City?